Gigantic primordial ferns blotted out the sky, and the luxuriant vegetation produced an extremely high concentration of oxygen. Enormous insects darted through the dense undergrowth, while certain rodent-like creatures hunted as they moved, all the while nervously watching for their natural predators. A man knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gulped for air. The dizziness brought on by suffocation gradually eased, and he slowly got to his feet, studying his surroundings with bewildered eyes. He stretched out his arms, clenched his fists, twisted his neck, then raised his palm before his eyes. Drawing in a deep breath of air, he murmured to himself, "Heh, I didn't die." Suddenly, a head as large as a train carriage belonging to a plesiosaur-like creature thrust through the trees. Its huge pupils stared curiously at the suddenly appearing human, and its foul-smelling maw opened wide, revealing 2 rows of chilling white teeth. The man was so shocked he dared not move, cold sweat soaking his back. "Damn, what is this place?" he thought. Fortunately, after a single appraising glance, the creature only stretched out its long neck to nibble at the tender leaves atop a gigantic tree. Letting out a slow breath, the man relaxed slightly and began searching for a path. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end as a sense of danger surged into his heart. A gigantic wolf-like beast burst forth in a flash, lunging at him. His muscles tightened, his fists clenched. He pivoted and swung his leg back, his kick slamming squarely into the wolf's head. The massive wolf's charge was momentarily checked. It bared its razor-sharp claws and fangs and sprang at him in midair. Turning his back and driving his elbow, he struck precisely at its temple, sending a wave of vertigo through the beast. The wolf tumbled to the ground, rolled, then hunched its body, baring its teeth with a low growl. The man's eyes suddenly sharpened, an invisible force gathering. With a muffled bang, a bloody mist erupted from the wolf's left eye. Howling in agony, it writhed on the ground. In the next instant, a dagger flashed, sliding past the skull at a cunning angle to pierce directly into its brainst. The man panted lightly, calming his racing heart. "Good, my superpower is still here," he thought. No matter what kind of world this was, staying alive was the only goal that lay before him. Day and night, he fought these ferocious beasts again and again, brushing past the jaws of death. In order to survive, he relentlessly forced his body to its limits, and his mastery over his superpower gradually became smooth and instinctive. Over time, he discovered that some of the beasts possessed intelligence. They even used tools and wore animal hides, and some of the weaker creatures attempted to communicate with him. The farther north he traveled, the more intelligent and smaller the beasts became. Thus, in recent days, he had continued steadily on his northward journey. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A wild bird had no time to cry before its heart was pierced. It plummeted and struck the ground with a dull thud. Expressionless, the hunter picked up the butt of his short wooden spear, hooked his prey, and walked forward at an unhurried pace. By now, his hair hung to his shoulders, his well-proportioned muscles bare to the air. 5 short wooden spears were thrust separately into the straps across his back, their sharp tips angling toward the sky. A cold razor-like glint flashed in his eyes. With his current strength, he no longer had to worry about food. This dense primeval forest offered inexhaustible resources for survival. A sudden scream shattered the silence, startling the man so much that he flinched. That was a human voice, he thought. He could not remember how long it had been since he last heard such a sound. It was a beautiful voice to him because it meant there were finally other people. After so long in the primeval forest with only savage beasts for company, had he not often talked to himself, he might have forgotten how to speak at all. Pieces of human corpses were scattered in bloody fragments across the ground. A 3-meter bull-headed man-bodied monster stood among them, clad in animal hides, its entire frame bulging with muscles like cast bronze. Its bloodthirsty eyes swept the surroundings as its right hand swung a massive log as hard as ironstone. With a single downward smash, the protruding wooden spikes were instantly strung with flesh and viscera. The sheer ferocity of the scene even stunned the man who had been sprinting toward it. The man slowly raised his wooden spear. This was not the first time he had encountered such a ferocious monster. The sudden sight of humans being slaughtered had stirred ripples in his heart, but he quickly grew calm again. In this primeval forest, he too stood at the apex of the food chain. The stench of blood clung thick and heavy to him. The bull-headed monster seemed to sense something and ceased its slaughter, its blood-red eyes fixing on the approaching figure with a low, threatening growl. Then it hoisted up an adult man who was still barely alive and backed away step by step. The man did not move, his unblinking gaze fixed on the creature as it withdrew, his mind locked firmly on its most fragile tissues. Only when the bull-headed monster completely disappeared from sight did he exhale in relief. Such tacit understanding came naturally to both sides. The forest was full of prey, there was no need for meaningless slaughter. Once injured, either of them would simply become an opportunity for other beasts. Lowering his head, the man examined the bodies. He thought. Their attire somewhat resembled that of Native Americans, though it was hard to clearly distinguish their racial features. The bull-headed man-eater evoked no particular emotion in him. In the ruthless law of the jungle, one either devoured prey or became prey to be eaten. During these days, he had not eaten few intelligent creatures himself. As for corpses, they no longer inspired fear. Now any humanoid being he saw felt strangely familiar and dear. At last, seeing another human, a great weight in his heart finally settled. Humans are social creatures, he thought. If I stay this isolated any longer, even I feel I might go mad. He walked forward and checked them one by one. Those mangled beyond recognition could not possibly still be alive. There's a child who's still breathing, he realized. The child had survived only because an adult had shielded her with their own body, keeping her from being smashed to death on the spot. He dragged her free. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old, with smooth black hair tied into a ponytail and skin tanned by the sun to a light gold, yet still tight and delicate. She was a quiet, pretty little girl, though her chest seemed injured, and even in unconsciousness pain furrowed her brows. Having finally met a human, he could not conceal his excitement. He loosened the cloth at her chest. A large bruise marred the fair skin there. He crushed some herbs between his fingers and applied the mash carefully to her injury. Lulled by the aroma of roasting meat, the girl slowly stirred awake. Her blue-green eyes blinked, then suddenly widened at the sight of a long-haired wild man before her. She burst into frightened sobs. The man ignored her calmly, eating his roast meat. Gradually, the girl quieted down. Hunger gnawed at her, as she could not take her eyes off the roasting meat as drool slid from the corner of her mouth, her throat, swallowing uncontrollably, her expression pitifully pleading. The man tossed her a bird leg. She no longer cared about the dirt, devouring it in great mouthfuls, grease running down her chin as she ate. The man pointed at himself. "Lewin," he said. Then he pointed at her. After a brief moment of thought, the little girl understood. Pointing at herself, she said, "Amana." "Very good, Amana." Lewin pointed at her head, then at his own. "Amana, bright and quick-witted," said head, hand, tail. In this way they went back and forth for half the night. By the time the little girl finally fell into a deep sleep, Lewin had already learned many words in her language. 3 days later, the two of them reached a mountain hollow. Down in the valley, thin threads of cooking smoke curled upward from a scatter of hemispherical stone huts. "Big brother, down there are my people," Amana said. After these days of traveling and talking with Lewin, Amana had gradually developed trust and a sense of reliance on this strong man. They were soon spotted. A group of sturdy warriors rushed over with long spears, quickly surrounding the pair. Lewin gave them a brief glance, then gently pushed Amana to the front. She chattered out an explanation, and only then did the warriors relax their vigilance. Amana's entire extended family arrived. Elder sisters, elder brothers, uncles, aunts, all embracing one another in joy at the safe return of the youngest member of their household. The village chief, Amana's grandfather, warmly invited Lewin into the village as a guest, and Lewin gladly accepted. He requested some clothing and a chance to wash properly. In the forest, he had smeared himself head to toe with black mud for the sake of survival. Now, having entered a more civilized society, he could at last live like a normal person. He cut his hair short, shaved his beard. To his surprise, though, these people looked like Native Americans and fought with primitive weapons. Many of their household goods were modern appliances. Gazing at his reflection in a silvered mirror, he saw fair skin and evenly proportioned muscles, his appearance like that of a 17 or 18-year-old. His features seemed to have gained firmer lines than before. Wearing the tribe's Native American-style clothing, he looked vigorous, brimming with masculine handsomeness. When Lewin appeared before the others, they were all somewhat taken aback. They had not expected that the man who had looked like a wild savage moments ago would transform into such an elegant, dashing warrior. The stark contrast only deepened the impression he left on them. Lewin explained that after his grandfather's death, he had lived alone in the deep forest and now wished to stay in the village for a time. The village chief and villagers were simple and kind, and naturally, they did not refuse. Months passed. Besides continuing to learn the local language, Lewin kept asking about the true state of this world. Yet the villagers themselves had only a hazy understanding of the outside. Aside from exchanging prey and grain for daily necessities, they had little contact with the broader world. It had been that same bull-headed monster which attacked the party sent out to trade supplies. Perhaps after running into Lewin, the creature had grown wary and stayed away from this region. This world also brimmed with tales of martial artists and cultivators. The villagers believed Lewin's grandfather might have been one such cultivator, otherwise how could he have lived alone in the deep mountains? Luwen saw no need to correct them. Now Luwen carried a long rifle on his back as he hunted in the mountains. He had no intention of staying as conservative as the locals. Before long, he had traded game for a heavy firearm, and hunting became effortless. As a result, he relied less on his superpower. To begin with, his power had always come to him, without rhyme or reason. When he was a child, he had accidentally discovered that he could use his mind to make strands of hair or fine fluff float in the air. As he grew older, the weight he could control increased. By now, he could lift a 100-weight stone at a distance, and by focusing his mind, he could use his invisible power to strike directly at a beast's most fragile tissues. After acquiring the firearm, he even experimented with adjusting the trajectory of bullets. Without warning, the dim sky suddenly darkened. The starlight was blotted out as though the entire planet had been sealed away. Luwen looked toward the distance and saw at the horizon a colossal four-clawed dragon wreathed in golden light. Its body coiled upward into the sky. In an instant, an invisible pressure swept across the land. Luwen grew dizzy, nausea rising as he fought the urge to vomit. When he could breathe properly again, Luwen raised his fingers to estimate the dragon's landing point. At least 10,000 meters up, roughly 1,000 kilometers away, he calculated. Facing such a colossal being, Luwen's heart grew heavy. This world, it seemed, was far from as ordinary as he had once imagined. 5 minutes later, the dragon condensed into a sphere of light. From that sphere, beams of radiance shot out, streaking toward different directions. 1, 2, 3. Luwen counted silently. When the 7th beam fired, the sphere vanished, and the sky returned to its twilight hue. 7 Dragon Balls, Luwen realized at last. Isn't that the dragon from the Dragon Ball manga? Someone just made a wish. Luwen could no longer remain calm. Is this world actually the world of Dragon Ball? He thought. Damn it, that's terrifying. Earth has been destroyed multiple times. Sure, the protagonist always defeats the villains and uses the dragon to resurrect the dead, but I'm not of this world. Who knows whether that would even work on me? Cold sweat streamed down his face. I've struggled so hard to survive, I don't want to die again, he told himself. Whether I seek a master and train for self-preservation or hijack a spaceship and flee Earth, I can't just sit and wait for death. He slung the rifle over his back, wrapped his fists, tightened his leg bindings, and fastened his waist guard. The villagers were all fast asleep, the sky sprinkled with stars. Luwen strode out. Having made up his mind, there was no need to hesitate any longer. With a furious roar, the bull-headed monster, its face smeared with blood, staggered, a new bloody hole torn into its body. Only then did the series of dull gunshots reach the air. The bull-headed creature located the source of the attack, but had no intention of fighting back. Instead, it turned abruptly to flee. Luwen, patient as ever, followed close behind. Blood streamed from the wounds, and the bull-headed monster grew dizzy, struggling to stay on its feet. Recognizing the same human, the bull-headed monster was furious beyond measure. Gritting its teeth, it roared, "You dare ambush me? I'll eat you alive." Luwen had already stepped into its path, astonished to hear it speak human language. This world really is insane, he thought. Luwen blocked its way. The bull-headed monster leaped forward, its right fist crashing down. Luwen was a little surprised. He had not expected its vitality to be so tenacious. He stepped back and slipped aside, the bull-headed creature spreading its arms, trying to seize him in a crushing embrace. Luwen drove a powerful low sweep into its lower leg. Its center of gravity lurched forward, losing balance, its massive body pitched ahead. Luwen twisted his waist, lifted his hips, and drove his right leg up. All his strength gathered into his right knee. With a muffled thud, his driving knee shattered the monster's skull. The bull-headed creature collapsed to the ground, body convulsing. Very soon, dark red blood seeped continuously from its broken cranium, and its enormous body lay utterly still. Luwen cast one final glance in the direction of the village, then strode away with long, unhesitating steps. City A lay very close to the previous summoning point of the divine dragon, and this place imposed almost no restrictions on outsiders. Luwen still had some savings and temporarily settled down here. The Capsule Corporation's franchise store stood on the most bustling street, and he quickly found it. The chairman of Capsule Corporation was indeed Dr. Blythe, and his daughter Bulma, 16 this year, was already an astonishingly gifted scientist. Luwen sighed. So it really is the Dragon Ball world. His last shred of hope crumbled, and when he thought of the future, his heart grew heavy with anxiety. If the plot of this world was identical to the story of Dragon Ball, then this summoning of the divine dragon was the very first wish in the narrative. The apocalyptic battles that could shatter heaven and earth were still far off, leaving more than 10 years of preparation. In that span of time, where should he go, and what path should he choose? Should I go and become Master Turtle Hermit's disciple? Would Turtle Hermit even be willing to accept me as a student? Even if he did accept me, what would come next would be all that tedious and dangerous physical training. I was already forced to suffer that kind of training for a year in primeval forests, so why let that old man torment me again? Besides, Turtle Hermit can read minds, and I don't have the pure childlike heart of Sun Wukong or Klin. Luwen shook his head. Turtle Hermit's formal disciples Sun Wukong and Klin were both children. Turtle Hermit taught them culture to shape their character, made them do manual labor to temper their foundations, disguised them to compete, so they would understand that there are always greater people in the world, and that cultivation could never be taken lightly. None of this was what Luwen needed. Sun Wukong and Klin could increase their strength without limit through training, but he had already confirmed that he could not. Turning the problem over and over in his mind, Luwen thought, to survive in this world of exalted martial might, I must make full use of my own strengths. After the torment he had endured over the past year, Luwen did not believe he possessed any protagonist's halo. Before crossing over, I was a top student. In that case, I should capitalize on my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. It seems necessary to study this world's entire system of knowledge, especially biochemistry and physics. The technological tree here has sprouted all kinds of black technology, and only by mastering more capabilities will I be able to cope with the thorny crises of the future. Having clarified his goal, Luwen not only studied this world's fundamental knowledge, he also began training his combat abilities efficiently. Every week, he went to various paid martial schools to learn the basic techniques of this world. The combat skills he had learned in his previous life were all lethal military close-quarters techniques, and by understanding and practicing the local basic forms, he gained a great deal. After all, the martial path in this world was flourishing. At a shooting range, Luwen also obtained a part-time job. Using his superpower in secret, he subtly corrected the trajectory of bullets for customers, making their shots more accurate. The clients were delighted with his assistance, and in this way, he could train his powers conveniently and at very little cost. Since he had confirmed that this was indeed the Dragon Ball world, Luwen quietly began to inquire about the Red Ribbon Army. In the early stages of the story, this villainous organization possessed immense power. If he could infiltrate and become a mid to high-level member, he would likely gain abundant resources. Of course, with his current strength, he still needed to act low-key, for besides their vast military might, there were several formidable individuals within the Red Ribbon ranks. What Luwen had not expected was that barely half a year later, he was already being watched by the Red Ribbon's people. A dog-headed man and a black man, both wearing combat uniforms emblazoned with the red doubler emblem, each gripped a pistol and aimed straight at Luwen. "Kid, don't move. My gun tends to go off by accident," the dog-headed man threatened. The big black man snarled ferociously, "Kid, who are you, and why are you snooping around about the Red Ribbon Army? Be smart and tell us your purpose." Luwen flicked his gaze over them. These two small fry had unsteady footing and floated when they walked. Seizing the moment when the big black man moved closer, Luwen sank his stance, twisted his waist, and drove a straight punch into the man's right chest with explosive force. With a dull thud, the black man's body arched, his mouth gaped wide, and drool spilled out as he choked and groaned. His eyes rolled back as he hovered on the brink of unconsciousness, but Luwen supported him with his left hand, using the man's body to block the doghead's line of sight. It was merely a standard boxing punch, yet with Luwen's current strength, had he aimed at the heart, the black man would likely have died on the spot. The dog-headed man was terrified. He was used to bullying ordinary people by relying on his gun, but before a trained fighter, he instantly lost his nerve. "Brother, we can talk this out." The hand holding the pistol was trembling violently. Luwen ignored his words. In a flash, his figure darted forward, and a reverse hand knife strike chopped down on the doghead's right hand holding the gun. The dog-headed man gasped sharply before erupting into shrill screams. Luwen unfastened their holsters and buckled them around his own waist, toying with the two pistols. The Red Ribbon's military sidearms clearly packed more punch than those at the shooting range. With a flourish, he spun them and slid both guns neatly back into their holsters. Luwen barely needed to ask a thing. The dog-headed man obediently confessed everything he knew. Unexpectedly, this city itself lay within the Red Ribbon's sphere of influence. The two belonged to Colonel Z's intelligence division at the very bottom tier, able only to pass information upward. Their job was to spot suspicious individuals and question them in hopes of uncovering valuable intel. Even if they found nothing, they could still extort some benefits. They had not expected to run into such a tough opponent. Since fate had brought them to him, Luwen decided to follow the trail straight to the source. With forethought against their carelessness, he quickly located his target. In a private club, a voice rang out, "Call me Colonel Violet, or by Oleite Colonel. You can also call me Zilulin." While recalling Colonel Z's deeds from the original plot, Luwen advanced at an unhurried pace. 4 burly guards stood on either side, and between them reclined a violet-haired, green-eyed woman on a sofa. Her posture was elegant, her features radiant, and between her brows lingered a trace of competence and sharp intelligence, making it difficult to guess her true age from appearance alone. Colonel Z occupied a rather special position in the Red Ribbon Army. Although nominally under General Blue, she also received orders directly from the Commander-in-Chief. Most notably, she was not loyal to Commander Root, which made her quite the anomaly among Red Ribbon members. When the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by Sun Wukong alone, she took the opportunity to rob Commander Root's vault. No wonder she dared such a bold move in the end. She was the Red Ribbon's intelligence chief, and it seemed she was the one who understood Sun Wukong's strength the best. In the original story, she had all of her subordinates in the Red Ribbon sacrificed, and continuously concealed the extent of Sun Wukong's power from the commander, likely intending to use Sun Wukong's hand to bring down the Red Ribbon Army. This made Lu Wen somewhat suspicious of Colonel Z's true identity. Colonel Z, greetings. I am Lu Wen. Though I used some forced measures, it was only to find you, and I bear you no ill will. Zilulin took a light sip of red wine and slowly set down her glass. The relaxed expression on her face gradually faded as she fixed her gaze on the young man before her. With a flick of her right hand, the 4 sturdy subordinates holstered their guns. In a cold voice, Zilulin said, Lu, tell me, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Lu Wen was not cowed by the aura of this woman. He answered solemnly, Colonel Z, I want to join the Red Ribbon Army, and I hope to serve under your command. The guards looked at one another, their faces full of disdain, but Colonel Z sat up and asked in puzzlement, why? Lu Wen smiled. I don't like an ordinary life. I need a bit of challenge, and I'm also very curious about the android project. I hope to take part in it. He had no better excuse, so he might as well gamble on whether Colonel Z would find him interesting. If it worked, all the better; if not, it was no great loss. In dealing with this lot, Lu Wen felt his ability to protect himself was more than sufficient. The guards bristled with anger. Arrogant brat, who do you think you are? You think you can just stroll into the Red Ribbon whenever you like? All 4 guards drew their guns and aimed at Lu Wen, but he was not to be outdone, raising his 2 pistols to sight down on them. The air crackled with tension, and a firefight could erupt at any moment. Colonel Z's fox-like eyes rolled within their charming sockets. She waved her hand for everyone to lower their guns and said with a smile, if you want to serve under me, you'll need some skill, as long as you can defeat them with your bare hands. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. Lu Wen, however, reminded her, Colonel Z, I may not be able to hold back. Zilulin's smile blossomed like a flower. Ha ha, little brother, you really aren't afraid of being beaten to death. Then the lot of you cut loose and have yourselves a good fight. Haha doesn't know what's good for him, one of the burly men sneered. A muscular blonde guard set aside his holster and took off his uniform jacket. His blue undershirt was stretched taut by bulging muscles. Clenching both fists, veins stood out on his arms as he shadowboxed each punch, making the air crack like a whip, radiating fierce momentum. The blonde man raised his guard feet, tapping lightly as he swayed forward to press the attack. His straight punches came in a flurry, driving toward Lu Wen's head. Lu Wen stepped in instead of retreating, using his front elbow to repeatedly crush down on the incoming fists. The blonde man's rhythm shattered and he retreated quickly, only to feel a sudden agony explode between his legs as Lu Wen's knee, capable of denting steel bars, drove straight into his groin. Shit! Seeing their companion struck in such a dirty way, the other 3 burned with fury and rushed in together, intent on mobbing this upstart. Lu Wen narrowed his eyes and raised his guard as well. Fists and feet flew in a blur. Even with their speed, the 3 could not suppress him. Lu Wen frequently used elbows and knees to block their blows, and the recoiling force left them gritting their teeth in pain. When the black guard launched a high roundhouse kick, Lu Wen's eyes flashed. An invisible force slammed into the support leg, throwing him off balance. As the man's body pitched forward, Lu Wen turned aside, then drove all the power of his body from foot to waist into his knee. With a heavy thud, the blow crashed into the top of the man's skull. His brain was likely reduced to mush. Spinning swiftly, Lu Wen's back elbow smashed into another man's solar plexus like an iron hammer. The guard's eyes rolled white as he collapsed, twitching on the floor. Without pause, Lu Wen swept a series of kicks into the last man's ribs, driving him back in stumbling disarray. The panicked guard threw a hurried punch, which Lu Wen easily caught with his right hand. Planting his left hand on the man's shoulder, he powered his waist and wrenched. A crack echoed as he executed a devastating over-the-shoulder throw. The twisted body crashed into a pool of blood and lay motionless. Witnessing such swift and merciless strikes, Zilulin sprang to her feet, then clapped and laughed. Not bad. From today onward, Lu, you are a member of the Red Ribbon. I will soon assign you your post and duties." With that, Colonel Z turned to leave. "So I just go home and wait?" Luwen asked, puzzled. "Of course. Did you expect me to invite you to dinner?" she replied with a chuckle. Her laughter carried a faintly seductive charm. Luwen cast a disdainful glance at the blond man still clutching his shattered manhood, and shivering, then ignoring the chaos strewn across the floor, turned on his heel and left. At the Red Ribbon Blue Army base, a soldier presented a stack of printed documents on a tray. "Colonel Z, this is General Blue's order and the information you requested." "All right, I know," she replied. After the soldier closed the door and left, Zillulan glanced at General Blue's orders and muttered, "Perverted freak, sigh another long trip." Tossing the document away, she picked up another file. Luwen from the Bershan clan, 18 years old, arrived in city half a year ago, proficient in close combat and firearms. The corners of Zillulan's mouth curled upward slightly. After returning home, Luwen resigned from his job and waited in some apprehension for 2 days. Then a Red Ribbon soldier delivered a package. "Sergeant Luwen, these are your appointment orders and 2 sets of uniforms. Once you are ready, I will escort you to report to Colonel Z." Luwen donned the Red Ribbon uniform. It fit perfectly, making him appear impressively sharp and vigorous. A flying car emblazoned with the doubler emblem soon carried the two of them to a military base surrounded on all sides by the sea. Led inside to a reception room, Luwen saw a purple-haired female officer standing straight-backed with her hands naturally at her sides. Her specially tailored uniform accentuated her bearing as she gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the endless seascape. Her back turned to him. After the soldier left, Luwen said, reporting. Colonel Z turned around and, seeing him, showed a hint of surprise. "Sergeant Lu, please sit." Her impression of this young man was that of a veteran subjected to rigorous training for many years. Previously, she had only taken him for a formidable martial artist. Now in uniform, it was obvious. That sharp gaze belonged unmistakably to someone who had seen real battle. Yet he was so very young. Zillulan collected her thoughts and said, "Sergeant Lu, these documents cover key personnel in the Red Ribbon and the rules you must obey. You may look through them at will. For now, you fall under my direct command. This is the assignment I have arranged for you." Luwen flipped through the file. Android No. 8. You are responsible for monitoring the use of Android No. 8 and reporting the results directly to me, she replied. Joy flickered in Luwen's heart. "Yes, thank you, ma'am." He gave Colonel Z a precise military salute. Seeing that she had no further instructions, he took his leave and was just about to exit when Colonel Z's gaze locked onto his eyes. "To whom do you pledge your loyalty?" she asked. Luwen met Zillulan's eyes without flinching, answering with a blank expression, "To you, of course, Colonel Zillulan." Zillulan's lips curved into a charming smile, evidently satisfied with his reply. Luwen, however, did not realize that her demand was simple. She merely wanted subordinates who were not mindless zealots loyal to Commander Root. As for this somewhat mysterious Luwen, she had no intention of prying so long as he did not hinder her. A soldier brought Luwen his equipment. Looking at the box of capsules before him, Luwen could not suppress his excitement. This was true black technology, the capsule. Standard issue weapons, military rations, a tent, a portable communication hut, clothing, a personal armed helicopter, a motorcycle, and of course some funds. Although Luwen had never lacked money before, he could never have afforded such luxurious toys. He pressed a button and tossed out a capsule. With a bang, a personal helicopter materialized before his eyes. Opening a map, Luwen climbed aboard and piloted the craft toward his destination. This was Misruta, marked on the military map as a tower. Yet with a diameter of several kilometers, Luwen felt it resembled more a colossal fortress. He could not help but admire the depth of the Red Ribbon's foundations. This was the secret White Army base under General White's control. This should be within the northern country's borders. Luwen recalled the storyline. At that time, the land was locked in ice and snow, and Sun Wukong stormed the place, utterly destroying the base. But that would not happen for at least another half year. For now, Sun Wukong and Klin were undergoing grueling training under Turtle Hermit. Should he help the Red Ribbon kill Sun Wukong? The thought flashed through his mind and vanished just as quickly. Leaving aside whether a protagonist's halo could be broken if Sun Wukong truly died, who would protect Earth in the future? Would Luwen himself have to shoulder that burden? Absolutely not. He could barely ensure his own survival. He had no desire to play the hero. General White, Luwen reporting. After lowering his hand, he stood to one side. General White set down his documents and said, "Sergeant Luwen, you have come a long way. This is Sergeant Ninja." Luwen saluted and Sergeant Ninja nodded in mild puzzlement. General White ordered, "Take Sergeant Lu to see Android No. 8. A soldier led Luwen out. "General, he is only a sergeant." Why are you so polite? The purple-clad ninja asked. General White replied, he was sent by Colonel Z. Showing a little respect costs us nothing. So that's how it is, the ninja said. Colonel Z was the only woman in the Red Ribbon's command structure. Though directly under General Blue, she also received orders from the Commander-in-Chief, and her status was unique. No one knew exactly why, but there was no need to offend her without cause. Luwen looked at Android No. 8, a shackled hand and foot with chains. This was the outwardly frightening, yet inwardly kind No. 8. Because he refused to carry out the Red Ribbon's killing orders, he had been deemed a failure. Later he not only refused to attack Sun Wukong, but even became his friend and helped him destroy Miss Ruta. Luwen had no intention of interfering, so after a brief observation, he left and returned to his assigned quarters. There a soldier delivered Android No. 8's data. Androids 1 through 8, experiments failed. Creator Dr. Gero suspected to have fled 1 year ago. The next day Luwen entered the laboratory. Mechanical scrap lay piled everywhere. Comparing the debris with the experimental data, he felt distinctly disappointed. The situation is far from what I expected. I thought this would be cutting-edge black technology, but it turns out to be such crudely manufactured junk. As Luwen delved deeper into this world's basic technology, he uncovered many issues. Their foundational research was shallow. They did not even possess the theoretical framework for city-destroying hydrogen fusion weapons. Of course, the knowledge he had access to was still limited. Here the network was far less developed than in his previous life, and information spread slowly. Yet the available resources were terrifying super energy or as anti-gravity minerals, spatial metals. It was like primitives using fire, ignorant of the principles yet wielding it without hesitation. After reviewing the android data, Luwen became even more certain that without the appearance of Saiyans and other extraterrestrials, later generation androids could never have become so powerful. Their strength did not stem from Dr. Gero's genius alone, or rather Earth's own resources, and the continuous emergence of mighty warriors provided the energy and combat techniques that formed the true foundation of the android's escalating power. Luwen decided to find Dr. Gero first. General White readily allocated resources, and Luwen led a squad of soldiers to begin the search. It was not yet winter, and there was no heavy snow, so the operation proceeded with relative ease. Piecing together the reports brought back by the soldiers, Luwen quickly narrowed things down to a village several hundred kilometers away. Pressing his pistol to the village chief's head, he found the old man readily selling out the doctor. Dr. Gero, have you hidden your identity here just to evade the punishment of the Red Ribbon? Luwen kept the soldiers stationed outside while casually chatting and exploring Gero's residence. Sergeant, can you spare me? Number 8 is the strongest artificial human I have created, Gero said, feeling dejected as he slumped on the sofa and pleaded. Luwen had already searched the entire house. It contained only some ordinary mechanical repair parts and tools. Gero had genuinely given up on creating artificial humans to live in seclusion, leaving Luwen puzzled about Gero's dark transformation. At that moment, Gero appeared to be just a harmonious uncle, well-liked for helping the villagers repair various machines, starkly contrasting with the fierce and terrifying image he would later become. Is this beautiful woman your wife? Luwen casually flipped open a picture frame, revealing a stunning brunette with glasses cradling a brown-haired baby boy alongside a younger Dr. Gero. I suppose so, Dr. Gero replied, his eyes momentarily softening before dimming again. Luwen found Gero's response somewhat surprising. It was odd that both he and the woman were still in lab coats in the group photo. Was your wife your assistant? She was once an assistant to Brief. Later she developed robot intelligence in the weapon department of the Red Ribbon, where she died in an accident. It's a pity, Luwen said, somewhat astonished. After her death our son went missing, and later I found out he became a soldier in the Red Ribbon Corps. So you joined the Red Ribbon too? Have you found him? No, you know him, just a researcher with too low a clearance to access much information, and since the artificial human project failed completely, I had to escape. I see. He'll handle the situation with number 8, but my request is that you pledge your loyalty to me and work for me. Of course you can refuse, but then you won't see the sun tomorrow. Luwen threatened with a fierce expression. Do not doubt my abilities. I can protect you or kill you. Moreover, I can help you find your son's whereabouts. What do you say? Think it over. Luwen gently set down the picture frame. Dr. Gero opened his mouth in surprise, not expecting this man to be just a sergeant yet so bold. Although he was unsure of his ambitions, he had no other choice, especially since he had promised to help him find his son. Determined, Gero said seriously, All right, I will work for you, Sergeant Luwen. What do you need me to do? Seeing Gero agree, Luwen's expression softened. For now, there's nothing much. I still need to report your situation to headquarters, and I'll inform you of specific arrangements later. Now pack your things and come with me. Let's be a bit casual. I have many academic questions to ask you. Okay, Sergeant Lu 1. As their conversation deepened, Gero grew increasingly amazed by this eager young man. Regardless of the breadth of his knowledge or his understanding, even his casual ideas opened new perspectives for Gero. Back in Marsruta, Lu 1 reported the situation to General Bai, explaining that Dr. Gero needed to wait for orders from headquarters, which General Bai was indifferent about. Upon returning to the base, Colonel Z received a confidential document from Lu 1 containing information about artificial humans and the Dragon Balls. 6 months ago, the Dragon Balls had granted wishes to some people, along with details about Master Wu Tian's Turtle Hermit, revealing impressive powers at Flame Mountain, as well as the critical failures of the artificial human plan and future plans that were thorough and pragmatic. Colonel Z had little interest in artificial humans, but the news of the Dragon Balls and those terrifying martial artists piqued her interest. Soon the investigation results confirmed the accuracy of Lu 1's information. Deliberately ignoring the information about the strong, Colonel Z uploaded the document to Commander Rate. The news of the Dragon Balls was confirmed by Colonel Z, proving that the dragon capable of granting wishes undoubtedly existed. Rate was overjoyed, although he had no interest in artificial humans. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, Colonel Z secured Lu 1 a promotion to Colonel, while also overseeing the restart of the artificial human project in the weapons department of headquarters. Lu 1 received his new appointment, and the Purple Ninja expressed intense jealousy. Congratulations, being promoted 3 ranks is indeed good fortune. The Purple Ninja certainly knew the headquarters' attitude towards artificial humans. She was quite displeased about this pretty boy suddenly climbing above her, imagining how he must have served Colonel Z with great effort, causing her so much trouble. Lu 1, being uninterested in such a minor character, would not bother with her. When it came to skills, Lu 1 wouldn't fear someone who only played tricks. After bidding farewell to General Bai, Lu 1 took Dr. Gero and flew towards the Red Ribbon headquarters, suddenly realizing that since he was taking the doctor away, he would have no idea who would disarm the explosives in Number 8's body. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon was located in a remote primitive forest. This world had relatively low-cost floating vehicles and versatile capsules that could carry large amounts of supplies, enabling the construction of a vast secret base in such an environment. Countless base personnel hustled about their work, while guards meticulously defended various key points with anti-aircraft missiles, machine guns, and even heavily armed tanks on standby. The underground arms factory, weapons development department, and commander's command building were all camouflaged with green materials on their rooftops. Even if someone discovered this place, it was unlikely that any force on Earth would dare to attack this heavily armed military stronghold. Upon arriving at headquarters, someone like Lu 1 was a mere minor character, and Commander Rate had no time to meet him. Even the black officer merely glanced at him from afar. The weapons development department was not highly regarded by the higher-ups, as seen in the ranks of internal personnel. Lu 1 was already considered the highest-ranking officer there, although there were multiple supervisors in the weapons department who were very cooperative when Lu 1 needed people and resources, saving him a lot of trouble. After resolving various trivial matters, Lu 1 went to the archives. Since Gero's son might not be using his real name, it was indeed difficult to search. Gero had only provided a photo from when his son was 10 years old, but fortunately, he could request help once he had the necessary clearance. Colonel Lu, here are all the individuals with brown hair that we have compiled. An office worker printed out a thick stack of documents, each page displaying 12 colorful headshots with names and numbers below. As he flipped through the pages, Lu 1 had to admit that at least in this world, there was no racial discrimination, as evidenced by the various brown-haired individuals in the photos. Lu 1's gaze landed on the headshot of a robust human figure. He lightly tapped his finger. Please check this person. The clerk entered the number, and the computer displayed a person who bore the same likeness as artificial human number 16. When Lu 1 saw that baby picture, he noticed the striking resemblance to number 16, especially those few strands of hair. Indeed, the future artificial human number 16 was modeled after his appearance. Lu 1 continued to look down and understood why Gero harbored hatred for son Wukong after his dark transformation. It turned out that Gero's son had joined the Red Ribbon early on, becoming a soldier, and was sacrificed during a crucial mission. Commander Rate held a grand funeral for him, and he became a hero of the Red Ribbon. It seems the Red Ribbon could establish such a scale for a reason. Commander Rate, not being blinded by the wishes of the Dragon Balls, was adept at winning people's hearts. Son Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Corps, rendering Gero's son's glory meaningless. This was the fundamental directive behind Dr. Gero's artificial humans, to kill Sun Wukong. Of course, as strength increased, human desires and ambitions would also swell, potentially deviating from the original intention. Luwen regrettably informed Dr. Gero of this news, and he paid no mind to how heartbroken Gero might be. The artificial human project progressed as planned. Under Luwen's subtle suggestion, Dr. Gero began collecting the cells and martial arts of martial artists. Unfortunately, the World Martial Arts Tournament had yet to begin, and in this loosely organized world, locating the exact position of Kame House was no easy task. Besides the Bulma family in West City, these martial artists were temporarily at a loss. However, through Violet's channels, Tianjin Fan's whereabouts were unexpectedly discovered by Luwen. Now having relative freedom and authority, Luwen decided to meet Tianjin Fan of the Crane School. The flight technique of the Crane Master in the Dragon Ball world is considered a divine skill. Without learning it, one would find it nearly impossible to progress later on. However, finding the Crane Master was indeed difficult. Fortunately, the Red Ribbon Army was influential enough to quickly ascertain Tianjin Fan's whereabouts. Colonel Lu Tianjin Fan is just ahead. A soldier led Luwen through a patch of primeval forest where a waterfall hundreds of meters high came into view. Luwen spotted a bare-chested bald man beneath the waterfall. The water cascaded down from a height of 100 meters, crashing onto his explosive muscles as he squatted in a horse stance, unmoving. Having long endured the impact of the fast-flowing water, his skin and muscles gradually adapted to such pressure, enhancing his resilience and resistance to blows. Luwen signaled the soldier to leave and slowly approached alone. As he neared the waterfall, a small child resembling a zombie suddenly floated into view, sticking out a bright red tongue and making a face with his short arms raised as if to strike. Luwen felt a tightening in his heart. An invisible force pushed the child away instantly. Luwen hurriedly said, "Jiaozi, don't be rash. I mean no harm. I'm here to find Tianjin Fan regarding some matters." Jiaozi, who had been tensed up, suddenly froze and asked with a silly expression, "How do you know me?" "Take me to see your senior brother, and you will understand." Jiaozi looked towards the waterfall. The noisy sound of the water could not disrupt Tianjin Fan's keen perception. He stopped his training and stepped out of the water's reach. At this moment, Luwen could finally see that the water, as it approached Tianjin Fan's skin, automatically parted away. With each step he took, his body blended seamlessly into the surroundings, exuding an aura of naturalness without a flaw. Within that robust physique, an astonishing momentum seemed to pulse. A sense of danger warned Luwen. This is one of the protagonists of the Dragon Ball world, a truly formidable martial arts master. Having witnessed the skills of those martial arts instructors, Luwen felt a surge of confidence, but at this moment a strong sense of vigilance arose within him. Tianjin Fan approached Luwen, scrutinizing the young man with a puzzled expression, and asked impatiently, "What do you want with me?" "Luwen of the Red Ribbon Army, you are Tianjin Fan. I have trained in martial arts since childhood and have long admired the skills of the Crane School. May I ask for your guidance?" Though the words were polite, the intention was to spar. Tianjin Fan furrowed his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a request. Observing the man's prolonged breath, powerful steps, and well-trained physique, although somewhat rigid in his approach, he sensed no chi. He smirked, "I haven't heard of any Red Ribbon Army. If you don't mind getting hurt and want to spar, I have no objections." Luwen took off his military uniform, leaving only a tank top that revealed his well-defined chest and back muscles. He wrapped his hands with boxing tape and quickly stretched his limbs. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, waiting nonchalantly for his opponent to warm up. Luwen clenched his fists, blood surging through his veins. Although these people could later destroy planets with a mere raise of their hands, at this moment, they were still mere mortals. If he didn't dare to confront them now, what would he do in the future? Luwen twisted his neck, the knuckles of his clenched fists cracking. "Tianjin Fan, let's begin." Tianjin Fan opened the third eye on his forehead, lowered his stance, and assumed a starting position. The ground was expansive and firm, with the 100-meter waterfall cascading in the distance, surrounded by lush mountains and forests. This was indeed a great environment. Luwen approached with his fists raised, delivering probing jabs with his left hand. Tianjin Fan didn't dodge, easily deflecting the strikes with his right hand. Suddenly, Luwen's right straight punch aimed for Tianjin Fan's head, but it was met with a matching heavy punch from his opponent. As their fists collided, Luwen felt as if struck by a sledgehammer, staggering backward, his right hand's joints tingling uncomfortably, and his fist felt a searing pain. Tianjin Fan shook his head. "Too slow, too soft." Luwen exhaled sharply, shaking out his fists and tightening his grip. How could he endure such mockery? Taking a deep breath, he moved in quickly, closing the distance and launching a series of elbow and knee strikes. Tianjin Fan no longer merely defended, countering rapidly. Lu Wen seized the opportunity to attempt to throw, but Tianjin Fan was as stable as a mountain, impervious to his strength. With a swift strike to Lu Wen's lower abdomen, he bent over in pain. Tianjin Fan then turned and delivered a heavy kick, sending Lu Wen soaring into the air before crashing down, clutching his right chest, struggling to breathe. Tianjin Fan stepped forward, but Lu Wen quickly called for a halt, catching his breath. Tianjin Fan, you are indeed formidable. I cannot defeat you. Oh, I concede defeat. Someone like you can only fight ordinary people. You won't even get through the door if you can't use chi. In truth, Lu Wen had held back. After all, it was a spar, not a life-and-death battle. Some treacherous and vicious moves were naturally off limits, and he hadn't utilized his superpowers either. Lu Wen asked in surprise, "What is chi?" Tianjin Fan seemed quite interested, clenching his fist and shouting, unleashing a punch, "Ka ka ka." A boulder behind Lu Wen, about 4 to 5 cubic meters, instantly cracked into fragments that scattered on the ground. Lu Wen picked up a piece and found it as hard as iron. Incredible. No wonder you are the master brother of the Crane School. Thank you for holding back just now. Lu Wen said sincerely, since childhood I have heard that the Crane Master is the greatest martial artist in the world, and I have aspired to be his disciple. It is truly unfortunate that I could not find him until today. I hope you can introduce me to him. This is a token of respect for both you and your fellow disciples. As he spoke, he tossed out a capsule. With a bang, a suitcase appeared containing a set of weighted training clothes tailored by the Red Ribbon Army's weapon department, based on Tianjin Fan's usual attire in the storyline. It appeared to be just a few ordinary pieces of clothing, but once worn they could bear a weight of 400 kilograms. In this world, martial artists' training foundation is based on weighted training. Even in the later stages of Dragon Ball, various tenfold or hundredfold gravity training facilities were used to help train Dragon Ball warriors. Tianjin Fan was initially somewhat repulsed. Accepting disciples was the teacher's prerogative. However, upon seeing the gift, he felt conflicted. Martial arts were his obsession, and he was indeed a martial arts fanatic. Yet with his strong sense of pride, Tianjin Fan was unwilling to accept gifts in this manner. Without waiting for Tianjin Fan to ponder, Lu Wen helped him try on the clothes, while Jiaozi also received a handheld game console. At this moment, the relationship between the three had improved significantly. Gently stroking the uniquely textured weighted clothing, Tianjin Fan admired this young man who had suddenly visited. He hesitated and said, "Brother Lu Wen, we can take you to meet the master, but I cannot guarantee whether the master will accept you as a disciple." A few days later, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Lu Wen arrived at the Crane Master's residence. The Crane Master's estate was quite imposing, with elegant buildings and serene surroundings. After hundreds of years of accumulation, it was perfectly normal to possess such a mansion. However, the Crane Master himself did not embody the ethereal aura of a transcendent being. Instead, he appeared somewhat lecherous. Both the Crane Master and the Turtle Master were reclusive masters who had lived for 300 years, possessing exceptional skills, but not flaunting them. Although they founded their own sect, they had only a few disciples, perhaps only 2 or 3. Even their fame was established 200 or 300 years ago. Ordinary people were probably more interested in their longevity than their martial prowess. The reason the Crane Master later emerged was due to Son Goku killing his younger brother Tao Pai Pai and discovering that the Turtle School had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament without his knowledge. Without the Crane School's participation, they dared to claim to be the best in the world. Naturally, the Crane Master would not accept that. Lu Wen respectfully bowed, explaining his intentions and presenting some gifts. However, the Crane Master was not so easy to placate. His lifestyle was not luxurious, and his 2 disciples lived like ascetic monks. Lu Wen guessed that their economic support likely came from the Crane Master's brother, the assassin Tao Pai Pai, as they seemed to have a strong bond. The Crane Master wore an expressionless face. After Lu Wen's repeated requests, he shook his head, saying, "Young man, you are not cut out for martial arts. Don't waste your time." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi appeared somewhat anxious, but were unsure how to assist. Lu Wen did not expect such a straightforward rejection from the Crane Master. Suddenly, he recalled Jiaozi's physique and wondered if it was suitable for martial arts training. The Crane Master's 2 disciples indeed had their unique qualities. One had 3 eyes and an exceptionally strong sensitivity to chi, while the other, resembling a small zombie, possessed the supernatural abilities of object manipulation and immobilization. Lu Wen's eyes lit up as he clasped his fists, saying, "Master Crane, although my martial arts foundation is lacking, I can also utilize superpowers which may compensate to some extent." Indeed, the Crane Master showed some interest, chuckling lightly. "Fine, I will give you a chance. If you can touch the corner of my clothing within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will agree to your request." All right. Lu Wen thought deeply he must seize this opportunity. Jiaozi lit an incense stick and the Crane Master nodded without reacting, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of an extraordinary master. Lu Wen assumed a boxing stance. As long as he could hit the Crane Master, it would suffice. This meant he only needed to be fast enough. Of course, an invisible superpower touching the opponent was not counted unless it caused damage. Realizing this, he no longer hesitated. With a powerful punch, Lu Wen unleashed a flurry of strikes, without holding back, pouring all his energy into the attack. His jabs and hooks aimed toward the Crane Master made him slightly sway, but all his attacks landed on afterimages. High kicks and sweeping strikes were easily deflected by the Crane Master. Lu Wen's speed and precision astounded him as his punches fell like rain, yet the Crane Master effortlessly dodged, not even bending at the waist. Lu Wen was drenched in sweat. If this continued, he would exhaust all his stamina. Glancing at the incense which had burned halfway, he slowly took a deep breath, calming his mind and gathering his invisible power. The Crane Master's eyelids twitched slightly as he suddenly raised his hand to strike the air. Bang! An explosion rang out in the air, scattering Lu Wen's superpower ambush with a single blow. Lu Wen clenched his fists tightly. The brief pause allowed his numb hands and feet to recover, and he tightened his body again. With a powerful push off the ground, he twisted his waist, turned, and swept his leg, channeling all his strength. Boom! The Crane Master still extended his palm to meet the blow, but he was forcefully struck back by Lu Wen's heavy leg. The Crane Master reacted swiftly, leaning back to evade the attack. Lu Wen's turning elbow aimed at his chest, and the Crane Master frowned, clearly feeling that this strength exceeded that of an average person. This time he did not take the hit directly. Instead, he pushed Lu Wen's elbow off with his left hand, also retreating a step to relieve the force. Tianjin Fan was slightly surprised. It seemed Lu Wen had not used his full strength during their spar, yet being able to push back his master was no easy feat. In truth, Tianjin Fan's strength already surpassed that of the Crane Master. He just had yet to realize it. On Earth, those who can keenly sense chi are rare, yet the Crane Master was among them. With his hands behind his back to relieve the numbness, he felt conflicted. This young man clearly exuded no chi, yet he was able to exert such strength. It was evident he had put in considerable effort and could control another form of invisible power to amplify his strength or attack directly. Such talent was indeed commendable, but it was unfortunate that he could not cultivate chi, rendering his efforts in the Crane School's martial arts futile. As the Crane Master retreated, Lu Wen's confidence surged. He rapidly pursued with a flurry of punches and kicks, bang, slap, thud. The continuous impacts forced the Crane Master to retreat further. However, despite this, Lu Wen still could not touch his clothing. As the incense was about to burn out, he felt anxious and reckless, shouting, "Master Crane, be careful." He casually threw a handful of hidden weapons, and over a dozen iron beads the size of glass balls shot out. The Crane Master wouldn't dare to catch such things. The best option was to evade. In an instant, he dodged all the iron beads, but the next moment those objects seemed to have eyes, all circling back to block his retreat. The Crane Master understood that these dangerous objects were being controlled and charged forward, slamming a palm toward Lu Wen's right chest. Lu Wen, undeterred, swung a punch at the Crane Master's left chest. Bang! The Crane Master was shaken by the blow. His chest fabric shattered while Lu Wen's body spun on the ground, rolling continuously, blood splattering everywhere, a miserable sight. Yet it was not over. The airborne iron beads suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A massive fireball rose from the center of where the Crane Master stood. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi rushed in, and as the thick smoke dissipated, they saw the Crane Master standing there calm and composed, his outer robe torn. He shook his body and fragments fell off, revealing solid muscles. Although he was left wearing only a pair of shorts, the Crane Master at this moment exuded a commanding aura, shedding his lecherous image. Lu Wen struggled to prop himself up, finding it difficult to rise. The force of the earlier impact was tremendous. Had he not used his superpower to mitigate the Crane Master's strike, his internal organs would have likely been crushed. Even so, the Crane Master's palm had inflicted internal injuries, and after finally standing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing back to the ground with a thud. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi stared blankly at Lu Wen's tragic state, unsure how their master would deal with him. The Crane Master turned his back and began to walk away. Just as the two were at a loss, he used a voice transmission technique to say, "Save your junior brother." Unlike the Turtle Master, the Crane Master would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His brother Tao Pai Pai was already a famous assassin, and both of his disciples had the potential and ambition to become top assassins. If Lu Wen could demonstrate assassin-like qualities, there was a chance the Crane Master would accept him as a disciple. Lu Wen awoke, his head spinning and body aching, lying on a bed filled with the scent of medicine. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing he had finally taken that difficult first step. Although Master Crane accepted Lu Wen as a disciple, he actually had his two senior brothers guide and teach him. In these past few months, the three brothers have formed a harmonious relationship. Tianjin Fan is not the type to hoard knowledge and freely shares what he knows. However, Lu Wen feels quite frustrated. Master Crane was right. He truly lacks talent in martial arts, unable to cultivate his inner energy. The advanced techniques, such as void dance, chi cannon, and the various Crane-style skills, all require a peak application of chi. Tianjin Fan finds this difficult to understand, and Master Crane explains that it may be due to Lu Wen's poor innate talent. Only Lu Wen himself knows the truth. He now suspects that he might be fundamentally different from the people of this world. Even though he cannot cultivate chi, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi still take time to help Lu Wen practice his moves. His combat skills are improving rapidly, and during this time his superpowers have also enhanced significantly. According to Lu Wen's calculations, when his superpower activates, the force of his punch approaches 300 kilograms with a cooldown time of about 2 seconds. If sustained, he can essentially cancel out his own weight through his superpower, allowing him to float in the air. Combining this with the techniques of void dance, Lu Wen believes that with more training, he might not be inferior to it. Regarding his superpowers, Lu Wen is also unclear about their origin. They manifested before he traversed into this world. As a child, he realized his uniqueness when he could control the floating of feathers. This ability is akin to having a third arm growing stronger day by day. Through training, he has learned to manipulate it with ease. Over the past few months, he discovered that his superpower increases by about 1% each day. If this continues, perhaps his superpower will become his asset in combating those unparalleled strong beings. In addition to chi cultivation, Crane style also includes body training. Lu Wen's physical strength and resistance to damage are his most obvious weaknesses. Although he has improved significantly through training, martial artists in this world can enhance their physical resilience through chi cultivation, which Lu Wen cannot do. He can only push his body to its limits. Months of intense training nearly made Lu Wen forget his identity as a member of the Red Ribbon Army. One day, the indicator light on his receiver began to flash. Lu Wen opened the multifunctional capsule in the communication room, receiving a message from the communications officer at headquarters. It was a mass order from the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, demanding all officers in the field to terminate their current missions and return to headquarters. Lu Wen could not break through in martial arts within a short period, so he bid farewell to his master and two senior brothers. To both Master Crane and the higher-ups of the Red Ribbon Army, he was essentially an expendable presence. If Lu Wen had been able to cultivate chi during these months, perhaps Master Crane would have paid him some attention. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Lu Wen's rank of colonel placed him at the end of the meeting without any speaking rights. General Reuter's impassioned speech announced that the resources of the Red Ribbon Army aimed at conquering the world would be redirected towards seeking the Dragon Balls. Naturally, there were no objections from others. Everyone preferred a more effective and easier way to conquer the world. After the meeting, the overlooked Colonel Lu Wen found himself in a position of neglect. Regarding the funding for the Android project, he chose to selectively visit some influential figures, especially Colonel Z, who held considerable sway and was part of the Violet faction. It was appropriate to pay visits and express loyalty. As the time drew near for Sun Wukong's first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he urged Dr. Gero to complete the miniature robots. It should not be difficult to collect blood and cells from several main characters during this grand battle. Although Lu Wen was somewhat interested in personally participating in the tournament, having been missing for several months, it would be hard to find an excuse to leave again. Moreover, the future fate of the Red Ribbon Army was concerning. If he did not prepare, he might end up suffering. Indeed, the World Martial Arts Tournament unfolded just as the story dictated, with the Turtle Hermit disguised as Chung Long and Sun Wukong claiming the first and second places respectively. Lu Wen's android laboratory quietly acquired most of the participants' blood and cells. Lu Wen's involvement in these research efforts revealed that the technology in this world was indeed primitive. The foundational scientific research was horrendous. Yet when combined into products, it became black technology. Looking at the equipment for mixing, replicating, and cloning cells and blood, Lu Wen felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. With just these test tubes and metal lumps, how could they create androids? However, seeing Dr. Gero and others exuding confidence, Lu Wen was at a loss for words. Lu Wen would certainly not allow these people to stray from the path of technology. Through the combination of his two lives, he began to improve the artificial intelligence programs while also ordering some scientific equipment from the multifunctional capsule company, such as high-precision electron microscopes. Having obtained the cells of the strong, what was urgently needed were test subjects. Lewin requested approval from headquarters to use captured enemies or death row inmates for experiments. Watching a burly man injected with blood, his muscles surged uncontrollably, moving faster and faster, unable to stop. Half an hour later, the man's muscles had melted away, leaving only skin and bones. The experimenter ticked off the failure option in the record book before moving on to the next subject. Lewin felt nauseated and did not want to watch any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted two familiar children. They were a pair of little boys and girls, and Lewin felt as if he were in a nurturing game. These were the future infamous androids 17 and 18. His intervention made the future uncertain for them. Obviously, these two little ones were prematurely added to the list of experimental subjects. If Lewin had not encountered them, they might not have survived this ordeal. Glancing at the name tags of the two, Lewin said, "Lazuli Lapis, follow me." The two siblings, seeing this young officer wielding authority, had no choice but to follow him. They passed by many healthy individuals who had been together just moments ago, now reduced to mere skeletons, frightening the siblings to tears. Lewin said coldly, "So do you want to end up like them?" The sister was already silent, shaking her head vigorously, while the brother cried even harder. "They'll give you a way out, become my slaves, and from now on you will only listen to me otherwise." Lewin glanced at the skeletal test subjects, and Lazuli, already dragging Lapis, knelt down and said, "Yes, master." "Good, you're obedient. From now on you will be 18, and you will be 17. The two children had no objections to Lewin arbitrarily changing their strange designations, nodding in agreement. Lewin took the two test subjects away, and Dr. Gero did not mind. He was fully devoted to the android experiments. Lewin rubbed his forehead, gradually mastering the rules of entering the illusion. Before each entry into the illusion, he set specific thinking goals for himself. Those profound academic questions or massive repetitive calculations would yield results in an instant in reality, yet they also left Lewin's brain feeling extremely fatigued. Obediently, 18 served tea and water, massaged his shoulders, and 17 washed clothes, cleaned, and made the bed. This made Lewin feel it was worth it. He resolved a major future problem and enjoyed the treatment like a landlord. Was this the benefit of being a traveler? Although he faced the intrigue and deception of colleagues within the Red Ribbon Army, returning to his temporary residence with two beautiful little helpers still lifted Lewin's spirits and relaxed his mind. However, Lewin did not anticipate that his troubles would arise there. A guard rushed in, sweating profusely. "Report, sir." "Haha." Lewin furrowed his brows, sensing something bad had happened. "What is it? Speak properly." Finally catching my breath, "Colonel Z, Colonel Lew, it's bad. 17 and 18 have been captured." Lewin said coldly, "Who was it?" "Colonel Yellow, my subordinate, has failed, but we couldn't stop him from capturing them." Lewin's anger flared. "Colonel Yellow, damn it, is this worse than being stuffed?" Lewin's fury surged, and without hesitation he stormed out. Colonel Z looked at the guard in confusion. 17 and 18. Colonel Z, 17 and 18 are Colonel Liu's servants, a pair of twin siblings about 10 years old. Saying this, he saluted Colonel Z and left. "Wait, tell Colonel Lew that if he needs help he should notify me." Colonel Z's lips curled into a smile. It's not hard to find a colonel at headquarters. The guard, seeing the furious Colonel Lew, dared not delay and quickly informed him of Yellow's whereabouts. Yellow seized one person by the arm and roughly threw the two children to the ground. With a thud, the two children were thrown painfully, but faced with these fierce military officers, they dared not make a sound. Indeed, Lewin had hit the nail on the head. The officers present, having filled their bellies with food and drink, encouraged the burly Yellow to create some trouble for the newly appointed Colonel Lew. "Hey, what is Lew want? Just a pretty boy, and he actually keeps such playthings. Yellow, you're doing well. Ooh, I doubt Colonel Z will care about this matter. Haha, I'm just helping that woman. Getting a pretty boy isn't honest either. Yellow, mind your words. What are you afraid of? We're all officers here. But these two little ones are indeed quite charming." Haha. The crowd erupted in lewd laughter. Colonel Yellow, with a tiger-like head, stood tall and robust, resembling a real tiger. Since Yellow belonged to the Inland Army under General Reuter's direct supervision, he felt no need to show respect to anyone. After being urged on by the others, he was easily persuaded, as if Lewin were his sworn enemy. Picking on two little kids to show off is no skill. A red-haired officer mocked. Yellow's tiger eyes widened, and he slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "Saliba, what do you mean by that? Colonel Saluba directly took orders from the general commanding a powerful air force in the Red Ribbon Army. With his fiery red short hair and a masculine handsome appearance, he had a well-built physique. Upon being called out by Yellow, Saluba was equally furious and stood up with a whoosh. Although Yellow was a fierce man, Saluba showed no fear. Cracking his neck and popping his knuckles, it was natural for conflicts within the military to be resolved without firearms, leading to a fair fight. At that moment, a somewhat effeminate voice rang out. Oh, it's quite lively here. A military officer walked in slowly, and the hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath as the figure standing at 1.8 meters tall donned a tidy red ribbon uniform, military hat, belt, and boots, all impeccably aligned with white gloves untouched by dust. His golden short hair and eyebrows framed a handsome face that bore a hint of ferocity. With hands clasped behind his back, each step he took made the hearts of those present skip a beat. Realizing who it was, everyone immediately stood up to salute General Lawn. The crowd reacted immediately, standing up and saluting General Lawn. General Blue completely ignored them, walking up to the two children. He gently lifted 17's chin with his long white fingers. Number 17 had already turned pale, wearing a pitiful expression that seemed to want to cry but didn't dare to. General Blue suddenly blushed, raising his little finger. "Little brother, are you all right? Those rude guys are really annoying." The imposing aura he had just moments ago had vanished. Such a transformation was difficult for those officers to adapt to, but no one dared to mock him. General Blue was known for being ruthless and merciless, and the most terrifying aspect was not only his immense strength, but also his sinister temperament. Number 18 suddenly stood protectively in front of her brother, her eyes wide open. General Blue's blue pupils narrowed. "Get lost, girl." He angrily slapped number 18 away. Luwen rushed into the hall, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. General Blue. General Blue carefully sized up Luwen. "Oh, you are Colonel Luwen. Colonel Z has a good eye, but it's a pity you're too old. This Luwen looks to be only 17 or 18. It's precisely because he is so young that the other officers look down on him and think about bullying the newcomers. However this guy dares to come, it shows some courage, but with General Blue present, one can only wonder how it will end." Officers unrelated to the matter watched with some glee. Seeing General Blue gazing tenderly at number 17, Luwen immediately understood, this pervert has taken a liking to number 17. It seems that number 18's swollen right cheek is this guy's doing. Luwen's anger flared up. Number 18 is so adorable, how could he lay a hand on her? "Colonel Luwen, are you his owner? Why not just give him to me?" Luwen, too lazy to waste words, had long been displeased with this guy. After training with Tianjin Fan for half a year, there was no reason to fear him. He said directly, "General Blue, let's have a bet. If you win, number 17 will be yours. If I miraculously win, please keep your distance from number 17 in the future." The crowd gasped in shock. Truly a fearless rookie. General Blue was extraordinarily powerful, favored solo missions, and had never suffered a defeat. General Blue looked somewhat surprised, not expecting this guy to also like number 17. Unwilling to let go, he thought he was asking for a beating, so he directly said, "Fine, but I can't guarantee you will survive, haha." General Blue led the way, and the crowd followed, looking at Luwen as if he were a fool. However, as Zaruba passed by, he gently patted Luwen's shoulder, whispering, "Little brother, be careful of General Blue's eyes." Luwen certainly knew that General Blue's strength could match current Clin's, and he also had a supernatural ability to immobilize people with his eyes. Number 17 supported her sister and followed behind Luwen. Arriving at an open area, General Blue stood straight, a smile on his face, hands still clasped behind his back. The others retreated far back, leaving a wide platform. Luwen took off his shirt, removed his weapons, handed them to number 17, and began to warm up. He approached General Blue, settled into a familiar Crane Immortal School stance, and without further ado threw a punch. General Blue easily blocked it with a curved arm. Bang! The powerful impact left General Blue's arm numb. He had blocked several heavy punches, narrowing his eyes with a serious expression. He hadn't expected Luwen's punches to be so solid. Originally wanting to showcase himself in front of number 17, he was instead suppressed by this obscure kid, his anger unquenchable. Suddenly, he accelerated, swinging a whip-like kick at Luwen. Luwen raised his knee to block. Bang! Both winced in pain. Luwen was sent flying, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. General Blue signaled to stop. Luwen looked at him in confusion, only to see him start taking off his clothes. The guards hurriedly stepped forward to catch them. Luwen sneered, "Humph, now you find them cumbersome." He waited aside, nursing his painful knee. General Blue revealed a body of ivory white muscles, stretched a bit, and laughed. For you to make me take you seriously, you should be proud. General Blue fixed his eyes on Lu when lowering his body and shifting his weight forward, readying his fist stance. His muscles bulged, veins popping out like a fierce beast poised to strike. Lu, when having a strong partner like Tianjin Fan to spar with, was not intimidated by General Blue's aura. In an instant, the two clashed, iron fists swinging, heavy kicks, sweeping elbows and knees colliding, dodging and weaving, boom, bang, bang, bang. The air exploded, leaving the watching officers terrified. The instigator, Yellow, was shaking in fear. Both were thrusting hard, retreating, while clutching their chests, gasping for breath. I'm going to kill you. General Blue shouted somewhat hysterically because it was the first time he had been punched in the face. Both of them had bruises all over their bodies with cuts on their fists and faces, blood slowly seeping out. General Blue's eyes suddenly glimmered with a blue light. Luwen was startled, knowing he was about to use his supernatural ability. His own eyes focused as well, activating the power he had not used until now. Bang! General Blue's head snapped back as if struck hard. Luwen soared with a flying knee, making a thud as General Blue's body was slammed into the ground. As General Blue lifted his head, Luwen's knee, capable of breaking steel, slammed into his crown. Bang! The power penetrated. General Blue's vision went dark as he collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Luwen grinned, ready to twist his neck, when several safety catches on the submachine guns were released, all aiming at Luwen. Luwen frowned. If he continued, he would have to fight like little Wukong against the Red Ribbon Army. Enough! A woman's voice shouted. Violet arrived just in time, ordering the soldiers to take General Blue away. At this moment, everyone was stunned. General Blue had nearly been beaten to death, and these guys were instantly cowed. Yellow was also terrified, sitting on the ground. Colonel Violet was somewhat startled, whispering, "Did you really intend to kill Blue just now?" Luwen gasped. This pervert has bullied me, and I couldn't hold back for a moment. Aren't you afraid of killing the general and being executed by the commander? Luwen shrugged, indicating that life in the martial world was beyond his control. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Violet smiled charmingly, reaching out her long fingers to lightly touch the wound on Luwen's chest. Luwen gasped. The adrenaline from earlier had masked the pain, but now that he was calm, the searing pain was hard to bear. However, facing Violet's provocation, Luwen couldn't hold back and grabbed her mischievous hand. You should hurry and get treated. Don't leave any hidden dangers behind. As she spoke, her hand slipped away and she retreated to the side. Violet glanced at the two children before turning to leave. The parties involved in this unexpected incident would not publicize it, and the bystanders were also warned not to leak it. As a result, everyone below knew, while Reuter and Vice Officer Hay were unaware. General Blue was seriously injured, and such an embarrassing matter, who would dare to report it to the commander except Violet? Wouldn't they fear retaliation once General Blue recovered? Taking advantage of this intimidation, Luwen began to employ various means to selectively befriend some officers. For the personnel in the weapons department, he supported the obedient ones and found excuses to drive away those who were not, quickly gaining full control over the weapons department. Luwen also befriended Colonel Zaruba, who had red hair. This person seemed quite decent, confident, and sunny, showing no airs despite being an old-timer, nor was he jealous of Luwen's rapid promotion. In this group, filled with sinister and twisted characters, he was an anomaly, and daring to remind Luwen during the duel with General Blue showed he had some merit. In the plot, he underestimated Sun Wukong's strength, failed the mission, and was executed by the commander. Before their separation, Luwen reminded him to be careful of Sun Wukong, but unfortunately Zaruba didn't take it seriously. Months passed swiftly. Mars Ruda was destroyed, the White Army was annihilated, and General White went missing. This brought trouble to Luwen because someone in the staff blamed the failure on the betrayal of artificial human No. 8. Colonel Violet also explained the power of artificial humans from a different angle. Commander Reuter ultimately did not express an opinion. The incident was quelled, but it also brought Luwen into the sight of the higher-ups. Colonel Zaruba, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Luwen casually greeted, but Zaruba had a serious expression. Colonel Lu, are you going to kill me yourself? You misunderstand. We are old friends. The commander wants to kill you, and I went to great lengths to bring you to my lab. Besides, I specifically warned you before we parted last time. Zaruba looked ashamed. I was too overconfident, not expecting to be defeated by a child. At this moment, Zaruba finally reacted, saying in surprise, You want to save me? Whether I can save you depends on you, Luwen frowned. What do you mean? If you still want to be loyal to the commander, then you have only one way out, death, because the commander's order is to execute you. Zaruba fell silent, waiting for a long time before asking, What do you want me to do? Accept the latest cellular enhancement. This is the latest improvement. Oh, although the risk has been minimized, it is not without risks. This is also my report to the higher-ups. What will happen if you succeed or fail? If successful, you will become stronger, perhaps able to fight Sun Wukong. If you fail, you will become a monster or die. Zaruba made up his mind, almost shouting, "All right, if I succeed, I'll listen to you from now on." During a routine visit to Colonel Violet, Lu Wen heard shocking news. Violet mentioned Tao Bai Bai, and Lu Wen asked in surprise, "The hired killer Tao Bai Bai?" Today Violet seemed particularly interested. "The commander asked me to contact the killer Tao Bai Bai, offering a bounty of 100 million Sony to assassinate Sun Wukong." Lu Wen said, "Tao Bai Bai is my master's uncle, but I have yet to meet him. If Tao Bai Bai comes to headquarters, please inform me." Violet looked somewhat puzzled. Lu Wen explained, "I once apprenticed to Crane Hermit, and Tao Bai Bai is Crane Hermit's younger brother." Violet suddenly understood. Crane School and Turtle School are equally prestigious martial arts sects. No wonder you are so powerful. Violet gazed at Lu Wen for a moment, lost in thought. Her eyes flickered as she said, "I need to leave headquarters for a while. I'll be careful." Lu Wen was somewhat surprised, not knowing what Violet meant, but still nodded. "All right, I wish you a smooth journey." Violet smiled slightly. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye several months passed. Everyone was busy and bustling. Lu Wen looked at Ruder's order with a cold smile. To bring about its demise, one must first drive it insane. The General Staff's order was to execute several researchers in the weapons department, claiming that it was due to faulty weapons leading to mission failure. At the same time, General Blue was ordered by Ruder to challenge Tao Bai Bai for his ineffectiveness. Tao Bai Bai, with his hands behind his back, used only his tongue as a weapon and pierced General Blue's temple, killing General Lon. Tao Bai Bai did not linger, shattering a supporting pillar and using his strength to throw it out quickly, leaping up to land steadily on the rapidly advancing pillar. This technique of flying on a pillar stunned everyone. When the news arrived, Lu Wen immediately got busy, first arranging for the scientists who were to be executed. With Tao Bai Bai already pursuing Sun Wukong, he had only 6 days to prepare. Heaven grants not what it takes, but reaps its own calamity. Lu Wen's ambition burned like a raging fire. He recalled the original plot, where Commander Ruder hired the killer Tao Bai Bai to pursue Sun Wukong, while blaming the repeated failures of his army on the scientists in the weapons department. Sun Wukong was nearly killed by Tao Bai Bai, faked his death to escape, and then ascended Corinne Tower, where he trained intensively for 3 days with the cat hermit, gaining strength surpassing that of Tao Bai Bai. When Tao Bai Bai found Sun Wukong again, he was easily defeated. Tao Bai Bai pretended to surrender, but attempted to ambush Sun Wukong, only to be blown apart by his own explosive device, leaving only his head. Tao Bai Bai would probably not be seen again. Time to send someone to collect the corpse. Now Lu Wen needed to focus on preparing for the full takeover of the Red Ribbon Army. With a cold smile, he thought that getting through this hurdle would be a crucial step in this world. As expected, 6 days later, the base was in chaos with only one enemy, Sun Wukong. Most of the base's forces were deployed to intercept him, and the heavy firepower was like using a cannon to swat a fly, utterly ineffective. Sun Wukong was merciless, leaving no opponents standing in his wake. Sun Wukong barreled straight into the Red Ribbon Command building, punching through an iron door. A massive fist came right at him, but Sun Wukong's powerful little fist met it without backing down. There was a thunderous explosion in the air as the two clashed, with the monkey finally being blocked, both retreating several steps. Sun Wukong was about to charge again. A deep voice said, "Sun Wukong, wait." Zaruba, with his fiery short hair and tall muscular frame, appeared even more imposing after his cellular enhancement. Sun Wukong replied, somewhat confused, "I defeated you last time. I didn't expect your strength to have increased. But even so, you are still no match for me." Zaruba, feeling somewhat indignant at this arrogant child, took a breath and said, "I am Zaruba. Oh, I am no longer a member of the Red Ribbon Army. I am here because my boss wants to meet you." As he spoke, he glanced at a young man beside him and casually tore off the red ribbon insignia. "Sun Wukong, you are the disciple of Master Rashi, and I am the disciple of Crane Hermit Lu Wen. I just came to see you. You may continue." Sun Wukong, looking a bit dumbfounded, said, "Oh, I don't know Crane Hermit. What do you want with me?" Lu Wen simply shook his head. The two made way, and although a little curious, Sun Wukong hurriedly passed by. Though Sun Wukong was already 14 years old, he still looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child with big determined eyes on a somewhat chubby face, his limbs also chubby. He wore a red martial arts uniform with an eye-catching turtle symbol and a fuzzy tail behind him, looking adorably silly. The Saiyans' unique appearance is said to make their bodies stop growing during their youth to confuse their opponents, and once they reach adulthood they grow into full-sized adults. The Saiyan hairstyle is predetermined at birth, which may be related to their power. Meeting this world's chosen one for the first time, Lu Wen couldn't hide his excitement. In any case, Lu Wen hoped to befriend Sun Wukong, at least not to be enemies. After meeting Sun Wukong, Lu Wen and Zaruba headed towards the Red Ribbon's treasury. Sure enough, Colonel Violet was installing miniature explosives on the vault door. Lu Wen smiled lightly. "Colonel Violet, do you need help?" Violet jumped in surprise seeing Lu Wen and Zaruba together. She was momentarily dumbfounded. "Lu Wen, what are you doing?" Lu Wen pointed at the vault door. "Colonel Violet, let's make a deal. Could you leave this money for me? I have some use for it." Colonel Violet raised her eyebrows angrily, saying, "I never expected you, Lu Wen, to dare betray me. If you don't want to die, get lost." Instantly, firearms scattered all over the place flew up, safety catches all disengaged. "Colonel Violet, didn't you also not trust me? But you truly have supernatural powers. Can you tell me your secret?" Zaruba remained silent, standing directly in front of Lu Wen. Violet stared at Lu Wen, trying to see if he had any other leverage, and suddenly smiled charmingly. "Hey, if you can beat me, I'll tell you." In an instant, a rain of bullets from machine guns poured onto Zaruba, shredding fabric everywhere. Yet Zaruba didn't budge, and once the barrage was over, it appeared as if he was encased in golden armor. At this moment, his muscles surged, and the bullets fell to the ground. Violet gaped in disbelief, gritting her teeth. "You actually blocked the bullets with your body." Zaruba suddenly moved at high speed, delivering a punch. Violet lightly leaped back, already dodging, but the floor was smashed into a giant pit. Zaruba continued his assault relentlessly with punches and kicks, damaging innocent walls and tiles like a wrecking machine, forcing Violet to retreat with no escape. Violet focused her eyes, unleashing her supernatural ability against Zaruba, but his body was only slightly hindered. A single elbow strike impacted Violet's chest, sending her flying against the wall. Lu Wen pulled Violet down internally, complaining about Zaruba for being so ruthless against a woman. Violet spat blood, catching her breath, murmuring, "Impossible, Zaruba can't be this strong. What did you do to him? Does he have no machinery inside?" "Colonel Violet, can your supernatural ability control machinery? It's a pity that Zaruba has undergone cellular enhancement. He has no mechanical modifications at all." "Colonel Violet, can you tell me your identity now? I am a bounty hunter, just greedy for money." "I believe you're greedy, but I think you're a spy. Tell me, who do you work for?" Violet suddenly fainted. Lu Wen ordered a soldier to take the severely injured Colonel Violet for treatment while he packed the treasury's assets into capsules. He made a victory gesture at the camera, thinking that Commander Reuter was probably furious now that he was about to die. "Report the command department has been secured. Report the intelligence department has been secured. Report the logistics department has been secured." Good news kept coming through the earpiece. The soldiers Zaruba brought were quite reliable. Lu Wen tore off the red ribbon insignia. Surely Sun Wukong wouldn't exterminate everyone. As long as Commander Reuter was dead, with sufficient preparations, Lu Wen could easily take over the red ribbon's power. A gigantic mech soared into the sky. Vice Officer He piloted the mech, battling Sun Wukong in the air. To prevent any mishap, Lu Wen quietly had the weapons department dismantle the missile combat unit in the mech. In the end, there was no dramatic scene of a mountain being leveled. Instead, the mech was engulfed in a massive fireball, with Vice Officer He and all the machinery evaporated completely. In the collapsed command center, Lu Wen examined Commander Reuter's corpse with a bullet hole in his forehead. Vice Officer He learned that Reuter, to whom he had pledged loyalty, was collecting Dragon Balls with all the Red Ribbon's power, not to fulfill a world conquest wish, but to find out the truth about growing taller. Unable to accept this, Vice Officer He shot and killed Reuter. Originally hoping Sun Wukong would replace Reuter as the new commander, but unfortunately Sun Wukong refused to take the bait, leading to a fierce battle where Vice Officer He was ultimately defeated. Lu Wen and Zaruba watched Sun Wukong leave. "Boss, can I defeat him now?" "No one can defeat him now, and there's no need to. Let's go, or perhaps someone will come to take advantage of the chaos." Zaruba was somewhat puzzled. "Are you referring to the forces behind Colonel Violet?" Lu Wen felt a bit guilty about using Colonel Violet. There is that possibility. This woman is not simple. Be careful. Colonel Zaruba reorganized the army, order the deserters to return, forgive the past, restart the base defenses, and prepare for battle. "Yes, boss." A soldier rushed over in a panic. "Report, Commander Lu, Colonel Violet has escaped." Lu Wen exchanged glances with Zaruba and waved his hand, feeling relieved in his heart. "It's fine. You won't be able to stop Colonel Violet anyway." "Boss, the Red Ribbon Army has been destroyed." "What is the name of the legion now?" Lu Wen, with a bit of dark humor, replied, "Let's call it the Black Silk Army. As for the insignia, just change it to black." General, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army have been completely eliminated, the global fixed assets have been cleared, and the restructuring of the Black Silk Army is complete. Those who took advantage of the chaos have been given a profound lesson. General Zaluba, you have done well. It has been hard work over these past 2 years. After the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, Lu Wen began to consolidate the forces of the Red Ribbon Army around the world under the name of the Black Silk Army. Naturally, there were those who resisted, but Lu Wen leveraged his formidable technology, economic, and military strength to continuously suppress and consume them. Once the momentum was established, Lu Wen delegated power to General Zaluba and the staff, ultimately forming a massive conglomerate led by Lu Wen. Over the past 2 years, Lu Wen increased investments in the weapons department, recruiting many scientists and scholars through various means. Lu Wen needed to develop not only in weapon applications, but also to make breakthroughs in fundamental fields. Lu Wen understood that personal combat power is the most crucial in the Dragon Ball world. If his own fighting strength couldn't keep up with the Dragon Ball warriors, then even the strongest organization would be of no use. General Reuter serves as a cautionary tale. Lu Wen informed Master Crane that his uncle Tao Bai Bai's body had been largely destroyed by Sun Wukong, and he explained that through mechanical enhancement, it might be possible to bring Tao Bai Bai back to life. Master Crane naturally requested Lu Wen to do everything possible to rescue Tao Bai Bai. Lu Wen was surprised to find that after Master Crane accidentally saw Android 17 and 18, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he demanded these 2 children. Lu Wen, not wanting to offend Master Crane, had no choice but to agree. Lu Wen was troubled. Master Crane clearly had his eyes on these 2 children's talents, intending to train them as assassins or take them as disciples. Lu Wen could only comfort himself that these 2 would not be as strong as they would be in the future without modifications. Of course, Master Crane also took the time to guide Lu Wen in martial arts. After all, the situation was different from before. If the disciple became prosperous, the master would also benefit, at least not having to resort to the old ways of begging for food. After settling matters with Tao Bai Bai, Master Crane and his 3 disciples along with the 2 children prepared to leave the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Before leaving, Master Crane reminded Lu Wen that the Turtle School had secretly participated in the last World Martial Arts Tournament to eliminate Sun Wukong. Therefore, the disciples of the Crane School must participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament. Lu Wen, feeling frustrated, nodded in agreement as he was already prepared to do the bare minimum, leaving the fighting to Tianjin Fan. To Lu Wen's surprise, both Android 17 and 18 were reluctant to leave. Android 18's eyes were brimming with tears, while Android 17 felt fear and concern about following those 3 strange people. Lu Wen was also touched. Over the past 2 years, while integrating the Black Flag Army and planning for the future, he had worked tirelessly, and the 2 children had become his capable assistants. After living together for 2 years, the 3 of them had developed a special bond. Looking at the 2 children before him, Lu Wen felt a pang of reluctance. Gently patting 17 on the shoulder and ruffling 18's hair, he softly said, "The future is unpredictable. This is your opportunity, so seize it well." Android 18 did not quite understand her master's words, but knew it was meant to comfort her. Eventually, tears streamed down her face. Lu Wen rubbed his forehead. Even with his ironclad heart, he was nearly melted by the little girl's tears, so he had to hold Android 18 in his arms, offering her comfort and encouragement. An excited researcher reported, "General, the Big Strong has been fully assembled and is ready for the test explosion." Lu Wen patted the shoulder of his colleague, equally excited. This fusion weapon was developed by hundreds of researchers and engineers day and night based on the theories he provided. The high-explosive deceptive materials in this world were comparable to fission-level weapons, so they could directly use high-explosive deceptive materials to detonate the fusion bomb, and it was also very environmentally friendly. With the staff and researchers from the weapons department present, Lu Wen pointed at the map on the screen. "Test the explosion at this location. Make sure to collect data and forcibly relocate people within a 500-kilometer radius." Lu Wen, with a fierce expression, spoke to Ziliburu, "There are 2 spare bombs to be placed here and here. If I do not have news in 3 days, attach the warheads and initiate a forced detonation." Ziliburu looked at the densely populated cities on the map, his face showing rare shock, and then nodded. Lu Wen boarded his personal flying device, heading towards Corinne Tower. Watching the base rising and the speed on the instruments, he estimated it would take about half a day to reach the top. Lu Wen would not be foolish enough to believe that simply climbing up would enhance his strength. That was a privilege reserved for the infinitely potential Saiyans. Finally arriving, Lu Wen jumped off the flying device, landing lightly on top of the tower. He looked at the cat standing in front of him, and the cat scrutinized Lu Wen in return. "Master Cat, greetings." I have long admired your name. I am Lu Wen of the Black Silk Army. Meow, what business do you have here? Oh, I won't give you any sins of beans. Master Cat, please do not refuse so quickly. To show my sincerity. Lu Wen threw out a capsule, and with a loud bang it transformed into a massive dining cart and dining table. Lu Wen continuously took out exquisite dishes made from various fresh fish from the cart. Additionally, I have prepared 50 servings of fresh fish if Master Cat is willing to trade for sins of beans. Ho Meow, not trading, not trading. Please leave. Master Cat turned away. Lu Wen felt somewhat frustrated. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. If the cat like you, they would exchange senzu beans for practice. If not, then goodbye. To steal it would mean I couldn't possibly win in an unknown fight, and bringing a large army to attack is out of the question. Not to mention whether or not there are senzu beans under the cannon fire, even a god like Sun Wukong or Master Roshi would be too much for me to handle. Let me stay here for a night. I have a fireworks show that I want Master Cat to enjoy. Master Cat possesses telepathy, but he is not omnipotent. He only vaguely felt that the fireworks Lu Wen mentioned were something extraordinary. Report to the general, the big strong is ready and the explosion will be triggered in 1 minute as planned. The communication from the staff came through the earpiece. It's getting dark. The fireworks show is about to start. Lu Wen invited Master Cat to stand at the tower's edge to watch. Lu Wen put on a pair of sunglasses while Master Cat wore a serious expression as the dark ground seemed to harbor a giant beast. Soon a bright flash illuminated the sky and earth, turning the forest into a blinding white. Master Cat tightly closed his eyes and quickly retreated, the air filled with the scent of burnt fur. As the bright light gradually faded, Master Cat squinted and approached, trembling all over. Heavenly being, this is not a power that mere mortals should possess. Lu Wen looked up and then down. At the center of the pristine forest, a gigantic fireball continued to expand, its edges pushing outward like firewalls. The soil and massive trees were plowed up and thrown into the air like waves. Mountains were pushed into the sky, and river water was evaporated. The energy seemed to spread infinitely. Lu Wen removed his sunglasses, watching the brightness of the flames at the center begin to decrease, while the shock waves around became even more fierce and terrifying. Lu Wen felt some concern for Corin Tower. Finally, a massive roar accompanied by a powerful shockwave struck Corin Tower, causing it to tilt instantly. In the next moment, all objects on the tower's peak were violently tossed into the sky. While Lu Wen spun in the air, he couldn't help but grumble, "You reap what you sow." After the shockwave, Lu Wen controlled his body to fly to the top of the tower. Corin Tower was indeed very sturdy, and its exterior showed almost no damage. Master Cat had avoided the shockwave and was now staring blankly at the distant sea of fire, exhaling deeply before looking at Lu Wen. Finally, Master Cat opened the tower's cellar and took out a jar. Meow, there are 5,000 sins of beans inside. Lu Wen glanced sideways at another larger jar, and Master Cat hurriedly closed the cellar. Lu Wen also knew that Master Cat had probed his bottom line. Having obtained these 5,000 sins of beans, Lu Wen was already very satisfied. Meow, no one but me can grow sins of beans. Master Cat has telepathy, and Lu Wen felt somewhat passive, but there was no way around it. Meow, Lu Wen, be careful and do not harm innocent people. Rest assured, Master Cat, I am not one to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Thank you for your gift. Farewell. As he spoke, Lu Wen threw out a capsule, boarded his flying device, and left. Master Cat yawned, shook his head, and lay down to sleep. Suddenly, he bolted upright. Meow, fish, where is the promised fish? After counting twice, there were indeed 3,800 celestial beings. Originally, he planned to send someone to deliver fresh fish to Corinta, but after being deceived, Lu Wen lost all interest. Reviewing the intelligence, the immense power of the cluster bomb made the various nobles realize the strength of the Black Silk Army. Now no faction dares to provoke them, as the Black Silk Army secretly controls 3.5 of the 43 states, making it one of the top forces on Earth. The nominal Dog King Lu Wen speculated that his ancestor might have collected Dragon Balls, allowing the dragon to fulfill the wish of ruling for generations. Lu Wen's goal is not to dominate the world, so the Black Silk Army has ceased its expansion. With the deterrent of De Zhuang, even the Dog King does not dare to openly accuse the Black Silk Army of being an evil faction. The economic source of the Black Silk Army has given up on violent plunder and instead focuses on mining, military industry, and real estate. Lu Wen has also begun recruiting talents in politics and media to prepare for the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Black Silk Army. The world's #1 martial arts conference is set to commence in 3 days, and martial artists and practitioners from all over the world are heading towards Papaya Island. Master Crane and his group arrived at the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, supervising the renovation progress of Tao Bai Bai, and requested Lu Wen to accompany them to Papaya Island. Lu Wen is not afraid of falling out with Master Crane, but there is no need for it. He has merely guided the direction of the Black Silk Army's development, leaving specific affairs to others, so spending time with his master and fellow brothers is not a bad idea. However, seeing number 17 and number 18 made things a bit awkward. These two children are almost 14 years old now, having taken Master Crane as their teacher, and their martial arts have made rapid progress. Number 17, with his increasing strength, has begun to swell with pride, harboring a faint hostility towards his former master, now senior brother Lu Wen. Number 18, on the other hand, has different thoughts. Rescued by Lu Wen during a perilous time, although treated as a servant, it was her choice. At that time, she was just beginning her first development, which sparked her curiosity about males. Lu Wen's handsome appearance, intelligent knowledge, and powerful authority are deeply imprinted in her mind. If this continues, her feelings of affection for a father and brother will gradually transform into respect, but she was forcibly separated from Lu Wen at 12, deepening her longing in her mind. A year has passed, which not only has not cooled number 18's yearning, but has intensified it. Of course, number 18 is also self-conscious, thinking of herself as still his slave in her master's eyes. During this year, she has been diligently training, hoping to earn his recognition. Finally meeting again, number 18 concealed these emotions. Even if Lu Wen is observant, he might not notice this layer. Gifts have been prepared for number 17 and number 18, considering their physical growth, while also focusing on fashion and aesthetics. They have combat uniforms. Of course, the two senior brothers also have them, changing from the previous long robes. Now the 5 brothers wear martial arts uniforms that are similar in style, yet unique in their characteristics. The martial arts uniforms are not only remarkably defensive, but also adjustable in weight according to one's strength. These were custom-made training and combat uniforms commissioned to the Universal Capsule Company. Number 17 and number 18 have deep resentment towards the Crane School's martial arts uniforms, and they are delighted to finally wear fashionable and impressive combat attire. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, however, have little interest in the clothing style, focusing more on the increased weight and defense. Of course, the Crane emblem on the front and back is also indispensable. Looking at this lineup, Master Crane is filled with confidence. With a rumbling sound, a flying fortress slowly ascended from the underground base. Lu Wen obtained the technology for the aerial fortress from Pilaf through coercion and temptation, leading to this moment. Unfortunately, it is too large to fit into a capsule. The flying fortress measures over 500 meters in length, powered by high energy, or featuring a hybrid engine of anti-gravity and jet propulsion capable of mounting powerful defensive weapons. This fearsome-looking flying fortress stirs the blood of every young man. Lu Wen took the lead and flew up, followed by the others. The flying fortress not only has dedicated pilots, but also a battalion responsible for security and logistics. Lu Wen led everyone to the training ground, which dazzled these country folk with its luxury. Various auxiliary training machines, instruments, and high-density alloy plates awaited them, with Lu Wen's pride centered on the room in the middle. That ordinary room had no special equipment, but when Lu Wen flipped a switch, a buzzing mechanical sound filled the air. Everyone suddenly felt a heavy weight, causing Jiaozi, who had been flying, to drop down, while Tianjin Fan suffered the most, being firmly pinned to the floor and unable to move. This is the gravity training room. Seniors' weighted clothing is too heavy and can be adjusted slightly lower. We are currently at double gravity, but it can be increased to quadruple gravity. This room not only strengthens everyone's muscle power, but also trains the capabilities of internal organs. Additionally, compressing cells allows for greater cultivation of qi. However, it is important not to overdo it, especially for number 17 and number 18. Jiaozi has already adjusted the weight for Tianjin Fan. Standing up, Tianjin Fan had a disdainful look at Lu Wen's words, while number 18 blushed slightly. Master Crane praised, "Did the Black Silk Army create this? Truly remarkable." Lu Wen shrugged and replied, "This was manufactured by Dr. Brief of the Universal Capsule Company. We do not have such strength yet." Master Crane casually mentioned this without concern. Soon the flying fortress started its journey toward Papaya Island, traveling at a leisurely speed, while the Crane School seized this rare opportunity for sparring. Lu Wen gazed at the horizon, his mind racing with thoughts. Master Crane is now brimming with confidence, and his hatred towards Tao by Bei's death has lessened significantly. Will Tianjin Fan still be easily swayed by Master Rose's words? With participants now, including number 17, number 18, and himself, how will the order of appearance change? He wonders if Pilaf has released the Demon King. Although he wishes to resolve matters with Pilaf, Pilaf is also favored by fate, being the weakest, yet most resilient villain. If he were to truly eliminate him, he wonders if any unexpected incidents would occur. Besides, without these villains to sharpen the Dragon Ball warriors, what will they do against future formidable foes? They still need these protagonists to protect Earth, and as long as he can keep himself safe, he will be satisfied. Watching number 18 walk gracefully towards him, Lu Wen's eyes lit up. The 14-year-old number 18 has blossomed, standing tall and beautiful, already a little beauty. Not having been modified as an artificial human, she should develop even better in the future, with height and figure becoming more perfect. He thinks about the sparks that might fly between the little bald-headed Krillin and number 18 upon meeting, and can't help but sigh that it would be a pity if such a flower were to be picked by the little bald head. Lu Wen caught sight of number 18 walking lightly towards him and asked curiously, "Number 18, is something the matter?" Number 18 raised her head to glance at Lu Wen, then quickly turned her head towards the distant horizon, softly saying, "I am fine." Lu Wen gently rubbed the little girl's fragrant shoulder, smiling. "Number 18, how do you feel about participating in the martial arts tournament this time? Are you confident?" Number 18 seemed to be holding her breath, her neck flushed, nodding as she said, "I will do my best." Lu Wen replied, "That's good, but don't push yourself too hard." As he spoke, he inserted his finger into number 18's long hair, gently running through her silky golden locks. Watching the little girl obediently lower her head, Lu Wen suddenly felt a surge of emotions. Papaya Island was bustling with excitement, but also filled with noise. A slight provocation from the martial artists of various sects could lead to a bloody tragedy. Fortunately, the organizers stipulated that contestants who engage in private fights would be disqualified, which at least kept the participants somewhat cautious. This is Lu Wen's first time participating in such a competition, and his youthful heart is also racing. As registrations and draws took place one by one, Lu Wen also saw the leading Lady Bulma. The vibrant, youthful Bulma was indeed an enchanting girl. Suddenly, Lu Wen had a thought. Should he try to woo the leading Lady Bulma? The technology and economic strength of the Universal Capsule Company could be said to be the best in the world, and Bulma is a scientific genius. If he could marry her and successfully merge the Capsule Company with the Black Silk Army, his power would immediately rise to global supremacy. It truly is a case of marrying a beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, upon seeing Bulma's green hair, he felt a sudden panic. Sun Wukong had already come over to greet him. "You're that doctor, why are you here?" "Sun Wukong, am not a doctor. At that time Zaruba called me head. I am Lu Wen from the Crane School, and I will also participate in the competition." Master Crane gritted his teeth and asked, "You are Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong, looking confused, replied, "I don't know you, old man." Master Crane quickly calmed down his anger and said coldly, "You are Master Rose's disciple. He wash your neck clean and wait to die in the arena." "What nonsense are you talking about, you old man? You're such an annoying guy." Bulma glared at Master Crane, not holding back at all. You are Master Rose's woman, not bad looking. Why not come with me? I'm much stronger than Master Roshi." Master Crane said, not caring about her attitude, and began to tease her. Everyone felt awkward. Master Crane usually wasn't like this, but Lu Wen knew he was extremely jealous of Master Roshi and always wanted to compete with him. Bulma stuck out her tongue and made a face. "Who would be that old man's woman? You and that old man are both no good." Master Crane realized his mistake and lost interest. Lu Wen certainly did not care about his master's words. Turning around, he noticed the angry number 18. Only then realizing that Krillin was secretly eyeing number 18 with a pig-like expression. Lu Wen couldn't help but smile, wondering if this was an attraction on a genetic level, even at such a young age. But will the future change? As the lottery ended, Lu Wen had already predicted the outcome of the match. He would soon face Tianjin Fan. This was convenient, as he wouldn't have to contend with the Turtle School. If he didn't use weapons, he would probably struggle against Lu Ping, who was currently Bulma's boyfriend and had yet to become a disciple of the Turtle Master. The interesting matchup was between Krillin and Android 18 in the quarterfinals, while Android 17 was unfortunate to draw the foul-smelling homeless guy. It was absurd that such a disgusting individual could participate in the match. The organizers were too casual. If he encountered such a person, he would just surrender. Besides, there would be a scuffle within the Turtle School, so he didn't need to worry about Tianjin Fan being brainwashed by the Turtle Master. The preliminaries indeed unfolded as Lu Wen had foreseen. He didn't use his superpowers and easily knocked out several competitors. The main martial artists also effortlessly made it to the top 8. In the first match between Tianjin Fan and Lu Wen was drenched in sweat, giving it his all to spar with Tianjin Fan. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only warm up Tianjin Fan. As Tianjin Fan began to take the fight seriously, Lu Wen had no choice but to surrender. After all, he was the leader of the Black Flag Army and didn't want to be beaten in front of everyone. Being still a child, Android 17 had a rough time when the foul-smelling man sat on his face, nearly losing consciousness. His martial arts skills barely showed, and he was ultimately unceremoniously thrown out of the ring. However, when he faced Chung Long, the foul-smelling man was in for a tough time, bewildered by Chung Long's various insidious tactics, and was eventually kicked out of the ring. Sun Wukong's opponent was a mysterious lizard man wrapped in a cloak. The lizard man had tough skin and a solid fighting ability, managing to match Sun Wukong in combat. However, Sun Wukong's Saiyan physique was unmatched by the lizard man. Once it turned into a war of attrition, the lizard man's endurance dwindled, and after exhausting his trump cards, he had no choice but to surrender. After escaping the foul-smelling man, Krillin was set to face Android 18, which piqued Lu Wen's interest. As expected, there was a significant gap in martial arts skills between Android 18 and Krillin. However, after noticing Lu when watching Android 18's combat, spirit surged. Since Krillin held back, the exchanges ended up favoring Android 18, prompting Sun Wukong to shout anxiously. Ultimately, Android 18 surprisingly entered the top 4. In the duel between Sun Wukong and Chung Long, the Turtle Master also worried about exhausting his disciple's strength and chose to surrender after a casual tip. In the match between Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping, as expected, Lu Ping had his leg broken, though it was unclear if it was orchestrated by the Crane Master. Dumpling had good fortune and easily advanced. The host announced the list of competitors for the finals the next day: Sun Wukong, Android 18, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling. This time the Crane School could hold its head high, while Android 17 looked dejected, wearing a face that seemed to say, "Is it over?" The following day, Android 18 was set to fight Sun Wukong, and Tianjin Fan would face Dumpling. Lu Wen found Android 18 quite endearing and grew more fond of her. That night, he visited Android 18's room to compliment her. The young girl felt sweet inside, but lowered her head shyly. Lu Wen had begun to get used to and enjoy this feeling. Lu Wen advised, "Tomorrow, Sun Wukong, whom you will face, won't take it easy on you because you're a girl. If you can't win, don't force it, just surrender after a few exchanges." The young girl's eyes reddened instantly. She knew that if it weren't for some sentiments towards her, the short-legged man would have a hard time winning. Yet Lu Wen's words ignited her fighting spirit. As he was leaving, Lu Wen suddenly paused, hesitated, and ultimately pulled out a string of pearl necklaces from his pocket. A dozen or so pearly white pearls strung together were quite beautiful. "I saw this today and thought it suited you, so I bought it for you. Consider it a meeting gift from your senior brother." "Thank you," Android 18 said, her head lowered and visibly excited. Even after Lu Wen left, she tightly held onto the necklace. The next day, the stands were packed. Most of the audience comprised martial artists or fervent martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe. The arena was paved with solid blue stone, about 20 square meters in size. The host stood at the center of the arena, dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses, and with slicked back hair, looking quite handsome. After introducing the competition rules, he called forth the first contestant, Sun Wukong, the eldest disciple of Master Wu Tian from the Turtle School, who defeated his rival Chung Long in the last thrilling match. Will he be able to reach the finals and claim victory? The audience was now ablaze with excitement, cheering in unison Master Wu Tian. The Turtle Master exuded an air of pride, which made Bulma and her friends grind their teeth in frustration. Android 18, this little sister is a disciple of the Crane School, founded by the Crane Master, who is as renowned as the Turtle Master. The other 2 experts who entered the top 4 are also high-ranking disciples of the Crane Master. It seems this martial arts tournament will be a pinnacle showdown between the Crane School and the Turtle School. Who will be the strongest faction? Let's wait and see. Cheering erupted in waves from the audience, especially among the female spectators who were enchanted by Android 18's adorable girl-next-door image. Even Bulma was unsure whom to cheer for. After politely bowing to each other, they assumed their respective stances. Android 18 was about 1.4 meters tall, while Sun Wukong stood at only 1.2 meters. Although Sun Wukong was older, he looked more like a child at that moment. Android 18 charged at Sun Wukong, first continuously sweeping his legs and executing spinning kicks, using her height advantage to push Sun Wukong back. However, Sun Wukong, being small and nimble, easily dodged Android 18's attacks. In her eagerness to attack, Android 18 began to tire. Sun Wukong, with a solid foundation and practical experience, seized the fleeting opportunity when Android 18 faltered and landed a punch on her chest. Android 18 staggered back, still reeling from the blow, only to be kicked in the face, breaking her front teeth and swelling her face. Dazed, she thought Sun Wukong would show mercy, presuming she might surrender as a weak woman. However, Android 18's resolve was strong. She quickly regained her composure, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and assumed a fighting posture once again. Yet despite exerting all her capabilities, she was no match for Sun Wukong. Time and again she was knocked down only to rise again. Sun Wukong's strength steadily increased. Lu Wen covered his forehead, wondering why Android 18 was so stubborn. Sun Wukong generally wouldn't go all out, but if she refused to surrender and chose to endure, he wouldn't show her mercy either. Android 18 had broken a few ribs, lost several teeth, and had her right arm broken. As the countdown reached 8, she wobbled back to her feet and raised her hands again. Seeing her condition, Lu Wen shouted for her to surrender, but Android 18 stubbornly ignored him. Sun Wukong sensed the situation was dire. Watching Krillin's anxious expression left him at a loss. Lu Wen could no longer hold back and shouted, "Monkey, throw her out." Sun Wukong threw Android 18 out of the ring, scratching his head as he said, "I'm Sun Wukong, not a monkey." Lu Wen embraced Android 18, whose face was streaked with tears, yet managed to smile, too. "Tried my best." Then she fainted. Lu Wen, with a serious expression, carried Android 18 back to her room. Android 17 closely followed, worry etched on her face, but Lu Wen blocked her at the door, and she dared not object. Soon Lu Wen emerged from the room and closed the door, saying, "She's fine, don't disturb her. Let her rest well." He then left. Android 17 squatted outside her sister's door, and from outside came a hiss sound. Dumpling had just entered the arena and immediately surrendered, allowing Tianjin Fan to advance to the finals. Feeling somewhat weary, Android 17 dozed off. The door opened, and Android 18 walked out looking bewildered. She had just had an indescribable dream. Recalling that she had been severely injured, she wondered how she was perfectly fine now. Was it all just a dream? Seeing her sister looking perfectly fine, Android 17 screamed, as if she had seen a ghost, then was overjoyed. Ultimately, the prestigious martial arts tournament culminated in a showdown between Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. This time Sun Wukong didn't lose due to bad luck. At the last moment, Tianjin Fan used his remaining energy to perform the sky dance technique, slightly slowing his descent and securing victory. Although the Crane Master ordered Tianjin Fan to kill Sun Wukong, neither Tianjin Fan nor Dumpling was willing to do so. The Crane Master was furious, but the Crane School had genuinely triumphed over the Turtle School through strength, which pleased him. Lu Wen on the side advised a truce, and in the end the Crane Master did not sever ties with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Seeing Android 18 emerge unscathed brought joy to everyone. However, the members of the Crane School were unwilling to go elsewhere and insisted on staying in Lu Wen's flying fortress to train, with Android 18 being the happiest of all. Lu Wen had his people retrieve photos and information about his group from the tournament host, not wanting to clash with Drum. As for who lived or died in the Turtle School, he couldn't care less. To be safe, Lu Wen piloted the flying fortress away from the headquarters, steering clear of places where Dragon Balls might appear. Lu Wen did not feel an urgent desire for the Dragon Balls. He preferred to let Sun Wukong handle it, as there would be opportunities in the future. However, things gradually began to deviate from Lu Wen's expectations. Krillin did not die. The green-skinned demon Damblin spread its fleshy wings and swiftly glided through the air, the whooshing sound of the wind tightening its brow. Suddenly, it halted midair, revealing its ability to hover. Sniffing the air, it charged off in a certain direction. A black dot appeared ahead, and Damblin's mouth split to the roots of its ears, opened into an almost imperceptible grin. With a thunderous boom, the flying fortress trembled violently, causing many to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Lu Wen furrowed his brows, activating the monitor in the hall while inquiring about the situation with his subordinates. Suddenly, a panicked voice came through the speaker. "Commander, trouble. A powerful enemy has invaded the flying fortress." The sounds of screams and gunfire persisted, yet they could not hinder the intruder in the slightest. Damblin grabbed a soldier who was on the ground begging for mercy. Surrounding them were the terrifyingly dead bodies of comrades, and it was no wonder he was so frightened. Damblin held out a poster in front of him featuring a promotional image for the martial arts champion Tianjin Fan. With a sinister grin on its horrifying green face, Damblin said, "Hee, do you recognize him? Find him and you won't have to die." The soldier nodded vigorously. Lu Wen did not expect that Bulma would suggest treating everyone to a meal. Clint had been somewhat disheartened since the departure of No. 18 and her companions. When Sun Wukong mentioned forgetting his package, Clint had not taken the initiative to retrieve it, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. However, Sun Wukong was beaten half to death by Damblin. His act of playing dead was fully mastered. After obtaining the Dragon Balls and the list of competitors for the martial arts tournament, Damblin was ready to leave when it received a flyer featuring Tianjin Fan. The three eyes were too conspicuous. Damblin confirmed that the list contained no address information. After questioning several supervisors, it learned that the champion was on the flying fortress it had just passed by, and thus began its pursuit of Tianjin Fan, marking him as its first target to eliminate. Upon seeing Dambalin on the monitor, Master Roshi trembled, uncontrollably stammering, "This is a demon warrior, it's over. King Piccolo has been unsealed." The battle with the demon clan back then had nearly driven Master Roshi to despair. In the end, his master Mateto had sacrificed his life to seal King Piccolo, and since then Master Roshi and Turtle Hermit, who were originally not on good terms, each established their own sect after their master's death. The resurgence of the demon clan surely meant someone had unsealed them, and King Piccolo's revival filled Master Rose's heart with dread. After hearing their master's account, the group felt the demon clan had come knocking. Aside from Tianjin Fan, who showed excitement, the others wore heavy expressions of worry. Lu Wen knew that Master Roshi was not as reliable as Tianjin Fan, and he estimated that the upcoming battle would have to rely on the senior brother Tianjin Fan. He took out a Senza bean and handed it to Tianjin Fan, saying, "Senior brother, this is a Senza bean I got from Korin Tower. It can restore your injuries and stamina. Please eat one first, the rest depends on you." Tianjin Fan swallowed the Senza bean, and immediately a surge of energy flowed through his body. He clenched his fists, exclaiming, "This is truly miraculous. My body is completely restored, and my strength has reached its peak. Thank you, junior brother." With a screech, Dambalin tore through the alloy wall, throwing the leading soldier to the floor, looking down contemptuously at Master Roshi and the others, and directed its words at the three-eyed Tianjin Fan, saying, "So you are the world's #1 martial artist, huh? You might as well all come at me together. After all, every martial artist present today must die." Dambalin was a subordinate of King Piccolo, separated from him, and had a certain mental connection with him. If King Piccolo were to be killed or sealed, subordinates like Dambalin would perish as well. At this moment, Dambalin had inherited nearly 1/10 of King Piccolo's power. King Piccolo feared that other martial artists would learn the demon seal wave and seal him again, so Dambalin was ordered to eliminate all martial artists he could find. Dambalin effortlessly dealt with the runner-up of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong, and began to underestimate the other martial artists. It did not realize that Sun Wukong had exhausted almost all his power during his duel with Tianjin Fan, and since Sun Wukong had not eaten, he was quickly defeated by Dambalin, leading to a misjudgment of Tianjin Fan's strength. Overconfident Dambalin suffered a significant setback upon its first exchange, with Tianjin Fan collapsing to the ground and violently coughing up purple blood. However, due to the demon's robust constitution, once it adapted to Tianjin Fan's strength, it would soon be evenly matched. Lu Wen, unconcerned with any codes of conduct, immediately called for help from the Dumpling Gang, putting Dambalin in a more passive position. Lu Wen then pulled out a heavy sniper rifle. In this world where martial arts were revered and large-scale wars were rare, weapon development had been focused on ordinary people, making them ineffective against the defenses of demon clans. Lu Wen understood what kind of powerful opponents might appear, so he instructed the Black Flag Army's Weapon Research Department to develop weapons targeting limitless defenses. Dumpling's immobilizing superpower also had its limits. Against an enemy with the physique of a demon, it could only serve as a distraction. Finally, amidst the struggle between Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, Lu Wen seized the opportunity and shot a bullet that struck Dambalin in the chest. The secondary explosion instantly shattered its upper body into pieces. A brutal massacre ensued, and the flying fortress was left with several large holes teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in the distance, King Piccolo clutched his head in agony. Dambalin's death brought him immense pain and fury, leaving him with no time for other matters. King Piccolo intended to instill complete despair and suffering upon those who dared to resist. Injured Tianjin Fan consumed a Senzu bean, revitalizing himself once more and marveling at its miraculous effects. The surviving soldiers busily repaired the fortress as it changed direction, flying towards a remote area. Lu Wen held on to the 4-star Dragon Ball he had snatched from Dambalin, feeling as if it were a hot potato. He had yet to figure out what to do with it when a well-fed Sun Wukong approached him. Lu Wen was fuming, feeling completely wrong that he and his companions had to shoulder the burden for Turtle Hermit. Since Sun Wukong had arrived, he had to be coaxed into acting as a bodyguard. Lu Wen found it easy to deceive the naive little Wukong, unaware that King Piccolo had located this place through Pilaf's Dragon Ball radar. The aged King Piccolo, hands behind his back, his blood-red robe fluttering in the air, slowly descended onto the fortress. His eyes fixed on the fortress roof, an invisible pressure suddenly manifested, producing a series of creaking sounds as the enormous metallic top crushed down into a lump of iron. With a slight wave of his hand, King Piccolo sent the iron crashing down to the ground, causing all personnel within the fortress to gaze in terror at this descending demon. King Piccolo grinned wickedly, his already fearsome green face becoming even more menacing. As King Piccolo landed before Master Roshi and the others, none were more tense than Master Roshi himself. This enemy was his nightmare. He even trembled at the knees, losing the will to fight just by seeing him. Lu Wen, who knew the strength of everyone present, realized that there was no possibility of victory against King Piccolo. Others might have protagonist halos and could survive, but he felt no confidence in his own survival. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, who inherently possessed a strong sense of awareness, was also drenched in sweat. The aura emanating from the aged green monster was like a mountain, while they were merely a mere elephant. Once the mountain collapsed, they would instantly be reduced to dust. King Piccolo chuckled coldly the moment I see a martial artist I can't help but want to kill. Even if you are just a bunch of weak insects, I will not spare you. I don't care who you are, shut up, you bastard. Sun Wukong, filled with indignation after being brutally beaten by the Green Fiend, had yet to vent his anger. Seeing this fiend's arrogance provoked him further. He exerted force beneath his feet, leaping into the air and rolling multiple times, delivering a powerful kick. King Piccolo merely smiled, raising a finger to block the attack. Smack! With a crisp sound, Sun Wukong's punch landed solidly on King Piccolo's right cheek, knocking his head askew. Sun Wukong performed a backflip and landed steadily, proudly swaying his tail. As he laughed, green guy, you better not do anything bad. Just leave. Sun Wukong's confidence reignited the morale of Master Rose's group. Even Lu Wen regained his fighting spirit, aiming his gun at King Piccolo's head. With a click, King Piccolo turned his neck, gazing at the crowd with a smiling expression, casually remarking, to be able to hit me, you are not too bad. With a flick of his hand, King Piccolo tossed aside his red robe, revealing a purple martial arts uniform with a prominent demon insignia on his chest. Sun Wukong dismissed it, saying, Humph, do you think taking off your clothes makes you stronger? Bring it on. He assumed a fighting stance. King Piccolo remained calm. I will let you experience just how strong King Piccolo really is. Suddenly, King Piccolo vanished, elbowing Sun Wukong in the chest. Sun Wukong dodged to the side, but was kicked into the air. King Piccolo's speed was faster, landing a punch on Sun Wukong's chubby face. Boom! Sun Wukong's head slammed hard against the alloy floor. If King Piccolo had kneed him, Sun Wukong would have been in serious danger. However, King Piccolo did not get his wish and slightly turned to the side, blocking with his arm, as Tianjin Fan delivered a powerful sweeping kick. The punch landed squarely in Tianjin Fan's abdomen, causing him to retch. Oh, cough, cough. The food in his stomach mixed with acid spewed out. Gathering energy in one hand, he aimed to cool down this three-eyed fiend, but King Piccolo's eyes narrowed, and Dumpling screamed as he was slammed against the wall, having been sent flying by King Piccolo's telekinetic force. No. 18 and no. 17 attacked from both sides. Lu Wen did not see how King Piccolo struck, but both children were knocked to the sides and could not rise for a moment. Lu Wen's bullet had already been fired. Suddenly, he regretted it. Indeed, the bullet spiraled rapidly through the air, its shriek echoing throughout the hall, generating a cloud of white smoke. However, it merely hovered before King Piccolo's forehead, unable to advance even an inch. King Piccolo's counterattack was lightning fast, his eyes gleamed, and he fired 2 beams of laser. Although Lu Wen reacted quickly, he only managed to avoid a fatal blow with a hole suddenly shot through his left shoulder, blood gushing out. King Piccolo's overwhelming strength truly plunged everyone into despair. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan's alliance was soon defeated, and even Master Roshi sustained serious injuries. No. 17 and no. 18 completely lost their combat effectiveness. King Piccolo toyed with them like a cat with a mouse, and Lu Wen found himself bleeding out, the specter of death looming before him. The intense pain made it difficult for him to remain calm. He even hoped that surrender might secure his survival. King Piccolo surveyed the crowd mockingly, observing the enemies lying prostrate at his feet. He felt that today's martial artists were nothing more than this. Reflecting on the spiritual impact of Dambelin's tragic death, King Piccolo grew furious, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Humph! Who killed Dambelin? Master Roshi instinctively looked at Lu Wen, who was taken aback, cursing Master Roshi in his heart, believing he had done this on purpose. King Piccolo burst into laughter, his eyes lighting up. He aimed directly at Lu Wen's heart. Before Lu Wen could react, a petite figure lunged at him, causing him to instinctively embrace her, only to discover her back was shattered, her flesh and organs mingled together. This sudden scene ignited the anger of Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. The three of them immediately engaged in battle again, with Lu when shouting Master quickly used the Demon Seal Wave. Without hesitation, he tossed out the flying capsule and jumped in with No. 18, quickly escaping through the hole in the flying fortress. In the brief interlude, he placed a Senza bean in No. 18's mouth and caressed her smooth back, letting out a sigh of relief. Hearing the words Demon Seal Wave sent King Piccolo into a panic, momentarily forgetting to attack as he was battered by the two. Master Roshi was practically exploding with anger upon hearing Lu Wen's request to use the Demon Seal Wave. What a joke. Those who used the Demon Seal Wave could also die. Even if Master Roshi had learned it, he would not dare use it, especially since King Piccolo's massacre of martial artists was precisely to eliminate those who had learned the Demon Seal Wave. Master Roshi did not hesitate, leaping toward the exit and quickly flying away using the flight technique. Lu Wen switched the aircraft to autopilot and glanced back, confirming that Piccolo was not pursuing them. Only then did he exhale deeply. Lu Wen had long sensed Unit 18's feelings for him. Faced with life and death, her choice moved even his cold, unyielding heart to thaw. Gazing at Unit 18, still deep in slumber, Lu Wen could not resist brushing his lips against hers. A kiss both tender and faintly childish, and instantly recoiled, unsettled by a sudden creeping premonition of doom. His heart hammered violently. Trembling fingers gently lifted her closed eyelid, whereupon anguish pierced him like a blade, flooding his soul once more with that long-forgotten, otherworldly ache. Lu Wen clenched his fists, then slowly unclenched them. A wild, echoing laugh burst forth. Ha ha, before fading into silence. At last his voice dropped, icy and resolute. I arrived in this world humiliated, yet remain no more than an ant treading each step upon thin ice, forever bound by fate's cruel design. Very well, then I shall gamble. Son Goku, Piccolo, let us see whether I am worthy to stand before you. I need power, absolute power, no matter the cost. Lu Wen turned to Dr. Gero, begin the procedure. Dr. Gero cautioned, Son Goku's enhanced cells have never succeeded in any prior trial. Are you certain, Commander? Proceed. Lu Wen lay upon the examination table as mechanical restraints activated, tightening their grip. Slowly Dr. Gero injected the enhancement cells. Monitoring Lu Wen's vitals, Dr. Gero's face lit with fervent excitement. Commander, the integration is flawless. Not a single adverse reaction. Yet Lu Wen's heart sank. Only he knew the truth: he was not native to this world, and the absence of any physiological response likely signaled utter failure. Dr. Gero's index finger guided a minuscule spider-like robot toward Lu Wen, who frowned in confusion. What is this for? Commander, this is the latest auxiliary cognition chip. Once I open your cranial vault and implant it onto your cerebral cortex, it will autonomously integrate with your neural architecture, fusing its biosynthetic components with your visual cortex. It will perform complex real-time computation and grant you a sixth sense. Biochip Type 1, the first-generation model. Lu Wen remarked, a sardonic edge in his voice. Dr. Gero staggered backward, eyes wide with shock. How could you possibly know? Then, as if recalling something, he paused. Dr. Gero smiled grimly, but you've learned too late. You demanded ultimate strength. You now possess the strongest cellular matrix, augmented by the most advanced cognition and sensory systems. You shall become the Red Ribbon Army's supreme artificial human. Lu Wen replied, regret lacing his tone. The fusion power core, has its design been finalized yet? Dr. Gero bristled, his expression twisting with menace. Naturally. I've embedded a small device within the spider. Should you defy my counsel, it will liquefy your brain into slurry. Lu Wen merely stared, cold and silent. Dr. Gero suddenly realized his body would not obey him. Ignoring the scientist's rising panic, Lu Wen shed every restraint in an instant. The tiny spider drifted from Dr. Gero's hand, hovering before Lu Wen's eyes. After a careful inspection, Lu Wen murmured, almost admiringly, truly impressive, Doctor. You did build it. But the Red Ribbon Army is history. To dream of its revival is to invite annihilation beneath the inexorable wheel of time. Dr. Gero stood drenched in cold sweat, yet defiantly retorted, history is but the victor's chronicle. The spider's head detached and dropped. Boom, shattering the marble floor into a small crater. Lu Wen pointed to the crater. Dr. Gero, if you truly implanted that micro-explosive into my skull, I guarantee you'd be dead before the detonation sequence completed. Cease such folly. And one last thing, the laboratories AI system does not recognize you as its highest authority. Dr. Gero fell utterly still, speechless, frozen in wary silence. Lu Wen drew a surgical probe. With a swift, precise motion, he drove it into his own ear canal, jaw clenched in agony, blood gushing instantly from both ears, while the spider detached from Dr. Gero's finger and floated silently into the wound, crawling inward of its own accord. Lu Wen cried out in raw, uncontrolled pain, tears, mucus, and sweat streaming down his face, his body drenched in cold perspiration. Minutes passed. His features softened. He swallowed a senza bean, wiped the blood from his face and ears, and settled once more into serene, unruffled calm, leaving Dr. Gero gaping, utterly bewildered. Lu Wen felt increasingly agitated. His senses had gone awry. Adding an entirely new perceptual modality operating beyond sight and hearing was far more complex than it sounded. This novel mode consumed significantly greater cognitive resources. The human brain is arguably the most intricate machine in the universe. Its computational capacity dwarfs any computer humanity has ever built. Yet its functions extend far beyond mere calculation. Phenomena, such as self-awareness, remain profoundly elusive to artificial systems. Lu Wen's perception was now a chaotic tangle, yet he had long endured persistent hallucinations, granting his brain extraordinary adaptive and regulatory resilience. By relentlessly training his mind, discarding erroneous inputs while reinforcing accurate ones, his brain furiously processed the distinct signals from 3 concurrent sensory streams. The resulting computations fed back into neural circuitry, generating coherent, 3-dimensional mental imagery. Through continuous focal recalibration, he achieved full volitional control over this immersive spatial visualization. Gradually, Lu Wen mastered this unprecedented perceptual system, not through innate intuition, but via iterative refinement. Its underlying mechanism involved an auxiliary chip detecting subtle fluctuations in highly penetrating electromagnetic waves or particles, then performing real-time computation before transmitting synthesized data directly into his brain. This influx preempted portions of his visual processing bandwidth, triggering endogenous neural error correction, until at last he emerged from the turbulent transition phase. Through sustained interaction with the chip, Lu Wen intuitively learned how to command it with growing precision, akin to an infant mastering crawling and walking, though infinitely more complex in scope and execution. Though the human brain remains the universe's most sophisticated biological processor, its interface with the external world is astonishingly primitive. With the chip's aid, Lu Wen could now connect wirelessly to external information networks, heralding a quantum leap in data transmission speed and fidelity. Lu Wen continuously downloaded the Black Flag Army's knowledge archives. His hundreds of daily hallucinations finally stabilized into full-capacity operation, enabling him to immerse profound or abstruse problems within those vivid mental simulations, resolving them in mere instants of waking reality, thus voraciously assimilating the world's accumulated knowledge and culture. Cellular reinforcement had nearly failed. Using the chip to monitor his systemic circulation, and after repeated comparative analysis, Lu Wen confirmed that the majority of introduced cells had already perished. He refused to attribute their death solely to dimensional divergence. Instead, he turned his microscope upon Sun Wukong's cells, searching for unique structural signatures. At times lost in observation, he would murmur inwardly, "If only it were like this." And then miraculously the cytoplasm shifted. Though not precisely as he'd imagined, the transformation left him stunned. Repeated experimentation confirmed an extraordinary truth: he possessed the ability to alter whatever his brain could accurately interpret. Linking this power to his broader abilities, Lu Wen intuited its governing principle: he could manipulate only those substances whose physical nature his brain fully decoded, though this faculty bore strict inherent limitations. During electron microscopic observation of atomic arrays, he attempted, with focused will, to isolate a single atom from its cluster. He succeeded, but at a cost. He could not wield his ability again for 1 full minute. The lower the stratum of matter he sought to alter, the more catastrophic the energy expenditure. Consequently, Lu Wen abandoned all attempts at atomic-scale manipulation. He redirected his efforts toward strengthening his own bodily tissues and cellular architecture. Fortuitously, the chip's sixth sense enabled him to perceive, then progressively analyze, subtle physiological shifts within his body, though high-energy irradiation remained indispensable for certain diagnostics. Time was no longer his ally. He knew not when Piccolo would arrive. Gazing upon the serene figure of number 18 resting within her glass cryocoffin, Lu Wen cast aside all restraint. In his own flesh, he conducted furious experiments, injecting Sun Wukong's cells, mimicking their structure, then reshaping his native cells through his ability. Failed fusions were instantly purged, surviving cells advanced the process. Such radical genome-defying transformations inevitably triggered diverse mutations. Yet Lu Wen preserved only beneficial variants, excising all deleterious ones. This amounted to a form of self-directed selective evolution. Yet complications arose. The successfully integrated cells began emitting faint auras that significantly disrupted his ability's stability. Within 3 days, Lu Wen replaced nearly every non-essential tissue, excluding brain matter, neurons, bone matrix, and peripheral structures, with Saiyan-like cells. Though his body now felt like a hastily assembled construct, an inexhaustible torrent of raw power surged through him, inflating his confidence. He believed at that moment he could shatter a small mountain with a single blow. Yet clarity remained intact. Whether facing Piccolo or son Wukong, he knew he still fell grievously short. Drawing upon the sum of knowledge from 2 lifetimes, he began optimizing his very anatomy, replacing skeletal lattice with metallic molecular scaffolds, engineering interorgan cushioning cells, clearing vascular pathways, and reinforcing synaptic gaps with physical shock-absorbing matrices. To describe this process, it was akin to purging the meridians and fortifying the sinews, the ultimate cultivation of corporeal resilience. Every modification served a singular utilitarian purpose, transforming himself into an unstoppable instrument of annihilation. Biologically, this entailed numerous irreversible, non-sustainable consequences, but Lu Wen dismissed them all. Accumulated dysfunctions were simply erased in a single decisive exertion of his ability. This comprehensive reconstruction required 7 days. During that time, he learned his flying fortress had been seized by Piccolo. Pilaf repaired and assumed full control of the vessel. Piccolo used the Dragon Ball's wish to restore himself to peak youth and vitality, then slew the eternal dragon itself. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu's fates remained unknown. Son Wukong, of course, was indestructible. Evidently, Piccolo deemed him unworthy of direct attention, a stark, humiliating reminder of weakness. Both his conscious intellect and the ceaseless destructive impulses emanating from his Saiyan-modified cells pressed him onward, demanding relentless ascension. He commenced foundational training, the very regimen son Wukong once endured, yet executed it with far greater extremity. Under quadruple gravity, he strained through grueling drills. A weighted resistance escalated from 100 to 1,000 kilograms in mere days. His body underwent perpetual cycles of destruction and regeneration, each reconstruction serving as a platform for even bolder cellular reengineering. His fist slammed into the alloy wall. Sparks erupted, molten shards exploded outward, and a gaping cavity yawned where impact met metal. Gasping violently, Lu Wen rasped, "Not enough. Dr. Gero, fire the maximum intensity moonlight beam." He had spared Dr. Gero, not out of mercy but necessity, and compelled him into servitude. The doctor, watching Lu Wen's temperament grow increasingly volatile, moved with meticulous caution. Lu Wen lacked a Saiyan tail, rendering him incapable of transforming into a great Saiyaman under moonlight to achieve a tenfold surge in ki. Yet intensifying the Blutz wave by amplifying lunar radiation could still provoke cellular mutation and modest ki enhancement, albeit at the peril of heightened aggression and eroded rationality. Another month passed. Lu Wen's power surged exponentially, while Piccolo aboard the stolen flying fortress invaded the capital city of Kaiseliagen. No news arrived of son Wukong's victory over Piccolo. Instead, the amplified lunar radiation gnawed at Lu Wen's psyche. His emotions spiraled beyond control, driving him to demolish everything within his field of vision. His subordinates stood frozen in terrified silence. Even his most trusted confidant Saluba inadvertently provoked him, and was left gravely wounded. On the television screen, the coerced Dog King abdicated his throne. Piccolo declared himself sovereign. Enraged beyond endurance, Lu Wen's hatred ignited into white-hot fury, and alone he launched himself toward the capital. Lu Wen recklessly squandered the surging primordial energy within his body, using the sky dance technique. His speed having already surpassed the speed of sound, while the violent air currents gradually became thick and viscous. Finally, as he gazed upon the massive city of Kaislerin, Lu Wen took out a black alloy box, opened the lid, and after typing in a string of codes with a series of crackling sounds, looked into the distance with a cruel smile on his face. Duan Di seized Lu Wen's flying fortress and docked it above the palace, using it as his own castle. No one except Lu Wen knew that there was an ultimate aggregation bomb inside the flying fortress, a hydrogen fusion weapon capable of nearly obliterating a small country, its power equivalent to 200 times that of Dejuan. The black core in Lu Wen's hand was the terminal to activate it. Lu Wen had just input the code for a detonation 5 minutes later. Due to safety concerns, he set 5 minutes as the shortest time for detonation. At this moment, alarms were already blaring inside the fortress, while Lu Wen's communication device also emitted alert sounds. However, the staff on the fortress were all bewildered, unaware of the impending disaster. Duan Di simply ordered someone to check the reason and continued to sleep with his eyes open. Soon a blinding flash illuminated half the planet, and a violent earthquake radiated outward from Kaisluren. Even the northern country 1,000 miles away felt the strong tremors, while Kaisluren had already turned into a hell on earth. A torrent of high-temperature air waves surged forward, carrying skyscrapers and hills. Instead of dodging, Lu Wen charged heat in the intense collision, sounds drowned out by the surrounding rumble. Lu Wen soon reached the center of the explosion, where countless particles of dust danced in the air. Looking up at the sky, he saw the dust had spread throughout the atmosphere, blocking most of the sunlight. Glancing down at the deep red pit below, although the space was interfered with by numerous high-energy particles, the energy body at the bottom of the pit was strong and substantial. Lu Wen's cells began to release their breath frantically. Hui. The desire for battle became increasingly difficult to suppress. Duan Di slowly took to the air. Aside from the newly grown limbs, his body and head were covered in wounds, and ruptured blood vessels continued to spurt purple blood, appearing extremely tragic. Furious to the extreme, Duan Di understood he had been tricked by this young man. Thinking he was merely a small fry, he had not pursued Lu Wen to eliminate him, only to discover that this guy possessed such terrifying weapons. Duan Di suddenly mocked, "Haha, young man, I suddenly find it hard to kill you. Look around, it's as beautiful as hell. The evil within your heart is even stronger than mine. Ooh, I admire you. If you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I can spare you for today's offense against the new king." In response, Lu Wen's fist struck solidly against Duan Di's left cheek, catching him off guard, causing his eyes to bulge out as his body was sent crashing into the ruins of a building like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Steel and rubble flew everywhere as Lu Wen's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging, and his breath exploded as he charged into the ruins. A series of boom, bang, echoed. After a fierce collision, the green figure was thrown into the sky. Lu Wen leaped up even faster, and as Duan Di had just regained his breath, a powerful uppercut struck his abdomen, causing Duan Di's body to curl up like a shrimp, the tremendous force propelling him thousands of meters into the air, while the recoil sent Lu Wen crashing down to the ground. Boom. The impact sent debris flying from the ground, stirring up dust everywhere. Bang. With a violent roar, Lu Wen gathered his primordial energy and soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier with a series of explosive sounds in the air. He caught up with the exhausted Duan Di, and as they clasped hands and twisted their bodies, their muscles twisted like a spring. A hammer blow struck directly at Duan Di's chest, and in an instant Duan Di was blasted to the ground like a cannonball. Boom. Mud and sand sprayed outward like water splashes in all directions. Lu Wen suspended in midair, brows furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands clasped before his chest with his index fingers and thumbs touching to form a hollow heart shape directed towards where Duan Di would land, as primordial energy continuously gathered here, gradually emitting a scorching white light. Waves rippled through the space as a blazing white energy cannon suddenly shot towards the ground, creating a bottomless pit with a radius of several dozen meters below. Using such a powerful energy cannon, even the strengthened Lu Wen had exhausted too much energy, his cells severely lacking oxygen. While gasping heavily, he observed the situation below. The rising magma at the bottom of the pit obstructed his perception, and Lu Wen slowly descended. Bang. With a violent explosion, magma shot upwards, and a massive figure collided with Lu Wen, causing a series of strong impact sounds and sonic booms in the sky, mingling into a continuous roar. Boom. After a fierce collision, the two separated echoes subsided, and the dust cleared, revealing two figures suspended in confrontation. Lu Wen, though also covered in wounds, appeared ecstatic. "Is this your strongest form?" "It's nothing much." Duan Di was immensely shocked. This young man, the last time we met, could be crushed by a single finger. I never imagined that in just a month he would grow to this extent. Truly unbelievable. With his form grown larger, Duan Di gritted his teeth and asked, "What is your name?" "He Lu Wen." Duan Di laughed, suddenly turning cold. "Then you can die now." Demon habitual light kill. Watching Duan Di's aura surge, Lu Wen was not foolish enough to engage in turn-based gameplay with him. He swiftly shot a short-range energy wave at Duan Di. Duan Di, unable to dodge, felt a puff as a blood hole erupted in his right chest. If he were an ordinary human, his heart would have exploded, but Duan Di gritted his teeth and held on. Duan Di's habitual light kill cannon was not interrupted, as surging energy gathered at his fingertips. Pointing with his right hand, a violent blast of energy shot towards Lu when the power comparable to nuclear weapons erupted around him, once again plowing through the center of Kaislurin, obliterating even the ruins of buildings. Despite continuously coughing up blood, Duan Di laughed heartily. No one could survive such power, but as the dust settled, a figure slowly emerged. In the moment of crisis, Lu Wen activated his superpower to alter matter, sealing off the atomic kinetic energy at the core of the explosion. In an instant, he overloaded, but endured the most dangerous moment, though the shockwave nearly shattered his body. Lu Wen slowly descended to the ground, looking up at Duan Di with a cold smile. You can't even heal from such injuries. It seems your energy has weakened to this extent. Duan Di coughed up another mouthful of blood, slowly landing on the ground. Lu Wen, you only have one breath left, right? You are just a human. How can you compare to the body of a demon clan? Ha! Duan Di had already decided to kill this human at any cost. Lu Wen took out a celestial bean, chewed it, and swallowed. As the energy circulated throughout his body, in the blink of an eye, the bloody wounds on his body vanished. His previously energy-depleted body suddenly erupted with powerful energy, sending torn fabric and armor flying, revealing his firm, fair muscle. At this moment, Lu Wen was no longer weary. Energy spread throughout his body, his gaze sharp and his breathing steady. Duan Di's eyes bulged like a frog's, saliva dripping uncontrollably from his open mouth. What did you eat? Lu Wen revealed a cruel smile. Seeing the situation turning dire, Duan Di turned to flee, but at this moment, he could not escape Lu Wen in his prime. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wen ruthlessly tore off Duan Di's two arms, adding several fist-sized holes to his body. Duan Di, beaten to a tragic state, gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you think you've won? Humph. You kill me today, and my son will one day avenge me." After saying this, he exerted himself to spit out a giant egg towards the sky. Lu Wen grinned and chased after it no way. Duan Di let out an angry roar and lunged at Lu Wen, using his last bit of primordial energy to trigger a self-explosion. Lu Wen coldly stated, "Humph, you cannot stop me." His restored superpower instantly activated, enveloping Duan Di. The immense energy was delayed, and Lu Wen seized the opportunity to charge at the giant egg. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through space wave. An invisible force from the sky struck Lu Wen down into the ground, and as he was blown up, debris and dirt flew into the sky. The giant egg had long since disappeared. Lu Wen looked up into the sky, veins bulging on his face, filled with rage. Just at that moment, Sun Wukong arrived, riding on his cloud. Lu Wen looked up at the sky, veins bulging on his forehead, filled with uncontrollable rage. Just at that moment, Sun Wukong arrived, riding his flying nimbus. Lu Wen did not wait for the duel between Sun Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo. Having just defeated Piccolo, Sun Wukong arrived leisurely, knowing he could not have intentionally delayed. However, the healing beans not only restored Lu Wen's body, but also amplified his aggressive mutated cells to their peak. An overwhelming urge crashed through his mind. Kill Sun Wukong and butcher that monkey into pieces. Sun Wukong jumped down from the flying nimbus, and the two faced each other subtly, entering a standoff. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised to see Lu Wen. He initially wanted to inquire about Piccolo's whereabouts, but upon seeing Lu Wen, a wave of desire to battle surged within him. As they both lifted their clothing in the wind, their hair flying, a large jet aircraft landed in front of them, and Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma launch, Oolong, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha gradually descended. Tien Shinhan was astonished to see Lu Wen, though he had not expected to find his junior brother here. Tien had finally learned the Mafuba technique, and with a resolve to sacrifice himself, aimed to seal Piccolo to avenge Chaozu, but upon arriving he sensed that something was off. Seeing Master Roshi and Krillin, Lu Wen's anger flared. The one who should have died is still alive. If Krillin dies, as in the storyline, then Android 18 wouldn't die either. Now Lu Wen couldn't view Krillin's infatuation with Android 18 as an outsider would. Coupled with the warlike factor in his cells, sensing the provocation from Sun Wukong, a strong, killing intent enveloped him. Master Roshi suddenly stepped in front of everyone gravely, saying, "Be careful, Piccolo has been killed by him, and he still wants to kill Krillin and Wukong." Everyone was shocked. Tien Shinhan couldn't believe it. He had personally experienced Piccolo's strength. In just a month, he had no absolute confidence in sealing Piccolo, and if it weren't for avenging Chaozu, he wouldn't have the courage to face Piccolo. How could his junior brother possibly kill Piccolo on his own? Master Roshi continued, "Was Kaislujan destroyed by you?" Lu Wen merely sneered coldly at Master Roshi, though he did not speak. His intent was understood by Master Roshi, who retreated 2 steps, pointing at Lu Wen and saying, Why did you kill so many innocent people?" Everyone was taken aback. Bulma screamed in terror, crawling into the aircraft to peer at Lu Wen, while the blue-haired launch felt no fear, and helped everyone gather their gear. Seeing Lu Wen's acquiescence, Sun Wukong instantly became furious, his small fists clenched up. As his energy surged, it turned out that on his way Sun Wukong had encountered the broken android 8 cradling the corpse of Suno, pleading with him to avenge Suno. However, they were all unaware that the true enemy was not Piccolo, but Lu Wen. Suno was a lovely girl who had once helped Sun Wukong in Misruta. After Android 8 was rescued, he lived with Suno's family. Suno had come here to participate in a charity event organized by Kai's and was helping the injured citizens during Piccolo's takeover of the palace. Despite Android 8's utmost efforts to protect Suno, he couldn't save her fragile life. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in shock, "Junior brother, what is going on? Explain clearly, don't cause any misunderstandings." For Tien Shinhan, who had already lost Chaozu Lu Wen, was the last relative in this world. Even if he had truly become a great demon, it would be hard for Tien to decide which side to help. However, with the situation as it was, further words were of no use. The air was thick with battle intent as the two extremely angry figures collided instantly, the sound of their strikes resonating through the air, dust, swirling shockwaves rippling outward. Lu Wen's bloodthirsty eyes met Sun Wukong's determined and vengeful gaze. Even as their fists connected with flesh, they gritted their teeth, showing no signs of fear. Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and Tien Shinhan widened their eyes, stunned by the tremendous power of the two, realizing Lu Wen possessed strength to rival Piccolo, and they couldn't help but worry for Wukong. Yet Sun Wukong's strength was also incomparable to before. Unlike Piccolo, he could not fly, but he had a body forged from steel and an indomitable spirit that no one could match. Moreover, in order to defeat Piccolo's son, Wukong bravely drank the ultra-divine water, awakening his bodhi's potential, raising his energy limit to Piccolo's level. At this point, both their powers had surpassed Piccolo, and the fierce battle was evenly matched. Such a frenzied clash seemed to be the essence of martial arts. The rapid exchanges came too quickly to dodge, and they fought with injuries, pitting their wills against each other. Lu Wen and Sun Wukong battered each other, both relishing the thrill of combat amidst life-and-death struggles. However, as the battle intensified and time passed, Lu Wen gradually gained the upper hand. His Saiyan cells, long exposed to the bruised light waves, rendered Lu Wen's energy stronger and more ferocious than Sun Wukong's. In terms of combat skills, while Sun Wukong was also exceptionally gifted and seemed to grow stronger with every battle, Lu Wen's auxiliary chip continuously analyzed Sun Wukong's techniques, constantly calculating the best counterattack strategies. As time passed, both fighters rapidly improved, but Lu Wen's advancement was quicker and more precise. Gradually, the fight turned into a one-sided beating. Krillin could no longer contain himself and lunged at Lu Wen, covering his eyes with his hands as he gathered energy before shouting solar flare. Caught off guard, Lu Wen shut his eyes tightly. Seeing Lu Wen exposed, Krillin dashed in, delivering a series of punches, elbows, and spinning kicks, but unexpectedly Lu Wen, even with his eyes closed, easily blocked Krillin's assault. Following that came Lu Wen's torrential barrage, each strike landing on Krillin's vital points, forcing him to retreat, while spewing blood and finally receiving a kick that knocked him down. It felt as if a collapse had occurred. Krillin was sent flying, rolling on the ground, stirring up dust, and finally lay still motionless. Master Roshi and Yamcha also joined the fight, but at this moment they were injured, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, realizing the vast difference in their power, and dared not attack recklessly. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he saw Krillin lying there, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Suddenly fury surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "Krillin, no!" As his energy rapidly surged, Sun Wukong gathered all his energy, and in an instant an explosive force enveloped him. Boom! He punched toward Lu Wen, and upon contact, Lu Wen felt a tremendous force, yet he was unafraid, even exhilarated. The two clashed again and again, each exchange like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully. In such an intense battle, both were rapidly exhausting their energy. Lu Wen and Sun Wukong clenched their teeth to persist, but Lu Wen felt an absurd sensation. "If this continues, I might lose, huh?" Lu Wen swung his fist to deflect Sun Wukong's attack, his gaze fixed on the sky. Sun Wukong leaped up, pursuing him, but Lu Wen suddenly turned around, covering his eyes with his hands as he gathered all his energy to the front solar flare. The sound echoed as a blinding white light shot out, and Lu Wen appeared like a sun, releasing a powerful radiance ahead. Instantly, everyone was momentarily dazzled. Crying out in pain, Sun Wukong hit the ground and rolled, while only Tien Shinhan managed to evade the attack and soared into the sky. Tien Shinhan shouted, "Watch out for the Kamehameha." But at that moment, Sun Wukong was not paying attention. Lu Wen frowned, his muscles rapidly swelling, veins bulging, and he clasped his hands in front of his chest with his index fingers and thumbs touching, forming a heart shape in the middle, energy continuously converging here, instantly radiating a blinding white light. This time Lu Wen was putting all his strength into delivering a fatal blow to the monkey. Boom. A ripple in space surged as a blazing white energy wave shot down toward the ground, the destructive force of the energy wave descending from above. However, Sun Wukong had also recovered. He bent his waist and immediately pulled his hands back to his waist, fingers slightly curled, channeling his energy into his hands, glowing brightly, as if holding a ball of light at his waist. Ow! Sun Wukong, undeterred, unleashed the Kamehameha, and the two energy waves shot through each other, directly targeting their marks. Lu Wen prepared to dodge, only to feel his body tremble. It turned out Tian Shinhan's energy wave was coming, and unable to evade, Lu Wen reached out to take both energy waves heated. But this was just a moment's affair. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions sent Master Roshi and others flying. Fortunately, the energy waves from these three were concentrated types, so their impact range was not large enough to devastate the already troubled Kaiserlegion again. Tian Shinhan bent down, gasping heavily. The burden of the energy wave was too great for him. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Wen remained suspended in the air. Everyone gasped in shock upon seeing Lu Wen's condition. All inhaled sharply, for Lu Wen's right side was now entirely missing. And below where Sun Wukong stood was a bottomless black hole. Lu Wen's battered body could no longer support itself and began to fall slowly. Junior brother. Tian Shinhan forced himself to chase after Lu Wen, and just as he was about to fall into the searing lava, he caught Lu Wen's left hand with a face full of guilt. At that moment, Lu Wen could no longer speak, only managing to form words with his lips. Just as he finished, his arm broke off at the shoulder, and Lu Wen fell completely into the lava, splashing up a spark. Watching his junior brother disappear, Tian Shinhan closed his eyes, unable to express his pain. Tian Shinhan slowly rose back to the ground, hearing cheers from Bulma and others. Sun Wukong was indeed the chosen one. During the energy clash, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha had a significant recoil effect. Thus, at the critical moment, not only did the Kamehameha annihilate Lu Wen, but it also pushed Sun Wukong out of the strike range. Unfortunately, Krillin, who had survived Piccolo's attack, died at Lu Wen's hands. Looking at Tian Shinhan holding a metallic skeletal arm, everyone was at a loss for how to comfort him, especially since Krillin had also died. Tian Shinhan asked, "Can the dragon still grant wishes?" Everyone shuddered, thinking Tian Shinhan wanted to resurrect Lu Wen. Tian explained, "Before he died, my junior brother asked me to resurrect Android 18. Everything he did today was to avenge Android 18. Unfortunately, the dragon has already been killed, and even Krillin cannot be resurrected," Yansha said dejectedly. Bulma looked down at the rolling lava and felt envious of Android 18's little girl, thinking if only Yansha could do the same, she would be satisfied. The scalding lava continued to boil, the surface bubbles exploding and releasing high-temperature gases. Suddenly, an iron claw emerged from the lava, followed by a bloodied skeleton rising slowly, floating onto a protruding, dry rock, impurities falling away, and the shattered skeleton rapidly repairing itself, while its size began to shrink, and the internal cells quickly divided and grew. During the fierce battle between Duan Di and Lu Wen, King Kaisu of Dog Nation managed to escape disaster by taking a plane. After returning to the capital, he sought out Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Sage, and learned that it was Lu Wen, the leader of the Black Flag Army, who had destroyed Kaisu. Sun Wukong was also guided by the celestial beings to cultivate in the heavenly realm. The celestial beings conveniently repaired the dragon and granted a wish. However, since Duan Di had only killed a few people, the real mass slaughter was committed by Lu Wen of the Black Flag Army. Additionally, the wish was used to resurrect those killed by Lu Wen, while the irredeemable Duan Di was to be eliminated. A year passed. Tianjin Fan entrusted Krillin, Lu Ping, and others to help collect the Dragon Balls. He also wanted to resurrect Chaozi and No. 18, but unfortunately the dragon could not resurrect No. 18 and was uncertain if she was truly dead. Thus, Tianjin Fan and the others decided to have the dragon resurrect everyone killed by Duan Di this time. Influenced by Sun Wukong and Lu Wen, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Lu Ping began to train fervently. They decided to prove themselves at the World Martial Arts Tournament 2 years later, aiming to catch up to Wukong's martial arts level. Meanwhile, King Kaisu called upon the citizens to rebuild the peace capital Kaisu. He also dispatched the Royal Guard to unite all regional forces to combat the Black Flag Army. Coupled with the internal division within the Black Flag Army, the entire legion soon crumbled. Rather than losing authority due to this incident, King Kaisu regained control of the world by exterminating the Black Flag Army. He also acquired some secret technologies from the Black Flag Army, causing Earth's technological trajectory to begin shifting. Doctor, isn't it too early to start calculating the structural model? The theoretical research on the time machine is not yet perfected. The young assistant asked, puzzled. Brief replied, let the supercomputer calculate for now. A scientific research is always better the earlier it starts. All right, Doctor, but I think instead of wasting too many resources on this unlikely time machine, why not focus on developing interstellar spacecraft? Our Earth technology is still quite backward, and many aliens have already landed on our planet, becoming part of Earth. Why don't we explore the universe? If we can manufacture advanced spacecraft, I believe countless Earth explorers will venture into the cosmos, seeking the unknown. This young man is a top student from the West City University. He volunteered to be Brief's assistant when Brief was teaching there. After evaluation, Brief was very satisfied with him. Both his practical skills and theoretical knowledge greatly impressed Brief. Among the younger generation, perhaps only his daughter Bulma could surpass this young man. He had been following Brief for half a year, during which they had completed many incredible experiments and inventions together. He is a humble, polite, bold, and meticulous young man, appearing somewhat shy. Although not as muscular as Leping, he is very handsome. Wearing glasses gives him a scholarly air. Most importantly, he does not have a girlfriend. If Brief could choose a son-in-law, he would prefer his daughter to choose this young man instead of the muscular Leping. However, Brief is also an open-minded father and would not deliberately interfere with his daughter's romantic issues. Liu, your ideas are excellent. In fact, your abilities are already sufficient to lead a project team. I will apply for some resources for you shortly. If all goes well, you can choose a project that suits your expertise. Liu instantly became excited. Doctor, really? Thank you so much. Haha, keep it up, but I also need your help here. We can't afford any delays. Of course, Doctor. At that moment, the beautiful Mrs. Brief came in with a fruit platter, inviting Liu to eat some fruit. Liu's face immediately flushed with embarrassment as he found Brief's little assistant too adorable. Mrs. Brief chuckled continuously. By the way, my daughter Bulma is coming home to visit us today, so you should stay and have dinner together. Liu appeared somewhat flustered, amusing Brief and his wife. Oh, I didn't expect the junior my dad often mentions to be this handsome. I should have come home earlier. 19-year-old Bulma, youthful and vibrant, scrutinized the handsome junior with her large blue eyes. As she joked around, Liu became flustered. Mrs. Brief shot a knowing glance at her daughter, clearly having heard about Liu's traits from her parents. At this moment, Bulma wore a triumphant expression. Brief quietly asked, "Where's Leping? I haven't seen him in a while." Bulma immediately showed an angry expression. "Don't mention him. He didn't take me along to find the Dragon Balls, and now says he's going to train for 2 years. What does he think of me? I'm done with him." She pouted in frustration. Bulma's loud complaint made Brief awkwardly chuckle at Liu, while Mrs. Brief maintained her ever-smiling demeanor. Liu naturally wouldn't interrupt their family conversation, but Brief said to him, "Your senior sister is a genius inventor. You two can exchange scientific ideas more often in the future." Liu blushed and stammered, "Yes, Dr. Senior Sister Bulma, please guide me." Looking at this, junior Bulma remembered how Leping blushed upon seeing girls just like him. It was quite amusing, but unfortunately he no longer cared about her at all. With Brief and his wife out enjoying themselves, they entrusted the work to their idle daughter Bulma. To ensure her parents had a good time, Bulma had no choice but to agree. This was a company project involving capsules. At this moment, the staff had already finished for the day, and with the last bit of work left, Bulma decided to stay late to complete it. However, the control rod was too stiff. Bulma pressed her whole body against it, but it wouldn't budge. As Brief's assistant, Liu naturally wouldn't leave so quickly like others. Seeing Bulma's helplessness, he too was unsure of how to help. Bulma looked at the slow-reacting junior and called out, "Come help me." Liu hurried over and gently pulled. Watching the junior easily maneuver without much effort made Bulma feel utterly useless. Unwilling, she pushed Liu away and tried to operate it herself again, but it still wouldn't move. "Junior, your strength is really impressive," Bulma commented. Liu scratched his head and chuckled, "It's okay, I guess," as his face turned red. Finally, they finished up and Bulma said, "Let's go eat." Sure. Bulma personally made a steak. After dinner, she took out a stack of documents which were design plans for the spacecraft. "You really have an outlandish imagination. How could we possibly create an engine like this with our current technology?" "Well, senior sister Bulma, I don't know." Liu stood by grinning foolishly. As she spoke, Bulma began drafting on the computer. Soon a mechanical diagram was sketched out with parameters clearly indicated. Bulma handed the printed blueprint to Liu, proudly stating, "What do you think, Junior? Now it's good to go? You probably don't know, but I became a lecturer at West City University at 16. I quit later because I was too playful, though otherwise you might have been my student. Liu looked at Bulma in surprise, taking the paper and studying it intently. He sketched and nodded thoughtfully, at times occasionally falling into deep contemplation. To avoid disturbing Liu, Bulma sat on the sofa sipping coffee. Time passed quickly, and without realizing it, Bulma leaned against the coffee table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the young man before her. A man this focused is quite charming, Bulma thought, lost in her musings. Bulma felt that her junior's current situation was unacceptable. Every day, he was consumed by blueprints and machinery. Imagining such a handsome junior turning into a scruffy, oil-scented mad scientist like her father in a few years sent a shiver down her spine. For the sake of her junior's happy life, Bulma decided to make some sacrifices. So every time Liu needed her help, her request was to accompany her senior sister to buy clothes or watch movies. Liu felt overwhelmed, but had no choice but to agree. Of course there were rewards. The not-so-stylish Liu was transformed by Bulma into a dashing gentleman, and with Bulma's beauty as a backdrop, they truly looked like a pair of celestial lovers, garnering an unprecedented amount of attention. However, today Bulma received a call from her family saying that Lu Ping was looking for her. At first Bulma was happy Lu Ping finally remembered her, but then anger surged within her. It had been a year and he was already 20. If it weren't for hearing Lu Ping's name, she would have almost forgotten she had a boyfriend. Seeing her junior who still couldn't let go, Bulma's anger flared. She decided she would not rest until she made Lu Ping furious. Hearing that he was going to meet Bulma's senior sister, Liu felt indifferent. However, Bulma's sudden intimacy startled him, making his face flush to his neck. Not knowing how to respond, Liu could only glance around, nervously rubbing his hands on his pants. Seeing Bulma linking arms with a strange man and leaning her head affectionately on his shoulder, Lu Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Ping wondered whether his darkened complexion was due to the sun or if he had become tanned over the past year. He had 2 menacing scars on his face, indicating that the past year had indeed been challenging and perilous. Bulma felt a pang of heartache, but steeled herself. When the three met, Liu was awkwardly caught between Bulma's affectionate gestures and politely shaking hands with Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a surge of anger over Bulma's betrayal, while also looking down on such a frail man. Yet as a martial artist, he held on to his dignity. He may not have learned much martial arts from Master Turtle, but many life principles were subtly imparted to him. Gradually calming himself, Lu Ping began to understand Bulma. Perhaps letting go was the key to both of their happiness. He felt as if he had broken through to a higher realm of martial arts, realizing that pursuing stronger martial skills was his life's goal. Unexpectedly, under Bulma's sudden confrontation, Lu Ping said he was here to check on an old friend and would continue his training to achieve a higher martial arts level. He also invited Bulma and Liu to watch the martial arts competition a year later, promising to strive for the championship. Long after Lu Ping had left, Bulma remained dazedly staring in the direction he had gone. Even though Liu had low emotional intelligence, he could tell that Bulma had been greatly affected. Not knowing how to comfort her, he could only silently accompany her. With her head down, Bulma walked forward, tears silently streaming down her face. Liu followed slowly behind her until they reached the laboratory. In the dim light, Bulma squatted down on a step, hugging her knees and crying out loud, while Liu stood quietly beside her. After a long while, Bulma lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at the concerned Liu as she said, "Can you hug me?" "Okay, sure." Liu also squatted down on the step. Bulma had already thrown herself into his embrace, and feeling a bit parched, Liu quickly closed his eyes as he admired Bulma's smooth, long legs. Liu could smell the fragrance from every breath Bulma took, her warm breath brushing against his neck, and tears fell onto Liu's abdomen. Suddenly, Bulma jumped up. Liu awkwardly hunched over, hurriedly apologizing. But Bulma burst into laughter, her laughter abruptly stopping as she stuck out her bright red tongue. With a click, the laboratory door was locked shut. Liu reminisced about that joyful night, finding it hard to resist Bulma's other side. Yet Bulma warned him this kind of benefit is only for this time, don't even think about it in the future. Liu quickly understood what she meant. Bulma was back to her usual self and would no longer intentionally get close to him. "Why are you so strong? Have you practiced martial arts before?" Bulma, somewhat curious, thought that most of her friends practiced martial arts and didn't want her junior to become a martial arts fanatic as well. "Well, I'm not quite sure either. It's been too long, and I can't remember." "You really are unfortunate. I've made plans with some friends who will participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. You can either join me to watch or try participating yourself." "Watching is fine, but I can't fight." As time flew by, the two had spent nearly 2 years together, and after that incident their conversations became more casual. Liu was no longer as nervous and timid as when they first met. This also proved a fact: to make a boyfriend mature, one must first transform him from a boy into a man. The registration for the biennial martial arts tournament was about to begin, and a myriad of people had already gathered outside the venue. Under the gray sky with light rain, Lan Chi held an umbrella while waiting at the corner with Master Turtle watching as contestants continuously entered the venue. Both were feeling a bit anxious. Master Turtle said uncertainly they wouldn't forget such an important day, would they? I hope not. Why haven't Wukong and the others arrived yet? Suddenly, a beautiful flying car came to a sudden halt in front of them. Pure and Wulong quickly got out, and a formally dressed young man exited the driver's seat, holding an umbrella as he waited for a lady to get out. When Buma, with her dyed blue hair, stepped out, she linked arms with the young man and greeted Lan Chi. Master Turtle and Lan Chi's eyes widened. After 3 years, the made-up Buma truly exuded more femininity. Master Turtle unconsciously swallowed hard, and Lan Chi looked at the young man before asking Buma, "Who is this?" Liu, feeling a bit shy, said, "I am Liu. Buma is my senior sister. Nice to meet you." Buma also smiled while introducing Master Turtle and Lan Chi. Pure and Wulong had already met Liu and Shidu, and at this moment the two little ones looked displeased in the corner. "So you are the martial heaven teacher. It's a pleasure to meet you," said Liu, who was pulled aside by Master Turtle. Master Turtle leaned in with a mischievous grin and whispered, "Hee, have you and Buma taken that step yet?" Li's face turned beet red, and as Buma jabbed him with an elbow, Master Turtle fell to the ground in a fit of laughter. Then the now tall Wukong almost went unrecognized by everyone. The once chubby and adorable Wukong was now taller than Liu and truly handsome. Buma's eyes sparkled as she admired Wukong, who pointed at Buma's red lips and asked with concern, "Buma, are you feeling unwell?" Tianjin, Fan Jiao, Zi Kurin, and Lu Ping also arrived one after another, each looking energetic and confident. Naturally, Buma ignored Lu Ping, who greeted everyone with a calm demeanor and even smiled at Liu, who politely responded, "What was it, me who signed you up?" Buma pointed at her own nose in disbelief. Suddenly understanding, she rushed towards the corner where Oolong was sneaking a laugh, and the sounds of flesh colliding with flesh mixed with Oolong's howls filled the air. "I said you can't turn into my likeness." "I'm sorry, Buma rubbed her slightly reddened fists and helplessly said to Liu, "All right, since you're strong too, let's just have some fun. But if you run into them, you must surrender quickly, understand?" Liu looked at Buma's friends and nodded in confusion. Strangely, as he watched the continuous stream of contestants signing up, the passion in his heart seemed to ignite. "Clearly I've never fought before, so why do I yearn for that visceral feeling? Dumpling, let's hope we don't meet in the preliminaries." Tianjin Fan had Dumpling use his superpower to control the drawing of lots. Dumpling nodded, but watching Li's silly expression, suddenly the corners of his mouth lifted. When Buma saw the draw results, her mouth dropped in surprise. All her friends were placed in different preliminary groups, yet Lepin and Liu ended up together. Everyone looked at Buma, causing her cherry-red lips to tremble. "Oh dear, this is really awkward." Buma whispered, "Listen, if you meet Lepin, just surrender right away." "But just listen to me." "All right, Senior Buma." The preliminary rounds are knockout matches held in a hall ahead of time. Liu felt quite nervous as he faced an extremely arrogant bald man who walked with a swagger, his muscles trembling with every step, exuding a formidable presence. The bald man grinned widely. "Haha, I can take on 10 of you." With that, he spat on the ground, and his fist, as big as a sand pot, swung towards Liu. Liu crossed his hands, realizing he was about to be sent flying by a punch. With a clang, the burly man knelt down, hugging his fists, gasping, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Only after the host repeatedly inquired and began counting did the burly man recover and say, I surrender." Liu looked at his own fists, feeling somewhat bewildered. For Sun Wukong's group, such preliminaries barely counted as a warm-up. It was only when Sun Wukong sensed a familiar aura that he noticed the old skinny man who always pretended to be someone else. He would self-deprecate as soon as he entered the arena, either by forgetting to zip his pants or tripping while walking, yet somehow managed to win every time. In the next match, Lepin faced this old man. Sun Wukong walked over to Lepin and gently patted him on the shoulders, saying solemnly, "Be careful of that old man, he is not simple." Lepin nodded, aware of Wukong's concern, but indifferent. He had trained hard for 3 years and was confident that he could hold his own even against Wukong. As soon as he entered the arena, the old man began his antics, bouncing around the stage like a street thug attempting to intimidate. However, his frail appearance made it seem like he could barely stand. Lepin felt quite awkward, thinking, this is not a martial artist. Looking at his attire, he resembles a lazy office manager. Lepin was even afraid of hitting him too hard and accidentally causing his death. Indeed, the old man wobbled toward Lepin and threw a punch, but lost his balance, falling right at Lepin's feet. In his struggle to regain balance, he inadvertently delivered a kidney shot to Lepin. Heh! Lepin's face turned beet red, his body shaking uncontrollably. The old man smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I just slipped." Lepin held himself up, not falling down, and finally caught his breath, forcing a dry laugh. "Heh, old man, you really have great strength. Now it's my turn to attack." Lepin did not want to waste any more time. He leaped into the air for a flying kick, moving as fast as lightning. He thought this would send the old man out of the ring. However, the old man, frightened, crouched down and covered his head, only to have his back hit right between Lepin's legs. Lepin's face turned from red to green, and the other contestants felt a chill down below their hair, standing on end. The old man now held his head and cried out, "It hurts." The contestants burst into laughter, and the referee counted down to 10. Lepin could not get up again. Fortunately, there were no spectators in the preliminaries, or else Lepin would be humiliated. Krillin thought to himself. Liu, on the other hand, advanced through the matches with increasing ease. He never underestimated his opponents, as this was a rare experience. With each encounter, his body felt lighter, almost addictive. The next match was against the celestial contestant, who defeated Lepin. Liu sighed in relief. Not having to face Lepin meant he wouldn't have to surrender. The celestial old man came to the resting area, and Sun Wukong approached him, asking Celestial. The old man smiled. "How, Wukong, you really found me out. Why have you come to the mortal realm to participate in the competition?" Sun Wukong curiously inquired. The Celestial replied seriously, "Short Pipes is not dead, and his power is rapidly increasing. If we don't stop him soon, it might be too late." "Is he a demon contestant?" "Don't worry, I will defeat him," Sun Wukong coldly declared. The Celestial glanced at Sun Wukong and shook his head, saying, "You want to kill him because you know that killing him would also mean my death. Bobo is really meddlesome. Oh, I shouldn't have told you this. You and he are two sides of the same coin. Are you really willing to perish together?" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, I don't want to die either. I've learned the demon sealing way from humans. As long as I seal Short Pipes, I won't have to die. I actually want to have a match with him." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling the Demon, Tao Bai Bai, and another unnamed contestant whose name I do not wish to disclose are the first 7 contestants in the group finals, with the 8th group currently ongoing. The celestial old man continued his tricks, but Liu remained unfazed. It seemed Liu had found his rhythm in the battle. He did not know where he learned the moves, but he took this starting position, his right hand with fingers splayed raised level to his forehead, his left hand in an eagle claw position pulled back to his waist with his left knee bent and right leg stepping forward. He could attack or defend, and Liu felt very much like a martial arts master. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others looked at Tianjin Fan, who was equally puzzled, realizing that this was clearly a greeting stance used in the Crane School to show respect to an opponent. The Celestial stopped his antics, realizing this young man was not easily deceived by appearances. He admired such a young person and decided to offer him some guidance. However, as soon as he engaged, the Celestial's expression changed. The young man's strength was unexpectedly on par with Sun Wukong's. How had he not discovered such a person in the celestial realm? The Celestial felt the purity of the young man's martial heart, just as he had when he first encountered Sun Wukong. It was truly unbelievable to meet such a gifted individual here. The Celestial was delighted and decided to give him proper instruction. In an instant, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. The Celestial threw a right fist, and Liu countered with a straight punch. The Celestial transformed his fist into a knife, slashing diagonally. Liu struck with his elbow, continuing a series of sweeping kicks and collisions. The Celestial became faster and faster, yet Liu also grew stronger in response. The contestants watching below were astonished, and the demon became serious. The sudden emergence of these two powerful fighters was truly unexpected, especially the celestial old man, who gave the demon a particularly unpleasant feeling. The Celestial was slightly out of breath, realizing that using a human body was still too burdensome. He nodded and said regretfully, "Liu, you are quite impressive. If it weren't for my urgent need to win, I would really like to give you some thorough guidance. Now I can only use my full strength." Liu, however, was indifferent to winning or losing, simply enjoying the thrill of battle. "Old man, bring it on. As long as I don't run into them, I won't surrender." Liu pointed at Sun Wukong and the others, causing them to nearly fall over. The Celestial laughed heartily, then assumed a serious stance. With a mighty roar, the Celestial's long sleeves began to dance wildly without wind. Whoosh! Suddenly his speed increased several times as he charged at Liu. Bang, bang, bang. Liu struggled to defend himself, the arena filled with the Celestials' afterimages, and the speed continued to climb. What incredible speed! Tianjin fan praised. The demon furrowed his brows, his muscles tensed, and he clenched his teeth, his fists cracking. The celestial strikes grew more ferocious and rapid, yet he was shocked beyond measure within. This youth seems to be in a dire situation, but he is continuously enhancing his strength. Under such relentless assault, if my attack momentum stops or relaxes, I am certain he will adapt immediately to the current intensity of the battle. Could it be that his strength and skills have no limits? How is that possible? The onslaught of fierce winds and torrential rain made it difficult for Liu to defend himself. However, images continuously flashed in his mind, seemingly predicting his opponent's next move and how he should respond. With each repeated action, Liu felt that he no longer needed to think. His mind instinctively memorized everything, and his martial arts skills were rapidly improving. Suddenly, the pressure lessened significantly, but Liu did not take the opportunity to counterattack. In fact, in every previous match, he had won by simply defending instead of pursuing. The celestial being finally stopped, desperately concealing the oxygen deprivation in his body, taking 2 deep breaths. This body had reached its limits, though any further strain would harm this human. If he detached from this body, continuing the match would be impossible. I surrender. Haha, being young is great. Keep it up. Liu bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your guidance." If it weren't for sensing the sincerity in the opponent's heart, he would have truly thought it was mockery. The celestial being nodded and jumped down from the ring. Watching such a disappointing end, the short flute demon scoffed, while Sun Wukong looked puzzled. The other contestants, however, were astonished at Liu's prowess. The host announced the final list, and Bulma nearly dropped her jaw. Lu Ping lamented his ill fate, saying, "Why did I have to face a competitor like the celestial being? How unfortunate. I didn't expect Bulma's friend to be so formidable. Oh, I really underestimated him. I wish I could have a match with him." When Bulma and the others saw Sun Wukong and his group appear, they welcomed them. At this moment, Liu had also earned the respect of many, and people began to regard Bulma as perceptive. Liu changed out of his sportswear, donned formal attire, and put on glasses, still exuding an air of refinement. Seeing that Lu Ping was not discouraged, Liu felt reassured, and Bulma finally relaxed. Bulma quietly asked Liu, "Did you defeat Lu Ping?" Liu replied, "How is that possible? If I had faced Lu Ping, I would have surrendered. It was the celestial being who defeated Lu Ping. I merely triumphed over the celestial being. He is indeed very strong, and I feel he hasn't used his full strength yet." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt moved, her eyes unwittingly misting up. Looking at the very excited Liu, she felt a hint of worry, but still said, "Since you love martial arts so much, compete to your heart's content. You don't have to heed what I said earlier." Liu immediately perked up, saying, "Is it really okay?" Bulma nodded affirmatively. The finals began the next day. The unnamed was a tall young female fighter, looking sweet, but at that moment her expression was fierce as she angrily questioned her opponent Sun Wukong for not keeping his promise. Sun Wukong, bewildered, casually dodged the girl's attacks, his face filled with confusion. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The girl became even angrier and relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong with her attacks. Krillin, feigning anger, pointed at the girl and said, "Does Wukong really not recognize her?" "How is that possible?" Lu Ping asked Master Roshi. Her martial arts seemed to be of the turtle school. Indeed, others finally realized, glancing at Master Roshi, who was equally puzzled. The often attention-seeking Oolong confidently said, "Hee, actually you all know her." The girl chuckled and said, "Hee, if you want to know who I am, defeat me first." Sun Wukong instantly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Then I'm going to attack now." Suddenly, he jumped back and threw a punch, the force of his blow sending the girl flying out of the ring. The girl dusted off her clothes and stood up without anger, instead proudly stating, "As expected of my man, let me tell you I am Chi-Chi." Master Roshi and the others silently muttered, "Chi-Chi," finally recalling the adorable little girl from 3 years ago, the daughter of the Ox King, who was a disciple of Master Roshi. No wonder she used the Turtle School's martial arts. It was unexpected that Chi-Chi had grown into a perfectly shaped and striking martial artist. Sun Wukong looked at the girl before him and said, "Chi-Chi, back then I thought marrying you meant getting something delicious." After pondering, he added, "But since I promised you, then I will marry you." Chi-Chi's anger turned to joy, and the host cooperated by wishing this pair of martial artists a happy union on the fighting stage. The crowd erupted with cheers, but amidst the applause, only Bulma wore a blank expression, feeling an emptiness, as if she had lost something incredibly important. After the Great Demon was killed by Lu, when the newly reborn Great Demon perfectly inherited his father's powers. His unique physique honed through 3 years of intense training had become even stronger. However, despite Krillin's diligent training, the vast difference in their foundations meant that the battle did not last long, and soon Krillin was defeated, allowing the demon to advance to the semifinals. Watching Liu enter the ring against Dumpling, Bulma started to worry again. Oolong and Pure shouted for Dumpling to beat him, but Bulma shot them a fierce glare, and the two little ones fell silent. Originally, Dumpling disliked Liu due to Lu Ping, but having witnessed Li Ye's match against the celestial being, he respected the strong, now facing this opponent earnestly. As they began, both fighters had identical starting stances, truly resembling a spar between disciples. Dumpling, who usually enjoyed floating in the air, lunged forward. Boom! Their fists collided, and Dumpling flipped backward to adjust his posture. He kicked out a leg, but Li Ye's punch came relentlessly, smashing into Dumpling's defense like a hammer, sending him flying several meters away. Dumpling clenched his teeth and soared into the sky, looking down from above. The audience roared with excitement, and Master Roshi and the others gaped in astonishment. Dumpling, looking at Li Ye's expressionless face, felt like he was on the verge of collapse, as if all his bones were about to shatter. During the match between Liu and the celestial being, everyone focused on their speed and skill, but no one expected their strength to be equally immense. At this moment, Dumpling dared not clash Hedon. Dong Dong Wave. Faced with such an opponent, Dumpling could only give it his all, gathering his energy at his index finger and launching it forward. This technique had excellent penetrating power and was one of the signature skills of the Crane School. Swoosh. Caught off guard, Liu was struck in the shoulder, the fabric of his clothing shredding. Bulma's eyes widened in concern as Liu raised his right hand, tearing off the tattered clothing to reveal his toned fair muscles. He only had a slight bruise on his shoulder, and while Bulma felt relieved, she couldn't help but recall that night, her face flushing and heart racing. Oolong, always attentive to beautiful women, muttered quietly, "A promiscuous woman." After saying this, he glanced nervously at Bulma, patting his little chest, thankful that she hadn't overheard. Dumpling looked at Li Ye's shoulder in disbelief, saying, "How is that possible?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. Even if your body is tough, how long can you hold out?" As he spoke, he flew above Liu, who curiously examined his index finger before pointing it at Dumpling, energy dancing at his fingertip. Dumpling was startled, halting in midair, his eyes wide open, shouting, "What are you going to do?" Master Rose's eyes nearly bulged out as he exclaimed, "Dong Dong Wave." Tianjin Fan anxiously shouted, "Dumpling, be careful." The Dong Dong Wave grazed Dumpling's forehead as he hurriedly landed back on the ring, his back drenched in cold sweat. Liu was as excited as a child with a new toy, energy gathering once more at his index finger, suddenly causing his entire body to tremble. Dumpling initially didn't want to resort to using his super abilities in the match, but now he had no choice. Unable to compete physically or with energy waves, he could only use his powers to immobilize Liu and kick him out of the ring, since using super abilities wasn't against the rules. Before Dumpling could make a move, he was sent flying out of the ring like a cannonball, while Liu appeared in the spot where Dumpling had been standing, retracting his right foot. Though Dumpling had limited strength and could easily break free, he disliked the feeling of being restricted. A quick flash kick sent Dumpling flying out of the ring. Tianjin Fan pulled Dumpling out from the rubble, and the host announced that Liu had advanced to the top 4. Just as Liu was about to leave the stage, the host hurriedly said, "This contestant, please wait a moment." Liu curiously looked at the host and asked, "Is there something wrong? Is this your first time participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Your strength is truly remarkable. Do you have confidence in winning the championship?" Liu, scratching his head, shyly replied, "Winning or losing the championship doesn't matter to me. What a humble martial artist. What is your dream?" "I want to become a great scientist like Bulma," Liu said, somewhat excited. "Bulma the champion. Wait, a scientist?" Liu pointed to Bulma in the audience. "It's Bulma's dad." But Bulma was nowhere to be seen, as she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The entire arena erupted in laughter, and the host wiped his cold sweat, chuckling, "What a magnificent dream." The demon crossed his arms and glanced at Liu, leaving with an expressionless face. Tao Bai stepped onto the arena, and Tianjin Fan couldn't help but voice Master. Knowing of Piccolo's death, Master Roshi went to the Black Robe Army to find Lu Wen, but instead found Dr. Gero. Upon learning of Lu Wen's demise, he assisted Dr. Gero in seizing a substantial amount of resources from the Black Robe Army, enabling Dr. Gero to complete Tao Bai's final transformation. Tao Bai and Master Roshi attended this martial arts tournament not only to avenge son Wukong, but also to eliminate Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who had sided with Master Roshi. Although his body had been mechanized after putting on clothes, no one could tell that Tao Bai was a cyborg. He still wore his original outfit with a long braid adorned with a pink bow, which looked somewhat odd. The large black character kill on his pink jacket showcased his identity as an assassin. Tianjin fan, since you've sided with Master Roshi today, I shall cleanse the portal from Master Roshi. After following Master Roshi for a while, Tianjin fan began to feel a growing aversion towards the idea of being an assassin, which extended to his feelings about Tao Bai as well. Despite still harboring some fear towards his master, Tianjin fan could discern from his senses that his strength developed through diligent training had already surpassed that of Tao Bai. Sure enough, during their encounter, Tao Bai was taken aback. Even though Tao Bai exerted his utmost effort and exposed his mechanical body to strike Tianjin fan, he could not reverse the tide of defeat. Tianjin fan handed the unconscious Tao Bai over to Master Roshi outside the arena, who left in despair, cradling Tao Bai. Tianjin fan smoothly advanced into the top 4. The excited host wearing sunglasses shouted, "The first match of the semifinals is between Tianjin fan and Sun Wukong." In the thrilling match of the last tournament, Tianjin fan won by a narrow margin. Who will emerge victorious this time? We shall see. The crowd cheered and Huang Falanqi pulled out a barrage gun, firing into the sky, shouting, "Tianjin fan defeats Sun Wukong." Krillin and others felt torn, unsure of whom to root for. "Let's get started," Tianjin fan said with a smile. Sun Wukong, equally relaxed, replied, "Come on." Both were filled with confidence, and in an instant they clashed together, producing a series of loud, intense sounds that resonated painfully in the audience's ears, yet the crowd grew even more excited. The speed escalated and the sounds grew louder as fists and feet collided, igniting the fervor of every spectator. In a flash, the two separated, and Tianjin fan, with a hint of pride, said, "That was just a warm-up, the match has only begun." Sun Wukong was slightly out of breath, but appeared relaxed as Tianjin fan prepared to attack. "Wait a moment," Sun Wukong said. "Let me take off my clothes." Tianjin fan nonchalantly nodded. Sun Wukong slowly removed a thick inner lining and tossed it to the ground, causing a loud thud as it impacted the floor, cracking it and raising a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong then threw his shoes onto the ground, both landing like iron weights without rolling. Tianjin fan was astonished and asked, "You actually wore weighted clothes for the match?" Sun Wukong twisted his neck, saying, "Yes, now it feels much easier." The staff struggled to move the items, and the host had to ask Krillin and others for help. Krillin was shocked. "Does this weigh 1,000 kilograms? Sun Wukong, having released his restraints, felt much happier, bouncing up and down while saying, "The gods made me wear this one-ton outfit and these 2 shoes which totaled 200 kilograms. I constantly have to use chi to support my body. Oh, it's quite uncomfortable." Everyone was taken aback, and Tianjin fan was equally astonished. The weighted battle suit given to him by his junior brother Lu Wen was adjustable up to 400 kilograms. He hadn't taken it off during battle, which led to it being destroyed by Piccolo. Although Tianjin fan wanted to buy another one, he had no idea where to obtain it, and even if he did, he probably couldn't afford it. This illustrates that while a poor scholar may excel in martial arts, substantial resources are still necessary. Indeed, when they clashed, Tianjin fan found himself at a disadvantage. Despite unleashing his specialized 4-body fist against Sun Wukong, Tianjin fan was still suppressed by Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength and ultimately lost, allowing Sun Wukong to advance to the finals. The second match soon commenced. The host dared not speak much in the face of the cold, all-green-skinned demon contestant and quickly initiated the competition. Though Piccolo watched Li Yu's 2 matches, he did not regard them highly. Li Yu had already assumed a stance while Piccolo stood casually. Both waited for the other to attack, and the scene fell silent. However, this continued waiting seemed to create an awkward atmosphere, prompting the host to awkwardly introduce some information about the two. Finally, Piccolo said, "If you don't want to die, you might as well surrender quickly. I don't care about winning or losing this match." Li Yu paid no heed to Piccolo's harsh words. He had heard countless threats on his journey. He remained focused, waiting for the demon's attack. Used to defending, he did not initiate any offense. "Since you wish to die, I'll grant you that." An astonishing aura surged forth, and Piccolo's energy escalated wildly, causing Sun Wukong outside to frown. A forceful punch shot toward Li Yu, who was focused and raised his right hand to block. The impact sent him flying 10 meters back, wearing down half of the 5-centimeter thick shoe sole, filling the air with the smell of burning rubber. Piccolo frowned in surprise, but didn't care. He sneered, realizing he wouldn't hold back this time. He intended to defeat this opponent as quickly as possible and then kill Sun Wukong. Knowing that Lu Wen had been killed by Sun Wukong, if he eliminated Sun Wukong, he would become the strongest, reclaiming control of this world. Li Yu clenched his fists again, The recent pain did not feel unpleasant, but rather liberating, akin to someone suffering from a severe toothache pressing down on their gums, finding relief in the pressure. A lightning-fast punch was caught by Liu, who pulled it back to dissipate the force, delivering a fierce knee strike to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo immediately countered with a downward elbow strike, the force meeting with Liu's tearing Liu Wen's pants into shreds and shattering the tiles beneath them into debris. Piccolo rebounded into the air like a 1,000-pound weight, delivering a whip kick that stirred a whirlwind, sending the debris flying toward Liu. Liu rolled to evade, kicking toward Piccolo's head. Piccolo raised his hand to block the swirling air, crumpling his skin. The speed of their exchanges grew faster, and the force intensified. Neither was willing to back down. The dueling arena was left in ruins, and the host had long taken cover in a pit, afraid to show his face. The audience area was no longer safe, with some spectators injured, prompting everyone to retreat. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "The gods!" Krillin and others were taken aback by the appearance of the green-skinned elder, and then looked at Piccolo, continuously switching their gaze, ultimately confirming that these were two different beings. "So this is the deity Wukong spoke of," everyone finally reacted. The deity nodded at everyone, observing the two combatants locked in battle on the arena. "Wukong, that contestant Liu possesses a physique as powerful as yours. More importantly, his martial arts heart is equally pure. Perhaps in the future you two will become steadfast partners in your journey." "That's wonderful." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, appearing very excited. "It seems I'm happier than if I married a beautiful bride." Krillin scoffed internally. Lu Ping remarked, "When I met him, he was just an assistant researcher for Bulma's father. How did he suddenly become so formidable?" Krillin and the others were equally unaware, shaking their heads. "Once a victor is determined, let's ask Bulma about it." At this moment, both contestants in the arena were gasping heavily. Liu had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his right cheek swollen with a distinct footprint, and his left hand dislocated. Piccolo also looked quite miserable, covered in green blood with a fist-sized dent in his chest, clearly indicating a broken rib. "Ha ha ha." Piccolo laughed maniacally. "You are merely human. Being able to fight me to this extent is already something to be grateful for." After speaking, a surge of energy flowed within him, and astonishingly, in just a breath, Piccolo's severely injured body miraculously healed. At this point, Bulma and others had arrived at the backstage area where Krillin and the others were. Seeing the situation, Bulma could no longer hold back and shouted, "Liu, quickly surrender, stop fighting." Seeing Bulma, Liu appeared conflicted. His body still craved combat, but reason prevailed. Thus he said, "I surrender." At this moment, Piccolo also noticed the deity, and the two exchanged glances, ready for a fierce battle. Just as the host was about to announce the demon's victory, Piccolo unleashed a ki blast that exploded beneath him, leaving the host terrified and lying in the pit, unable to move. Piccolo laughed heartily, saying, "Today, everyone present will die." Just as the deity was about to step forward, a hand blocked his path. Sun Wukong blocked the heavenly god, grinning as he said, "Hee, it's my turn now." Seeing Sun Wukong enter the arena, Duan Di became serious. Sun Wukong was his target, the one who could kill Lu Wan. Although Duan Di was confident that he was much stronger than 3 years ago, he did not dare to be arrogant or underestimate his opponent. Having acquired all of his father's memories, Duan Di would not make the same mistakes again. "Do you need a break?" Sun Wukong asked. Duan Di looked at his casual attitude and felt anger rise within him, roaring, "Stop joking around, mortal." With that, he flew into the sky. It seemed Duan Di was quite clear-headed. He knew that Sun Wukong could not fly, but from another perspective, Duan Di appeared somewhat timid. However, Duan Di did not expect Sun Wukong's attack to come so swiftly. Just as Duan Di stopped, Sun Wukong had already leaped into the air, landing behind Duan Di. He delivered a powerful punch to Duan Di's left cheek, sending him crashing onto the arena floor, causing the ground to explode and shatter, breaking several large stones beneath. Boom! The explosive Duan Di blasted away the debris, pinning him down, and charged at the still falling Sun Wukong. The sound of their collisions was like thunder, shaking the entire sky. At this moment, watching the battle was no longer enjoyable. Apart from some powerful martial artists, most ordinary people began to flee the venue. In this intense melee, Duan Di was still not a match for the Saiyan-like strength of Sun Wukong. Gradually losing patience, Duan Di finally shot up into the sky, surveying the entire Papaya Island. He decided to blow this place to pieces. Duan Di started to gather his energy, his aura rapidly escalating. The heavenly god shouted in alarm, placing both hands on the ground. A peculiar energy wave brewed in his palms, and suddenly the soil below vanished, creating a 20-meter deep pit. Although it could not save everyone on the island, at least it could rescue those present. Master Rashi and others helped each other jump into the pit. Yet Sun Wukong still adhered to the rules of the competition, standing on the arena to face Duan Dis attack. Gathering all of Duan Dis energy, the demon convergence light cannon shot towards Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. After the intense red light, a massive wall of fire swept in all directions, extending to the sea several kilometers away, instantly flattening the entire island. At this moment, mist surrounded the island, but within it lay rubble and ruins. People began to crawl out from the refuge pit, gazing up at the sky. Apart from the slowly descending Duan Di, there was no trace of Wukong. Looking at the open, clean ground, Duan Di laughed triumphantly. Haha, now you know my power, right? Just as Bulma and the others were searching for Wukong, he suddenly descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had used his foot to unleash the Kamehameha, utilizing the recoil to leap skyward like a rocket. At this moment, Sun Wukong was in the air, gathering an immense amount of vital energy between his hands. Haim. The charged Kamehameha shot directly towards Duan Di. Duan Di quickly dodged, but this Kamehameha was unlike ordinary energy blasts. It was composed of controllable chi. As long as the initiator had strength left, they could continuously gather energy into the wave and manipulate its direction to pursue the enemy. Unable to evade, Duan Di extended both hands to take it hidden. Even as he exerted all his remaining strength, he could not withstand the terrifying energy wave. The green figure was gradually engulfed by the white light, and the massive shockwave sent Duan Dis' battered body crashing into the ground below. Boom, rumble. Intense energy vibrations erupted, shaking the entire island, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck, and the white flash blinded the onlookers. Sun Wukong looked down at the giant pit beneath him. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, and seeing no movement from Duan Di, who was buried in the rubble, he finally relaxed, and said, "Host, announce the results." The host, however, questioned, "He's dead. You'll be disqualified from the competition." Sun Wukong looked at the heavenly god, and said, "The heavenly god is still alive. He shouldn't be dead yet." The heavenly god approached the host, and added, "Yes, Duan Di is not dead yet." The host glanced down and, not doubting, said, "Then I will start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just as everyone cheered for Wukong, an unexpected energy wave suddenly shot from the ruins towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! An unsuspecting Sun Wukong was pierced through the right chest. The crowd gasped, "Wukong!" 2 women screamed and rushed forward, but Kiki was held back by Lepin and Bulma by Liu. Kiki cried, "I just got married, am I to be a widow already?" Bawling, Bulma could not help the tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Liu, please save Wukong." Watching Bulma, who was heartbroken, Liu's calm demeanor began to unravel. A feeling of rage grew within, as if a beast sleeping inside him was gradually awakening. Liu half kneeled on the ground, clutching his head in pain, startling Bulma with his sudden change. A somewhat disheveled Duan Di slowly stood up and walked towards Sun Wukong, glancing at the crowd and mocking, "Don't rush, let me deal with Sun Wukong first before taking care of you." Hearing Duan Dis' words, little pig Beiji was so frightened that he buried his head in the ground. Wait! The heavenly god stepped forward, taking out a medicine bottle from his pocket, which was sealed with a talisman inscribed with the words "Demon Sealing." Duan Di was taken aback. You actually learned the Demon Sealing wave." However, just as the heavenly god prepared to unleash the Demon Sealing wave, a violent aura erupted, sweeping over the entire Papaya Island. Merely the force of the aura sent those weaker martial artists flying. The center of the powerful vital energy was occupied by 2 individuals. The terrified Bulma was shielded by an unknown force curling up and floating above the ground. Liu opened his bloodshot eyes, his muscles bulging, doubling his size. The aura within him stirred the surrounding space, causing the rubble on the ground to float into the air, only to be shattered into dust swirling around him like smoke. From a distance, he resembled an ancient demon god. Yet the beautiful woman beside him was unharmed in this tempestuous space, an invisible barrier separating her from the terrifying, chaotic energy of the outside world. With every step Liu took, the ground trembled, and the hearts of the powerful beings, Sun Wukong, Duan Di, and the heavenly god, were shaken as they turned to stare at Liu. Bulma slowly descended, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at Liu's back. You are the leader of the Black Flag Army, Liu Wen." Having been killed by Liu Wen once, Duan Di vividly remembered this aura. Liu walked up to the heavenly god and stopped glaring at him. "Old man, get out of the way and don't interfere." The heavenly god was intimidated by Liu's ferocious aura, stuttering, I conceal Duan Di." Liu mocked, "Heavenly god, last time it was you who saved Duan Di. Haha, but unfortunately Duan Dis Demon Sealing Wave is stronger than you. With that he grabbed the old man's throat and casually tossed him aside. Boom. The heavenly god's body smashed through a pile of rocks like a cannonball. Krillin rushed in to help the heavenly god, who coughed, clearly injured. How do you know? You want to kill me? Duan Di asked in terror. Killing you is easy, you just eliminate that old man, eat him, and it can restore your injuries. As he spoke he flicked his fingers, throwing out a healing bean. Duan Di caught it, easily sneering, you think he'll believe your nonsense. At this moment Sun Wukong also got up. Although he had a bloody hole in his chest, he gritted his teeth and said, your aura, Lu, when you are alive. Lu Wen likewise threw out a healing bean, which Sun Wukong caught, and without hesitation ate. Crunch, his aura instantly returned to its peak, and miraculously the bloody hole in his chest healed. Duan Di stared in disbelief. Looking at the healing bean in his hand, Duan Di hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. Warmth flowed through his body, fully healing his injuries, and his vital energy reached its peak. Duan Di recalled the previous battle with Lu Wen, so it turns out it was this thing that did it. He then clenched his fist and grinned sinisterly. Liu twisted his neck, extended his right hand, and lightly beckoned with his finger, his face filled with malice. Come on, all of you at once. I can hardly control my urge to destroy everything. Wait, why can you deceive my perception? What is going on with Liu? The heavenly god finally regained his senses, and recalling his previous relationship with Liu, hoped to clarify the situation. Liu seemed to be suffering, impatiently shouting, if I can deceive my own body, how could you possibly detect me? Liu raised his fist, his expression menacing as he threatened, I'll say it again, you cannot stop me, and this planet will be destroyed by me. But Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and laughed, Ji, stop boasting and come to battle. Sun Wukong left a residual image in place while his real body leaped behind Lu Wen, launching a right fist towards Lu Wen's back. However, Lu Wen swiftly caught his fist with one hand, turning his body to grab Sun Wukong's left fist with the other. With a loud clash, their fists and palms met, and their knees violently collided. An invisible shockwave sent debris flying from the ground, leaving it completely barren. Lu Wen let out a furious roar, ha! His muscles bulged as he forcefully threw Sun Wukong into the sky. With a swift motion, Lu Wen flew past at an even faster speed, using his momentum to kick towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong curled his body, transforming his fist into a claw, interlocking his fingers to block the fierce strike. With a loud bang. Although most of the power was dissipated, the residual force still sent Sun Wukong crashing 1,000 meters away onto the surface of the sea, creating a splash that soared dozens of meters high. Lu Wen glanced at the commotion on the sea surface and mocked, Sun Wukong, how many episodes has it been? Can't you learn to fly yet? A wave of energy shot directly at Lu Wen. He slightly sidestepped the energy wave, grazing his chest, scorching his skin. Short D flashed behind Lu Wen, his fingers poised like a blade, twisting his body to slash towards Lu Wen's neck, thinking to himself, what a good opportunity. With a mighty force, Short D's hand struck against the muscles on Lu Wen's neck, the invisible power radiating from the point of contact like ripples throughout his entire body. Short D let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha, now you know my power, right? Lu Wen suddenly turned his head and scoffed. Do you think you can become the king of Earth by sneak attacking? You're no match for Sun Wukong, and there's no way you could defeat me either. Short D gritted his teeth, incredulously saying, how is that possible? Before he could finish, Lu Wen's fierce spinning kick had already struck Short D's face, the tremendous force twisting his head backward. His body started to spin and fly away as Lu Wen chased after him, extending his right hand to grab Short D's horrified expression. A powerful energy released, sending Short D soaring higher, exploding in a massive fireball. As the smoke cleared, Short D was still suspended in the air, but his face was charred and appeared exceedingly disheveled. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally leaped out from beneath the water's surface, landing heavily on the ground with a loud boom. Though he had not sustained serious injuries, Sun Wukong was filled with rage. He bent down, beginning to gather the vital energy within his body. Accompanied by his furious roar, some fragments of rock around him along with his body began to levitate slowly. While Sun Wukong's ability to fly was still somewhat difficult to control, it seemed to be an instinct, and soon he would master it. Short D slowly descended to the ground. Humph, arrogant human, you will regret this. Short D clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and immediately lowered his waist to gather all his energy. His muscles rolled continuously as his unique physique underwent a powerful transformation. Eventually, Short D grew to a height of 4 meters, his confidence restored. The fierce battle left those martial artists who were still observing in disbelief. Lu Ping dragged the still-dazed Bulma to a safer spot further back. Seeing Bulma's absent-minded expression, they didn't dare to ask questions, waiting for the outcome of the battle among the three. Chi-Chi angrily questioned, "Why did Liu help the Demon King Short D attack Wukong?" The others also didn't know how to explain, shaking their heads. Sun Wukong finally learned to fly and directly pounced towards Lu Wan. The two instantly became entangled, the sounds of violent collisions resembling thunder. Soon Short D joined the fray. With a glance exchanged between Sun Wukong and Short D, they understood each other's intentions: first defeat Lu Wan, then face off against each other. Their combined efforts left Lu Wan struggling to cope, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. With such high-intensity attacks, they initially had the energy to dodge, but as they unleashed true power, the three could no longer afford to evade. Fists connected with flesh, and even if bones broke and tendons snapped, no one was willing to be the first to show fear. Finally, Sun Wukong, using Short D and Lu Wan's strength, seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow, smashing Lu Wan into the ground. Short D also continuously fired energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The ground where Lu Wan fell erupted in flames, rapidly transforming into a massive pit with a radius of 100 meters. Looking down at the shattered ground, Sun Wukong and Short D exchanged glances, and in an instant they collided into one another, a series of strikes echoing through the sky. The martial artists, watching from a distance, were left dumbfounded. In the air, as the two fought fiercely after one punch, they simultaneously looked towards the giant pit. With a loud bang, countless fragments of rock were shaken into the sky, shooting towards them like cannonballs. Lu Wan's furious aura dragged his body slowly upward, once again confronting the two. It seemed that Lu Wan had not suffered much damage. Expressionless, he said, "Short D, you possess great energy, but you only waste it foolishly. With an opponent like you, neither I nor Sun Wukong can be defeated." Short D angrily retorted, "Stop talking nonsense." Sun Wukong took a breath and looked at Short D, saying, "He's right." Short D trembled in anger. In an instant, Lu Wan lunged at Sun Wukong. Boom, bang. Each attack was delivered with all his strength. Lu Wan was experiencing both pain and pleasure. The intense impact caused his agitated cells to continuously release powerful energy. If he did not release it, he felt as if his body would explode and his will would be shattered by the shock. Only by engaging in relentless combat with Sun Wukong could he alleviate this pain and experience the joy of each punch connecting with flesh. However, although Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat. Regardless of Lu Wan using several times more power than him, Sun Wukong always gritted his teeth to withstand such attacks. Short D, however, did not join the fight and instead acted as a spectator. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled, "Since I have already defeated you once, I can defeat you again." Suddenly, Sun Wukong sank his body, bending his legs, his hands returning to his waist. His 10 fingers curled into claws, and vital energy gathered continuously between his hands as Sun Wukong roared Kamehameha. Finally, he thrust his hands forward. The scorching white Kamehameha surged towards Lu Wan. Lu Wan mimicked Sun Wukong's actions, also launching a Kamehameha. The two beams of light clashed in the air as they poured all their strength into it. Their muscles swelled to the limit, veins bulging, and even some blood vessels could not withstand the pressure and burst. Everyone was astonished, unable to close their mouths, as Lu Wan actually unleashed a Kamehameha too and was able to contend with Sun Wukong. The crowd looked towards Master Roshi, curious whether Master Roshi had also taken Lu Wan as a disciple. Master Roshi felt very embarrassed. He had never taught his disciples techniques. They had all figured things out on their own after watching him a few times. Lu Wan's vital energy was already stronger than Sun Wukong's. Although this energy strongly interfered with Lu Wan's consciousness, the chip assisted martial arts techniques, allowing Lu Wan to utilize the energy more efficiently. Thus, his Kamehameha became even more perfect. Finally, Sun Wukong began to show signs of decline, with his energy wave being suppressed and thrown back at him by Lu Wan. Short D, unwilling to remain idle, bent his knees and hunched his back. With his right hand, he joined his index and middle fingers, placing them on his forehead to gather all his vital energy. Demon destruction light. Red light flickered at his fingertips. Everyone saw Short D preparing a big move and jumped into the pit dug by the deity in fright. Sun Wukong was pushed to a high altitude in the stratosphere by the energy wave, the scorching white light flashing before being engulfed by a blazing red light. The violent explosion left the weaker martial artists deafened. However, this time Short D's demon light cannon did not have as wide a range as before. The center's power had been compressed to a 500-meter radius, but the energy at the center was even more terrifying. Short Dis body slumped, yet his expression was exceedingly excited. Sun Wukong's fate was uncertain, and Lu Wen was also struck by his enhanced demon light cannon. Unless something unexpected happened, he would become the final victor. Master Rashi and the others were taken aback, not expecting that Short D, who had been at a disadvantage, would stand strong until the end. A small black dot appeared in the sky, rapidly descending towards the ground as the celestial being said its Wukong. Tianjin Fan flew up to catch the unconscious Sun Wukong, who was now covered in bloody wounds with multiple fractures. Once Tianjin Fan landed, Chi-Chi rushed over holding Sun Wukong and crying. Krillin, Bulma, and others gathered around. The celestial being examined Sun Wukong's body and said Wukong is severely injured, but there's no need to worry. With a few months of rest he will recover. Bulma looked at the dust in the sky, praying that Liu was safe. She still couldn't accept the fact that her adorable junior had turned into the formidable Lu Wen. If Liu also fell, everyone would be killed by Drum. Drum glanced at Sun Wukong, but ignored him, his eyes fixed on the sky as the dust gradually settled. He was curious to see if that arrogant fellow could withstand the enhanced demon beam. A dark shadow hovered in the air. Drum clenched his teeth as the dust cleared, revealing Lu Wen, whose body was charred black with blood pooling at his feet. Drum burst into laughter, about to mock Lu Wen, when suddenly he recalled the strange beans. He realized he had lost last time due to those very beans. Now, with his energy depleted, it felt eerily similar to his previous situation. Since the opponent had already given him one, there must be more. Understanding this, Drum disregarded everything else and flew away. At that moment, the martial artists below realized the situation. Everyone was in despair, not expecting the mighty Drum to suddenly fly away. It was a miraculous twist. Regardless of the reason, they had preserved their lives. After all, not everyone could sense the aura of the great demon Lu Wen. They still thought it was the participant Liu who remained. Lu Wen watched Drum escape, without concern, slowly flying towards Bulma and the others. His charred skin and muscles were shedding, revealing smooth skin that even women would envy. Bulma pushed away Lepin, who was blocking her, and approached Liu. She wanted to question him about why he had deceived her. She needed to know if he was Lu Wen or Liu. Her eyes filled with tears as she felt deeply wronged. At this moment, Lu Wen was completely naked. Drum had guessed wrong. Lu Wen had no intention of eating the magical beans. After finally expelling the raging aura, Lu Wen used his powers to heal his body. Seizing the rare clarity, Lu Wen tried to eliminate the Saiyan's violent cells from his body. Now his previously swollen muscles had returned to a normal proportion. Bulma, seeing Li's bare body, was speechless. She quickly tossed a capsule and retrieved a suit she had bought for Liu, covering her eyes as she helped him put it on. Lu Wen remained calm, having had that kind of experience with Bulma. After putting on the clothes, Bulma even prepared a pair of low-grade glasses for him. Lu Wen didn't mind putting them on. At that moment, his demeanor changed, and he bore little resemblance to a martial artist, looking rather refined. Bulma wanted to speak, but Lu Wen stopped her. He approached Sun Wukong, but the timid Lepin and others blocked his way, while Tianjin Fan was unsure of what to do. The celestial being stepped forward and asked, "Are you Liu or Lu Wen? I sense your aura is completely different from before." Lu Wen replied expressionlessly, "I am Lu Wen, and I am also Liu." After Lu Wen simulated Sun Wukong's Saiyan cells, he was exposed to intense moonlight. His consciousness was constantly influenced and eroded by the violent mutant cells, leading Lu Wen to engage in a fierce battle with Drum. After consuming the magical beans, he lost control and fought Sun Wukong desperately, ultimately getting severely injured by the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. This, however, cleared his mind, allowing Lu Wen to feign death and escape. Unable to risk using the magical beans, Lu Wen had to rely on his powers to slowly heal his body. However, he discovered that the Saiyan cells were still rapidly proliferating and becoming violent. Lu Wen quickly recalled Sun Wukong's experience, which was amnesia. Although Lu Wen possessed a wealth of knowledge and experimental data, modifying his own brain cells was a significant risk. He had always been hesitant to try, but now he had no choice. Lu Wen simulated Li's personality, which combined his traits before his fall into darkness and Sun Wukong's characteristics, as Sun Wukong had completely controlled the destructive desires of Saiyan cells, being the first among this generation of Saiyans to transform into a Super Saiyan. Lu Wen certainly did not wish to become another person after losing his memory, so he established a protocol. If he encountered danger, the seals would gradually unlock, and if the Saiyan cells went out of control, all seals would be released. As for whether Liu was Lu Wen or the leader of the Black Silk Army, it was a convenient identity to access the academic resources of the prestigious West City University. Of course, Liu appeared at West City University as Brief's assistant, All of this was part of Lu Wen's calculations. He had already found it difficult to control the Black Silk Army, so he decided to return to Brief's laboratory to restart and not waste valuable time. Lu Wen had not anticipated developing such a relationship with Bulma. Now he was somewhat troubled about how to handle his relationship with her, as Li Yu was the amnesiac Lu Wen, and the current Lu Wen was also the recovering memory of Li Yu. Lu Wen explained some reasons to the crowd, mainly stating that he had no confidence in defeating Drum, which was why he used the fusion bomb. His subsequent battles with Sun Wukong and others were also due to the inability to fully control his body, whether they believed him or were satisfied. Lu Wen did not care. Then Lu Wen asked Tianjin Fan about the revival of Android 18. Tianjin Fan regretfully said the dragon cannot help but said Android 18 might still be alive. Lu Wen had no choice but to think of another way, as Li Yu's appearance had changed somewhat, and he was also 18 years old. Moreover, Lu Wen was now the vanquished Demon King, so he said to everyone, Lu Wen is dead. I will henceforth be Li Yu. This was a pleasant surprise for everyone. Krillin suddenly said, you still have magical beans, right? Give one to Wukong. Li Yu, feeling inexplicably irritated by Krillin's sudden interjection, sensed the Saiyan cells stirring again. With a dark expression he said, if you don't want to die, get lost. Krillin was startled and muttered, if you don't want to give it, then forget it. The celestial being found Li Yu's inexplicable hostility towards Krillin somewhat strange. Bulma also said, Li Yu, if you have magical beans, just give one to Wukong. As long as she confirmed that this was still her junior Li Yu, she was no longer afraid and would give him what he wanted. Li Yu looked at Bulma, who had dyed her hair blue, and sighed, magical beans are a precious resource. Besides, eating too many is bad for the body. Sun Wukong has a great physique and will recover quickly. The second statement was pure nonsense, but Bulma believed it. Li Yu was returning to West City, and Bulma hesitated. She longed to spend time with old friends at Master Roshi's Turtle School. Yet Li Yu's strained relationship with the hermit made it awkward to insist he stay. Moreover, Son Goku and Chi-Chi had been taken to the other world by the Guardian of Earth, leaving Bulma no choice but to accompany Li Yu back to West City. Though Li Yu remained as courteous and considerate as ever, attentive to Bulma's needs, something within her felt irrevocably changed. A subtle barrier now lingered between them. Li Yu's appearance was unchanged, yet his former shyness had vanished, replaced by an unwavering self-assured calm. Recalling Lu Wen's vengeful fury toward No. 18, Bulma had once envied that girl, but now learning that her own junior classmate was Lu Wen, a quiet pang of jealousy stirred in her chest. Li Yu had stood alone against the combined might of Son Goku and Piccolo, a feat that stirred deep admiration in Bulma, whose heart still beat with the quiet yearning of a young woman. As she watched him drive with quiet focus, Bulma's thoughts drifted to the night they had held each other bare and unguarded. Her throat tightened, she swallowed hard, only for Li Yu to turn, catching her gaze with a faint knowing smile, as if he'd glimpsed the very pulse of her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart hammering wildly, and she snapped. Half flustered, half defensive. Li Yu, can't you just focus on driving? Li Yu merely glanced away, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Li Yu contemplated the future. On Earth, his personal martial strength already ranked among the highest. Even if he had yet to fully master its magnitude, self-preservation posed no challenge. Yet across the cosmos, countless warriors loomed far beyond such bounds. The Saiyan invaders, Vegeta and his comrades, would likely descend upon Earth in 5 or 6 years' time. Could he truly rely on Son Goku and Piccolo to repeat their destined victory? Impossible. His very presence had fractured the world's narrative. Fate was no longer certain, and victories born of chance were now unreliable. And no, 18, alive or dead, he would find her. Yet as he looked down at Bulma fast asleep atop his thigh, Li Yu, so utterly in command of circumstance, suddenly felt an unexpected piercing throb of headache. Back in West City DR, Briefs observed the altered dynamic between Li Yu and Bulma and murmured to himself, this trip must have changed something. Capsule Corporation had already allocated Li Yu an independent laboratory and full research resources, but he deemed it insufficient. Seizing Bulma's momentary vulnerability, he requested additional assets. She responded decisively, merging their resources entirely, not only to streamline efficiency and reduce redundancy, but also to work side by side. Li Yu, of course, raised no objection. In cutting-edge science, Bulma's mastery far surpassed his own. This collaboration offered invaluable opportunity for mentorship. Li Yu also confirmed that the Black Ribbon Army was now under the command of Shugu, though battered by the coalition forces led by King Furry. Its remnants had vanished into obscurity, yet King Furry had no intention of eradicating them entirely. So long as the Black Ribbon Army endured, he would remain the undisputed leader of the anti-Black Ribbon Alliance, wielding far greater real power than any ceremonial monarch. Liu further reflected on Capsule Corporation, the wealthiest enterprise on Earth. In West City, it served not only as an economic pillar, but also wielded considerable political influence, its sole deficiency being military capability. Though the company possessed heavy industry infrastructure, it deliberately avoided arms manufacturing. Even during the Black Ribbon Army's early cooperation with Capsule Corp, all weaponry had been developed and produced in-house. Viewed through a lens of pragmatism, Bulma's original choice of Vegeta over Yamcha seemed rooted in more than affection. The Saiyan prince's royal lineage and overwhelming martial prowess offered true parity, whereas Yamcha, however earnest, lacked the stature to safeguard Capsule Corporation's legacy. Yet Bulma had misjudged and missed her chance. Had she not, Son Goku might never have claimed Chi-Chi first, neither in love nor in strategic advantage. Liu shook his head, chiding himself for such idle speculation. Then he glanced at Bulma sprawled unselfconsciously across the lab sofa, and realized with quiet certainty that if he chose to act, she would almost certainly become his. Liu resumed experiments on his innate superhuman abilities. Initially believed to be telekinesis, deeper investigation revealed something far more profound, a reality-bending force capable of conjuring existence from nothingness, or directly altering physical states. To Liu's scientific mind, such phenomena mocked the very foundations of known physics. For instance, he could cause a group of observed atoms to vanish without releasing a trace of energy, or strip kinetic energy from atoms within a minuscule region, plunging it instantly to absolute zero. Such atomic-scale manipulation remained extraordinarily taxing. Even with his rapidly expanding power, he could sustain it only a handful of times. He also discovered his ability struggled against life forms saturated with potent chi. Biological chi generated cellularly and amplified through martial disciplines proved profoundly disruptive to his powers. This unique chi, propagated and manifested in myriad ways through different martial arts, defied all current scientific explanation, remaining as enigmatic to Liu as his own abilities. To Liu, both his superhuman faculty and the world's intrinsic chi lay beyond present technological comprehension. He could harness them, but not decipher their essence. Such forces therefore eluded complete control. Relying on them for mere showmanship risked catastrophic failure. Humiliation would be trivial, death unforgivable. Yet research could not cease, and this experiment succeeded effortlessly. Thus Liu's mastery of his ability had just leapt forward once more. The trial involved energy transference. After meticulous calculation, Liu devised a viable method to channel an object's energy directly into another, achieving flawless success on the first attempt. Further comparative tests revealed the energy cost of such transfer was negligible compared to direct energization. This revelation ignited fierce excitement. Here lay a formidable weapon and an unparalleled means of survival. Today, Liu needed to personally sign a critical contract at Capsule Corporation, the commission for a next-generation rocket engine. Even Dr. Briefs adhered strictly to protocol for such high-stakes resources. Liu was no exception. Upon entering Capsule Corporation's headquarters, Liu spotted a familiar figure in the lobby, a violet-haired woman in elegant heels and a tailored business suit wearing round spectacles, appearing every inch the poised corporate secretary. Liu strode directly toward them. From afar, the violet-haired woman and the middle-aged man beside her noticed the approach of a youth barely 20, whereupon a bodyguard stepped forward to intercept. "Colonel Z," Liu said, addressing the woman. "Long time no see." The violet-haired woman stiffened visibly, but feigned ignorance. The middle-aged man glanced quizzically at her, then turned to Liu with polite skepticism. "Young man, I believe you've mistaken her identity. This is Miss Violet, my personal secretary." Liu ignored the man entirely and repeated tone unwavering, "Colonel Z, I need to speak with you." Violet, who knew not how this youth uncovered her past, could no longer pretend. With measured composure, she replied, "Young man, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Might we speak privately?" "Agreed." Violet turned to the man beside her. "Apologies, Director Chun. I'll speak with this young man momentarily." Director Chun nodded. Violet moved toward a nearby cafe, but Liu remained motionless. With a crisp snap of his fingers, dozens in the lobby collapsed unconscious. Violet recoiled in shock, quickly verifying they were merely stunned, not harmed. How did you do that? Who are you?" Liu had orchestrated the display precisely to unsettle her, to ensure no deception, no evasion. "I am Lu Wan. I am Lu Wan." "How did Colonel Z end up at the Capsule Company?" "It seems Lu Wan has changed his appearance to infiltrate the Capsule Company." I also recalled you are the assistant of Briefly You. Although we have never met, Violet, who works in intelligence, has gathered quite a bit of information about Li Yu. This young man has shown outstanding abilities in the Research Institute, and the board is very interested in his proposal for developing interstellar spacecraft, providing him with resources second only to the Bulma laboratory. What surprised Violet the most was that this young man, who appeared to be a technology worker, actually participated in the world's premier martial arts tournament, ultimately battling against the Demon King Piccolo, who fled in defeat. Such intelligence truly astonished Violet. If Li Yu is indeed Lu Wen of the Black Silk Army, then it all makes sense. Violet said, should I call you Lu Wen or Li Yu? Lu Wen has already died. I am now Li Yu. Meanwhile, people outside have noticed the situation in the hall and are calling out. However, anyone who steps into the hall will faint at the entrance. Violet, observing this situation, gritted her teeth and said, you have caused me great trouble. Speak quickly. I want to know the situation of the Black Silk Army and if there are any updates on number 18. I only know that after your disappearance, there was a split within the Black Silk Army's upper echelons. Dr. Gero has recruited many formidable individuals from somewhere, and Zaluba was unable to resist. A large amount of resources from the Black Silk Army was seized by Dr. Gero, who then went into hiding. The coalition led by Kesrujan attacked Zaluba's forces, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Black Silk Army. Zaluba, along with the remnants of his army, also went into hiding. As for the current news, I am unaware, but I can help you investigate when I return if you need. Violet paused and said ambiguously, number 18, is your junior sister right? I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Oh, isn't one Bulma enough? Less chatter. Where is number 18? Continue. I don't know about number 18, but I've heard that Dr. Gero has number 18's twin brother, number 17, among his assistants. Violet, leave your contact information. If I find the information I need, I will notify you. You have exposed my identity, and now my mission has failed. You still want me to help you? I do not care who your backers are or what your purpose is at the capsule company. If you provide me with the information I need, I will offer you corresponding rewards. If you try to play tricks in front of me, I do not recommend that you all end up dead. Violet was also shocked and replied calmly, all right, but I don't want money. Li Yu frowned, then what do you want? Violet's green eyes twinkled in her alluring gaze. I need your friendship. Let's wipe the slate clean of past grievances. From now on, we can collaborate for mutual benefit without harming each other's interests. Your proposal is interesting. Now show your sincerity and strength. Saying this, Violet handed Li Yu a card with a fixed telephone number on it. Violet turned and left gracefully, saying, wait for my news. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yu felt a stir in his heart. Violet's tall figure paired with such professional attire was indeed a captivating allure. He then burned the card to ashes. Such a number only needed a glance for Li Yu to remember. In this world, mobile phones were not yet widespread. Even the officers of the Black Silk Army were required to be equipped with contact rooms. It was still necessary to venture into space, aiming to set up a navigation satellite network by next year. The incident at the capsule company naturally did not affect Li Yu. With brief assurance, and considering Li Yu's close relationship with the capsule company's second Miss Bulma, it was not a secret that he might become the big boss in the future. Even the police dared not investigate Li Yu, ultimately placing the blame for the disappearance on Violet. However, Violet had powerful connections, and her wanted status was quickly lifted. Li Yu was too lazy to focus on Violet. He believed she would contact him again. For now, he poured all his energy into manufacturing the spacecraft. Bulma was thrilled. Li Yu's proposed satellite plan was simply brilliant. Why hadn't she thought of it before? It seemed that the future indeed lay in space. Subsequently, Bulma presented a massive future plan to the capsule company board, first developing advanced rockets and related aerospace technologies. Within the next year, they aimed to launch 22 near-Earth satellites to form a navigation system, completing global satellite communication coverage, and then establish an aerospace base to take the first step into the cosmos. Originally, Bulma also proposed to transform the moon, but Li Yu insisted that the moon was too dangerous. In fact, there were two small satellites orbiting Earth, one of which had been destroyed by Master Roshi, and astronomy enthusiasts still wondered why one of the moons suddenly disappeared. These two moons were both quite small and very close to Earth, so even Master Roshi's strength could destroy them. Your Majesty, we have received good news from our research institute. Ever since being forced to abdicate by Piccolo, the Dog King deeply understood the importance of power. He seized the opportunity during the crisis to successfully dominate the military power of this world. During the extermination of the Black Silk Army, his troops captured experts from the Black Silk Army's weapons department. Upon seeing those terrifying research reports, his ambition was ignited. The Dog King transferred these experts and important research materials to Kesrujan and established a secret research institute. When Kesrujan arrived at the research institute, the person in charge took out the forms and some models and began to introduce them. These are high-powered weapons developed for powerful personal defense, such as heavy sniper rifles, freezing hand grenades, elastic eggs, micro-aggregate bombs, laser cannons, powered armor, and space-folding hand grenades. Some are still in theoretical research, some are under development, and some are already ready for combat. Kesrujan looked at the introduction of these weapons and couldn't help but admire the foresight of the Black Silk Army's leader. If they had had these weapons during Piccolo's attack, they would not have been completely defenseless. Kesrujan nodded, commended the person in charge, and toured the latest developed electromagnetic cannon, a weapon capable of firing alloy projectiles at 20 times the speed of sound. Its power could penetrate 10 meters of thick steel, and with an intelligent targeting system, it could be used against individual strong opponents. Kesrujan's confidence soared. With such weapons, even the Demon King Piccolo might not be able to withstand them. Select the best soldiers from the Royal Guard to form a Royal Special Forces unit and prioritize equipping them with the weapons produced here. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment, a guard whispered to the king, who frowned and said in shock, the leader of the Black Silk Army is not dead. And he even defeated Sun Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo. Suddenly, the confidence the new weapons gave the Dog King crumbled. He began to tremble. He thought Lu Wen had been killed by Sun Wukong, which is why he dared to strike the Black Silk Army so recklessly. Now, hearing that Lu Wen was not dead, the Dog King was truly frightened. However, the subsequent news somewhat relieved the Dog King's mind. After all, the other party had not immediately come to his doorstep, so there was still room for maneuver. After all, politics was the Dog King's strong suit. Otherwise, how could he be dubbed the king of the peaceful city Kesrujan? After the Battle of Papaya Island, Tien Shinhan bid farewell to Master Roshi and journeyed alone into the remote mountains to cultivate. Meanwhile, Launch, the dual-personality blonde with golden hair, was captivated by Tien's charisma and followed him in secret. Kril and Yamcha and their companions set out on a quest for the 7 Dragon Balls, guided by the Dragon Radar. Their mission was twofold: to resurrect those who perished on Papaya Island, and to hone their strength through trial and travel. Having consumed a Senzu Bean, Son Goku returned with Shishi to Mount Frypan, the fiery domain of Ox King. Though further trials ensued, their shared ordeals deepened the fragile bond between them, ultimately forging an unbreakable union. Though Piccolo had fled, his indomitable spirit refused surrender. He embarked on grueling self-discipline in desolate wastelands, relentlessly refining his chi and mastering its application. His latent power proved extraordinary. Within mere months, his chi capacity nearly doubled, and his efficiency in wielding it surged at an astonishing pace. Piccolo sat cross-legged, suspended midair, as he slowly gathered chi from within his body. Sensing his own boundaries shatter, once more long-dormant confidence rekindled in his gaze. A faint sardonic smile curled his lips. Son Goku, Lu Wen, your arrogance will cost you dearly. But not yet, not today. When we meet again, I shall crush you beneath the weight of absolute power, and teach you the terror of provoking the Demon Clan. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly noticed 2 human youths gazing up at him from below. A faint resonance of their ki stirred his curiosity. How in this forsaken place had 2 humans appeared without warning? A girl of about 14 stood lazily against the thick trunk of an ancient tree, her golden shoulder-length hair catching the light, her sapphire eyes sharp and watchful. She wore denim overalls, a striped blouse, jeans, and brown leather shoes. This was number 18, the very girl Lee you had been searching for. A handsome boy wearing a red scarf, slightly older than the girl, surveyed the scarred landscape with disdain. What a revolting creature, he muttered. Number 17, did you bring me here solely to confront this being? Have you forgotten Dr. Gero's orders? Nah. Number 18, you've forgotten far too much. It was this green-skinned demon who nearly killed you. Shall we eliminate him then? And number 17 smiled coolly. Allow me. Humph. Brats, last time you escaped swiftly. Why return now seeking death? Still, you're not entirely displeasing to look upon. I'll grant you the honor of becoming my underlings. Your first duty shall be polishing my boots. Green-skinned freak, you dare court death? Nahaha. How utterly laughable. A child like you dares challenge Piccolo, the great Demon King. Sensing only a feeble ripple of ki from the boy, Piccolo judged him unworthy of more than a single fingertips pressure. And number 18 widened her eyes with quiet fascination, eager to witness how number 17's battle with Piccolo would unfold. In a flash, Piccolo's vision blurred. Then searing pain exploded beneath his jaw. His body spun helplessly upward, flung high into the sky. And no, impossible. How could he move so fast? Blood trickled from Piccolo's lip as he stabilized himself midair. And number 17 now stood where Piccolo had hovered moments before, his right hand slowly withdrawing. Huh, how do you like that, Greenskin? Still feeling so mighty. Come on, try me. A thunderous sonic boom tore the air as number 17 lunged forward once more. Piccolo crossed his arms in defense, but number 17 moved too swiftly, vanishing behind him. With both hands locked in a devastating piledriver, he slammed Piccolo headlong into the earth, leaving behind a jagged meter-deep crater shaped like a fallen giant. The ground trembled violently. With a deafening roar, raw energy erupted outward from the crater's center, shattering stones into airborne dust, then pulverizing them further into fine swirling ash under the sheer force of Piccolo's raging aura. Number 18's expression flickered with surprise. Her voice soft yet clear. 17. His energy output is double what our data predicted. Be cautious. Even number 17 faltered, momentarily stunned, before Piccolo charged anew. Fists and kicks lashed out like whips, each strike vibrating the air into explosive cracks. Relentless assault forced number 17 into desperate parries and slow grinding retreat. Piccolo grew increasingly unsettled. The youth's ki remained faint, yet every blow was met with flawless resistance. He could feel it clearly at the instant of impact. The boy's energy condensed with surgical precision, countering his force with minimal expenditure. And his martial artistry, always intercepting Piccolo's strikes at the optimal angle, conserved chi with uncanny economy. Such exquisite control seemed beyond human capability. Suddenly number 17, apparently overwhelmed, surged forward instead of retreating. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and drove himself into Piccolo's chest. Piccolo flailed, off balance and disoriented, just as number 17's fist struck true. Seemingly gentle, the blow concealed terrifying intent. Fingers snapped open like a piston, punching straight through Piccolo's ribcage. A detonation of concussive force convulsed his internal organs. Piccolo's eyes bulged, his limbs went slack, and he hung limp, impaled upon number 17's outstretched fist. Number 17 withdrew his arm. Piccolo plummeted lifelessly from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous boom and billowing clouds of dust. And number 18 rose silently behind him. Did you kill him? He lives. Let's find the eternal dragon. And then why come here at all? 18, stop nagging like some old matron. I'm 15. You're only 14. That makes me your elder brother. And from now on you obey me. Number 17, your demand stirs no calm in me. Only the urge to strike you. That's encouraging. It means you still retain a trace of humanity. And with those cryptic words, the two youths drifted serenely away, ascending into the azure sky. Curled tightly on the ground, Piccolo finally stirred, then coughed up a violent spray of violet blood. His whisper trembled with disbelief. How can such monsters exist? What has become of this world? Inside Capsule Corporation's West City laboratory, Bulma turned to Liu. Is this truly necessary? Pushing yourself this hard feels reckless. You claim aliens will invade Earth, but aren't Kami and Son Goku already protecting us? Liu inwardly savored Bulma's swift betrayal of Son Goku. Launching satellites directly into orbit is trivial for me. Time is critical, and rockets are far too cumbersome. To place each satellite precisely into orbit demanded ascent beyond 50 kilometers into the fringes of outer space. Liu had never flown so high before. Even his bold heart quickened with exhilaration. Among the constellation of satellites were navigation systems, surveillance platforms commissioned by other corporations, broadcast relays, and global communication arrays. Via network access, Liu downloaded orbital parameters, cross-referencing, verifying, refining, until the complete virtual map of every satellite's trajectory coalesced flawlessly within his mind. All he needed was to deliver each unit to its exact spatial coordinate. On a vast empty meadow just outside West City, researchers and security personnel from Capsule Corporation stood in scattered clusters, puzzled. Their superiors had ordered them to transport newly built artificial satellites to this site. Yet the rocket remained unfinished. So what exactly were they meant to do? Their confusion dissolved instantly when Liu, the brilliant researcher often seen beside Bulma, stepped forward clad in a custom-fitted full-body suit resembling a streamlined spacesuit, devoid of propulsion or life support systems, yet sculpted to his powerful frame. Compared to his usual loose lab coat, he now looked like a warrior scientist forged from resolve and steel. Liu positioned himself among 3 cubic satellites, each 1 meter wide. As he levitated, the satellites rose with him, weightless, synchronized, climbing higher and higher until they dwindled to faint specks against the heavens. To the onlookers, it appeared merely another marvel of Capsule Corporation's innovation, and cheers erupted across the field. Liu did not use the void flight technique, fearing that the turbulent airflow might damage the delicate electronic instruments. Instead, he relied on his own superpowers, steadily dragging 3 satellites along as he ascended. As he watched the buildings on the ground shrink in size, and his field of vision expand geometrically, the air gradually thinned. Liu began to accelerate. Even at 3 times the speed of sound, the resistance decreased rather than increased. He sensed the aura of a celestial being in the distance, realizing that he had nearly reached the height of the heavenly realm. It's truly unfortunate for Earthlings that extraterrestrials have become deities on Earth, ultimately requiring a group of aliens to protect their planet. The androids did help maintain the facade for Earthlings, but Liu wondered about the fate of number 18. Presumably under the hands of Dr. Gero, both number 17 and number 18 would face the grim destiny of being transformed into androids. Liu felt a conflict within. He hoped for number 18 to be as powerful as in the original storyline, yet did not wish for number 18 to become a non-human entity. Since Dr. Gero disappeared, there had been no news of them, and despite his best efforts, Liu could not uncover their whereabouts. His vision gradually filled with a cerulean planet, the horizon forming a curved silhouette. This scene profoundly shook Liu's heart. Floating in weightlessness, he continued to move by inertia with speed only measurable through calculated data. The experience was one of tranquility, as if the entire world had ceased all motion. Liu couldn't help but muse that in such an ethereal state, possessing a powerful secret technique should surely elevate his realm. A button on Liu's gloves popped up automatically, and the gloves quickly detached, locking themselves at his waist. He removed his helmet and hung it there, as well feeling the impact of the environment on his body. At that moment, there was no direct sunlight. It was obscured by the other side of the Earth with only a hint of scattered light. The temperature of space approached absolute zero, but the minuscule quantity of atoms present barely transferred any heat to Liu, making the energy he lost through infrared radiation negligible. Thus, he did not feel excessively cold in this vast expanse. Although the pressure inside his body was much higher than that of the environment, the resilience of human tissue was still quite strong. Even minor deformations could balance such pressure differences. The notion of a person exploding in a vacuum was absurd. Liu estimated that an ordinary person's blood vessels could withstand such pressure without blood boiling. As long as the breathing issue was resolved, it could be said that even common individuals could survive for extended periods in such an environment with exposed skin. However, if directly exposed to sunlight, the situation would be dire. At this moment, Liu had already caught a glimpse of dawn from the edge of the Earth's silhouette. The intensity was comparable to that of a solar punch. His pupils began to adjust rapidly. In an instant, he adapted to the direct sunlight, something that ordinary people would find impossible without equipment. The retinas would be completely burned, body temperature would rise, and blood would genuinely boil until all moisture was lost, turning a person into a desiccated corpse that would not decompose for millennia. In this space where distinctions were blurred, Liu observed the distant sun, which appeared unchanged in size compared to Earth. However, the energy was significantly less diminished due to atmospheric refraction and reflection, making it much more intense for him. After precisely placing the last satellite into orbit, Liu began to descend slowly. On this day, many astronomy enthusiasts around the globe noticed a fireball encapsulating a golden humanoid unidentified flying object soaring through the sky. As he approached the city of West capital, Liu started to slow down. The temperature control of his spacesuit was excellent. Besides experiencing immense pressure, he did not feel the extreme temperatures of thousands of degrees on the exterior of his suit. As the temperature dropped, the spacesuit changed from golden to a red and white uniform. Liu silently landed in the city center, returning to the laboratory, where Bulma eagerly embraced him, commemorating this monumental moment. The relevant researchers congratulated each other as all 3 satellites operated normally. In the following days, Liu swiftly sent all the artificial satellites into orbit. Next came the work from various departments, but Liu had lost interest because Violet had sent news. Besides bringing news of suspected sightings of number 17 and number 18, she hoped Liu could meet with the representatives sent by the king. Upon hearing news of number 18, Liu's heart was tumultuous. Arriving at the agreed location with Violet, he was still quite respectful towards her, as they had shared some history. The large man in uniform was a trusted aide who followed closely behind the king. Upon meeting Liu, he was very warm in his greeting, even somewhat obsequious. Liu, uninterested in pleasantries, spoke directly. plainly, "I am busy." "Your Excellency Li Yu, I apologize on behalf of the king for the misunderstandings between us. If possible, we are also willing to make some amends." The other party's posture was very humble, and Li Yu understood that only with strength could there be misunderstandings. Without strength, one could only express regret. "Originally, I had planned to visit Kaiserslautern once I finish my recent tasks. Since that is the case, let's have an open discussion about what you can offer me and what you need me to do." Hearing that Li Yu intended to personally visit Kaiserslautern, the aide was taken aback. The shadow left by Shenlong on them was significant. They were obviously more fearful of someone who could defeat Shenlong, especially since both sides had deep-seated grudges. The fact that the other side was still willing to negotiate gave the aide some relief. "Your Excellency Li Yu, the king hopes you will accept the appointment as the General of National Defense. The Black Flag Army will be renamed the National Defense Army, and we can jointly resist the great demon King Shenlong." Haha, the king may not be aware of certain circumstances. "Have you investigated the origins of Sun Wukong? Isn't he that brave young man?" He nearly blurted out that he was the boy who defeated Lu Wanzhong and saved Kaiserslautern. They certainly knew about Sun Wukong, and had even sought to recruit his master and disciple to serve the nation, only to be directly refused by Master Wu Tian. That is an extraterrestrial being, a member of the infamous Saiyan race in the universe. The reason he came to Earth was to eliminate all humans and conquer the planet. How could this be possible? The aide looked bewildered, as if he had heard a fairy tale, puzzled as to why Li Yu would say such things. Sun Wukong's real name is Kakarot, a low-level warrior among the Saiyans. He was sent to Earth, which has little combat power, but after his spaceship landed, he damaged his brain, so now he acts foolishly. However, he has several companions whose strength far surpasses that of Sun Wukong and Shenlong. In about 5 years, they will arrive on Earth one after another, and at that time the fate of Earthlings may be dire. Looking at the aide's puzzled face, Li Yu continued, "Don't ask me how I know this. There are many things you don't know. I believe you will find a way to verify it. Additionally, I heard that your king has recruited my weapons department scientists and established a weapons research institute. It seems your king of Kaiserslautern is quite wise, but I will lead this research institute, and you can simply provide funds and resources." The aide broke into a cold sweat. Everything else was negotiable, but this demand was simply too overbearing. The king placed great importance on this weapons research institute, hoping to develop weapons capable of dealing with formidable enemies. How could they allow Li Yu to take charge? However, with a powerhouse like Li Yu, who would dare to offend him? If he were to act like Shenlong and seek to become king, who could stop him now? "It is also possible to recruit my army, but I will not accept such a cliched name as the National Defense Army. My army's name will remain the Black Silk Army, and I will command it directly. Of course, if it poses a challenge for Kaiserslautern, you can give me a title like Extraterrestrial Defense Force." The aide mustered the courage to ask, "Are you a pure Earthling?" "Yes, more so than your king." After returning from space, Li Yu also harbored ambitions for the universe. Why do Earthlings always wait for others to invade? In the cosmic tales of his memory, the roles played by Earthlings were predominantly those that instilled fear across the universe. It was unacceptable to be slaughtered like sheep. Although the adjutant used the excuse of needing to consult the king, his attitude indicated that there would be no significant changes and a consensus could basically be reached. The news about the Saiyans also requires verification from multiple sources, such as consulting the fortune teller or seeking out some aliens who have wandered to Earth, as well as searching for clues in the past deeds of Sun Wukong. Violet intimately linked her arm with Li Yu's wrist, occasionally brushing against his arm. Li Yu was not an inexperienced young man who had never seen women, nor was he a lecherous fiend. He adopted a rather indifferent attitude, treating it as a playful moment shared between old friends out for a stroll. Violet was indeed worthy of her role and intelligence. Her public relations skills were quite professional. Her subtle gestures towards this old subordinate elicited neither aversion from him nor any loss of control on his part. As Violet animatedly recounted her past, Li Yu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Colonel Violet had been thoroughly exploited by him and ended up suffering greatly. Listening to her now made it seem as if they shared an unbreakable bond of camaraderie, which left Li Yu feeling quite ashamed. Even though he knew Colonel Violet was quite self-serving, his sense of emptiness in this world made him willing to accept such a friend. Before he knew it, Li Yu was escorted back to his doorstep by Violet. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Isn't it usually the gentleman who sees the lady home? Was he really that lonely? Glancing at the sky, Li Yu smiled and said, "Colonel Violet, please inform me when you make contact with Zaruba, then I'll take my leave." Violet feigned anger, replying, "I am no longer Colonel Violet, my name is Violet." "All right, Violet, goodbye." Violet's seductive eyes fluttered as she leaned closer to Li Yu, saying, "Aren't you going to invite me for a drink?" Her green eyes were captivating, and the faint fragrance in her breath made Li Yu feel slightly parched. Bringing such an alluring woman home, he knew it would be hard to resist. He already had an unclear relationship with Bulma, and if he were to add Violet into the mix, would he really end up with a harem? Li Yu wouldn't mind that, but this world was not ancient. How could he possibly manage such self-sufficient and independent women? Should he wait until he has a vast grassland above his head? Li Yu's thoughts were still quite conservative, even more so than these women. Watching Violet's departing figure, her tall and graceful silhouette and long, smooth legs made it hard for him to swallow. A large truck was driving along a rugged mountain road, and the driver turned out to be a young boy with black hair that fell to his shoulders, a red scarf, showcasing his personality and delicate, handsome features. At that moment, he was fully focused on driving, although the giant steering wheel looked somewhat mismatched with the boy's petite stature. Number 17. At this slow speed, how long will it take us to find Sun Wukong? Said the golden-haired girl, squinting her eyes, arms crossed over her chest, her feet resting lazily on the dashboard. Number 18. Don't be so glum. You should learn to enjoy life. The girl called number 18 suddenly said, "Stop ahead." "Huh? Why?" the boy asked curiously. "I want to go buy a new outfit up front." Number 17 responded with a hint of excitement. "Okay." Soon a large supermarket appeared by the roadside. The truck pulled over and number 18 walked into the supermarket, while number 17 jumped onto the roof, clasping his hands behind his head and lying back to gaze at the sky, counting the clouds in boredom. Finally, number 18 emerged wearing a similar but higher quality outfit, only for the supermarket security guard to shout at her, "Hey young lady, you haven't paid yet." Neither of them paid him any mind and got back into the truck. At that moment, police sirens blared and 2 police cars blocked the truck, one in front and one behind. Several officers jumped out to arrest the 2 children, scaring the supermarket security guard into hiding. The police officer stated formulaically, "You two are under arrest for stealing a vehicle." One dog-headed officer said, producing handcuffs to restrain them. The 2 children expressionlessly extended their hands for the officers to cuff them. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged a knowing smile, and with a flick of their wrists, the handcuffs shattered into pieces, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Number 18 leisurely walked up to the police car, her right hand suddenly pierced through the car's panel, grasping the car's frame and lifting it over her head, then tossing it, as the police car spun through the air, crashing into a cliff dozens of meters away, boom, exploding into a fireball. The police officers were drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed on the ground from fear. Number 17 climbed back into the driver's seat, while number 18 hopped into the truck, and it drove off into the distance. Number 18 said expressionlessly, "Are we really going to betray Dr. Gero?" Number 17 gritted her teeth and replied, "I only agreed to let him modify us to save you. That bastard even installed bombs inside us. I heard from Lu Wen that the dragons summoned by 7 Dragon Balls can deactivate the bombs in number 8's artificial body and grant any wish. If the dragon can grant any wish, then why doesn't the doctor search for the Dragon Balls, but instead let us kill Sun Wukong and Lu Wen? Who knows? Perhaps Dr. Gero trusts himself more. These mad scientists are all so self-righteous. Let's capture Sun Wukong and have his friends collect the Dragon Balls for us." Seeing a pearl necklace hanging around her sister's neck, number 17 questioned, "Huh? Why are you wearing that?" Number 18 replied curiously, "I think it looks nice, so I just put it on. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Well, it looks nice. If Lu Wen isn't really dead, I will find that bastard. He is more despicable than Piccolo. I will make him wish he were dead." Number 17 said through gritted teeth. Number 18 found number 17's sudden hatred strange, as she tested for energy sources, but couldn't find anything that matched Lu Wen. Number 17 said, "Lu Wen has a Red Spider 1 chip. Oh, I don't know its specific functions, but it might have methods to conceal energy." Indeed, there are many methods to hide one's energy in the martial arts of Earth warriors, but Li Yu did not deliberately conceal his energy. He merely had Lu Wen clean out some Saiyan cells daily, which made Li Yu's energy significantly weaker than before. Thus, the energy source detector created by Gero could not lock onto Li Yu. Similarly, Li Yu could only vaguely sense the energies of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. These two were indeed the protagonists, and their energy had increased significantly. As long as they were under some pressure, their strength would rapidly rise. After recovering his memories, Li Yu hoped to find number 18's whereabouts through the fortune teller, but unfortunately the clues provided led him to an abandoned laboratory. Li Yu suspected that his influence on this world had caused the fortune teller's predictions to deviate. Unfortunately, the dragon still needed to resurrect the dead on Papaya Island, otherwise it should have been able to find someone. As for wishing for something like eternal life from the dragon, Liu would rather slowly explore how to modify his own body than hand over control of it to someone else. Bulma's feelings for Liu were also filled with contradictions. Originally a sunny, confident woman with a bit of cunning, she was now severely impacted. When Lepin said to break up, it was over. Wukong married Shishi again, and Liu seemed like a different person. Although Liu's current image was the type of man she liked, she sensed that Liu had feelings for another woman. A woman's intuition is often accurate, and Bulma knew long before that Liu had thoughts for number 18. After Piccolo appeared, number 18 went missing, and Liu had been searching for her ever since. Bulma vividly recalled number 18's impressive performance in the martial arts arena, where she even cheered for her and admired her. Number 18 must be around 17 years old now, and undoubtedly a great beauty. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Bulma smiled, gently brushing her green hair and pouting, realizing she was also a great beauty. Seeing Bulma, who had carefully dressed up, Liu's heart raced. Bulma, smiling brightly, linked her arm with his and pouted, saying, "Liu, I don't care. I want to go out and have fun." Liu could only tell Brief and Bulma that he would be gone for a few days, and his return time was uncertain. The next day, he was cornered at home by Bulma. With no choice, Liu had to drive the multi-passenger aircraft, setting off with Bulma. At the most helpless moment, number 18 received assistance from Liu. The two lived together for 2 years, and the lonely heart of Liu seemed to have found a relative, gradually viewing her as a sister. Later, after various considerations, Liu agreed to send number 18 to master he to learn martial arts. When they met again, Liu sensed number 18's attachment to him. Later, during a battle with the Demon King, number 18 risked her life to save Liu. Being a person of flesh and blood, Liu was deeply moved, wishing instead that he could be the one to die, leading him to make a series of impulsive decisions. After losing his memory, he unexpectedly developed a special relationship with Bulma. Now Liu truly did not know what to do, feeling lost and confused. Originally, Liu had made up his mind to leave Bulma to find number 18, ultimately needing to make a choice. However, he did not expect Bulma to notice something was off, changing her usual demeanor, openly expressing her feelings. Looking into Bulma's affectionate eyes, Liu found himself unable to resist the urge to kiss her. After spending half a day, they arrived in a remote area of the eastern capital. Liu contacted an old patrol officer, a contact provided by Violet, and the two quickly found a truck. "This is the truck they used for the theft. Day after that, the two disappeared, and we couldn't find any traces of them," the old man said helplessly. Liu closed his eyes carefully, sensing the aura in the space. 5 minutes later, he shook his head, still finding nothing. The sky was getting dark. After the old man left, Bulma's capsule house was already prepared. Just as Liu was about to throw out the capsule, he was stopped by Bulma. "Just stay here. There are rooms inside, and everything is very convenient." Liu, unable to refuse, had no choice but to agree. However, as soon as he entered the house, Liu realized he had been tricked. With a thought, the structure of the house was scanned into his mind, revealing only one bedroom with a large bed. Liu felt a bit parched, while Bulma wore a triumphant expression. After all, they were adults and did not need to be coy. In front of him lay Bulma, peacefully asleep against his chest. Liu smiled wryly, pondering what was worth being conflicted about in life. Having already died once, what was there to fear? He gently kissed Bulma's eyelids, solidifying his resolve. In the following days, Bulma accompanied Liu in searching for number 18. Of course, Bulma was responsible for enjoying the sights, while Liu focused intently on sensing various auras. His ability to perceive the subtlety of Qi honed his sensitivity. Bulma, however, did not mention number 18, seemingly confident in Liu's choice. Unbeknownst to Liu, Gero suddenly issued communications urging for numbers 17 and 18. The two had no choice but to abandon their leisurely journey and swiftly fly towards their target, Sun Wukong. At Spore Mountain, Sun Wukong was currently washing baby clothes. After battling with Liu, he did not feel discouraged by his defeat. Instead, it ignited his determination to become stronger. As Sun Wukong gently rubbed the clothing, powerful Qi seeped through his fingers into the fabric. A surge of energy erupted, and with a loud bang, the clothes disintegrated into countless pieces. Sun Wukong frowned, thinking still a bit off. Turning around, he saw Chi-Chi holding the baby. Noticing her eyes filled with a predatory glare, he felt a chill run down his back and awkwardly laughed. "Chi-Chi, it seems I may have been too strong." Just as Chi-Chi was about to explode, Sun Wukong sensed two auras rapidly approaching, and the opponents concealed their strength of Qi. Sun Wukong was certain they were not his friends and grew serious, positioning himself in front of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi calmed down and asked, "Wukong, what's wrong?" "Chi-Chi, take Gohan back inside. I'll go check it out." Chi-Chi, no longer stubborn, worriedly hugged son Gohan and returned to the house. Son Gohan, with wide, curious eyes, scanned his surroundings, looking bright and adorable. Son Wukong flew into the sky, gazing at the distant black dots. In the blink of an eye, two figures hovered before him, and the combined sonic boom rattled his eardrums painfully. Seeing that it was two young boys, Son Wukong hesitantly pointed at the girl and said, "You are number 18L and you must be number 17. He remembered their names were quite peculiar. Number 18 had fought against him in the arena before back, then she was certainly no match for him, but her tenacious spirit left a profound impression on Son Wukong. Son Wukong, puzzled, remarked, "Why are you both still so short, just like Krillin?" Hearing Son Wukong's irritating comment, the two nearly exploded. Dr. Gero had spent 3 years modifying their bodies, during which both were in a comatose state, causing their bodies to develop very little. Thus they remained as children both physiologically and psychologically. Moreover, even now their physical growth was exceedingly slow. Number 18 had been frozen for an additional year, making her appear smaller than number 17 despite being the older sister. Dr. Gero had filtered and adjusted Son Wukong's Saiyan cells over a long time, ultimately creating a relatively stable enhancement serum. Even so, ordinary people without chi could not withstand it, yet these siblings succeeded and could master it perfectly. Dr. Gero also used a second-generation red spider chip to successfully activate number 18's brain cells, although her memories had not completely returned. The second-generation chip included a perception system similar to Li's and was equipped with an energy source detector. It also gathered and optimized martial arts techniques from all martial artists on Earth, along with software to assist in the application of chi within their bodies. As martial arts prodigies, numbers 17 and 18 awakened with a higher starting point, gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts, and chi rapidly increasing their strength. They regarded even the strongest in the world with disdain. After defeating the Demon King, their arrogance soared to new heights. In a fit of anger, number 17 wanted to step up and teach Son Wukong a lesson, but number 18 stopped him, saying, "The Demon King is yours, but Son Wukong is mine." Number 18 slowly floated in front of Son Wukong, a smirk on her lips, her right hand curled with her palm facing him and her left hand resting at her waist. Son Wukong certainly remembered this scene. It was the same girl who had been knocked down by him repeatedly in the arena, only to stand back up with unwavering strength. Although he did not know her current strength, Son Wukong, now bursting with excitement, did not hide his enthusiasm. A surge of imposing aura erupted from him as he assumed the starting stance of the Turtle School. In an instant, the two began to spar. However, in this exchange, Son Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Number 18's seemingly weak punches felt like thunder striking him with every block, leaving his entire body numb. Such terrifying destructive power was contained without a hint of excess aura, leaving Son Wukong utterly astonished. He had never faced an opponent like this before, and it thrilled him, reigniting his passion for battle. A kick struck Son Wukong's right shoulder, sending him retreating dozens of meters before he steadied himself. Son Wukong pointed into the distance and said, "It's a bit cramped here, let's fight over there, how about it?" Number 18 nodded in agreement, and Son Wukong shot off towards the distance, leaving behind only 3 resounding booms. Flames soared into the sky, smoke billowing everywhere as 3 figures slowly emerged from the haze. Leading them was a short man whose electronic eye spun incessantly dazzling red light, flashing rapidly. ZZ. A fleeting laser shot towards the convoy of battle vehicles ahead, followed by a series of explosions. Boom. 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 A small mushroom cloud rose, and when the smoke cleared, a massive circular crater was the only remnant of what had once been there. Several hovering fighter jets launched a barrage of missiles before turning to flee. The pilot, believing he had escaped, suddenly felt the aircraft dip. A 2-meter-tall female robot had leaped onto the plane, her right hand plunging into the engine. Amid the pilot's screams, the plane erupted into flames, and the scorching female robot sprang from the fire onto another aircraft, repeating her lethal assault. In an instant, several fighter jets shattered midair. The silhouette of the female robot returned faster than the missiles. A nearly 3-meter turtle figure resembling a Terminator emerged, stomping the ground with such weight that it created deep craters. With a sweeping motion of its gigantic hands, it captured more than a dozen missiles. The missiles in its right hand were crushed into a flat disc, while those in the left had not yet detonated when the figure inhaled, drawing in the scorching flames. In the distance, unmanned reconnaissance drones continually transmitted real-time footage back to the command center of Kaisergen, but the 3 figures paid them no mind. On the large screen, the enlarged image of the short man shocked Kaisrajin, who exclaimed, "Ritter the one-eyed with the red ribbon, how is he not dead?" Quick summoned the Royal Special Forces to confront them. The aide hurriedly replied, "Sire, the Royal Special Forces have already set out, but it will take some time to reach there." The three continued their path, ruthlessly destroying towns as they went, while Kaisrujin's defense forces were immediately routed upon engagement. What? There are only 3 enemies. General Ritter's expression grew grave. He was the strongest warrior in Kaisrujin's defense forces, daring to face the short flute Hedon. Although he had been pierced through the heart by a single punch, it proved his loyalty and bravery. After being resurrected by the divine dragon, the king appointed Ritter as a general commanding the Royal Special Forces. Hearing there were only 3 adversaries, Ritter knew that the Royal Guard would be in disarray, realizing the enemies were as formidable as the short flute. Although the Royal Special Forces were established to deal with such foes, they had yet to see real combat. Ritter felt uncertain, while the elite members selected from various units were filled with excitement, believing their chance for glory had arrived. Ritter did not order the troops to charge recklessly, but instead established a defensive line awaiting the enemy's approach. The 3 figures, dismissive of Kaisrujin's troops, paid no attention to the defense line and swaggered forward when suddenly distant artillery fire erupted. A projectile from an alloy electromagnetic cannon zipped past Ritter's head at 20 times the speed of sound. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying kinetic round pierced through the female robot's chest, caught by the male giant behind her. The metallic grinding noise was deafening, electric sparks flying, until he was pushed back 100 meters. The ground bored deep ruts, and the projectile in his palm had distorted into an irregular shape, his hand revealing a metallic sheen. The giant dropped the searing projectile, his expression filled with concern as he asked, "Number 11. At this moment, Number 11 had transformed into a pool of liquid akin to mercury. As the liquid surged, a female figure with a bald head rose from its center. Soon a perfect female body stood up from the mercury, shoulders, arms, torso, hips, thighs, all perfectly formed. The last bit of mercury quickly gathered at her feet, and in an instant the 2-meter-tall female robot reappeared, her face covered by a featureless mask clad in similarly alluring metallic armor, with silver boots adorning her legs. The red ribbon insignia on her arms stood out prominently as she calmly stated, "Number 10, I'm fine. Number 12, your body cannot withstand such attacks. Be sure to evade." Without needing Number 11's reminder, Ritter's right eye was spinning wildly. He aimed to destroy the massive cannon that posed a threat to him at the earliest opportunity. However, before he could initiate his attack, Number 12 began to shake violently. At that moment, the dull thuds of gunfire echoed, and even Number 12 found it difficult to withstand such powerful bullets. Similarly, Number 11 was nearly blasted to pieces. Number 10 swiftly moved to the front, blocking the angles of attack for the 2. Bullets struck Number 10 as some ricocheted off, while others got lodged in her skin. Number 11's speed was astonishing. The few hundred meters were covered in the blink of an eye. The restored Number 11 had already plunged into the crowd, her hands transforming into blades. A violent massacre ensued, instantly causing heavy casualties on the opposite side. Grenades were hurled at Number 11, cutting off her retreat. After a series of explosive blasts, the liquid metal of Number 11 was frozen in place by the extreme cold. At that moment, a squad of warriors in exoskeleton armor charged towards the remaining 2, wielding particle-cutting light swords. Number 12 easily dodged their attacks, while those warriors were either pierced through by a single punch or incinerated into ashes by a beam of laser light. Number 10 also did not evade. An energy shield around her effortlessly repelled the attacks of the light swords. With a single punch, the opponents were torn to shreds. A projectile from an electromagnetic cannon grazed past Number 12's clothing and buried itself in the ground, kicking up 10 cubic meters of dirt, startling Number 12 considerably. Number 10 halted her actions, but the energy within her surged wildly. Number 11, sensing this, saw the frozen metal begin to spark with electric currents, quickly regaining motion and assembling into a humanoid form. At last, Number 10 had amassed enough energy, her eyes glowing red as she opened her mouth wide. With a roaring surge, a torrent of energy erupted, blasting a massive gap in the enemy's front lines, vaporizing the towering electromagnetic cannon. The ground was furrowed by the energy cannon, extending for dozens of kilometers, while the scattering energy engulfed an entire city in flames. Ritter, having narrowly escaped with his life, need not issue a retreat command. Everyone was already fleeing. Ritter could only hope that the king could summon the warrior who had defeated the short flute last time, for he felt utterly powerless. Kaisrajin slumped down weakly, all the soldiers breaking out in cold sweat. Quick contact Lord Liu of the Capsule Company. The 8 had already realized that such powerful foes were beyond their capability to handle. They could only hope for help from formidable beings like Sun Wukong or Liu. At this point, they would accept any terms. Bulma received a communication from Brief relaying Kaiserujin's distress signal to Liu. Ritter the Red Ribbon and a male and female robot. Liu pondered for a moment, somewhat confused. If it were numbers 17 and 18, wouldn't they be considered children? Yet it was uncertain. Liu decided to head over immediately. He instructed Bulma to return to West City, first while he flew at maximum speed toward Kaiserujin. Bulma, always seeking thrilling adventures, could hardly just go back, and she also wanted to meet number 18. So she piloted her aircraft to follow. 3 artificial humans advanced towards the political center of Earth, perhaps due to their inherently cruel nature, or perhaps to demonstrate their power. Everywhere they passed turned into a sea of flames and hell. The LUT organization launched a final counterattack, firing explosive rubber eggs en masse. Once these deceptive bombs detonated, they would turn into a disgusting sticky substance that clung to the human body, increasing in adhesion the more one struggled. No matter how great the strength, there was no escape. The 3 were completely covered by the repulsive rubber eggs. Just as the soldiers cheered, the disgusting matter quickly turned crimson and ultimately exploded into cement-like fragments, causing the soldiers to lose all will to fight and flee in panic. As the 3 stepped onto the palace lawn, number 12 looked back at the distant sky, while numbers 10 and 11 paused to wait. A small black dot appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Liu flew before them, looking at the 3 with confusion. However, number 12 grinned wickedly. He had found information about this person in the data. Liu had been under the surveillance of Gero for the past few martial arts competitions. Although he had changed his appearance to participate in the martial arts tournament, the image during the duel with Piccolo and Wukong confirmed that Liu was actually Liu 1. Rud had a deep impression of Liu when considering him an even more despicable traitor than Sun Wukong. Both numbers 10 and 11 had the task of eliminating Liu 1. Since Liu 1 had arrived here, their mission priority quickly shifted to killing him. The 3 artificial humans did not deliver any villainous monologues and immediately engaged in combat. Liu moved swiftly, easily dodging number 12's laser beams and quickly advancing to resolve the situation with number 12. The liquid mechanical woman was equally fast, her arms transforming into blades, spinning and slicing. Liu did not wish to face her sharpness directly, instead maneuvering and dodging, leaping backward into the air. These 3 artificial humans lacked agile engine devices for aerial combat, so they did not pursue him, but they possessed powerful long-range attack methods and were not afraid of Liu ascending into the sky. Liu was not surprised by the presence of these 3 artificial humans, as the 2 had originally been part of his plan while he was still in the Red Silk era. As for the mechanized Rud, it seemed to be a reconstitution of the deceased Rud's body into an artificial human. Liu had plenty of ways to deal with them. He had merely been testing the capabilities of these beings. The energy source used by this Terminator came from a hydrogen fusion reactor, while the female robot utilized a liquid metal structure, drawing energy from the same reactor, but transmitted wirelessly. This meant the female robot could not stray too far from the Terminator, and her energy output would not be substantial. As for the mechanical Rud, it was similar to the Terminator, but employed a reactor with lower power. Their martial arts skills were quite impressive, seemingly a synthesis of various martial arts schools calculated and simulated to craft techniques best suited to their characteristics. The mechanical Rud's laser eyes gathered to maximum energy and shot out, piercing through Li's afterimage and detonating in the distance, creating a small mushroom cloud. Li's aura exploded in response, and he briefly accelerated from another direction, diving before the mechanical Rud, delivering a hand strike to its neck. According to the calculations of numbers 10 and 11, such a strike could not possibly hit number 12. However, number 12 was effortlessly decapitated, and the mechanical Rud, holding its own head, wore an expression of disbelief as it exclaimed, what just happened? Liu then inserted his right hand into Rud's head, retrieving a chip and casually tossing Rud's head into the air. With a boom, the preset explosive within Rud's head detonated, instantly turning it to dust. Everything happened too quickly. Numbers 10 and 11 had no time to react before it was over, unable to provide any rescue. Liu held the chip in his hand, and its structure quickly appeared in his mind. So the chip has been upgraded. Liu flew back into the air, rapidly deciphering the contents of the chip. He shook his head. Gero plans always have some discrepancies. If one does not account for the enemy also rapidly growing stronger, failure is imminent. Liu charged towards the 2 below once more, while number 11 leaped to clash with him. The two passed each other, but number 11 could not maintain its humanoid form in midair, rapidly disassembling into a liquid that splattered to the ground like rain. Number 10 looked on, eyes wide with rage, shouting, "Let go of number 11. If you dare come at me." Indeed, number 11's chip was in Lu Wen's hands, who toyed with it. Dealing with these beings lacking energy protection was no different for him. However, despite this being a formidable opponent, Lu Wen had already tested his superpowers and found them incapable of breaching number 10's protective shield. Lu Wen threw number 11's chip onto a larger mass of liquid metal on the ground, and soon the metal began to stir, with surrounding metals also beginning to gather. Number 10 looked incredulously at Liu, unable to comprehend the other's actions. Yet the command to eliminate Lu Wen remained paramount. The energy reactor roared to life, preparing to unleash a devastating punch. Suddenly, number 11 leaped towards him, landing on his body. This unexpected action made number 10 uneasy, unsure how to respond. Quickly, number 11 transformed into liquid, fully enveloping number 10, forcing its way into the gaps of number 10's body, cutting off its energy system. Lu Wen then punched number 10's chest with a thud, shattering its protective shield, and the energy-depleted number 10 fell motionless. Liquid metal continuously dripped from number 10, finally transforming into a humanoid mechanical woman, kneeling on one knee and bowing. "Master, do you have any commands?" Liu merely waved his hand, and number 11 stood up behind him, guarding him. The king and the others who were preparing to flee breathed a sigh of relief, astonished by the rapid turn of events. They had not expected Liu to not only dispatch the commander Root with a single blow, but also to have the terrifying mechanical woman turn against her own side. The invincible giant was also struck down with a single punch, making the king deeply aware of the gap between himself and a powerhouse like Liu. Clin and Lepin, who had been hiding to the side, crawled out of the pit. For two who liked to take chances without the main forces like Wukong, they no longer dared to confront such overwhelmingly powerful foes alone. Lepin remarked, "It seems we need even more people to revive." Clin replied, "No problem, as long as we make a wish to the dragon god, we can resurrect everyone who died unexpectedly this year except for the truly wicked." That's indeed a good plan. Clin, that Liu is just too strong. If Wukong faces him, he will likely still lose. That guy is getting stronger and stronger. I worry he might commit terrifying acts again. Oh, is that Wukong's aura? So powerful. Who is Wukong fighting? Piccolo grit his teeth. Son Wukong. Tianjin fans' eyes widened. Wukong. Master Roshi gasped. Wukong. Liu gazed in the direction where Sun Wukong was located. Knowing that someone could force Wukong to this extent, Liu was already aware of whom he was searching for. Number 11, keep an eye on number 10. Do not activate number 10 circuits. Number 11 respectfully replied yes. Liu had already flown towards the direction of Sun Wukong, accompanied by numerous martial artists. The difference between Sun Wukong's combat strength and Piccolo's is that even if Sun Wukong cannot win, he is incredibly resilient. The strength of a Saiyan's body is simply monstrous. Number 17 watched his sister unleash a flurry of blows on Sun Wukong, feeling a pang of envy and lamenting in his heart. When martial arts reach such heights, finding a suitable opponent is truly difficult. Opportunities like this are rare. If only Piccolo could be as durable as Sun Wukong. If this thought were to reach Liu, he would surely laugh until tears streamed down his face. If you cannot overpower Sun Wukong, you should prepare to be countered. At this moment, Sun Wukong's body was bruised and battered. However, his expression did not resemble someone engaged in a tough battle, but rather reflected the ease of training while assisting his teammates. Though number 18 appeared petite, her proportions had already developed, making her a rare beauty. Every martial arts move she executed was a blend of strength and grace, pleasing to the eye, while capable of delivering powerful strikes. Another punch aimed at Sun Wukong's chest. He pulled his hands back in front of him, using his elbows to block, adding 2 more bruises to his collection. Yet before the force could send him flying, number 18 executed a spinning low kick, striking his shoulder and sending him crashing to the ground. In response, Sun Wukong performed a flip, planting 1 foot firmly on the ground to redirect the force, causing the earth beneath to crack open dramatically. Number 18 adjusted her breathing. Such high-intensity combat, even with perfect control over her energy, was rapidly depleting her reserves. Sun Wukong's body was as solid as a turtle's shell, and his stamina remained remarkable. Even under such fierce attacks, Sun Wukong's energy astonishingly remained intact. The more number 18 fought, the more alarmed she became, and Sun Wukong's relaxed demeanor seemed to suggest he had more to rely on. Number 18 gently landed on the ground, and Sun Wukong smiled lightly, saying, "I didn't expect your progress to be so significant. It seems that without showing my true strength it will be difficult to defeat you. Number 18's expression was blank, yet her heart felt an immense weight. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, grounding himself instantly as energy circulated around him. Accompanied by his roars of anger, an unmatched aura burst forth, an overwhelming presence spreading for miles. The ground trembled as countless beasts fled in terror and birds took to the sky in panic. In just an instant, his tremendous aura cleared a vast area of the ground. Even though Sun Wukong began to restrain his aura, the energy continuously erupting around him burned with a tangible intensity. Tianjin Fan, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the force of this energy, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wukong's energy! How is this possible? This has already surpassed the limits of humanity." However, the three-eyed Tianjin Fan could only conclude that Sun Wukong was definitely not human. Similar thoughts filled Piccolo, who was trembling like a sieve. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, he sensed his rival Sun Wukong's energy clashing with the two young boys. Ignoring the consequences, Piccolo flew towards the scene, determined to witness their battle firsthand. Yet upon sensing Sun Wukong's sudden outburst, the terrifying aura reached him even from over 100 miles away. He had initially believed he could surpass Sun Wukong, only to realize that the gap was widening. The overwhelming aura radiated around him, and Liu frowned, accelerating his pace. He was not concerned about Sun Wukong's strength, his sole worry was for number 18. Remembering how she had been repeatedly knocked down by Sun Wukong during the martial arts tournament, his heart ached. Lu Ping, Krillin, and Master Roshi were equally stunned by Wukong's astounding energy. Countless martial artists on Earth seemed to feel it too, lifting their heads in response. With Sun Wukong's sudden outburst, number 17 felt it becoming troublesome, hesitating whether to join forces against Sun Wukong. However, number 18 warned, "My battle with Sun Wukong does not permit any interference." Looking at her stubbornness, number 17 pouted and fell silent. Sun Wukong unleashed all his might. Even while flying, the ground behind him was sent spinning in a whirlwind of dirt. Number 18 showed no signs of backing down either. When they clashed, every punch and kick sent tremors through the earth, sending rocks and dirt flying. Sun Wukong gathered a furious aura for a powerful punch, while number 18 dodged a strike to her elbow. Even when the force was redirected, it still ripped her sleeve to shreds, revealing her fair, well-proportioned arm. Sun Wukong swung his right leg horizontally. Number 18 attempted to block, but was thrown through the air by the immense force. Sun Wukong pursued her relentlessly, and it grew increasingly difficult for number 18 to defend herself, her energy unable to maintain her clothing, leaving her in a disheveled state. At this moment, Tianjin Fan and Piccolo had already flown to the scene. Number 17 watched as Sun Wukong began to overpower his sister and grew anxious. Yet his sister refused to allow him to assist her, feeling frustrated. She shouted at the two newcomers, "If anyone intervenes, I will strike." Tianjin Fan and Piccolo were merely there to observe the excitement. They had no intention of intervening, especially with number 17 glaring at them. Despite number 18 giving her all, fatigue had set in and her energy began to waver. Sun Wukong's onslaught showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, he grew fiercer with each attack. As they exchanged blows, number 18 wiped away blood from her lips while Sun Wukong rubbed his swollen right cheek, a confident smile on his face as he charged back in the terrain around them, devastated. A powerful aura suddenly surged forward, heading straight for the two combatants. Number 17 angrily intercepted, colliding with the newcomer, and with a shout of "Get lost," he was sent flying like a spinning top, crashing into a distant hill. Number 17 was dazed. After colliding fists with the newcomer, it felt as if he had struck cotton, with all his strength absorbed instantly. He then fell dizzy into a pile of stones. The figure, however, did not spare a glance, rushing directly towards Sun Wukong and number 18. Number 18 felt her insides churn uncomfortably, questioning why she persisted despite knowing she would lose. Should she flee or team up with number 17? It felt as if she had returned to the competition arena, repeatedly knocked down by Sun Wukong. What belief compelled her to rise each time? Fragments of forgotten memories resurfaced, and the image of little Wukong intertwined with the Sun Wukong before her. They were closing in, holding on. Number 18 shut her eyes, unleashing all her energy to meet Sun Wukong's terrifying punch. After one breath, then another, number 18 opened her eyes to find nothing before her, no sign of Sun Wukong. Yet the wounds all over her body and the pain in her insides reminded her that this was not a dream. Number 18 gasped for air, scanning her surroundings. She saw Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and number 17, all staring in shock in one direction, where clouds of dust rose from the two fierce fighters. as they continued to clash, now moving further away. The three rushed over. Number 17 supported his injured sister, draping his outer garment over her. Tianjin Fan, showing concern, asked Number 18, "Are you alright?" Number 18 looked at Tianjin Fan in confusion, and Number 17 explained senior brother after being injured by Piccolo. Number 18 seems to have forgotten some things. Piccolo snorted lightly, feeling frustrated as he flew to the other side. Liu was unconcerned about the reason for the incident. He couldn't believe that the 18th was left in such a state of disarray. While his uncle could endure it, his aunt could not. For men, battling and being torn apart was exhilarating and cool, but for women it was different. Without sturdy battle attire, a moment of instability could lead to complete exposure. Liu did not expect this monkey to be married, and he struck the woman with little regard for severity. He didn't care about others, but the 18th was Li's Achilles' heel. Similarly, Sun Wukong was all too familiar with this sudden opponent. Every time this guy appeared, it brought nothing but trouble. Sun Wukong was brimming with combat enthusiasm, and without the need for a declaration of war, the two immediately clashed. Unlike the earlier demolitions, wherever the two collided, stones flew in every direction. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful kick, and Liu grabbed hold of it. The immense force failed to send Liu flying, nor did it even ruffle a single strand of hair. Instead, it created a massive crater with a radius of 10 meters beneath his feet. Liu swung both arms fiercely, sending Sun Wukong crashing into a mountain, instantly flattening it. Fragments whirled through the air, and before the dust could settle, Sun Wukong surged back with a furious roar propelled by the gust of air. A fist struck like lightning, directly impacting Liu's face and sending him flying. Yet after only a few meters, Liu abruptly halted midair. He faced Sun Wukong and suddenly unleashed a blinding glow from one hand, exploding like the sun. Sun Wukong, completely unprepared for such a technique, was caught off guard. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck as Liu seized the back of Sun Wukong's neck and lifted him up. The unknown power emanating from Liu's palm was like a blade, leaving a line of blood around Sun Wukong's neck, yet it merely broke the skin before being dissipated by Sun Wukong's aura. Liu showed no hesitation, pressing Sun Wukong's head down towards the ground. A series of dull thuds echoed as the ground buckled layer by layer, each ripple larger than the last, until after 5 rounds the affected area reached several hundred meters. Liu emerged from the center of the black hole, with Sun Wukong following closely behind, both panting and standing at a distance, tattered and disheveled. "Die, monkey. Why won't you just die?" Liu calmed down, realizing this monkey was too tough. Even unleashing true fire couldn't kill him, and even inflicting serious injury was difficult. With a grin that was quite bothersome, Sun Wukong replied, "Liu, you're still the same. Let's have another match." Li's aura suddenly waned. "I'm not fighting anymore. There's no point in fighting you. Don't get too cocky. In 4 years your brother will come to Earth, and the first ones he will kill are you and your son. Besides, his strength is at least double yours now." Liu was also someone who knew when to stop, realizing that continuing would yield no benefits. It was better to cease hostilities now. Although Sun Wukong enjoyed the thrill of battle, he was not one to be unreasonable. Since Liu didn't want to fight, he relented. However, he was curious about this brother. "How do you know I have a brother?" Liu replied, "Don't ask me, just go ask the fortune-telling old lady." Liu estimated the strength levels of Saiyan, thinking Sun Wukong's combat power should be over 700, while 17th, 18th, and Piccolo are around 500. Krillin, Tien, Shin, and Yamcha and Master Roshi are between 200 and 400. If I unleash all my energy, I should be on par with Sun Wukong. Of course, with my abilities I could surpass him slightly, but Sun Wukong's brother, when he appears, will have 1,500 and Vegeta is typically at 18,000. If I don't push myself harder, it will be quite dangerous. Regardless of whether Liu altered history, he believed that the aliens would still arrive on Earth as scheduled, seeking the strongest aura. Of course, since he had retracted his aura, the only ones they could find were either Piccolo or Sun Wukong. Liu had no desire to wade through this murky water. It would be best to let those monkeys fight amongst themselves. He was here to find the 18th, and there was no point in fighting Sun Wukong to the death. His earlier impulsiveness was born from desperation. Moreover, if he were to defeat Sun Wukong, the Saiyan cells would go berserk again. Liu was not a royal Saiyan and could not control the mutated Saiyan cells stimulated by moonlight. Liu turned to look at the 18th. She remained as she always was. His heart raced. Finally, this girl who had haunted his dreams appeared vividly before him. Liu flew up to stand before the 18th. 18th, are you okay? As the words left his mouth, he realized his voice was somewhat hoarse. However, the 18th pushed aside the 17th and assumed a combat stance, finding Li Yi's question perplexing. Lu Wen, my sister, has forgotten many things since being revived by Gero. The 17th, unsure why, disliked Lu Wen when he was absent. He even wanted to challenge Lu Wen, defeat him, and humiliate him properly. But now that Lu Wen stood right in front of him, he felt no courage despite believing he could fight. Instead, he obediently complied. This feeling was utterly terrible for the 17th. Although the 18th did not remember Li Yi's appearance, she sensed something unusual from the attitudes of others. Her brother's demeanor was particularly telling. Usually, when Lu Wen was mentioned, her brother would grind his teeth in rage, wanting to flay him alive. Yet now he resembled a child caught misbehaving in front of a parent. The 18th's appearance, skin tone, personality, and thoughts resembled those of Western Caucasians. Other than her physique, many Western girls develop faster than Eastern girls by the age of 14, possibly due to mixed heritage. In this regard, the 18th was quite normal. In contrast, the 17th's appearance and skin tone were more akin to Easterners, although his features bore a hint of Western traits. Li Yu paid no mind to anything else, and had already grasped the 18th's small hand. The 18th hesitated internally about whether to resist, but ultimately remained still. At this moment, Bulma arrived with Yamcha and Krillin. Both shouted angrily, "Let go of that girl, beast!" Bulma and Krillin stepped forward, pointing angrily at Li Yu, while Yamcha awkwardly took a step back. Bulma imagined various appearances of the 18th, only to realize that the 18th was still exactly the same as she had been in the arena, not changing at all. This felt unfair. Bulma suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Though she was already in her 20s, the 18th still looked so young and innocent. Krillin, upon seeing his former goddess, was momentarily starry-eyed. Even if Li Yu was invincible, he was determined to fight for his goddess' sake. However, the 17th suddenly grew anxious because Gero had sent a message instructing him to leave Li Yu immediately, or else the bomb inside him would detonate. Of course, the 18th received the same message. With most of Gero's androids nearly exterminated, Gero developed a deep fear of Li Yu. He worried that the 17th and 18th could easily be controlled by Lu Wen. Thus, when the footage returned from the microbots and showed the failures of the 17th and 18th, Gero was reluctant to expend more androids and ordered them to retreat from Lu Wen. The 18th shook off Li Yi's hand and flew off into the distance. The 17th turned to Li Yu and said, "Gero has installed bombs in our bodies. If we don't leave immediately, my sister and I will die." After saying this, he flew away with the 18th. Li Yu felt powerless as their powerful aura completely blocked his psychic abilities. It was challenging for him to analyze their body structure, let alone use his powers to remove the bombs in a short time. Li Yu dared not take risks and could only watch helplessly as the two left. Suddenly, the departing 18th turned back and flew in front of Li Yu. He softly called out, "18th." The 18th wrapped her arms around the back of Li Yi's neck and tilted her head to kiss him on the lips. A minute later, they pulled apart, and the 18th flew away with a cheerful smile. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape, while Li Yu was also surprised by the 18th's bold action. "18th, take care. I will come to save you." The 18th's voice floated back, "They'll be waiting for you." As they flew, the 17th asked, "18th, do you remember things from before?" "No, I think I should be dating now." The 17th covered his forehead and said, "That bald-headed guy seems to be pretty good to you. Get lost. I can't stand looking at that short-legged guy." The 17th noticed his sister becoming increasingly sentimental, and his mood brightened. Li Yu piloted the airplane, sneakily glancing at the rearview mirror, where Bulma sat in the back seat with her arms crossed, wearing a very angry expression. After all, Bulma hadn't left alone, which meant there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Li Yu activated the autopilot and leaped to the back seat, startling Bulma, who angrily exclaimed, "Get away, you pervert." Li Yu paid no mind to Bulma's harsh words and quickly kissed her, silencing her cherry lips. Bulma blushed and said, "You idiot, we're on a plane." Li Yu pointed a finger into the air, pressing a button in the airplane, and soon the view outside the window turned gray and hazy. From the outside, the airplane's glass had transformed into a reflective mirror. At 10,000 meters in the air, her tightly closed lips couldn't help but quiver, but she suddenly bit down hard on Li Yi's shoulder. Fortunately, Li Yu had excellent control over his own body. Otherwise, if it were Son Wukong or Vegeta, they would probably lose all their teeth. Even in such a wonderful moment, he found himself lost in thought. Bulma slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, her bright eyes gazing at Li Yu, making him feel a bit flushed. In a pleading tone, she softly said, "Li Yu, you belong only to me, okay?" Li Yu nodded, saying, "Bulma, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory outcome regarding this matter." Though Bulma was puzzled, she still chose to trust Li Yu at that moment. Passers-by along the way watched the swaying airplane with a sense of dread. Returning to the pilot's seat, since Bulma was temporarily settled, Liu decided not to return to Shidu, but to head directly to Consolidation, as there were still messes to resolve. As for how to disarm the bombs inside Android 17 and 18, it was actually quite simple. He could kill Gero directly as in the original plot, but first needed to find Gero. Alternatively, he could summon the dragon to disarm the bombs, but doing so would certainly require battling with Sun Wukong and others, and they might not even be able to obtain the dragon. It would be better to first inform them that he would need the Dragon Balls for use next year, and whoever tried to snatch them should not blame him for being merciless. The city of Consolidation, devastated and in urgent need of rescue, saw soldiers and civilians bustling about. This inexplicable war had caused immense casualties among the populace, but thankfully this world had Dragon Balls which could at least bring the innocent victims back to life. As for the chaos caused, people would gradually adjust to it over time. The two androids remained on site while the soldiers of Consolidation had secured the area and even set up makeshift tents. After power supply to Android 10 was cut off, it stopped functioning, but the hydrogen reactor remained active and Android 11 still had sufficient energy. Android 11 did not pay attention to the soldiers around, but forbade them from approaching Android 10. These two androids were developed under Liu's supervision, and he had even added backdoors into the core programs. Therefore, when Liu gained control of Android 11's chip, he quickly modified its permissions and forcibly took control. When Liu's airplane appeared, the Dog King had already come to greet them. For both Liu and Bulma, they were heavyweight figures in the eyes of the Dog King. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they conducted a short meeting during which Liu made his demands, the king agreed, and Bulma acted as a witness. They quickly reached a consensus, and the king even asked Bulma to help collect the Dragon Balls to revive his people, to which Bulma readily agreed. Naturally, Bulma's friends would not stand idly by, they were already searching for the Dragon Balls. Bulma carefully examined the two robots, touching this and that. Liu said this big guy is equivalent to a fusion bomb, enough to blow half of Consolidation apart. Startled, Bulma trembled and quickly hid behind Liu. Don't worry, I've eliminated this hidden danger at the first opportunity. Bulma asked, did you design this? Quite ingeniously, Liu replied. Yes, the concept is clever. Earth has abundant resources and the materials are easy to work with. The key issue remains the core intelligent chip. I still haven't figured out the technology here. Liu said gravely. Bulma, during this time I have absorbed almost all the technological knowledge from Earth, but even so the problems I face have increased exponentially. Bulma, curious, asked, what problems have you encountered? Liu replied, a technology gap. I've discovered that Earth's technology has suddenly introduced many unreasonable applications, while fundamental research is nearly non-existent. Not long ago when I went to your house, I secretly studied the core chip of that robot. Can you guess what I found? Bulma looked puzzled, waiting curiously for Liu's next words. Liu patted the female robot and said they share a common core program. Bulma was shocked, exclaiming, how is that possible? It was just a service robot that my dad casually assembled a long time ago. Plus, Capsule Corp sells many different types of robots. Bulma, I have a special ability that allows me to use a vast amount of virtual time to contemplate problems, while in reality, it is just a fleeting moment. For example, within a single day, I can virtually spend a year or even several years to think through difficult problems. Bulma's mouth dropped in disbelief. No wonder you're so impressive. Bulma, don't comfort me. What you're really saying is that even someone as dull as I can learn such profound knowledge, right? I can see that's what your expression has been implying. Bulma's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly caught in a moment of embarrassment. I've spent a vast amount of time trying to decipher its core program, and I've only made a fraction of progress. Earth scientists do not pay much attention to foundational research. After the core program leaked from your father, everyone in the know thought it was your father's invention. However, I don't believe this is the result of one person. My conclusion is that it is the product of a civilization, or even the collective wisdom of countless people from multiple civilizations. Its replicability makes it easy for us to use. Bulma said somewhat skeptically, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Not only that, but there's also space technology, anti-gravity technology, and so on. In application fields, you can completely help me solve problems, but once it comes to principles, you always brush me off. Bulma felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, as Liu said, her own studies under her father had been similar. However, she had never thought about it from Liu's perspective. Yet Bulma was still unwilling to concede, as she decided to find the answers herself when she returned home. Fundamentally, she wanted to convince Liu while also feeling uncertain inside. If what Liu said was true, then what did her father's inventions amount to, and where did they come from? Having a deep understanding of the plot, Liu developed a hypothesis. Because Trunks traveled back to the past via a time machine, at least 3 parallel timelines emerged which was already present in the original story. If this was a real universe, then it was unimaginable how many such Trunks existed along this timeline. Liu still did not know the principles of the time machine, nor was its inventor necessarily clear about it. It could be said that with the appearance of the time machine, the entire timeline of the universe had likely turned into a chaotic mess. Liu stayed in Kaislegen discussing various matters with the Dog King and arranging the future research directions of the weapons department, including the safety measures for the 10th. Zaruba was skeptical about Ziluo Lan's claim of finding Lu Wan, but when Ziluo Lan presented a token known only to Zaruba and Lu when he began to believe her. Although Lu Wan's fate remained uncertain after a fierce battle 3 years prior, Zaruba had no thoughts of betrayal. He would remain loyal to Lu Wan as long as he was alive. Of course, Liu was not worried about betrayal from his subordinates, even Dr. His actions were within his expectations. Bulma did not wait for Liu and hurriedly left, not returning directly to West Capital, but heading to Spore Mountain. Feeling down, she had also not said goodbye to son Wukong and was eager to prepare the best gift for his newborn son. Bulma arrived at Spore Mountain, where Clan Master Rashi Chaozi Lanchi Tianjin Fan Pure Wulong Lu Ping's son Wukong and Chi Chi gathered. Everyone was delighted to see the radiant Bulma, especially Master Rashi, who impatiently wanted to eat tofu only to receive a heavy blow from Bulma. Bulma prepared special gifts for everyone, each exquisitely designed, be it a vanity case, wristband, or lighter, including holographic satellite phones for them to choose their preferred designs. Although Liu had already released standard smartphones through Capsule Corporation, only the wealthy could afford them. However, Bulma found the rectangular phones too outdated and had custom-made holographic phones for her friends. Everyone was overjoyed, and Bulma also gifted son Gohan some valuable trinkets, which melted the ice with Chi-Chi, who previously had some reservations about her, leading to a warm exchange. After conveying the king's requests, Bulma did not wait for Klin and the others to summon Shenron. She bid farewell to everyone and hurried back to West Capital. Seeing Master Rose's ID added to the blacklist, Bulma couldn't help but admire Liu for anticipating such a situation and thoughtfully adding such a feature. Zaruba, having tested the waters with his words, finally confirmed that the bookish young man before him was indeed the boss from back then, and he knelt on one knee to pledge loyalty, which naturally pleased Liu. Liu instructed Zaruba to disperse the old and weak and bring the elite troops to Kaislegen, reorganizing the Black Flag Army, which officially belonged to the extraterrestrial defense forces of Kaislegen, but ultimately answered to Liu. As for the funds and weapons, they would be provided by the Dog King. Although there was some resentment about being incorporated into Kaislegen's system, given the casualties on both sides, the prospect of receiving money without repercussions was reluctantly acceptable. Zaruba reminded Commander this is not a long-term solution. Without an independent source of income, the army will eventually be infiltrated. Liu casually replied, if you had the ability to replace the king at any time, you wouldn't think that way, haha. Zaruba was puzzled and wondered why not replace the king himself, but he refrained from voicing his question, understanding his role decision-making was the commander's prerogative and he only needed to obey orders. Upon seeing the celestial godson, Wukong relayed the message from Liu. The celestial god was greatly surprised and felt a heavy weight on his heart, as Liu could not possibly speak nonsense. He was not an ignorant person and had begun to trust the future Liu described. Son Wukong and the celestial god sought out the fortune-teller, who found the information in her crystal ball to be vague. The image showed Piccolo and son Wukong fighting together against a powerful man with a tail, which confirmed Liu's message. The Saiyan's infamous reputation indeed echoed throughout the universe. Upon hearing this, King Kai became intrigued, leading to son Wukong being guided to King Kai's planet for training, while his friends Klin and Lu Ping were also arranged for special training in the heavens, all preparing to respond to the Saiyan invasion of Earth. Tianjin Fan and Chaozi decided to return to the Deep Mountains for training. Before leaving, they planned to bid farewell to Liu, but were invited to West Capital instead. After a heartfelt exchange, they let go of their prejudices, and Liu offered his training room for their use, which brought joy to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan felt a sense of distance when with Master Rashi, but seeing his former rival's strength surpass his own left him unwilling. Thankfully, with the help of his junior brother Liu, Tianjin Fan focused solely on training, as the training resources Liu provided were more than sufficient for his current abilities. Meanwhile, Lanchi, who possessed dual personalities, would rush to West Capital with her blonde hair and return to Master Rose's house in confusion with her blue hair. Liu felt that she was essentially two people in one body. Despite being heavily impacted, Piccolo did not become discouraged. His unique physique allowed him to rapidly improve under great pressure. Before Sun Wukong departed, Piccolo challenged him multiple times, and they hit it off, benefiting greatly from each other and unknowingly establishing a special bond. Bulma also learned from Brief that, as Liu had predicted, Brief indeed received resources from a mysterious person in his youth, obtaining not only advanced technological data, but also many finished products. The mysterious person never appeared again, and Brief was unaware of their intentions. Once the top scientist on Earth, Brief's acquisition of these resources led to a rapid leap in technological progress, far outpacing his peers and founding Capsule Corporation. However, this explosive technological advancement also caused the foundational research on Earth to lag behind, unable to keep up with the progress in applied fields, resulting in a restless development in the entire scientific community. Learning the truth, Bulma was not discouraged. As Liu said, if one cannot master the most crucial technologies, it is as pathetic as a primitive person using fire. The current hovercraft and transformative capsules exemplified this, so Bulma persuaded Brief to have the Capsule Corporation's board approve a more systematic and extensive foundational physics research plan. Meanwhile, while directing the development direction of the weapons department, Liu established a research institute in Kaiserslautern. He planned to build the most efficient supercomputer on Earth within the institute, aiming to surpass the supercomputers of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Gua. With the economic strength of Kaiserslautern and the technological prowess of Capsule Corporation, which was far superior to Dr. Gua's solitary efforts, he aimed to maximize the gathering of human and material resources to tackle scientific challenges. At the same time, he aimed to enhance his own power to face future challenges. Naturally, he hoped Sun Wukong could resolve everything, but having already altered so much of history, relying on chance to achieve victory was uncertain. Even Vegeta posed immense pressure on Liu, not to mention the tyrant Frieza. The No. 12 chip Liu captured was different from the No. 10 and No. 11. The latter two were purely mechanical beings with chips that were even inferior to Li's first-generation chip. The No. 12 chip, along with No. 17 and No. 18A, belonged to the second generation. With a foundation from the first-generation chip, Liu had basically deciphered the principles and intelligent programs of the chips over the past few days. He began directly modifying the first-generation chip in his mind on a material level, then connected to the network to copy the program, upgrading the chip directly to the second generation, having made many modifications. Liu naturally felt no shame regarding copyright issues. Dr. Gua was not only an outstanding physicist, but also excelled in biology, a fact Liu lamented he could not compare to. When Liu interacted with No. 18, he secretly retained some of her blood. After returning to study it, he discovered it was indeed stable Saiyan cells. Liu realized why No. 17 and No. 18 had become so powerful. It was not only due to their inherent potential, but also because Dr. Gua's enhanced cell technology had become more perfected. This made Liu somewhat apprehensive about whether Dr. Gua's androids would soon surpass his expectations. Li's superpowers were rapidly enhancing every day, but the Saiyan mutated cells within his body were also continuously dividing and proliferating. Although they did not grow chaotically like cancer cells, they were still squeezing the living space of normal cells. Liu had been using his superpowers to fight against them, but could never completely suppress them. The Saiyan spirit of becoming stronger when faced with adversity seemed to be etched within the cells, making it hard for Liu to relax his mind. With the modified Saiyan cell sample No. 18, Liu wanted to attempt to simulate this type of cell to occupy the space of the violent cells. However, he also felt a sense of playing with fire, as the modified Saiyan cells would also divide, proliferate, and generate vitality, which would greatly interfere with his superpowers. Liu began small-scale experiments, and indeed the three types of cells did not gain peace as a result. The mutated Saiyan cells and modified Saiyan cells were in conflict, but the normal cells and modified Saiyan cells could coexist peacefully. Thus, he decided to create a layer of isolation, allowing the Saiyan cells to confront each other. To Li's surprise, his vitality limit began to grow rapidly. Unfortunately, no matter what methods Liu tried, he could not decipher the principles behind the generation of vitality. It was foreseeable that once the principle was cracked, the scientific power in this Dragon Ball world might surpass martial arts. Looking at Li's plan, the king was filled with trepidation. How could such a thing be done? Li's research institute demanded money and personnel, which the king could endure, but this plan truly subverted the national policies of previous kings. If implemented, he feared he would carry the reputation of a dictator. Seeing the king's cowardly demeanor, Liu felt an impulse to replace him. Your Majesty, you should have realized that extraterrestrial invaders will soon invade Earth. If the people of Earth continue to fight among themselves, how can they resist the aliens? For the sake of all humanity, shouldn't this heavy burden fall upon you? But Sir Liu, the prophecy from the fortune teller indicates that Demon King Piccolo and son Wukong will defeat the Saiyans. Is it really necessary for us to make such a fuss? First of all, that person is merely a foot soldier of the invading army. The alien troops have thousands of soldiers who are stronger than him. Secondly, since we have already foreseen future events, we will certainly have means to respond. Will the future still align with the prophecy? Lastly, as king, are you willing to let 2 extraterrestrials save your people? Liu said with rising anger. After hearing Liu's words, the king was somewhat moved, clenching his fists and nodding stiffly. However, if we cannot quickly conquer those autonomous nations, I fear it will lead to great chaos. And what about the West City? The king originally wanted to intervene in the West City, especially with the Capsule Corporation, but Liu's rise completely disrupted his plans. The issue in West City made the king hesitant to act carelessly. If you don't heed my advice, I will send No. 10 and No. 11 to resolve it. The king was filled with dread, worried that Liu's artificial beings would go on a rampage, and also concerned that if he did not follow Liu's advice, misfortune would soon befall him. As for the West City, you need not worry. I will manage the West City and the Capsule Corporation. The West City must not fall into chaos, and the Capsule Corporation must operate at full capacity. It is the key pillar for our advance into space. The king felt increasingly anxious as Liu's attitude grew more assertive, completely overshadowing him. If this continued, would he still be able to remain king? Liu seemed to see through the king's thoughts. He patted the king's shoulder and said sincerely, Your Majesty, rest assured, I have no interest in being the head of this planet. Look at the countless stars in the night sky. If they were evenly distributed among every person on Earth, then each person would at least receive 1 star. This universe is said to be home to countless extraterrestrial races, which is why there are invaders like Frieza and the Saiyans. Although Earth is isolated, the king is aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Regarding Liu's ambitions, the king felt helpless. He just wanted to govern Earth well, so that they could be the rulers of this planet for generations. Determined, the king quickly summoned representatives from various factions, demanding that all autonomous nation states and counties be incorporated into the unified governance of Consolidating, with unified laws, language, currency, etc. Important official positions would be appointed or designated by the king himself. For the angry representatives from various countries, the king directly borrowed Liu's reasoning about the alien invasion, stating that global efforts needed to be concentrated to resist it. Who would believe in something that had yet to manifest? After returning, the representatives from various countries called upon martial artists, sharpened their weapons, and even announced their withdrawal from the Consolidating system, just as the king had anticipated. Prepared in advance, the King of Dogs took swift action. The most powerful factions were easily routed by Consolidating's Advanced Defense Forces, and the Royal Special Forces, led by Loot, executed decapitation operations with great success. While they were ineffective against artificial beings, they had no trouble dealing with ordinary Earth martial artists, and the leaders of these factions were easily captured. The small countries armed with swords and spears saw the King of Dogs was serious and quickly surrendered. Although they would be put in chains, these rulers still considered themselves superior to others, which was better than losing their lives. Soon an unpopular invasion turned into a liberating movement welcomed by the masses. The unexpectedly victorious King of Dogs also understood the principle that the winner is king. The only exception was the West City, where the council members were all like ants on a hot pan. The West City had no military forces, and although the police force was stronger than those of other small countries, how could they contend with Consolidating's army? These council members were elected by citizens. When the king issued decrees to various nations, he happened to overlook the West City. Some council members believed that Consolidating was an act of aggression and no longer deserved to be the king of Earth, demanding that West City withdraw from the Consolidating system and unite with other factions to resist it. Others, however, saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they allied with Consolidating, their positions might be solidified, freeing them from the influence of terms and elections. The remaining members chose to wait and see. The inefficient West City Council could not convince anyone, and they almost resorted to fighting to resolve their differences. However, the changes came too quickly. Consolidating soon resolved several major factions, and the rest had basically surrendered. Yet Consolidating still ignored the West City and had no clear stance towards its representatives. The board members of the Capsule Corporation frequently visited Brief's residence. Bulma, staying in her father's laboratory, had been busy to the point of dizziness. Dad, are you so busy lately that you can't help me? I called Liu yesterday, and he said he would be back soon, but I haven't made any progress here. Liu is coming back soon. That's great. I wonder what happened with Consolidation. Now West City is also unsettled, and the board members of the Capsule Corporation are worried about the future impact on the company. When he returns, I can ask him what happened with Consolidation. No way didn't Liu say everything was going smoothly. He also mentioned that this time he hopes to create a business alliance between the Consolidation Research Institute and the Capsule Corporation. I don't think Dad would oppose that. Seeing his daughter express genuine joy whenever she spoke about Liu, Brief had long been aware of their relationship. However, he was somewhat worried. Liu was merely an orphan without any backing. Although he could stand on his own in the field of technology in this ever-changing situation, Brief was unsure of what to do. If the two children ended up together in the future, could Liu protect Bulma and safeguard the Capsule Corporation? He truly lacked confidence. After the Red Ribbon Army's secret base, Majin Tower, was destroyed, villagers brought Android No. 8 and Son Goku to Dr. Gero, pleading for his help to disarm the explosive device implanted within the android's body. A purple-clad ninja secretly followed them and discovered that Dr. Gero himself was the android's creator. He then threatened the doctor into stealing the Dragon Balls, only to be exposed. Son Goku pursued him relentlessly, yet the ninja refused to abandon his scheme. After Goku departed the village, he returned, seized Dr. Gero, and, following the assassination of Commander Red and the collapse of the Red Ribbon Army, began relocating to another clandestine facility to resume android research. Eventually, Dr. Gero seized power and eliminated the purple ninja, paving the way for the formidable androids of the future, though everything changed irrevocably with the sudden emergence of Liu. A purple ninja. How delightfully restless he is, Violet murmured, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips as she scanned the intelligence report delivered by her subordinate. After failing to seize the Dragon Balls from young Goku, and with Dr. Gero already taken by Liu, the purple ninja's fate diverged sharply from its original course. He vanished into obscurity, until now when he unexpectedly re-emerged. The purple ninja stormed the Parliament Hall at the head of dozens of soldiers, swiftly subduing the panicked assembly members. Yet several lawmakers remained eerily unperturbed, immediately singled out and aligning themselves beside him. Enraged, the speaker pointed at them and thundered, "Do you seek revolution?" Precisely, the purple ninja laughed heartily while the traitorous lawmakers echoed his mirth with hollow chuckles. Report: the West City police force has been secured. Excellent. Proceed with the plan. Arrest every influential figure in West City. Yes, sir. A junior officer saluted and hurried off. You have no mandate from the citizens. You cannot rule West City. An inconvenient nuisance. With one brutal kick, the purple ninja sent the speaker crashing to the floor. As machine gun fire ceased, the speaker lay motionless in a widening pool of blood. Silence fell thick and chilling. The purple ninja addressed the trembling assembly. Disobedience invites this fate. Instantly, voices pledged allegiance. Once the first knelt, others swiftly followed. Seizing West City, and then pledging fealty to King Kaisel, would earn him royal investiture, an opportunity too rare, too glorious to miss. The purple ninja savored his own brilliance. Meanwhile, another purple ninja appeared at Bulma's residence. Soldiers pressed their rifles against Dr. Brief and Bulma's chests, while several corporate directors held contract documents in hand. Dr. Brief, this is the acquisition agreement. We will purchase your shares at market value, though as a gesture of goodwill for our cooperation, we'll retain 1% for you. He extended the contract toward Dr. Brief. Bulma stepped protectively before her mother, snatched the document, and exploded in outrage. Market value. This is outright theft. At that moment, the service robot entered, mop in hand. Its optical sensors flared crimson as its mechanical voice intoned, "Intruders, lay down your weapons immediately. I have already alerted authorities. Failure to comply will incur severe consequences." The intruders burst into raucous laughter. A burly soldier raised his machine gun with one hand and unleashed a torrent of fire, reducing the robot to a smoldering heap of scrap metal in seconds. Dr. Brief, Bulma, and Mrs. Brief huddled together in terror. Bulma, recognizing the purple ninja as their leader, waved the contract and offered a simpering smile. "General, might we negotiate a discount?" The purple ninja grinned lewdly. "That depends entirely on what talents you possess," his gaze lingering shamelessly upon Bulma's chest. Bulma recoiled at his visage, nausea rising in her throat, and thrust the contract into her father's hands. "Dad, sign it, quickly." A stunned silence gripped the room. Enraged, the purple ninja lunged toward Bulma, only for her to shrink back in visceral dread. Then, A broad-shouldered man materialized before Bulma, clad in a white sleeveless tunic and loose green sweatpants, his towering frame corded with dense, sculpted muscle. "Bulma, are you unharmed?" Tien Shinhan had arrived just in time. Overwhelmed with relief, Bulma burst into tears, ready to fling herself into his arms, only to be gently but firmly intercepted by Kayatsu. The purple ninja, whose combat power barely exceeded a dozen, felt his confidence shatter beneath Tien's overwhelming aura. He barked orders to open fire. Gunfire erupted, smoke billowed. Yet when the haze cleared, hundreds of bullets hung, suspended midair. Kayatsu lowered his palms with a cheerful grin, and the projectiles clattered harmlessly to the floor. "Well done, Kayatsu," Tien Shinhan remarked, smiling warmly. Before the purple ninja could even contemplate retreat, Tien struck. To the onlookers it was but a blur. Then soldiers and ninja alike collapsed, each precisely incapacitated. Bulma, still seething, delivered several furious kicks to the fallen ninja. The directors crumpled to the floor, paralyzed by fear. Dr. Brief turned on them, livid. "You're dismissed. Get out. Now." They scrambled away in panic. Kayatsu levitated the remaining assailants and hurled them out the window. "Is everyone all right?" Tien Shinhan asked. Dr. Brief's eyes lit up at the sight of Tien's imposing physique. "You're Bulma's friend. Today's salvation was entirely thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic." "Dr. Brief, I'm Tien Shinhan, and this is Kayatsu. We're Bulma's friends." "Mr. Tien Shinhan, you're magnificently built. It's such a pity you're unattached." Though socially inept, even Tien couldn't miss such a blatant hint, and flinched visibly. I must depart. Urgent matters await me." But Mrs. Brief gently detained him. Ever serene, ever smiling, she placed a tray of fresh fruit before them. "Please, help yourselves to some fruit." Yes, eat first. And tell me, Mr. Tien Shinhan, where do you reside? What do your parents do?" Though momentarily starstruck, Bulma quickly regained composure, and exasperated by her father's escalating absurdity, snapped, "I already have a boyfriend. He's the strongest man in the world." "Haha, of course, dear, of course. Just teasing." Dr. Brief chuckled nervously, dismissing her words as romantic idealization. Tien, however, spoke with solemn conviction. "My junior brother defeated Goku. To call him the strongest man alive is no exaggeration." Bulma beamed with pride, while Dr. and Mrs. Brief exchanged bewildered glances. "By the way, Tien, how did you know we were in danger?" "Oh, a woman with violet hair told me. Then she left." "Oh, was she beautiful?" Tien nodded earnestly, "Exquisitely so, and radiating extraordinary grace." Bulma longed to ask, was she more beautiful than me? But the moment felt all wrong. Trusting her instincts implicitly, she fumed inwardly. Liu and Android 8 were still unresolved, and now another violet-haired beauty. Her anger deepened. Had Tien not arrived in time, who knew what horrors she'd have endured? Just then Tien lifted his gaze and said calmly, "Junior brother, you've returned." There stood Liu, a scholarly young man wearing spectacles. Months apart had only intensified Bulma's longing, who layered atop today's terror and humiliation. Her cerulean eyes brimmed with tears. Liu opened his arms, and like a songbird returning to its nest, Bulma flew into his embrace, their lips meeting in a tender, fervent kiss. Witnessing their profound bond, Dr. and Mrs. Brief watched with quiet joy. As pleasantries unfolded, they learned Liu, Tien Shinhan, and Kayatsu were martial brothers, and that Tien and Kayatsu had been staying at Liu's residence all along. Liu had already learned of West City's coup from Violet. Though she deployed countermeasures, his concern drove him to fly directly from Kaisel's capital to West City without delay. Now openly in a relationship with Bulma, Liu felt a faint awkwardness around her parents. But fortunately, the Briefs embodied Western warmth and restraint. No intrusive questions like, "When will you call me father?" Instead, Liu continued addressing them formally as Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, while they responded with heightened affection and nothing more. Upon hearing Liu recount the coup, Tien feared chaos would erupt and asked his two senior brothers for aid. Having lived rent-free under Liu's roof for weeks, Tien and Kayatsu readily agreed, and Liu, deeply pleased, accepted their loyalty without hesitation. Yet before their conversation concluded, Dr. Brief's estate was surrounded by military forces. 4 purple ninjas commanded hundreds of fully armed soldiers, while police officers blared through megaphones. Armed insurgents inside. Surrender immediately. Neighbors watched in dismay, hearts pounding for the Brief family, wondering what calamity had befallen their home. Moments later, Kayatsu and Tien soared skyward, undaunted by the hail of bullets. Within minutes, hundreds of soldiers lay unconscious across the grounds. Liu knew that the purple ninjas were quintuplets 5 identical individuals. He no longer cared about who dared to lay hands on Bulma, as he had already crushed the brains of the 4 unconscious purple ninjas with his superpowers. As for the remaining individuals, they were all escorted by the soldiers of Violet. Accompanied by the soldiers from Violet, Liu, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi went to the city government to rescue the council members. However, the last purple ninja had already escaped, and those who had betrayed along with the indecisive council members were captured by Liu. With the speaker dead and many council members having betrayed them, only a small number of council members remained. Faced with these unfamiliar soldiers and the powerful Tianjin Fan and others, they did not dare to act rashly. Liu ordered them to focus on their duties. Although it seemed that the government officials had suddenly decreased significantly, these idle figures could do little on a regular basis. Liu merely shuffled a few positions, and the efficiency of the West Capital's government not only remained unaffected but improved. For the citizens, this change had almost no impact. After a busy day, Liu finally returned home, where Bulma had been waiting for him. He couldn't help but sigh, finally feeling the warmth of home. Bulma made steak for him, which was the only dinner she could prepare. Although it wasn't particularly delicious, Liu felt a warmth in his heart. After dinner, they discussed work-related matters which they often communicated about over the phone. Thus, Liu simply summarized the events of the day, while Bulma interacted casually, but soon their attention shifted elsewhere. Bulma gently licked her red lips, seemingly hinting at something. Liu's heart surged, feeling that words were unnecessary, and let his imagination run wild. After an engaging exchange, Bulma, lying on Liu's chest, mustered her spirits and said, "Dad said he just wants to do research and inventions at home, and he leaves the company to you, also entrusting me to you." With the backing of the Dragon Ball warriors, Bulma was able to smoothly take over Capsule Corporation and even develop it better than Brief. However, things had changed. Controlling Capsule Corporation was originally Liu Wen's plan from years ago, but he never expected it would be taken over in this manner. The next day, the army sent by Zaluba had arrived, and Liu handed over the borrowed soldiers, taking the opportunity to meet Violet. "Liu, my information was quite timely, right?" "Very timely, thank you very much." Violet smiled brightly, her enchanting eyes fluttering. "So will you give me some reward?" "You shouldn't be short of money. You raided the treasury of South City and those small nations, didn't you?" Violet instantly became tense, the painful lesson still fresh in her memory. Liu continued, "You want to use my name to break away from Kesselgen, and I can help you, but robbery is not a long-term solution. Let me give you some advice. I'm all ears. Collect as many shares of Capsule Corporation as you can, and during the next election in West Capital, try to secure as many political resources as possible. So will you protect me?" She leaned against Liu's chest, her seductive eyes full of temptation. Liu hurriedly pushed Violet away, jokingly saying, "Sure, but I already have a girlfriend, so please don't complicate things for me." Seeing Liu's attitude, Violet felt both happy and somewhat disappointed. Liu, dressed in formal attire, walked into Capsule Corporation with Bulma holding onto his wrist. They attracted countless gazes, and seeing her man's confident demeanor calmed Bulma's previously troubled feelings. The board members of Capsule Corporation were well-informed individuals, but they didn't realize that this young man was the leader who had quelled the rebellion yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have looked at him as if he were a junior, and some even harbored hostility. Of course, there were those who appreciated him, some who flattered him, and others who were terrified. Those terrified were obviously the few who had been ousted by Brief. Although they didn't know what Liu was planning, it was clear he would confront them today. The lawyer announced that Brief's entire stake was transferred to his daughter Bulma, and Bulma entrusted Liu with full management. At the same time, Brief also formally appointed Liu as the acting chairman until the board reappoints a chairman. "Isn't this against the rules?" said a guy who had come to Bulma's house yesterday thinking he could take the lead in creating trouble. After he spoke, no one responded, which puzzled him. Others looked at him quizzically, unsure of what was happening. Liu said, "Thank you for your recognition, but as the saying goes, a name not right leads to words not smooth. Why not today we re-elect the chairman?" Instantly, some observing board members were enraged. This kid just newly arrived was so arrogant, as if they didn't exist. Those board members who were close to Brief shook their heads, thinking the young man was too impatient, while those opposing him were secretly overjoyed. Liu wasted no words. "I will nominate myself as the new chairman." Immediately, there was a cacophony of noise, mockery, disdain, and even some quiet cursing. Liu felt that the quality of these upper-class individuals was not much higher. "Since no one else has any recommendations, let's vote directly. Those against, please raise your hands." Before everyone could react, Liu spoke directly. 1/3 remained still, another third looked around, while the remaining individuals flushed, appearing to be holding back. At that moment, those who had been looking around also sensed something was off and settled down. Very well, unanimously approved. It seems everyone has great confidence in me, so now I am officially the chairman. Now I propose to dismiss the positions of the following board members. Again, unanimously approved, leaving everyone shocked. Did Liu need to play mind games with these ordinary people? Of course not. Who could oppose him? As long as Liu disagreed, they couldn't even twitch a finger. In this strange scenario, one proposal after another was passed unanimously. Among these proposals were collaborations with Keslogen and future plans, even future plans for West Capital. These authorization documents indirectly demonstrated Liu's strength, gradually leading the shocked board members to accept his leadership. Naturally, those few board members who had heart problems were carried away by the doctors who had arrived. Bulma watched these people obediently listening like puppets and became curious. She couldn't help but wonder if she had also been enchanted by Liu. Her cheeks flushed slightly. If she was enchanted, it was willingly. This sudden incident not only did not have a negative impact, but rather helped Liu significantly, saving him much effort and time, though it also served as a wake-up call. Liu, familiar with the plot, would need to remain vigilant at all times, as due to his influence, an increasing number of uncertainties would arise in the future. Time flies, joyful moments seemed to pass quickly. Despite Liu's tight schedule, Bulma insisted that he take time to play. Liu came to realize that the world changes too rapidly. No matter how hard he tried to keep up, it might not be possible. Rather than being busy all his life, it would be better to work steadily and enjoy leisurely days. Thus, he decided to accompany Bulma for shopping, watching movies, and traveling. This time, Bulma had planned to go out with her friends, but Liu received news from the Kaislu Gold Weapon Research Institute that a new weapon experiment was ready, waiting for him to oversee it. Liu had to apologize to Bulma and let her enjoy herself. He recalled that there hadn't been any major incidents in recent years apart from uncontrollable androids. Even concerning the androids, he had deployed numerous satellites for surveillance, ready to notify him of any abnormalities. Liu arrived at the command center of the Kaislu Gold Weapon Department, where he was joined not only by his own team, but also by representatives of the king. Soon the person in charge introduced the situation to everyone. The weapon being tested was a space-based kinetic weapon codenamed Heaven's Punishment. Utilizing the heavy rockets from the Universal Capsule Company, hundreds of tons of alloy arrows would be sent into space. Then solar energy would be used to accelerate them to a speed of 20,000 kilometers per second, allowing each 100-kilogram alloy arrow to change direction gradually under the influence of gravity from a parabolic trajectory to strike ground targets. The arrows were equipped with intelligent systems for target correction, and of course, they could also be used for area strikes. Theoretically, this weapon's power could penetrate the Earth's crust. In reality, the weapon's power lay in its penetrating capability. In a battle between two armies, it lacked significant use beyond intimidation. However, if it struck a human body, its destructive capability would obliterate any formidable opponent. Naturally, Liu dared not dwell on such thoughts. The target range was situated in a desert. The initial launch involved precision-guided arrows firing 5 rounds per second in intervals to ensure accuracy. Due to orbital factors, travel times to the target varied, averaging between 10 to 20 minutes, allowing time for the bullets to fly. 10 minutes later, a series of violent impacts resonated, shaking the ground. The target was a 1-cubitor bullseye with 4 hits registered, while one arrow's trajectory remained unknown. The power had already confirmed penetration of 500 meters into the concrete structure. Watching the images on the big screen, everyone cheered, knowing that it had taken the effort of thousands to reach this point. The leading officials finally felt a sense of relief. Next came 3 rounds of area strikes with 300 arrows firing simultaneously. These arrows lacked navigation systems, necessitating calculations for lead time, sacrificing precision for quantity. The key focus remained on reducing costs. However, reports from the target range indicated that the target had only suffered 2 strikes, missing 1. Fortunately, the area was hundreds of kilometers of barren land, so there was no concern for collateral damage. What everyone did not know was that just before the last shot, the arrow container was struck by a small space rock, causing a slight angular deviation. 300 arrows followed a parabolic trajectory toward the ground, ultimately landing on an iceberg 200 kilometers north of the target. This iceberg was as hard as iron and would never melt. The Zermaz iceberg faced this unforeseen disaster with shattered ice sent soaring into the sky. A massive crack appeared in the iceberg, which began to roar ominously. An indigenous elder witnessing this fell to his knees and sorrowfully exclaimed, "Oh God, are demons about to reappear in the world?" The elder remembered that about 50 years ago this endless land was a thriving grassland teeming with people and livestock. However, overnight it had turned into a desert where survival became impossible, forcing everyone to flee. Later, the deity descended, sealing this iceberg with divine power, telling the people that a demon within the iceberg had caused the disaster. For the elder, this was not a legend, but a lived experience. As the tremors from the iceberg's rupture gradually subsided, a pair of fiery red eyes lit up within the dark fissure, followed by another pair. Soon, humanoid creatures resembling half-mechanical insects emerged. With their fiery red eyes, they appeared both mysterious and terrifying. Liu remained in Kaisla Gold to resolve some follow-up issues, while Buma and Chi-Chi temporarily settled on Turtle Island. Sun Wukong had just completed the Snake Path after a year, firmly held down by the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, unable to move. Lu Ping and Krillin were struggling to train in the heavenly realm, while Tianjinhan and Dumpling were sweating profusely in the gravity training facility at Li Ye's home in West Capital. Sun Wufan was already over a year old and could run around, even learning to speak. He was very polite, and when Buma was called auntie, she felt old. Although Chi-Chi was not concerned about Liu and Buma's relationship, she held a very negative impression of Liu, likely due to his severe injuries inflicted on Wukong. However, upon hearing that Liu was the director of the Kaislu Gold Research Institute, even Buma praised him as a versatile scientist. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she persistently asked Buma to help arrange for Wufan to take Liu as his teacher, not for martial arts, but for academics. When Buma contacted Liu to relay this matter, he felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't crossed over to become a babysitter. However, Sun Wufan was not only obedient, but also the first half-blood Saiyan on Earth, granting him immense potential. He would later become incredibly powerful, even surpassing his father Sun Wukong. Liu considered the opportunity to be Sun Wufan's teacher as a stroke of fate. If he could guide this destined child, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. Setting this matter aside for the time being, Liu began organizing the weapon department's data, removing some unnecessary weapons from the research catalog, such as the freezing bomb. This weapon had already shown flaws in practical combat. Its method of freezing targets by absorbing their heat through thermal exchange was ineffective against targets with a combat power exceeding 500. In contrast, the elastic egg was worth significant research. Liu recalled a monster with a flexible body within the ribbon, which could ignore little Wukong's attacks and even rebound the Kamehameha wave. Ultimately, it was frozen stiff by the cold wind outside, allowing little Wukong to shatter it. Unfortunately, the monster had already perished. In the future, it would be essential to gather such resources. If stronger materials could be manufactured, even a mixed attack like Kamehameha could be repelled, serving both as defense and a means to trap enemies. With his growing familiarity with vital energy, Liu deepened his understanding of energy attacks. Typically used energy blasts involved direct conversion of chi into energy for projection. However, other energy sources could also be transformed into energy blasts, such as those from androids lacking chi. The power of these energy blasts depended on the total energy amount. If sufficiently large, they could easily obliterate cities. However, for martial artists or androids with protective shields possessing chi, the damage could be defended against by consuming a certain amount of chi or energy. In contrast, techniques like Kamehameha and energy cannons differ. These energy techniques are primarily led by vital energy. Upon striking a target, the vital energy first engages in a confrontation before converting into destructive energy. Therefore, if the vital energy confrontation fails, the target becomes utterly defenseless and is completely destroyed. Of course, the target could also choose to evade or utilize techniques to rebound. This was also why Liu, when fully regained consciousness after being struck by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, as all the violent vital energy within him was completely obliterated. As for the vital energy blast, although Liu had not yet witnessed it, he speculated it should be pure chi. The destructive power relative to the strength of vital energy seemed small, but due to its massive total amount, once an enemy was struck, their vital energy would easily be neutralized, rendering all their defensive capabilities ineffective, leading to swift annihilation. After leaving Earth, Sun Wukong, eager for a breakthrough, came to this eternally icy and frigid land to cultivate, unwilling to lag behind. However, today a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and the colossal iceberg thunderously fractured, revealing a dark rift at its base. Duan Di had a foreboding feeling, though he was not afraid at all. He flew directly to the foot of the iceberg to investigate. As he approached the cave entrance, countless robots surrounded him. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Duan Di regarded them with disdain. These minions were incapable of exhausting his chi. He easily destroyed them, using only basic combat skills and physical strength. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot up from beneath the ice towards Duan Di, catching him off guard. He instinctively covered his head and cried out in pain. Although his body was unharmed, his mind was under an unknown attack, causing a splitting headache. In an instant, countless tendrils wrapped around his body, unleashing a violent current of electricity. Overconfident Duan Di was immediately convulsed by the electric shock, foaming at the mouth, and fell into a deep unconsciousness. On a sunny day with smoke rising from cooking, Kame House, situated in a temperate climate, was indeed a great vacation spot. Bulma, wearing a bikini and goggles, lounged on a beach chair, soaking up the sun. Kiki and Launch were preparing dinner together, while Kame Sennin and Oolong occasionally stole glances at Bulma, drooling and sometimes bickering over not being able to find a good angle. Kame Sennin sighed, saying, "Bulma looks even better now that she has a boyfriend." Yeah. Oolong couldn't help but let saliva drip as he spoke. Little Gohan was racing with Kame Sennin's pet turtle. A large aircraft appeared in the sky, and its roaring sound quickly echoed across the island, capturing everyone's attention. "Kame Sennin, there are guests," Gohan shouted. Kame Sennin was also puzzled about who had come to find him. Bulma got up to take a look. Soon the plane landed in an open area, and one by one insect-like humanoid robots jumped down, their eyes glimmering with a red light. Fortunately, this world was still filled with bizarre creatures. Although Bulma found these beings somewhat disgusting, she wasn't scared enough to scream. The leading robot's eyes flickered as it spoke in a mechanical voice. "We are looking for Master Wutian Kame Sennin." Seeing the polite way they referred to him, Kame Sennin replied amicably, "I am Kame Sennin. What do you want from me?" "Dr. Willow wants to see you. Please come with us." Such a blunt invitation made even Kame Sennin, known for his amicability, reluctant to engage with them. "Don't delay my nap, you should just go back." The robot's eyes flickered again, and they suddenly surrounded Kame Sennin. Kame Sennin wasn't afraid. He took a stance, throwing punches and kicks. Within a few moves, several robots lay on the ground smoking. At that moment, a short, balding old man emerged, wearing a white lab coat, his face covered in wrinkles, and holding a cane. When he smiled, only one tooth remained. The old man clapped his hands and laughed as expected of the renowned Master Wutian. "I am here to ask you to visit Dr. Willow." Kame Sennin replied, "I said I'm busy, please leave." At this time, Bulma interjected, "What nonsense, just go." Kame Sennin looked back in surprise, only to see Bulma being held at gunpoint by a robot. Bulma trembled all over, continuing to persuade, "Stop resisting for no reason." Gohan was also grabbed by a robot, crying uncontrollably. Kame Sennin complained, "This is really troublesome. If we must go, then let's go. As expected of the strongest man in the world, you truly are reasonable, ha ha ha." The old man in the white coat spoke. Kiki attempted to chase after them to save her son, but was unfortunately no match for the robots, falling to the ground. Kame Sennin could only say, "Kiki, I will bring Gohan back safely." Having been in this world for nearly 8 years, Liu had also extinguished the thought of returning. Besides, he had connections with Android 18 and Bulma. Even if he could leave, he wouldn't want to. At this moment, Liu was debugging the intelligence system of the supercomputer at the Research Institute. Although he had only scratched the surface of the core program, he understood the intelligence system better than any so-called doctor on Earth. Moreover, he had countless examples and resources from the previous life, including network confrontations, vulnerabilities, and viruses. However, he was at a disadvantage in biotechnology and robotics, as these technologies had not yet reached the current level in his past life. To commemorate that world, Liu named the intelligence system Nuwa, setting its logic to female thinking and discarding electronic sounds in favor of a pleasant female voice. Of course, the most crucial setting was that the highest priority could only be Liu himself, and others could only be granted access to the most basic functions. To protect the core safety of Nuwa, he assigned androids 10 and 11 to guard her 247. Additionally, he integrated the intelligence systems of the weapons department and Universal Capsule Corporation's supercomputers, achieving coordinated operation across more than 200 satellites globally. At this moment, Nuwa's crisp voice sounded, "Dr. Liu, Dr. Brief requests to speak with you." Perhaps Nuwa assessed that Liu was busy and couldn't take a call, so she directly transferred the communication to the main control room screen. After Liu nodded, the screen showed Dr. Brief anxiously, saying, "Liu, it's bad. Bulma has been kidnapped." "What happened, Dr. Brief?" Liu asked in astonishment. At Kame House, a group of robots has kidnapped Bulma along with Kame Sennin and son Wukong's child, claiming that a doctor wants to see Kame Sennin. "Dr. Brief, I will do my best to rescue Bulma. You need not worry too much." Liu's heart sank. At this moment, who could commit such an act? Could it be Dr. Gero? But Liu felt it unlikely. Kame Sennin's cell samples had long been obtained by Gero. Moreover, the androids had surpassed Kame Sennin's level. Gero didn't need to take the risk of meeting Kame Sennin. Nuwa tracked the aircraft that went to Kame House today. Soon several satellite images appeared on the screen. Although it could not be determined exactly where the aircraft had last stopped, the general direction it had left was towards the north of Kamehameha. Liu donned his combat suit, disregarding everything else, and soared into the sky, heading straight for the last known location of the aircraft. By following this direction, whether using energy detection or his own sensitivity to chi, he should be able to locate Kamehameha. Poor Bulma was already shivering from the cold. Fortunately, she could hold on to Gohan for warmth. If it weren't for Kamehameha needing to maintain the dignity of the strongest man in the world, he would have wanted to shout, "Bulma, let go of that child, and come at me if you dare." This was an open pitch-black area indicating they had arrived at their destination. "Dr. Willow, I have followed your instructions and brought Master Wutian here," Kamehameha said in a deep voice. "Can you tell me your purpose now? And release these two children." "Yes, it has nothing to do with us. Let us go," Bulma shouted in complaint. The old man in the white coat pulled a lever and Bulma and Gohan screamed as they fell into a trap. The trap closed up instantly, and it was unclear where they had fallen. A calm and heavy voice echoed, "Then let's begin." "Yes, Dr. Willow." The lights gradually brightened, revealing that the place where Kamehameha was located was a martial arts arena, and three figures slowly materialized. A voice crackled from a loudspeaker on the arena. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Master Wutian. Here are three ferocious warriors crafted from the essence of my lifelong biotechnological expertise, the strongest men in the world. Let me see your strength." Kixamai, with green skin and terrifying spots sporting numerous metallic yellow tendrils sprouting from its skin. Misagaz, a large figure resembling a balloon complete with a thick tail like a fat dragon. Ibipulia, crowned with a tuft of red hair, muscles nodding across its body, continuously emanating a cold aura. "Hee, I am the strongest in the world. What is your intent in flattering me so?" The turtle sage also took a stance to welcome the challenge from the three. The muscular man roared and initiated the attack, launching a massive punch. The turtle sage extended his hand to block, dissipating 90% of the force, then turned to elbow strike, perfectly intercepting the green-skinned monster's assault. The rapid exchange of blows dazzled the onlookers while the fat dragon approached leisurely. Calculating the timing, the turtle sage exerted force to push both back, using the momentum to leap back. In an instant, the turtle school's Kamehameha was unleashed, but the two opponents were not slow. They jumped aside. The fat dragon, however, did not dodge. The Kamehameha crashed into the fat dragon's abdomen, yet it remained unmoved. The skin on its back was pushed open by the force of the Kamehameha, stretching as if elastic, and began to absorb the impact. The turtle sage could no longer maintain his stance as the Kamehameha rebounded violently. Startled, he leaped up, but the muscular man seized the opportunity, striking the turtle sage away just as the green-skinned monster's tendrils ensnared him. Terrifying electric currents surged, causing the turtle sage to howl in agony, smoking on the ground. Watching the turtle sage's plight on the big screen, Bulma angrily exclaimed, "How can you treat an old man like this? Is this all Master Wu Tian is capable of as the world's strongest martial artist?" The old man felt somewhat disappointed. Bulma taunted, "Are you an idiot?" The old man roared angrily, "How dare you call me an idiot? You are the idiot. How could the turtle sage possibly be the strongest in the world? That was a long time ago. Oh, a long time ago." A steady, profound voice echoed, "Little girl, is what you said true?" Bulma was startled, unaware there were others present, and looked around. "Who are you? Where are you? Show yourself. Do not be disrespectful to Dr. Willow." Bulma looked at the old man in confusion. "Dr. Willow." The old man proudly replied, "And I am Dr. Kodai, the biochemical assistant of Dr. Willow, a great genius." It turned out this strange old man was Dr. Kodai. Bulma pondered aloud. Dr. Willow, Dr. Kodai, renowned scientist who gained international fame 50 years ago. Dr. Kodai beamed. "Haha, for someone so young to know so much, I must commend you." 50 years ago, the weather suddenly changed, burying the research facility beneath a heavy snowfall overnight. They should have died, right? That's right, you died beneath the Zerma's Plele ice mountain here, correct? I read about it in a book. Exactly. 50 years ago, we were buried in ice and snow, but neither Dr. Willow nor I died. Look here, the most outstanding genius scientist in human history, Dr. Willow. Seeing a brain in a glass container high above Bulma seemed excited. "Oh, brain." Dr. Kodai shouted, "I know you want to make a sarcastic remark, but shut up. As you can see, Dr. Willow's brain is still alive. You two devilish scientists finally received divine punishment for conducting selfish research. That's what the book says." Dr. Kodai retorted angrily, "Shut up. Human brains are too crude to keep up with our thoughts. Bubbles erupted from the glass container holding Dr. Willow's brain, and a muffled voice echoed again. Little girl, who is the strongest person in the world? Bulma touched the sleeping Gohan and proudly said, of course it's Liu. Even Goku is no match for him. Even if you all combine forces you won't be able to defeat him. Dr. Cody, I asked Liu. Dr. Willow inquired Liu, interesting. Where is he? Bulma asked, what do you want with him? Dr. Cody, barely containing his excitement, exclaimed, this world's greatest brain wants to transfer into the body of the strongest person and then revive. Isn't that a marvelous idea? Waha. Bulma trembled in fear instantly. How can this be? Dr. Cody continued to proclaim, from now on Dr. Willow will reign over this world. Haha. Bubbles constantly emerged from the glass container, holding Dr. Willow's brain. The muffled voice echoed throughout the space, those who regarded my greatness as an anomaly, who did not acknowledge me, burying me deep underground. Now, I shall use the power of science to dominate you and take my revenge. Bulma muttered softly, what nonsensical things are you saying? Shut up. Do you know if there are any grasslands nearby? There are no grasslands nearby, it's all desert. Haha, that was Dr. Willow's masterpiece 50 years ago. There is nothing in this world we cannot achieve. As long as we desire, we can effortlessly turn the entire world into a desert. Little girl, where is that man named Liu? Bulma shrank back in fear watching these two lunatics. Dr. Willow said, wait, a powerful energy is approaching. A flash of white light illuminated the big screen, revealing a flying man, then the next surveillance point transmitted the image back. Bulma recognized the visitor and couldn't help but call out Liu. Dr. Willow remarked, a body with powerful energy. Oh, perhaps he is the man suitable to become my body. Liu had already noticed some surveillance robots on the ice field, but paid them no mind. He focused on sensing the turtle sage's aura, which had grown faint, yet he had locked onto its location. Even if the turtle sage were to perish, he need not worry about not finding him. The target lay ahead within a vast crevice in the ice mountain. The energy detector faced some interference from the ice mountain, but the aura sensing was unaffected. At such close range, Liu could even sense Bulma's aura, though weak it was stable, allowing him to relax a little. In this desolate place, there were 4 powerful auras beneath the ice mountain, one of which resembled Piccolo. Without hesitation, Liu charged into the crevice where the space expanded. Indeed, a gigantic artificial fortress appeared. Judging by its scale and the materials used, it could not have been hastily constructed by Dr. Gero. It must be the work of some ancient monster. Liu felt no fear. With Bulma safe, his mindset relaxed. Liu stopped at the entrance of the fortress, observing as the massive door, several meters tall, slowly opened, indicating the need for large machinery for entry and exit. Since the other party welcomed him, Liu strolled in. However, what kind of trap was this? Was it akin to a Tomb Raider's notes? A swarm of spinning metallic spheres with sharp blades rushed toward Liu. With just a glance, hundreds of trap iron balls fell to the ground, releasing wisps of green smoke. This bizarre scene terrified Dr. Cody. Numerous bubbles also emerged from around Dr. Willow's brain, clearly agitated. Yet Bulma felt a surge of confidence, softly calling out Liu. Dr. Cody roared, you all go and eliminate the intruder. The 3 biochemical warriors sprang into action. 3 monsters stood in front of Liu, possibly having defeated the world's strongest martial arts master Wu Tian. Thus, each of them faced Liu with confidence. Upon sensing their vital energy strength, Liu couldn't help but smile. Their combat power was barely over 200, and he wondered where their confidence stemmed from. Bubbles erupted around Dr. Willow's brain, so strong the energy of these 2 individuals is tremendous. Suddenly, 2 rapidly flying figures appeared on the screen, and Bulma exclaimed in delight, Tianjin Fan Jiaozi. Now Liu had reinforcements, and Bulma felt relieved. Looking at the muscular bodies, Dr. Willow couldn't help but excitedly say, Tianjin Fan. Such a sturdy body deserves my perfect brain. Clearly, he overlooked Liu's concealed aura, believing instead that the energy radiated from Tianjin Fan's body was higher. Liu also noticed that his 2 senior brothers had arrived, likely because Brive was worried and sought help from Tianjin Fan and the others. Liu was not in a rush to act, waiting for the arrival of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures halted beside Liu. Tianjin Fan said, junior brother Bulma is inside. I can sense Bulma and Master Rose's auras. Liu nodded. Tianjin Fan was indeed reliable when it came to friends. Jiaozi also smiled and said, let's take care of these 3 guys one each quickly. All right, Tianjin Fan replied, immediately flying toward the red-haired brute, while Jiaozi targeted the green-skinned monster. As for the remaining fat dragon, it was up to Liu to deal with. Earlier, Liu had already examined the 3 monsters. They were not purely mechanical, but rather a combination of biological and mechanical elements somewhat resembling artificial humans. The auras of these creatures were already sufficient to defend against Li Yes' super abilities from directly damaging their constructs. Li Yes' hands itched with anticipation as he rubbed his fists, eager to try. The fat dragon, however, was brimming with confidence, as even Master Wu Tian's ultimate techniques couldn't harm him. As soon as the red-haired brute clashed with Tianjin Fan, he found himself overwhelmed. The vast difference in strength and skill forced him to only barely defend himself, and this was still Tianjin Fan not using his full power. The red-haired brute was struck on the left side of his face, instantly flying over 10 meters, rolling on the ground like a gourd, and only managing to get up after crashing into a wall, his face already swollen. Dr. Willow excitedly released a flurry of bubbles. Wow, such a strong body. But Dr. Kodai grew serious as too many unexpected events had occurred. Bulma watched Tianjin Fan effortlessly defeat the monster on the screen. She threatened, "Let us go now, or you will regret it." Son Gohan also awakened, saying, "Bulma, Andy, please help me find my mom, okay?" Bulma could only hold Gohan tighter, comforting him. "Gohan, these bad guys will be defeated soon, and we can go back to find your mom." Despite his eyes being red, Gohan held back his tears and replied, "Yes, Bulma, Andy." Seeing the poor Gohan, Bulma gently stroked the child's hair and pointed at the big screen, saying, "Look, that's Uncle Liu. Isn't he amazing? He will be your teacher in the future." Gohan nodded, his face filled with admiration. At that moment, the fat dragon was being beaten mercilessly by Liu. Though the fat dragon appeared bloated like a balloon, it was merely a deceptive exterior. In reality, its combat power was the highest among the three, with speed and strength that were not lacking. However, it couldn't keep up with Li Yes' attacks and relied solely on its powerful elastic skin to defend against them. Yet Li Yes' methods of attack were something it had never encountered before. Each of Li Yes' strikes was actually one of the most basic martial arts techniques in this world, known as the inch punch or inch force. This technique, which does not rely on initial speed, was very effective against elastic bodies like the fat dragon. Li Yes' second-generation chip had gathered most of the martial arts techniques of Earth martial artists, and naturally, it was not like other Dragon Ball warriors who merely pursued the strength of vital energy. Liu believed in science. Science emphasizes solving enormous problems with minimal force to improve efficiency. Every close-range attack from Liu would trigger vital energy to activate the inch force. The fat dragon felt its internal organs churning and its bones cracking painfully. However, the fat dragon's body was indeed resilient. Liu, growing impatient, took out a fist-sized alloy grenade from his combat suit with his left hand, while his right hand sliced toward the fat dragon's neck. The inch force erupted, and the fat dragon couldn't help but open its mouth wide. Liu swiftly inserted his left hand into the fat dragon's mouth, placing the rapidly flashing alloy grenade into its stomach. Pulling out his left hand, a wave of disturbance spread across his outstretched arm, instantly scattering an unknown viscous substance. Liu shook his hand in annoyance, still feeling quite disgusted. Returning to normal, the fat dragon questioned in confusion, "What did you make me eat?" Liu also looked at the fat dragon with curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough." At the same time, Liu concentrated, preparing for the possibility of an uncontrollable outcome. In an instant, the fat dragon's eyes emitted dazzling golden light, and its body began to swell uncontrollably, inflating to dozens of cubic meters in size within a second. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden situation. Liu did not hesitate, pressing his palm against the fat dragon's skin as his superpower activated. The invisible pressure of space continuously countered the fat dragon's swelling force, gradually causing it to shrink, seemingly exhausting its elasticity, unable to revert to its original size. Hot molten iron flowed out from the fat dragon's features, and the leather that lay on the ground began to show crimson cracks. It seemed the fat dragon was doomed. Liu let out a light breath. He had acted on a whim to test the power of the combined grenade, only stopping its full explosion out of concern for Bulma, and the effect was still quite satisfactory. Liu thought about using this on Vegeta in the future, wondering if he could withstand it. However, with Vegeta's combat power exceeding 10,000, even this sudden attack might not necessarily kill him. The tragic demise of the fat dragon provoked the other two monsters into a frenzy. The red-haired brute unleashed a blast of cold air, charging wildly at Tianjin Fan. As the cold air made contact with Tianjin Fan's body, the temperature in the air plummeted. Caught off guard, Tianjin Fan endured a series of blows and was unexpectedly frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired brute lunged forward, aiming to shatter his opponent with a punch. However, Tianjin Fan smirked, saying lightly, "Let me show you my true power." With a roar, Tianjin Fan's aura skyrocketed, and the ice encasing his body exploded. He effortlessly grasped the red-haired brute's right fist with his left hand, pulled back his right fist, and suddenly exerted force, sending the red-haired brute soaring into the air, blood spattering from his back as a punch pierced through. The red-haired brute fell to the ground motionless, with electric sparks flickering from the hollow cavity. Jiaozi was struggling against the green-skinned monster. The opponent's speed was simply too fast, making it difficult for Jiaozi's attacks to connect. Instead, he was caught off guard and snared by the monster's tendrils. A powerful current surged toward Jiaozi, but fortunately Jiaozi was wearing the combat suit Liu had given him. This suit was not only sturdy but also effectively resisted attacks such as electricity and flames. Jiaozi only felt a slight numbness in his body. After dealing with the fat dragon, Liu disregarded Jiaozi's situation and rushed toward the greenskin monster. The green-skinned monster remained unfazed as Liu's attack only struck a phantom while the real body had already slipped away. Phantom technique. Not bad, even the aura can be concealed. Without a hint of surprise or hesitation, Liu relentlessly attacked the green-skinned monster, consistently striking at its phantom. At first, the green-skinned monster wore a mocking smile, but it quickly faded as the opponent was too fast. Its body and vital energy could no longer sustain the high-frequency use of the phantom technique. Wait. The green-skinned monster pleaded, but Liu paid no heed to its words. A fist sent the green-skinned monster flying, crashing into the metallic wall with a dull thud. As the green-skinned monster was embedded in the wall, its ribs pierced through its chest, filth oozing out and electric sparks flickering. Thus, all three biomechanical monsters were dealt with. The three brothers flew toward Bulma's location. As Liu flew, he analyzed the machinery they passed by. He never expected the base to be so large. The unusual signals emitted by the electronic eyes indicated that the fortress master had been watching the three of them. Finally arriving at the hall, Liu's anger surged when he saw Bulma. He initially thought she had been violated, but upon closer inspection, he noticed she was wearing a bikini, and he understood the situation. The child she was holding must be Sun Wufan, but he did not see Master Rashi. Bulma joyfully called out, "Liu, we're here, hurry, and save me." Bulma was trapped in an electric protective device, unable to move, just waiting for Liu to come and rescue her. "You finally arrived. The strongest people in the world," the old man in the white coat chuckled. Bulma was temporarily safe, and Liu looked at the speaking old man, curious about what such a grand display was for. Tianjin Fan asked, "Where's Master Rashi?" The old man in the white coat replied, "Master Wu Tian is sleeping. Before he wakes up, I will transform you into warriors like those three just now." Liu walked up to Bulma and extended his hand. A puff of blue smoke rose and electric sparks flickered. Bulma confirmed that the trap had malfunctioned and joyfully leaped into Liu's open arms. However, Sun Wufan was squeezed in the middle, so Bulma quickly set him down, shivering from the cold. Liu opened a capsule and draped his spare coat over Bulma. Bulma finally returned to normal and pointed at a large brain in a glass container above, saying, "That is Dr. Willow." "Liu, uncle, that is a human brain." Sun Wufan tilted his head back until it was almost parallel to the ground, propping his head up with the end of his tail seemingly to avoid falling. Liu had no good feelings towards Sun Wukong, but in the face of such a cute child, even his ironclad heart felt a bit of resistance. Liu could only smile. "You and Aunt Bulma go stand behind. Wait for uncle to take care of them." "Okay, Liu, uncle." Bulma continued to explain, "That is the brain of Dr. Willow, the demon scientist who tried to conquer the world 50 years ago. That old man is Dr. Dr. Willow's assistant." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were also shocked to see a living human brain in the glass container. Dr. shouted angrily, "How dare you refer to the sacred brain as a demon scientist? You are simply too rude." Bulma angrily retorted, "Only doing what you like without caring about harming innocent people makes you demon scientists. To survive in such a state, you all deserve to die." It seemed Bulma was in a very bad mood. Liu felt a bit guilty. Apart from looking like a human, he probably wasn't much different from the kind of person Bulma described. Jiaozi asked in confusion, "Is it possible for only the brain to be alive?" Dr. excitedly replied, We can do it. To gain complete freedom in this world, we must transform all boring humans to submit to Dr. Willow. For this great ideal, my like-minded comrade Dr. Willow, even if he is just a brain, I will keep him alive. One day I will rule this world with Dr. Willow." But just then the merciless ice and snow buried us and the research facility completely. Dr. Willow's endless power and lofty ideals finally moved the heavens, and a lightning bolt struck this never-melting iceberg. Our moment of revenge has finally come. A flash of lightning reminded Liu of the self-check report of his orbital weapon, and he couldn't help but hold his head. It seems that trouble begets trouble. Dr. Willow's calm and heavy voice echoed in the hall. Liu Tianjin fan, I really like your bodies. I want you to have such strong bodies. Tianjin fan shouted, what? Bulma exclaimed, Dr. Willow wants to transfer into your bodies. Cody I said, I will exchange your inferior brains with Dr. Willow's superior brain. Tianjin fan looked at them as if they were fools. Don't be silly, how could I let you do that? Meanwhile, Liu was scanning everything around, wanting to first determine what cards they were holding. Suddenly, 3 beams of red light enveloped the 3 of them. Tianjin fan and Jiaozi clutched their heads in pain, and many iron chains wrapped around their bodies, with Jiaozi falling to the ground tightly bound. Liu felt perplexed. The light source obviously had some strange attack effect, yet he felt no discomfort, only that his Saiyan cells seemed to be stimulated and his vital energy surged violently. Liu found it hard to suppress and released a furious aura outward, causing Bulma and Wufan to involuntarily step back, while Cody gaped in astonishment. Dr. Willow also expressed surprise, saying, Liu, you are indeed the strongest man in the world. I like you more and more. The vital energy around Liu began to condense and gradually ignited, producing a sizzling sound. Liu gently shook his hands, shattering the iron chains stepping out of the red light's range. He extended his palm to his face, feeling the violent aura still being released outward. It seemed that once the combat power reached a certain stage, once the momentum was released, the vital energy would surge around him, making it feel as if he were burning. The figure of Dend slowly emerged. Perhaps due to the time constraint, the control device over Dend was still on his head with its end inserted into his brain. It was truly pitiful. The Demon King Dend was being toyed with by 2 ordinary earthlings. Liu could easily release Dend from control with a flick of his finger, but under the influence of the Scion's vital energy, Liu was unwilling to let Dend go so easily. Despite Denda's eyes turning red like a beast ready to devour, Liu could see a hint of fear deep in Denda's gaze. In an instant, Liu moved in front of Dend and struck out a palm. Denda's elbow swung, and with a loud crash, he was knocked back 2 steps. Liu did not pause, but continued to attack. Each time Dend received a blow, he was pushed back, his arms numb and his internal organs shifting. Dend found it hard to endure, and at the same time his ferocity was provoked, beginning to retaliate fiercely. However, Denda's counterattacks were weak before Liu. He endured the beatings, causing the laboratories' machinery to collapse and the circuits to burn out, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Yet the glass container holding Dr. Willow's brain remained intact, continuously bubbling within, indicating that Dr. Willow must be quite excited, though it was unclear what other cards he might hold, believing he could control Liu. Liu grasped Dend by the neck with his left hand, lifting him up while his right fist slammed into Denda's abdomen, leaving a fist mark on his back. If Dend didn't still possess strong vital energy, this punch might have pierced right through him. Just as Dend was about to retch on Liu flipped his right hand, turning Denda's head 180 degrees. At this moment, a rare moment of calm occurred. Sun Wufan whispered, Liu, Uncle Dend uncle is a good person, please don't hit him anymore. Tianjin fan finally broke free from his bindings and hurried to help Jiaozi escape the red light's range. Wufan, that is the Demon King Dend. Jiaozi quickly pulled Wufan and said, but Dend uncle is a friend of my dad. Everyone was astonished. Although Sun Wukong had not yet gone to the underworld for long, Dend felt that he had made progress in his training and went to find Sun Wukong, confidently thinking he could defeat him. However, Sun Wukong was busy with the child, and Shishi's terrifying shadow made Wukong afraid to unleash his aura and fight Dend. Though Dend was not satisfied with the fight, he still gained a lot, as his target had been Liu, so he had a decent impression of the rarely seen Sun Wufan. Liu didn't genuinely want to kill Dend, he was still waiting to use the Dragon Balls. Such an attack wouldn't be fatal to Denda's body. Liu tossed Dend aside and casually shattered the device controlling him. As for whether such brutality would have side effects, Liu didn't care. Dend, having escaped control, cast a grateful glance at Wufan. He now hated the treacherous Dr. Willow who had ambushed and controlled him, but he also knew he was not the main character now and obediently stepped aside to watch. However, Tianjin fan and Jiaozi remained very wary of him, while Dend disdainfully floated in the air. Dr. Kedai never expected to encounter such a situation, feeling both unwilling and desperate. Dr. Willow's deep voice echoed through the hall. Truly a formidable opponent. I didn't expect to have to take matters into my own hands. The ground trembled, and the entire base shook as the wall where Dr. Willow stood collapsed, revealing a massive mechanical body gleaming with metallic cold light. Energy began to gather throughout the base, and the robotic tail shaped like a spine flickered with intense light, continuously channeling energy into the core at its chest. Dr. Ketai dodged falling debris and exclaimed in surprise, Dr. Willow. Dr. Willow paid no mind as the triangular iron feet stepped over Dr. Ketai, crushing him into a pile of fragments. It turned out that Dr. Ketai was also a robot. Faced with the true form of Dr. Willow, Shun Di was filled with fury. Shun Di, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling simultaneously launched an attack on the robot, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Dr. Willow. A violent explosion triggered another collapse of the base, the roof crashing down as everyone ducked for cover. After the thunderous noise, countless clouds of dust were raised. Everyone was focused on the center of the smoke, where a red energy sphere gradually appeared. Liu exclaimed in astonishment, "An energy shield." To release an energy shield of such intensity, even the current Dr. Willow might not have the capability to produce one. As the shield's glow dissipated, a perfectly intact mechanical body was revealed. Gazing at the enormous alloy robot, the massive energy flowed within its gleaming form, causing everyone to gasp in awe. Even Liu, who had anticipated this, was somewhat astonished. This combat strength must be nearing that of Raditz, the brother of Sun Wukong. High-voltage currents continuously surged forth, making the robot appear like a descending demon. Bulma hid behind Tianjin Fan, secretly watching, while Son Gohan fearful clung to Bulma's thigh, afraid to open his eyes. Dr. Willow's deep voice resonated. Liu, if I could obtain your body, I wouldn't have to use this ugly form. Soon I will become the strongest scientist. Dr. Willow and I will rule the world. Liu chuckled, saying, Dr. Willow, you misunderstand. I am also a researcher who values science. You fail to comprehend that without emotions, a brain like yours will lose much of what makes humanity precious. Your thoughts have led you to the abyss. I can understand your ideals and your pain. Today, I shall help you find closure. Arrogant brat. In that case, I will leave your brain intact. Liu no longer suppressed his aura. The two Saiyan energies ceased their clash. Liu's aura surged exponentially, his momentum creating a storm that swept everything away. Several massive concrete slabs were lifted and hurled far away, crashing loudly as the alloy walls collapsed and the surrounding icebergs trembled, shedding countless ice crystals. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, fearing for Bulma and Gohan's safety, scooped the two of them up and flew to a secure location. Shun Di gritted his teeth in the storm, a sense of despair spreading in his chest. Liu's muscles swelled, his hands seemingly capable of lifting a mountain, possessing boundless strength. The enemy before him appeared as fragile as paper, ready to be torn apart. The conviction brought by his power surged through Liu's mind. No longer needing to suppress his peak strength, he roared and charged towards Dr. Willow, who commanded the mechanical body. Dr. Willow's energy shield was shattered by a single punch. Even with all the energy in the world, it could not be transmitted quickly enough. Liu's shoulder slammed into Dr. Willow's iron arm, bending it. Liu then punched Dr. Willow's chest, causing electric sparks to fly as a massive dent was created in the alloy plating. A kick struck Dr. Willow in the groin, creating a deep crack in the metal plating from which yellow oil began to leak. Liu seized Dr. Willow's tail, swinging him violently and repeatedly smashing him into the ground, creating numerous massive craters around him. Liu's muscles bulged as he let out a roar, throwing Dr. Willow into the air. Dr. Willow flipped and struggled midair, only to unleash a red energy cannon at Liu, but Liu's speed was even greater, the powerful Kamehameha striking directly. Dr. Willow's trump card, the entire base had drawn geothermal energy, accumulating energy for 50 years with a body made of alloy 100 times stronger than steel, capable of high-efficiency energy output, the fastest speed, and the strongest power. Yet none of this instilled in Dr. Willow an invincible belief. For the first time, his heart wavered. Even with the seals of ice and snow, even with his assistant's death, even with his body on the brink of collapse, even after 50 years of solitude and coldness, was he truly about to fail at this last moment? Let everything be destroyed. Dr. Willow, with 40% of his body damaged, forcefully unleashed all his energy, an energy cannon capable of leveling thousands of kilometers. The massive red energy beam intensified, colliding with the Kamehameha. Liu's hair stood on end as the tremendous backlash shattered the ground beneath him, forming a 2-meter deep, 10-meter diameter, cylindrical depression, with countless fragments being swept into the sky by the shockwave. A white shockwave accompanied by Liu's roar surged upwards, enveloping the red beam as it rushed towards Dr. Willow's steel body. No! Wait, I am unwilling. Dr. Willow's voice was drowned out by the deafening roar, and his figure was swept away by the energy wave breaking through the atmosphere and entering space. The alternating red and white flashes illuminated half the earth, prompting people to rush outdoors to witness this rare spectacle. Though silent, the explosion sent energy into the atmosphere, causing it to rumble continuously. It took over 20 minutes for those on the ground to hear it. In the divine temple, Krillin and Liu Ping watched the white beam soar into the sky, their blood boiling. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, "Is that Goku?" "We seem to have missed something," Liu Ping said, clenching his fist and smiling. Only then did they notice the solemn expressions on the faces of the god and Bobo. Krillin exchanged a glance with Liu Ping and asked, "God, can we help?" The god, looking even older and resembling Shun Di, shook his head, his thoughts swirling. "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." Bobo, all black as coal, replied to the god, "It should still be a good thing, after all he is also a person of Earth." The god turned to Krillin and Liu Ping, smiling. "A demon sealed for 50 years has been defeated." Krillin also smiled, saying, "That's truly wonderful." Liu Ping, however, said, "What a pity, if we had known we would have gone down ourselves." Bobo chuckled, saying, "Don't get too complacent, your troubles are about to arrive." No sooner had he spoken than a violent gust of wind swept in, catching Krillin and Liu Ping off guard and sending them flying. The divine temple was like a small boat in a storm, violently tossing about. The god used his divine power to gradually stabilize the temple as Bobo eventually let go of a tree branch and jumped down. Liu took deep breaths, depleting all his energy in one go. The physical exertion was immense, and his body was severely lacking oxygen. Gradually, Liu calmed down, restoring balance and concealing his breath. Tianjin Fan set Bulma down, and she leaped into Liu's arms, exclaiming, "I knew you would come to save me." Liu felt helpless towards Bulma's straightforwardness. Tianjin Fan asked, "Junior brother, are you hurt?" Liu replied, "Not really, I didn't expect there to be such powerful people on Earth." Din did not leave. Hearing Liu's words, he felt a surge of frustration and said to Gohan, "Gohan, I'm leaving." Ignoring everyone, he soared into the sky. Gohan looked longingly in Din's direction and said, "Din uncle, goodbye." Liu watched the interaction between the two, feeling a surge of frustration that he couldn't express. However, with Bulma and others around, he forced himself to hold it back. Oh no, Master Roshi is still under the rubble. Only then did Bulma remember that they had another teammate buried in the dirt. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes to sense, saying, "Don't worry, Master Rose's aura is stable. He should be asleep." Liu added, "With that old man's strength, this amount of pressure won't crush him. Rest assured." Liu approached the shattered remnants of Dr. Kira's lab, searching for something. He dug out a damaged control panel and retrieved a chip from it, relieved that it was intact. "Liu, what is this?" Bulma was unaware that Dr. Kuro was actually a robot. "It's Dr. Kira's chip. He was likely just a robot created by Dr. Willow, and even Dr. Kuro himself doesn't know it." "You want to use their evil technology," Bulma said somewhat unhappily. Bulma, you're a scientist too. Science has no distinction between good and evil. The technology they developed can harm people as well as help humanity." A groan from Master Roshi came as he had just been knocked out. As soon as he woke up, a large stone slab fell on his head, causing him to faint again. Tianjin Fan moved the stone slab, finally waking Master Roshi. Upon realizing he almost had his brain swapped out, Master Roshi lost interest in being called the world's strongest. Liu piloted a multi-passenger airplane, bringing everyone to Kame House for the first time. Due to Bulma, Liu held a strong dislike for Master Roshi. Not being a Dragon Ball fan, he didn't think Master Roshi was that great. To him, if Sun Wukong hadn't grown so quickly and powerfully, Master Roshi wouldn't have had any glory. He was at best a decent fighter from Earth. It was said that Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan had taken immortality potions together, which is why he aged, but did not die. There were indeed many strange things in this world. Moreover, Master Rose's teaching involved little more than a cultural class. While he prioritized the basics, he taught almost no skills, leaving everything for his disciples to figure out themselves. This was why Liu preferred to follow the less reputable Crane School rather than seek out Master Roshi. Of course, at that time, Liu also didn't have the luxury of choosing his master. The first to rush onto the plane was Chi-Chi, who had received the call early. The mother and son embraced and wept. Bulma told Chi-Chi that it was Liu who saved them and defeated the evil scientist. Chi-Chi was naturally grateful, and Liu casually exchanged pleasantries. Chi-Chi's attitude towards Liu did a complete 180, seizing the opportunity to request that he take Gohan as a student. Bulma also encouraged this, and Liu graciously agreed. However, taking a student wasn't like being a babysitter. Liu proposed that they move to West City to live. He worried that the teachers Shishi casually hired for Gohan's basic courses might misguide him. Since he didn't lack money, he offered to help find a professional teacher for Gohan. As for their living expenses, he believed that the Ox King, being a wealthy individual, would likely be willing to support his grandson. Besides, the places where Liu and Bulma lived were in West City's affluent area with houses and private land larger than the Ox King's castle in the countryside. If accommodation was inconvenient, they could also stay at Li's home, as they were now formal students, which was a convenience he could provide. Moreover, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also lived at Li's house, so Bulma likely wouldn't mind. As for Sun Wukong's opinion, everyone chose to ignore it. Lan Shi was also a frequent visitor at Li's house. Liu casually greeted her, but he had no time to deal with the flirty little Oolong. Pure had also wandered off somewhere. Normally, Liu wouldn't allow uninvited guests, but now that he had saved Master Roshi, Bulma wanted him to stay and play for a few days, so he agreed. Liu was not a workaholic. The beautiful beach and the alluring women held significant attraction for his young mind and body. Swimming in the vast ocean with the beautiful woman, he felt genuine joy. Bulma's excited squeals were like melodious birdsong. Their bodies touched, igniting a rush of excitement in his blood. Liu reached out towards the sky, and Bulma curiously asked what's going on. We were swimming so fast. It was thrilling. Let's do it again. Suddenly, an air bubble enveloped the two, pushing the seawater aside. Even their swimsuits became dry, and the bubble, defying the buoyancy of the water, slowly sank with them. Gradually sinking to the seabed, the mud and sand were covered by the air bubble, quickly turning into dry sea sand. Noticing something unusual with Liu, Bulma smiled at him, her cherry lips slightly parted. A tumter-long shark curiously swam outside the bubble, locking eyes with Bulma, who screamed in fright. Seeing that she was frightened, Liu extended his right hand, reaching outside the bubble, and with a flick of his finger, a powerful rush of water sent the shark soaring into the sky. Oh, where did it go? Why is no one here? Oolong complained loudly after putting down his binoculars. It's all your fault for being so far away. Now we've lost track of them. If you were so close, do you want to die? Sensing Bulma's aura, Master Roshi said they fell into the sea. Forget it, we've been discovered. Let's go back. I wish I could turn into a fish to see, Oolong thought reluctantly. At that moment, there was a deafening sound on the surface of the water. A tumter-long shark was shot into the sky by a column of water, coincidentally crashing towards Master Rose's small boat. The startled shark flopped around on the boat, while Master Roshi with all his strength rowed frantically, finally returning the small boat to the island. Only then did the two wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads, and the shark looked quite innocent. Naturally, the fun and games Liu and Bulma had underwater go unmentioned. Bulma's capsule house was set on a patch of open land. The relationship between Liu and Bulma no longer needed to be concealed. After a day of play, Bulma fell into a deep sleep. Although her physical condition was extraordinarily strong, the energy expenditure was also significant. Liu, who had been active throughout the day and night, exclaimed that he couldn't keep up. Taking advantage of the quiet moment, he contemplated the implications of this sudden event. Looking at the beautiful and enchanting Bulma, Liu felt fortunate. Fortunately, the kidnappers were two crazy old men. If they had been burly soldiers, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Liu couldn't change Bulma's adventurous and thrill-seeking nature, but when faced with danger, Bulma had no self-defense ability at all. What if he couldn't rescue her in time? If he sent a robot bodyguard, Bulma would definitely cut ties with him. Unless it came to a point of despair, Bulma would absolutely refuse to be monitored. He had to think of another way. Bulma could go wild, but Liu could not. Liu was not a homebody, he was an academic elite. Unless equipped with a cheating system, academic elites typically possessed good habits in both life and study. Without a cheating system, Liu could only rely on his own efforts. From the perspective of an Earthling, he needed to overcome future formidable foes for the survival of humanity, including himself. Having altered too much of history, the future had become utterly unpredictable, and Liu could not entrust his life to the mere fortune of a few protagonists. Returning to Kaislurin, Liu gathered personnel to repair Dr. Willow's base at the Zirmazipli ice mountain. Although a significant portion had been destroyed, the ice that should not have existed began to melt. Many technologies within the base were of great value, and Liu believed that with sufficient time and resources these facilities could be restored. Simultaneously, Liu and Nuwa worked together to crack Dr. Codius chip. It was obviously not the core intelligence of the Capsule Corporation. Its logical structure aligned more with Earthling thinking. This AI was a combination of yes and no without independent personality judgment. All anthropomorphic behaviors were merely expressions of programming. Given the vast knowledge base of Earth, Liu and Nuwa found the decryption process rather swift and easy. In the control center, a little girl said, "From now on, you will be Kodai. This name is your original name. From this moment on, the entire meaning of your life will be to serve our master. Do you understand?" A young man's voice replied, "Understood, Nuwa master." Looking at the recently awakened Kodai, who appeared to be a youth not yet 20, Liu discarded his original appearance, which had seemed quite disgusting. Through Nuwa's simulation, he restored Kodai's look to around 18, subsequently reconstructing Kodai's mechanical body using synthetic skin. After completely cracking the chip's code, Liu removed some unnecessary settings, such as the admiration for Dr. Willow age settings and hatred towards humanity, while also adding loyalty codes towards Liu. For such a robot, Liu felt more at ease. Even Nuwa had related settings, but Liu had only cracked about 10% of her core. The most crucial aspect was that the intelligent core leaked by Briff had genuinely resolved the self-existence issue. This meant that any intelligent system or robot using these cores possessed a sense of self-existence, implying they were not absolutely controllable. Liu and Kodai jointly oversaw the repair work at the Zirmazipli Ice Mountain. After all, Kodai's chip still stored a vast amount of data about this place, and Liu was quite interested in some of the technologies here. Although he had learned something through the data from Kodai's chip without personal experimentation, he could not be sure. The incomplete theories were even more ambiguous. A large quantity of resources was airlifted in, and at the newly constructed large airport, people were bustling about. Upon noticing the geothermal collection device beneath Dr. Willow's base, Liu conceived a bold plan expanding the repair work into a city-building project. The king even privately fumed. "It's simply madness to build a city in this desolate place. Who is going to live here once it's done?" Of course, he did not dare to express his anger in front of Liu. Moreover, considering he had gained an additional territory, he devoted all efforts to manpower and resources. With the robust investment from the Capsule Corporation, many economic forces on Earth began investing in the city Liu named Earth Core City. Although it nominally belonged to Kaislurin, Liu had also brought his core Black Silk Army over. Both the military and political powers here were entirely under Liu's control. Although the melting ice posed some difficulties in clearing, as long as he was determined, Liu quickly eliminated the obstacles and established the city's framework. Especially concerning energy supply, he offered geothermal energy at an extremely low price to partnering companies and promised to exempt all business taxes for 10 years. He aimed to transform this place into a global high-tech capital with news disseminated through Kaislurin and the Capsule Corporation. This indeed attracted considerable interest. Utilizing various coercive and enticing methods, the top 10 global enterprises soon settled in, and the nobility of various countries scrambled to purchase land. Various talents congregated, creating opportunities everywhere. Academies, research institutes, and different educational institutions were established, while promotional efforts spread worldwide. A round of financial speculation was inevitable, as the funding required for such a massive city construction was colossal. Appointed as the governor of Earth Core City by Kaislurin, Liu was naturally overwhelmed with work. Bulma also knew this was not the time to be capricious, so she refrained from disturbing Liu and instead focused on researching the principles of the universal capsule in the lab. Liu promoted some outstanding subordinates, management talents recruited from various countries, who gradually began to understand his methods, particularly the financial leverage approach of turning $1 into 1,000. Although the risks were immense, Liu feared nothing. Anyone who disparaged him would not escape unharmed. Even when faced with crises, he would directly approach Kaislurin and the Capsule Corporation for funds. Even Bulma, who had been somewhat hot-headed, had expressed her anger several times, while Kaislurin's dog was desperate. After half a year of fervent construction, Earth Core City had attained a certain scale, and Liu finally managed to let go of the mundane affairs. Gazing over the vast city that belonged to him, Bulma felt a sense of pride. Bulma had now taken over the chairperson position at the Universal Capsule Company. Upon learning that Liu was temporarily free, she brought Gohan to Earth Core City. Bulma, who was elegantly dressed, remained stunningly beautiful, now radiating a mature charm as she stood at the entrance of a high-rise building with Gohan, attracting the gazes of passers-by, who envied the man awaited by his wife and child. "Sorry for making you wait. Here, Bulma." Gohan, seeing this eternally youthful and handsome man, Bulma felt a mix of joy and a tinge of jealousy. "Liu, you've lost weight from all the recent busyness. It pains me to see you like this. Bulma, you look truly beautiful today." The two embraced each other. "Uncle Liu." Gohan, didn't your mom ask you to call me teacher? Aunt Bulma, I've gotten used to calling you this way. Gohan was no longer as shy as before, likely having been taught some mischief by Bulma in West City. Gohan has grown taller, not bad. Teacher has been quite busy these past few months and hasn't been able to oversee you. You haven't been slacking off, have you? Of course not. Mom keeps a close watch on me. How would I dare slack off? Liu ruffled Gohan's hair, which quickly returned to its original state, thinking to himself the genes of son Wukong are indeed predominant. The three arrived at a high-end restaurant. After dining, Liu took them to the core base. Bulma, back on solid ground, curiously remarked, "This place has changed dramatically." Gohan had little memory of the place touching this and that. "Bulma, let me take you underground." Bulma, somewhat intrigued, replied, "Underground?" Looking at the rapidly changing numbers on the elevator display, Bulma was filled with anxiety and pointed at the display, asking, "Is it broken?" Liu calculated briefly and said, "We are descending at a constant speed of 200 meters per second, and we will reach our destination in about 5 minutes. Bulma was astonished, unable to close her mouth, while Gohan calculated with his fingers and quickly said, "Uncle Liu, do we still have 60 kilometers to go? Not that much, as we need to decelerate. However, considering the distance we've already covered, we still have a depth of 40 kilometers. Bulma's lips trembled. 40 kilometers. That's beyond the crust. How is that possible? Indeed, it's unbelievable. The crust here is already compromised, which is why Dr. Willow built the research facility here. I never expected that. Dr. Willow spent his entire life digging and by extracting the geothermal energy, accumulated energy, for 50 years to break through the ice layer. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. Is that ice mountain really that formidable? Well, you know, this area shouldn't have an ice mountain. It must have been created by that celestial being. We don't even understand the principle behind such power. In any case, this ice mountain is incredibly solid. It only melted after Dr. Willow's death. As Bulma, an ordinary person, felt dizzy under such deceleration, blood pressure dropped, causing a bit of blood supply shortage to her brain. Liu supported her, helping her squat down, which made her feel much better. The elevator door slowly opened, and a wave of heat rushed in. Liu extended his hand to block it, as if the heat was isolated from the space of a few people. Bulma was not surprised by Liu's strange ability, but Gohan was very curious, trying to jump out only to feel discomfort and then jump back in. As the three stepped out of the elevator, Bulma and Gohan were stunned by the scene outside. It was an overwhelming fiery red, not just beneath their feet, but all around and in the sky, filled with red-hot magma, occasionally erupting on a small scale, like bubbles bursting and splashing hot liquid everywhere. The trio stood on a giant machine platform surrounded by countless steel pipes. The metallic structures extended into the sky, and Gohan looked up, seeing the metal structures resembling a pillar piercing towards the heavens, appearing thinner the farther they extended, until they disappeared into the fiery red magma clouds above. It was difficult to visually estimate the distance to the magma wall from the platform, and looking down from the platform, the metal structures also plunged into the magma below. Seeing such a spectacle, Bulma exclaimed, "How could this be? It's quite shocking, right? Actually, this is a gigantic bubble." Dr. Willow cleverly designed an observation platform using this bubble and fixed it with certain facilities. The air pressure here is about 500 times that of the ground. Liu pointed to the machine's piping system and said, "This is a pipeline that absorbs geothermal energy, and its ends are inserted into the magma. If such a grand project were used for the benefit of humanity, Dr. Willow would truly be a renowned scientist." Bulma wrapped her arms around Liu, gazing up at him with appreciation, saying, "Liu, you are the greatest scientist." Liu blushed slightly. He was also taken aback, realizing Bulma had misunderstood him. He had never intended to benefit humanity, as he had far-reaching plans, but he wouldn't foolishly explain that. The three of them entered the elevator again and began to ascend. The elevator display showed a number of 3,000. When Liu opened the elevator door, they found themselves in a massive plaza bustling with activity. Bulma's mouth dropped open as she saw many cyborgs performing various tasks, some laying pipes, some installing alloy panels, others welding, and some transporting various materials. These robots are manufactured using Dr. Cote's biotechnology. In this place, with almost limitless energy, sufficient materials can allow for nearly unlimited production. These robots will undertake the most dangerous jobs. Isn't that too cruel? Actually, these robots have no self-awareness. They are more like tools capable of executing complex commands, so you can't really talk about cruelty. Moreover, the enemies in the universe are truly formidable. They can destroy a planet with a mere gesture. If we don't work hard, we might not survive in the future. Bulma found it hard to understand why Liu had such a strong sense of crisis, but it was a good thing that a man was ambitious and responsible. Watching the lively Gohan, Liu curiously asked, "Gohan, when you grow up, do you want to be a top scientist or a martial arts powerhouse like your father's son Wukong?" Without hesitation, Gohan replied, "I want to be a great scientist like Uncle Liu." Liu knew Gohan was mature. Son Wukong had gone to train with King Kai to prepare for his brother's arrival, leaving Gohan lacking paternal love, possibly influenced more by his mother Shishi. Bulma asked why. "Your father Wukong is very powerful." Gohan scratched his head and said, "Aunt Bulma, practicing martial arts is very tough. Master Roshi always makes me do hard work for him." Bulma and Liu both chuckled. After arranging food and lodging for Gohan, the two couples were happily playing games. During this time, Bulma also informed Liu that her Universal Capsule Company had achieved many accomplishments recently and had finally developed other space application products besides the Universal Capsules, such as a spatial positioning communication terminal. Although it was not of much use at present, once they ventured into space, they would not be able to use light communication technology, and having this communicator would solve communication issues. Of course, venturing into space required technical skills, and Liu believed that once they found an alien spaceship, they would quickly crack more spatial technology. Bulma then took out a metallic wristband, which was modified from the core of the Universal Capsule, and said, "It took us half a year to finally modify these two samples." She handed one to Liu and pointed to the one on her wrist, saying, "Look, it's much more convenient than the capsule." As she spoke, she gently pressed a few numerical buttons, and a makeup box suddenly appeared in her palm. Pressing the button again, the box vanished. Liu also picked up the other one to play with, while Bulma conjured up a thick stack of printed documents, organizing them as she spoke. These documents contain the calculation formulas and principles for our modified space wristband, as well as instructions for use. Liu quickly flipped through the documents, saying, "Bulma, you are truly a genius. Thank you, this is really useful to me. You've worked hard." As he spoke excitedly, he took a few deep breaths, causing Bulma to close her eyes tightly, her face flushed. Originally, Bulma was supposed to leave in a few days, but Liu insisted she stay for a month because he was preparing a gift to install on her space wristband, which required some time for modification. Bulma was very curious, patiently waiting for Liu's surprise. During this time, she also participated in the work at Liu's Research Institute, and the highly intelligent Gohan was arranged by Liu for an efficient study schedule. Liu finally placed a more exquisite and sturdy alloy bracelet onto Bulma's wrist despite his dark circles. He replaced the button with touch control and mental control. The latter requires practice, but once accustomed, it becomes quite convenient. The gift Liu presented to Bulma was a full-body exoskeleton armor designed for comfort while maintaining an elegant and atmospheric appearance that accentuates Bulma's sexy figure. The faceplate is made of transparent material. Once the bracelet switch is activated, the armor will lock onto Bulma's body within 2 seconds, automatically appearing and fully clad. The armor's alloy boasts astounding defensive capabilities that can only recharge in high-voltage environments, withstand temperatures of 100 million degrees for 3 seconds, and endure side impacts from small fusion bombs. However, if Bulma were to wear it, she would not be able to withstand the transmitted force. The core of the armor is a system named War God by Liu, composed of Gero's second-generation chip, combined with Willow's artificial intelligence, capable of controlling automatic repairs, adjusting morphology, and providing combat assistance. The faceplate integrates an AR interface, which can also be programmed according to personal preferences for customized operation. Bulma switched to the Ishtar Battle Spirit mode, adorned in golden armor that exuded majesty. She joyfully posed and asked, "What is the Ishtar Battle Spirit?" It's a beautiful goddess of war." It seems Bulma was quite pleased with the name, quickly becoming familiar with the controls, soaring into the sky, with Liu closely following her. Finally able to fly freely in the sky, Bulma was like a wild horse, screaming with joy as she shot toward the higher heavens, while Liu nonchalantly followed her. Liu communicated through the headset in Bulma's helmet. The armor uses anti-gravity technology, so in space, due to the weakening of Earth's magnetic field, changing direction or accelerating will be much less efficient than on the ground. Of course, the armor's backplate is equipped with a particle jet engine, though its efficiency is lower. However, for long-term travel in the universe, the particle jet engine remains quite reliable, powered by a hydrogen-cooled fusion reactor located in the armor's chest, so safety is not a concern. At this moment, Bulma was hardly paying attention to Liu's chatter. After he flew into outer space alone last time, she felt an emptiness within her and a sense of envy. This time she planned to fly out of the atmosphere into space. Although she had heard Liu mention AR technology, Bulma had never directly experienced its benefits. Curiously, she watched as a three-dimensional map of Earth appeared in space, showing her as a small figure relative to the planet. This was a display area for a mini-map akin to an intuitive radar, clearly marking Earth's rotational speed, geographical names, and parameters like her speed relative to Earth temperature and gravitational acceleration. As she adjusted her focus, everything here became blurry, wherever she concentrated relevant information would emerge. Bulma marveled at how intricate and user-friendly this system was. Bulma looked at Liu beside her and asked Liu, "Have we entered space already?" Liu smiled and replied, "Take a look behind you." Bulma turned to see the blue planet that covered her view. She opened her mouth in awe, but made no sound, her heart shaken by the sight. Liu understood Bulma's feelings at that moment, as he had felt the same way once. A circular shadow slowly drifted out of Bulma's line of sight. Coming back to her senses, she chased after it, but upon reaching outer space, the armor's propulsion efficiency decreased significantly. The disc seemed slow, but was actually much faster than Bulma, making it impossible to catch up. Liu grabbed Bulma by the waist and accelerated past. Soon they could clearly see that the disc was actually the moon, riddled with pockmarked craters. Liu remembered that this moon would be destroyed when Piccolo trained Gohan, but now history had changed, so that event would likely not occur. As for whether Vegeta would utilize the moon, they could simulate it with their energy, making the destruction of this moon rather meaningless. Descending onto the moon's surface, gazing at the azure planet in the sky, Bulma found the scene incredibly romantic. Unable to resist, she leaned against Li Ye's chest, only to be reminded by the helmet, and realized feeling somewhat envious of Li Ye's ability to exist freely in such an environment. Liu smiled and reached to remove Bulma's helmet, causing her to quickly turn away in fright. Liu gently coaxed, "It's fine, you forgot that as long as I'm here, even if we enter the sun, I will protect you from any harm. Really, you'll protect me for life. Of course I will guard your past, present, and future." Bulma beamed, "Okay, I believe you." With that, she switched off the armor. Indeed, Bulma was still breathing normally, a layer of gas surrounding her head unaffected by the vacuum. Her arms were exposed to the vacuum, experiencing a wondrous sensation. How does it feel to be exposed to a vacuum? A bit prickly. Due to the negative pressure in a vacuum, over time the skin might experience some allergic reactions. Saying this, Liu waved his hand. Bulma was enveloped in a layer of gas, returning to normal aside from the sensation of weightlessness. Bulma swung her arms and jumped 8 feet high, playing around like a child. Though Bulma was reluctant, the time to leave had come. The capsule company's relevant departments had bombarded Bulma's phone. Remembering the intimate moments they shared on the far side of the moon, Bulma felt her face flush and her heart race. Liu always provided her with the most beautiful experiences, solidifying her belief that he was indeed her destined partner. Bulma left the Earth's core city with Gohan. Brief had completely abandoned the matters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The burden on Bulma was heavy, and she could no longer indulge in carefree play as she once did. With the protection of the armor, Liu felt reassured. After all, Bulma had a personality that loved adventure and sought excitement, and he couldn't always be there to protect her. He had many things to attend to as well. On Corin Tower, the cat sage was idly watching the vibrant world below, deeply engrossed, when suddenly a gust of wind swept by. Meow. Caught off guard, the cat sage immediately bristled. Liu steadily landed behind him. "Hello, cat sage, long time no see." Seeing it was Liu, the cat sage's heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. "You, what are you doing here?" Liu was somewhat puzzled. "Why does the cat sage ask me? Don't you have telepathy?" The cat sage felt a bit embarrassed. "Meow, your strength has far surpassed mine, and my telepathy isn't very effective anymore." Liu was curious. "Cat sage, can we make a deal? Could you teach me your telepathy?" "Hee hee, but you wouldn't be able to learn it, Meow." Liu didn't dwell on it further. "If you didn't want to teach, that was fine. I'm looking for you regarding the senzu beans." The cat sage exclaimed in surprise. "Meow, have you finished the senzu beans so quickly?" "Unfortunately, I don't have any left." At that moment, a 1-meter-long fish was thrown onto Corin Tower from below, followed by a fat man climbing up. "Cat sage, hey, race the fish you caught. I am exhausted." Saying this, he grabbed a handful of senzu beans and stuffed them into his mouth, crunching them loudly. Instantly, his lethargy vanished, and he became lively again, which made Liu feel a pang of heartache. The senzu beans from the Dragon Ball had been devoured by this fat guy. Yachirobe noticed someone glaring at him, and curiously said, "Oh, cat sage, you have a guest." Upon closer inspection, he was immediately startled. Yachirobe had participated in the last World Martial Arts Tournament, but unfortunately encountered the god disguised as an old man in the second match. He had witnessed Li Ye's fierce battle with Sun Wukong and Piccolo, and now seeing this fierce person directed at him, he trembled in fear. Liu said angrily, "Cat immortal, the immortal beans are a precious resource of Earth. How could you let this fat man squander them?" The anger of the weak towards the strong only invites mockery, while the anger of the strong towards the weak makes the weak tremble. At this moment Cat Immortal and Aki Luobe were the latter. Aki Luobe quick-witted realized they were after the immortal beings and immediately betrayed Cat Immortal, rushing into Cat Immortal's tower cellar to find several large jars of immortal beans. Liu was not polite either. With a wave of his hand, several jars vanished, all taken by Liu's spatial bracelet, leaving Cat Immortal wide-eyed. This has been my sustenance for decades. Liu was quite pleased with the two's compliance. He pulled out a capsule, which with a bang transformed into a 5 cubic meter refrigerator filled with high-quality sea and river fish. He also took out a cloth bag from his waist, which rattled as he spoke. This contains 50 capsules similar to this one, all filled with various seafood and river fish, of course, all frozen. Capsules cannot contain living beings with spiritual energy. Seeing Cat Immortal smiling broadly, Aki Luobe sighed in relief. With so many fish, I finally won't have to run around catching fish anymore. I can just sleep on the tower and cultivate peacefully. Liu took out a document stamped with the royal seal of Kaiser Lujin. According to the Earth's national defense law, Galactic is hereby requisitioned. This is the requisition document signed by the king. Cat Immortal and Aki Luobe both looked bewildered. Meow, I've lived here for 800 years back, then the ancestor of Kaiser Lujin wasn't even a king. Can this law apply to me? This Galactic has been the sacred and inviolable territory of the kingdom since ancient times, and opposing any acts of territorial division is the responsibility of every earthling. Liu continued amicably, but rest assured I am not here to drive you away. In the future I will send some experts to help you cultivate the immortal beings, including agricultural specialists, to discuss with Cat Immortal how to improve yield and find methods for large-scale cultivation. Of course, I will also invite top chefs for Cat Immortal and bring necessary living supplies, as well as pay Cat Immortal a suitable salary. Aki Luobe said enviously, I am Cat Immortal's assistant, will I get a salary? Liu naturally nodded. Seeing no objections from the two, Liu said, then I will send someone to discuss the specific matters with Cat Immortal later. Meow. Cat Immortal impatiently hoped Liu would leave quickly. Today was pleasant. By the way, Cat Immortal, are you also a disciple of the old heavenly god? Meow, you actually know about the old heavenly god. I am just a bit curious. You immortals are all disciples of the old heavenly god, right? I have heard that the 5 elements mountain and the 8 trigrams furnace are connected to the yellow springs which lead to the North Galaxy. Sun Wukong should be cultivating there by now. If I have the chance, I would like to visit those magical places. Seeing Cat Immortal's bewildered expression, Liu couldn't be bothered with him anymore and simply jumped down from the tower. Watching Liu leave, Cat Immortal mumbled to himself. At that moment in the divine hall, the green-skinned old man said, Lord of the realm, his abilities are strange. He is able to match Wukong without using chi. It's not divine power. His identity is that of a Boer Mountain clan member. However, I discovered that he saved a little girl from the Boer Mountain clan, and later he joined a military group under the name of a Boer Mountain clan member. Yes, he has divination abilities that even surpass that of the divination old woman. I feel he is very worried about the future of Earthlings. What he is doing now seems to be making preparations for the future. I have been a god for 300 years, but I am getting old. If possible, let Wukong become the god of Earth. Wukong unwilling? Then let him do it. Becoming a god may be the best choice for everyone. The short, stout, dark-skinned Indian named Bobo had tears in his eyes. Divine being? The green-skinned old man also said emotionally, Bobo, these years thanks to your care. Recently, I have had an ominous premonition of my strength is becoming increasingly insignificant. If I continue to occupy the position of a divine being, it may not be good for the Earthlings. Liu certainly did not possess divination abilities, nor did he know that someone was arranging his future. The Dragon Ball radar finally reacted. Liu instructed General Zaluba to send someone to search for the Dragon Balls. Besides the one in his possession, he planned to collect the remaining 5 Dragon Balls and borrow the 4-star Dragon Ball from Gohan. Liu had a good plan, but an unexpected turn of events struck him. To his astonishment, he encountered a rival. Looking at the gathering light spots on the Dragon Ball radar, Liu was curious about who dared to compete with him for the Dragon Balls. He did not rush to find them. After all, he had 1 Dragon Ball in his hand and could play along with the opponent slowly. Shishi did not call Liu, but flew directly to the heart of the Earth City in her old-fashioned plane. A beautiful woman seeking the young governor naturally had many kind-hearted people willing to help, so Shishi quickly met Liu, her eyes turning red as she cried and pleaded for help to rescue Gohan. After Shishi finally explained her situation, she fainted from exhaustion. Liu could only carry her to his bedroom to rest. Shishi is a traditional and conservative woman with shiny black hair and a beautiful appearance. Due to her martial arts training, her figure is perfect, and her tight skin and heroic demeanor in the arena left a deep impression on Liu. Since marrying her husband's son, Wukong has been focused on cultivation, neglecting work, leaving the family's livelihood to Shishi. Fearing that Gohan would turn out like his father, Shishi forbade him from practicing martial arts, hoping he could become a renowned scholar and support the family. Although Liu is Gohan's teacher, Shishi did not leave him her phone number. She does not like Bulma and Master Roshi, fearing they would lead Gohan astray. In contrast, Liu is someone who saved Gohan and is a famous scientist. Even though he once injured Wukong, if comparing Gohan and Wukong in her mind, she has long since let go of that matter, especially since Wukong disappeared when Gohan was not yet 2 years old. When Gohan got into trouble, she could not reach Wukong and did not know who else to ask for help, so she had to come to Liu, who readily agreed. After hearing Shishi's story, Liu felt a headache. These guys are already robbing the Dragon Balls. Why would they capture Son Gohan? Even Shishi got injured, and they are not afraid of Wukong's revenge. While he did not know the specifics of the situation, he figured Gohan was not short-lived. Even if he did not seek the opponent out, they would surely come for him, especially since he had one Dragon Ball in his possession. Shishi's hair fell on the pillow, and her tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, as if she had finally completed her mission and was peacefully asleep. Shishi looks truly beautiful without makeup. At this moment, she did not resemble a nagging mother at all. Liu gently covered her with a blanket. He still held some respect for Shishi. He instructed the household robot to take care of Shishi and left her a note telling her to rest assured and stay here waiting for news. Liu made some preparations and went to the rooftop, taking the Dragon Ball radar to fly into the sky above the heart of the Earth City. This is the most elite special operations team of the Black Silk Army, equipped with full coverage exoskeleton combat armor. The black armor gleams with a metallic cold light, exquisite and beautiful, especially when worn by a tall and stunning woman. The sci-fi helmet features an AR targeting system with 2 parallel inverted triangle visors covering most of her face, revealing only her pink lips and delicate fair jawline. In the thicket, a figure standing at 1.8 meters tall stands straight, resembling a crane among chickens, with a special sniper rifle of equal length angled at 30 degrees towards the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots almost blended into one sound, and the blue monster in the sky had its head, chest, and abdomen shattered into pieces as the remaining body fell from the sky. In an instant, 3 energy orbs landed where the woman had just stood, and a deafening explosion echoed through the clouds. A blue monster quickly flew into the smoke, but as the smoke dissipated, the monster looked around in confusion. Then a gunshot rang out, and the monster was reduced to a rain of blood and flesh scattered on the ground. A11 requesting support, A11 requesting support, ah. The driver, maneuvering in a serpentine fashion, couldn't evade the incoming energy orbs and was engulfed in flames in the sky. The sounds of human screams and intense gunfire echoed continuously through the forest. An aerial war vehicle was charged by a monster which pierced through the armored vehicle with its body. The vehicle lost power and fell, and just as the monster was about to laugh triumphantly, it was disintegrated by 4 beams of laser light from different angles. The Special Operations Team has suffered heavy losses, requesting retreat. Through her helmet, the female warrior dodged attacks while communicating with headquarters. The main force will arrive soon. Hold on a little longer, Mia. Mia had never encountered such a terrifying enemy. Though she appeared calm on the outside, she couldn't hide her inner panic. When she and her uncle were hunted by global armies, Mia had never been afraid. Uncle, there are very powerful enemies among them. Our attacks can't even harm them. Oh, at this rate, we have no chance of winning. Beep, beep, beep. The warning sounded frantically as the AI calculated the approaching enemies just 200 meters away. In 2 seconds, they would make contact with an energy value of 200. Mia gasped, and before she could finish the word, damn, the 2 collided. The monster grinned menacingly, and before Mia could dodge, it wrapped its arm around her neck from behind. She felt dizzy instantly, but the jet engine on her back activated automatically, burning the monster with temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees as it screamed, pushing both of them toward a rocky outcrop. At a critical moment, Mia shrank her body, slipping into the monster's embrace. The monster's head slammed solidly against the rock, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Mia stuffed a flickering red and white alloy grenade into the monster's mouth, activated her armor's full power maneuver, and in the blink of an eye leaped hundreds of meters away. However, the red wave caused by the explosion chased after her, propelling Mia into the air. After flying several kilometers, she finally crashed to the ground, rolling into a line of trees, before coming to a stop. Fortunately, her armor adjusted automatically to protect her vital organs, minimizing the damage. Despite this, Mia kept coughing up blood, her armor tattered, and the visor shattered. The headset continuously transmitted the furious calls of Saluba for Mia. Uncle stopped shouting him not dead, yet just almost there. Mia felt lingering fear, harboring some resentment toward her uncle, but she had actually managed to take down a creature with over 200 combat power, truly a miracle. Mia removed her helmet, revealing her fiery short hair, dark pupils, a prominent nose, and pink lips, her expression somewhat cold, illuminated, and shadowed by the burning forest. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. E.g., your demonic soldier was actually killed by a mere mortal. NATO, what's so funny? Didn't you see these mortals wielding terrifying weapons? And didn't your minions die in droves as well? The two strange beings floated in the air, sporting pointed ears like the monsters. One had long white hair, wore a white robe, and had blue skin, appearing like a skinny old man. The other was a muscular man with gray skin, clad in black armor, his bald head speckled with yellow spots, and two pink strands of hair hanging down from behind his ears. They had been drawn here by the recent violent explosion. At that moment, two armored vehicles rushed in for rescue, and two beams of laser light shot toward the two beings. However, the lasers, which could shred ordinary monsters to pieces, fell on them without causing a ripple. The gray-skinned, muscular man, E.g., brightened his eyes and unleashed two beams of yellow light toward the armored vehicles, instantly blowing them up into two red fireballs. MIA's helmet was already broken, and she had no idea how powerful these two beings were, but judging by their earlier performance, she knew that even if she were in perfect condition, she wouldn't be able to escape. Now severely injured, even walking caused unbearable pain in her internal organs. How could she possibly run away? Mia picked up the sniper rifle she had hastily discarded, and with her last ounce of strength fired a shot directly at the white-robed old man. At this distance, she managed to hit his eye without any targeting assistance, showcasing her exceptional skill, but unfortunately the bullet was deflected by his eyeball. Even so, the white-robed old man nearly passed out from the pain, while the black-armored muscular man almost laughed tears. Damn humans, I will tear you apart. The white-robed old man NATO felt his robe billow without wind, releasing an imposing aura that pressed down on all the trees within 10 kilometers, forcing them to bow down. Even Mia felt immense pressure and was unable to move. Mia was unwilling to accept her fate, as she had followed her uncle into battle since she was 15, participating in countless skirmishes. Yet today she was to die at the hands of these inexplicable monsters. I'm only 18 years old and have never been in love. I've wasted my beauty. Mia thought to herself, imagining that she would soon end up like her fallen comrades, shattered into pieces or torn apart alive. Oh, what a tragic death. My Prince Charming, come save me. Even a girl raised on the battlefield has her dreams of romance. In a split second, the white-robed old man NATO flew above MIA's head. Just as Mia closed her eyes waiting for death, a strong gust of wind followed by a loud bang sent NATO flying like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for countless revolutions before coming to a stop, a trench extending from where he lay. At this moment, a young man dressed in martial arts attire was seen, still maintaining a stylish flying kick as he slowly retracted his leg. The young man turned around with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a sunny demeanor. His face bore two cross-shaped scars which, rather than making him look fierce, added to his masculinity. He smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, my name is Luping. I arrived just in time, didn't I?" Mia looked at the young man's strong physique, his bulging chest, and distinct facial features. He was handsome to the core. She never expected to encounter such a powerful person, and her eyes turned into heart shapes, leaving her at a loss for words. The gods were right. The demon race is indeed making a comeback. Leave these monsters to us. By the way, beautiful lady, can I have your number? Luping looked at her badge. It belongs to that person's Black Silk Army. I didn't expect the Black Silk Army to be so formidable too. Mia noticed the short, bald man nearby had a somewhat unfriendly tone. Kellen, a man of honor, should not worry about having no wife. Besides, we should be more confident now. Even against that person, you should have the courage to face him right. Of course. Let's deal with these trash first. Another creature resembling a humanoid monster with deep green skin and brown leather armor slowly flew before the armored man, looking somewhat like a goblin, but with bulging muscles only slightly smaller than the armored giant. Ajay, what's going on with you guys? Ajay gestured at Lepin and the others, saying, Ganjiang, these two guys have the aura of gods, it's really annoying. NATO, stop pretending to be dead, get up now. Ganjiang tossed a Dragon Ball from his hand and said, we have the Dragon Ball, let's go. NATO, who lay still on the ground, suddenly floated up into the air, maintaining a horizontal position as he rose perfectly, overlooking Lepin. Let's go back and report first. We can deal with these two brats later, Ganjiang said as he flew away first. Nato gave Lepin the middle finger and flew off with a jai as well, while the monsters in the forest retreated. TCH, they actually escaped, Klin said indifferently. We should go with the gods to deal with them, Lepin shrugged. At that moment the medic sprayed Mia with a potion bandaging her wounds and lifting her onto a stretcher. Mia then shyly said to Lepin, "Thank you, Mia." She hurriedly recited a string of numbers before collapsing onto the stretcher. Looking at the beauty being carried away, Lepin asked, "Did you remember the number? What kind of joke is this? Forget it, let's go find the gods." The two sensed the aura of the gods and instantly burst forth with energy, kicking up dust as they quickly took to the sky. In the dim sky, the desert had only a few scattered shrubs and chaotic branches appearing somewhat dark and terrifying. Here it was night for most of the year, with only a brief period of daylight resulting in sparse life. At that moment, three figures flashed across the sky, causing the ground to tremble as monsters began to emerge from below, looking up at the sky before shaking their heads and burrowing back underground, leaving one to wonder how they survived. The three slowly descended into a huge castle with a terrifying appearance. 4 shining Dragon Balls were laid out on a table, and the three stood to the side, while a child, who looked about 3 years old wearing a hat encrusted with a 4-star Dragon Ball, was none other than the crying Sun Wukong. On the throne above stood a small figure about the height of a 10-year-old human child with pointed ears, blue skin, black clothing, and a white cloak. His bald head had several yellow spots, no eyebrows, and large eyes. His mouth and nose resembled that of a human child, creating a somewhat cute and silly image. Watching Ganjiang place a Dragon Ball on the table, counting, there were 6 Dragon Balls. "Now we have gathered 6 Dragon Balls," the small figure on the throne said in a voice reminiscent of a mischievous adult man. The 3 below replied respectfully, "Yes, Carrick too." Carrick continued, "There's still 1 left. Ganjiang, as long as we collect all 7 and make a wish to the dragon, we can attain immortality, right?" "Yes, Carrick too," Nato replied, closing his eyes to sense, strangely, the remaining Dragon Ball is moving towards us. He opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Getting the last one will be a piece of cake. They'll go get it right now." Carrick too mocked, "What a wise fellow, we'll just wait for him to bring it to us." Carrick exclaimed with delight, "Even gods must die, yet I can attain immortality. The moment for my revenge has finally arrived, plunging all life and beings on earth into a deep abyss of sorrow and despair." Wah! The maniacal laughter was interrupted as Sun Wukong shouted angrily, "Let me go home now." Ganjiang impatiently replied, "Shut up, if you don't be quiet you'll never go home. My master will come to save me." "Your master?" "My master is Uncle Li Yu, the most powerful person in the world." Carrick too asked in confusion, "What Li Yu, the one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" "That's right, I am Uncle Li Yu's student." The 3 monsters exchanged glances and Nato mocked, "You took in a crybaby as a disciple." "Ha!" Carrick too said with hatred, "That imposter Piccolo is just a useless thing, losing to a mere mortal." The crowd burst into laughter again. Hearing them ridicule Piccolo, and his master Sun Wukong clenched his clothes tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. Suddenly Carrick too's expression froze, a ripple of unease stirring within him. "No, it's impossible. This guy, such incredible power, encountering such a formidable force, is a first. If he were honed, he might prove to be quite useful." Carrick too revealed 2 small fangs, grinning. "All right then, I'll take you as a subordinate." Sun Wukong asked curiously, "Subordinate?" The 3 demon generals stared with mouths agape, and Nato quickly reacted, "Oh dear, what luck, I won't have to die now." Carrick pointed at Sun Wukong and said, "But you must become as strong as those guys here. Nato, you're responsible for training him." "Yes, Carrick too." Sun Wukong asked curiously, "Become stronger?" At the temporary base of the Black Silk Army, Saluba said with a face of shame, "Commander, my incompetence, the Dragon Ball was taken by the so-called demon generals." "It's okay, Saluba, I still have one here. They can't do anything with those they took." The enemies are 3 monsters claiming to be demon generals along with their subordinate demon soldiers. The combat power of these 3 leaders, detected by the energy detector, is above 700. Our weapon attacks are nearly negligible against them, while the other demon soldiers have combat power ranging from 50 to over 200. The one with over 200 combat power was eliminated by our special forces. Li Yu was somewhat surprised. Over 200 combat power was comparable to that of Master Rashi. Although our weapons are advanced, if the enemy is prepared, it's very difficult to kill them. Of course, Saluba would boast about his niece, embellishing the story while bringing up past achievements. Li Yu was also curious. His Black Silk Army had gained a female general. The previous Red Satin Army had no female soldiers except for Colonel Z. After the establishment of the Black Silk Army, Li Yu abolished this restriction, allowing any gender to serve as long as the position required it. Li Yu felt at ease with Saluba commanding the Black Silk Army. Aside from some organizational designs, weaponry, and funding allocations, he left the rest to Saluba to handle. Taking this opportunity, Li Yu visited the female hero. Indeed, genes are excellent. Although her whole body was wrapped in bandages, it couldn't hide her perfect figure-long, beautiful legs, red hair, and black eyes with handsome features. As an outstanding soldier, she possessed a resolute gaze that ordinary people lacked. Li Yu specifically changed into the uniform of the Black Silk Army, only removing the rank insignia. His youthful and handsome appearance along with his tall and sturdy build made many soldiers unable to believe that he was their commander. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yu naturally had plenty of methods to boost morale. Especially with this world, Li Yu prepared a devastating weapon to establish an information database for soldiers who die in battle, including their routine information and cellular samples, etc. Li Yu planned to take multiple approaches to provide a way out for those who would perish in battle. After all, this world has heaven and hell, and resurrection is possible. After visiting the red-haired officer Mia, Li Yu also handed her a new generation of armor similar to the Easter Battle Spirit. It was a metallic space gauntlet worn on the right hand that could automatically fit when activated, but it only had 2 modes: stealth mode and combat mode. Li Yu's goal was to equip the entire army for future space battles with this individual soldier armor, but many tests and optimizations were still needed. Seeing the Battle God armor's documentation, red-haired Mia was extremely excited. She probably wouldn't even want to exchange it for a rank up of 3 levels. With such armor, she wouldn't be afraid even when facing those terrifying enemies. After putting on the gauntlet, Mia tried to activate the Battle God, but the AI directly refused. Li Yu could only laugh helplessly and advised Mia to recover from her injuries before using it. The next day, thousands of battle vehicles and heavy aircraft were suspended in the sky with hundreds of soldiers clad in exoskeleton black armor neatly arranged in the training ground. Seeing such military might, Li Yu's heart surged with passion. Coordinates 79, 36W, 88. 45S, let's set off. Everyone looked towards the South Pole. Dozens of satellites began to change their orbits, targeting the extreme southern region. On a several hundred meters long aerospace battleship in the command center, 6 generals sat in attendance, staring incredulously at the giant map displayed on the big screen. The increasing red dots on the map signified the emergence of monsters with combat powers surpassing 50 terrifying beings capable of tearing apart tanks. It seems humanity is once again facing life and death. 300 years ago, human civilization was nearly destroyed by the demon clan, and now the demons are making a comeback. Many remote villages and even towns have already been invaded by the demon forces. At this moment, one wonders if any deities will come to save the people. Aside from Zaruba, the other 5 generals were commanders of the military forces from the 5 major factions on Earth. Lute said the king has entrusted Sir Li Yu as the overall commander for this counterattack. General Li Yu's special forces have already engaged in fierce battles with the demon elite, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy, who have retreated. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. General Lute was appointed as the commander of the Consolidation Defense Force and was also speaking on behalf of the king. The other 4 naturally had no objections. In fact, their armies seemed somewhat like fillers, their military appearance and equipment significantly inferior to that of the Black Silk Army and the Consolidation Defense Force. After the king verified the information about the demon clan provided by Li Yu, he immediately issued orders to deploy Lute's elite troops and summon the armed forces from various factions to assemble at the designated location. Thus, at this moment, the forces gathered under Li Yu comprised the strongest military strength in the world, preparing to deliver a thunderous strike against the demon's teleportation stronghold. Of course, to deal with the high-end powers of the demon clan, Li Yu had to take action himself. Kalik too stood on the high platform outside the castle, controlling the swirling vortex of death that appeared in the sky. Countless fierce demon soldiers descended from above. These ferocious demons were currently suppressed by Kalik, who bore the bloodline of a demon king, causing them to obediently kneel on the ground outside the castle. The death vortex struggled to maintain its form, collapsing in the sky with the demons trapped inside, letting out unwilling roars. Kalik too smiled wearily and said, "No need to rush. Soon I will be able to turn Earth into a new holy land for the demon clan." Wahaha! Long life. NATO cleverly chimed in. The other 2 quickly responded, "Long life. Long life. What a beautiful dream." The 3 also shouted, "What a beautiful dream." Nato and Ganjiang were stunned while Age, with a silly expression, continued shouting only to realize something was wrong as he turned to the three who had suddenly appeared. Kalik gritted his teeth and said, "God." An aged voice responded, "It is indeed you, Kalik." Kalik regained his smile. "Celestial welcome." The Celestial, somewhat irritated, said, "Humph, resurrected after 300 years using any means necessary to achieve your ambitions, just like your father. Truly the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked." Kalik, filled with anger, retorted, "What did you say? 300 years ago your father competed with me for the position of Celestial, but I was chosen as the successor because the previous deities saw through Kalik's ambitions." Kalik, feeling discontented, unleashed the demon clan's power to invade the human realm and rebel against the deities, thus being sealed by the gods. Before he died, he shouted that he would surely resurrect after 300 years unexpectedly, entrusting his resentment to his son for revenge. Kalik mocked, "Humph, if you hadn't sat on the celestial throne you wouldn't have to die, because of my revenge, ha." Klin and Lepin assumed fighting stances while Nato laughed and said, "You two little brats came to deliver yourselves to death, saving me the trouble of going out myself." Lepin frowned and asked, "How, Klin, is that Gohan's aura? You actually captured Gohan, let him go now." Klin also sensed Gohan's aura within the castle. Ignoring everyone else, he leaped into the castle. The three demon generals exchanged glances and followed suit, with Lepin chasing after them. Only the Celestial and Kalik were left in a silent standoff. Klin burst into the castle hall, only to be surrounded by the three. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Ganjiang, one of Lord Kalik's 3 demon generals." Ganjiang crossed his arms over his chest, blocking Klin with a relaxed expression. Nato looked at him with disdain. "I am Nato." Age said fiercely, "I am Age." Klin, concerned for Gohan, was momentarily impulsive. Surrounded by the three, he felt somewhat timid. Klin suddenly leaped to try to escape the encirclement, but in midair, Age, who was faster, grabbed his legs and pulled him down. Nato rushed to Klin's back and choked him, while the other two restrained his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. "Klin, how are you?" "I'm fine. You scared me just now. Fortunately, you came in time." Nato was furious, having been slapped in the face twice by this kid. He released his aura, instantly shattering the wall. The 3 demon generals exchanged glances and all began to hold their breaths, letting out a roar as their bodies swelled, doubling in size and significantly increasing their aura. Klin and Lepin began to sweat, not expecting these guys could transform to increase their strength. Originally, an unknown fight was already challenging. Now they had to deal with 3. The 2 could only stand back-to-back, preparing for the 3's assault. On the open-air platform of the castle, the Celestial said, "Do you think deities are that easy to deal with?" Kalik replied, "I accumulated my power on the Demon Star for 300 years to open the portal. Although my body is suppressed here, I absolutely cannot lose to someone of your level." "You arrogant fool." Kalik threw countless energy blasts at the Celestial, who dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding them as the walls behind him shattered into pieces. 2 beams of red light shot from the Celestial's eyes, but Kalik was faster, making the beams follow in his wake, igniting everything they passed into a sea of flames. Kalik circled around, and sensing that the Celestial's power was waning, he seized the opportunity to dive into the Celestial's chest, crashing him against the wall. Kalik pressed his hand against the Celestial's chest and unleashed an energy blast, sending the Celestial staggering back, his clothes charred. Without hesitation, Kalik charged at the Celestial again, pressing his left hand against the Celestial's forehead and viciously pounding his chest with his right hand. Each strike produced violent shockwaves, causing the ground to crack and the walls to shatter. Kalik, confident of his victory, had become arrogant. In the future, I will create an ideal world full of darkness. You can rest assured and die." Suddenly, countless demons outside the castle stirred. Kalik paused, releasing the Celestial and looking into the distance, while the Celestial lay on the ground, continuously coughing up purple blood. Flashes of red light illuminated the distant sky, and minutes later, a thunderous roar accompanied by a fierce wind surged toward the castle. Kalik's clothing and cloak billowed in the wind, and he frowned, muttering to himself, "What? The human army?" Klin and Lu Ping faced 3 fierce individuals, their nerves taut to the extreme. A stream of water fell from the sky, landing squarely on Klin's bald head. Curious, everyone looked up to see a drowsy Sun Wukong adjusting his pants on the beam, having sneaked up there to sleep after being forced to practice martial arts by Nato. At that moment, Sun Wukong, rubbing his eyes, jumped down from the beam and groggily left the hall, perhaps hungry and seeking something to eat. Klin finally reacted, spitting and exclaiming. He hurriedly shouted and chased after Wukong, but Zhang blocked his path, while Lu Ping was also stopped by Nato. Only Yiji remained to pursue. Seeing Yiji's fierce expression as he approached to catch him, Wukong screamed in fright and turned to run. However, there was no escaping the burly Yiji. Just as he was about to be caught, he was suddenly blocked by a green figure, none other than Piccolo, who stood proudly draped in a white cape, arms crossed. "Uncle Piccolo!" Wukong exclaimed joyfully, as if he had seen a savior. Piccolo smiled at Wukong and replied, "If I could smell that annoying scent from afar." Liu Ping and Klin trembled in fear and exclaimed, "Piccolo, the great demon king." Despite training in the temple, Piccolo still cast a terrifying shadow over the two. "Ha ha ha, you are merely a counterfeit defeated by mortals. Allow me to show you the true power of the demon race." Yiji arrogantly swung his fist at Piccolo. Despite Yiji's frenzied punches, Piccolo did not retaliate. He floated straight in the air, effortlessly dodging Yiji's fists with slight movements. Hey, is that all you've got?" Piccolo taunted while dodging. "Odd." The enraged Yiji wasted his energy in vain, increasing his speed to the limit. Just as a right punch was about to land on Piccolo's chest, Piccolo easily caught his fist with his left hand. Oomph. In an instant, Piccolo gathered all his energy into his right fist. His muscles bulged like a drawn bow, and with a powerful thrust he charged forward, his fierce right punch continuously striking Yiji's body, pushing him back through the air. Huh! With a roar, Piccolo unleashed all his strength at once. Yiji screamed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing through several 2-meter-diameter support pillars before finally smashing into a thick outer wall of the castle, dissipating his momentum. Yiji tried to get up, but with multiple bones shattered, he collapsed to the ground. Utterly powerless, Piccolo pointed at Yiji, a massive surge of energy flickering with a dangerous glow. In an instant, it struck Yiji's broken body, resulting in a violent explosion, leaving only a charred corpse behind. Liu Ping and Klin also began to get into the zone. Although their overall energy was slightly inferior to the demon general, their understanding and control of energy far surpassed that of their opponent. In terms of tactical skill, they were light years ahead. As time passed, they began to gain the upper hand. "Wukong, follow me," Piccolo instructed, and Son Wukong nodded. Looking at the injured, immobile deity, Kalik laughed maniacally. "Ha, the old man should disappear. You've tasted my father's hatred, and now I will deliver a fatal blow to you." The deity gasped heavily, saying, "I am still the god of earth. I know that allowing you to rule this world will bring unimaginable disaster and suffering. Even if it costs my life, I will not let you succeed." As he spoke, he lunged forward and hugged Kalik tightly. "Foolish one, do you want to perish together with me, eh? Exactly, this may be the last thing I do. Haha, even if you die, I will not. If you do not die, you will regret being born into this world. I will make you taste the flavor of hell." Piccolo stepped closer to Kalik, his energy swirling, battle intent soaring. "Humph, filthy deity." Suddenly, Kalik unleashed a tremendous aura, rapidly transforming from the appearance of a child into a 3-meter adult giant. The violent energy kept rising, even causing Piccolo to open his mouth in surprise. The demon race's transformation is unexpectedly powerful, the deity struggled to say as he was knocked aside. The strong demon soldiers relentlessly attacked the main battleship, where Liu was, but most were shattered by the armored vehicles and automatic weapons on the flagship. Occasionally, demon soldiers who boarded the ship were met with a massacre by Liu and Lute's special forces. On the ground, the demon race felt even more despair as they contemplated how to tear apart the human soldiers clad in armor, wielding spears and swords. However, those soldiers did not appear. Instead, they were met with a scorching wave of fire that could cover several kilometers. Even the strongest bones would melt under such heat, and even the sturdiest demon soldiers were torn apart under concentrated fire from above. In the wake of such efficient slaughter, the demon soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Some intelligent demons began to flee towards the castle. Although the battlefield was engulfed in flames and energy detection was largely ineffective, Li's sense of ki was crystal clear. The situation inside the castle was evident, and Liu speculated that ki might be a form of energy from a higher dimension, thus less affected by the 3-dimensional space. Liu not only aimed to rescue Wukong, but also sought to obtain the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Naturally, he dismissed the suggestion from a few individuals to evaluate the monster's lair. Liu understood that directly using a fusion bomb would not kill the Demon King. As long as he concentrated a certain intensity of ki throughout his body, it would be challenging for such a one-time area damage weapon to achieve its intended effect. Liu ordered the aerial fleet to continue hunting down the demon soldiers while he flew alone towards the demon castle. The special forces wanted to follow, but were forcibly held back by Liu. After all, passing through the dense array of demon soldiers would inevitably result in unnecessary losses. Through his sense of ki, Liu had a general understanding of the situation inside the castle, confident he could finish it off easily. He also wondered how he had stumbled into these events, curious about what had gone wrong. Far away in the center of the earth, Chi-Chi prayed for Wukong's safety. Meanwhile, she was also astonished by the lifestyle of the wealthy. Robots prepared all her daily necessities. 3 meals were personally cooked by top chefs. Beauty products and skincare items were all from high-end brands, many of which Chi-Chi had never heard of before. Even the clothes provided for her were crafted by top designers using data provided by robots, all custom-made. However, aside from the essentials, Chi-Chi didn't dare to touch other expensive daily items. The robots cleaned the room until not a speck of dust remained, changing the sheets and bedding daily. With nothing to do, Chi-Chi imagined this was the life of a rich lady. However, she misunderstood both Bulma and Mrs. Brief had good living habits and would not leave all their daily chores to robots. Only Liu, who never lacked money, wanted to save time on trivial matters and entrusted all tasks to robots to be completed to the highest standards. Although Chi-Chi restrained herself from using those luxurious daily items, the desire for beauty is inherent in every woman. The stunning and beautiful garments were enticing her to wear them. Looking at herself in the silver mirror, Chi-Chi saw her fair and perfect body, delicate features, and long black hair cascading down to her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs looked elegant and proportionate. After bathing, she felt refreshed, shedding all her worries, and seemed to regain the appearance of an 18-year-old. With graceful poise, youthful vibrancy, and mature beauty, each outfit made a striking impression, styled with expensive accessories. Chi-Chi put on her housewife qipao and immediately felt it looked outdated. Though a bit sad, she found comfort in it, realizing it was her life. She thought Goku was no longer reliable, but thankfully Wukong would certainly become a wealthy person like his teacher. However, Wukong's fate was still uncertain. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together in prayer, beseeching the gods, "I will bear all hardships. Please bless Wukong to return safely." The soldiers of the demon race, too afraid to charge against the formidable artillery, retreated and clustered together with their comrades who came to their aid. Suddenly, they saw a lone human fly out towards the Demon King's castle. Many airborne demon soldiers, their eyes reddened with rage, pursued him. However, the human was clad in black alloy armor, and on both sides of his back the armor split open like the wings of a golden beetle, revealing not delicate wings, but a pair of jet engines. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a bolt of black lightning. Inside the castle, Klin and Lu Ping unleashed their ultimate moves, the Vitality Slash and Chi Manipulation Bullet, finally defeating the 2 demon generals. They rushed to the high platform outside the castle, only to find that the Demon King Kalik had transformed into a giant. Hearing the increasingly close sound of cannon fire and seeing Klin and Lu Ping, Kalik felt that his subordinates were utterly useless and that he would have to recruit new demon generals and soldiers again. But first he needed to deal with the trash in front of him. Lu Ping and Klin protected the celestial god and son Wukong, while Dondi smiled, removing his cloak and head wrap, throwing them to the ground. They struck the ground like red-hot iron, falling into cheese, directly crushing the stones beneath, and with a thunderous crash he fell beneath the castle's floor. Klin trembled and said, "This. Such terrifying weight." Dondi chuckled, "You're not the only ones training. Once we defeat this guy, it'll be your turn next." As he spoke, he waved his arm, feeling light as a swallow. Klin and Lu Ping, frightened, retreated in front of the celestial god, finally feeling at ease. Dondi leaped up, delivering a heavy punch straight to Kalik's chest. Kalik sidestepped to evade, launching a powerful sweeping kick at Dondi. Dondi rolled away, and their speeds increased with every exchange. Kalik no longer evaded, instead withstanding Dandi's attacks with his solid and strong body. Dondi soon found himself at a disadvantage, and Kalik seized him, crashing him against wall after wall like a speeding train until they broke free of the castle's confines. Using his weight, Kalik slammed Dondi down from hundreds of meters high, creating a massive impact that left a 2-meter-deep crater in the ground, sending a shockwave that scattered dirt and stones into the air. Kalik was quite pleased, laughing heartily as he jumped onto the castle's high platform. Dondi flipped himself over and spat out a mouthful of blood, chasing after him. Kalik suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise. "Who is it?" The air shimmered, revealing a figure clad in black armor who slowly materialized. Such a bold human. From the moment this began, Kalik had sensed something was off, as if someone were watching him. Even the celestial god was astonished, unaware that someone was watching the spectacle right under their noses. Releasing the armor's cloaking mode, Liu revealed himself. It seemed that Kalik had detected Liu's vitality. After all, at such a close distance, even with Liu attempting to conceal his presence, he could only reach the level of an ordinary person. Liu stored his helmet in a spatial wristband, and Wukong immediately cheered, "Uncle Liu, I knew you would come to save me." TCH. Dondi wore a conflicted expression of both wariness and disdain, while the celestial god and Lu Ping seemed relieved. Clin, however, gritted his teeth in frustration. "Ha ha ha, is this iron shell what you rely on to defeat the great Dondi?" Kalik did not perceive the youth before him as particularly strong. Liu ignored everyone else and spoke directly to Wukong. "Are you okay, Wukong?" "I'm fine, Uncle Liu." Kalik, a little puzzled, felt as though with this youth's arrival, everyone had already resigned themselves to his defeat. He coldly remarked, "You all are quite confident. I will make you experience despair." With a powerful physique erupting with unmatched strength, Kalik charged at Liu. To test the armor's capabilities, Liu decided to refrain from using any other powers, precisely calculating the enemy's speed with AI feedback. Liu easily dodged Kalik's attacks, each of Kalik's full-force strikes hitting only air, which was quite frustrating. However, Liu stood firm against Kalik's seemingly ferocious attacks, without flinching. "What? How could I be seen through?" Kalik wanted to conserve some energy, and threw a feint, but unexpectedly, it was easily seen through and turned against him. Kalik's face was solidly hit by Li's iron fist, immediately twisting his features. The force stirred his massive body to spin like a top, and with a loud bang he crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kalik slowly got up his swollen face, revealing his anger. "Damn it, I underestimated you." Dondi gaped in shock. "How is this possible? You released not a hint of energy, yet you possess such great strength without using vitality. Indeed, we all pursue the limits of strength, but I also pay attention to the application of power and subtleties. This hybrid-powered exoskeleton armor only requires the elite among ordinary people to master, allowing for the same powerful strength as you. Unfortunately, it cannot be mass-produced, yet due to the cost of materials and technology." Liu looked at his outstretched palm and squeezed it tightly, as if grasping infinite power. The main drive is a hydrogen nuclear cold fusion reactor with a nanostructural mechanical power output that can convert 85% of mass energy into kinetic energy. The countless molecular structural shock-absorbing devices in the armor can absorb impacts equivalent to 1,000 times atmospheric pressure per second. By enhancing the user's body, they can utilize the jet engines on the back, allowing solid metal fuel to accelerate the user to supersonic speeds within 3 seconds. "Dondi, how does that make you feel? Is it not quite despairing?" Dondi was extremely furious. Although he was impressive, he had come to provoke him. If it weren't for the imminent threat, Dondi would not have been able to hold back, even if he knew he couldn't win. "Enough of your nonsense. The battle has just begun." Kalik, feeling underestimated, was equally enraged, and he charged forward like a speeding tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Liu drew a long alloy blade resembling a tang knife from behind. Humans can easily defeat fierce beasts precisely because of weapons. Liu aimed the tip of his knife at Kalik's eye, forcing Kalik to abandon his attack to evade. However, this initial evasion caused him to lose the initiative. Every attack from Liu targeted Kalik's vital points. Unable to bear it any longer, Kalik gathered his vitality throughout his body, risking injury to capture Liu. Unexpectedly, Liu abandoned his sword, and the long knife only embedded a small portion into Kalik's body. Kalik pulled out the long knife with both hands, managing to twist the alloy blade into a spiral. Liu shook his head, thinking to himself, as expected, aside from using vitality against such a powerful opponent, the only other effective method is ambush. Now I understand why future Trunks could easily kill the resurrected Frieza with a sword. It was because Trunks infused his vitality into the sword, enabling him to break through Frieza's defenses easily. Of course, even without a sword, one can simulate sharp attacks using chi, like Klin's chi sphere slash against the demon general earlier. However, Liu did not wish to use vitality and superpowers just yet. A string of signals had already been converted into sound signals through Li's second-generation chip and sent to his brain. Liu felt as if Nuwa's voice was whispering in his ear, "Target locked 9876. Kalik, having thrown the metal-twisted spiral to the ground, was preparing to make a move. Everyone was stunned, unable to see what had just occurred. Only Liu knew that 10 minutes ago he had ordered Nuwa to fire 5 space-based arrows here. If the target had not moved significantly, locking onto him 10 seconds before would ensure a hit, provided the target remained stationary within those 10 seconds. Of course, to avoid collateral damage, it was best to keep a distance from the target. Kalik knelt on the ground, his head bowed and motionless. Duan Di curiously walked over to check what had happened. Was Kalik dead? Liu also wanted to see if this guy was really dead. Duan Di held Kalik's chin and lifted his face, only to see Kalik's eerie smile as two beams of white light shot towards them in the blink of an eye. Calyx suddenly erupted into wild laughter, and the wound he had just sustained healed automatically. This is quite unexpected. Ooh, I never thought I could be forced to this extent. But now both of you have fallen victim to my shrinking spell. Awaken. Watching Duan-D struggle inside a continuously shrinking glass bottle, Calyx said, haha, struggling inside the bottle is utterly futile. Liu too had let his guard down, not expecting to be caught in it. The white light kept shrinking, but Liu himself did not diminish. Calyx held the glass bottle that trapped Duan-D in his left hand, staring blankly at the bewildered Liu. What exactly are you? Why is my magic failing? Liu, who had always been in control, was now also dumbfounded and somewhat terrified, thinking to himself, could it be that heaven has opened its eyes and I have finally activated the protagonist's halo? Calyx, in disbelief, continuously released white light circles towards Liu. Liu quickly dodged, and a massive red gem in the center of his black armor emitted a beam of red light that instantly enveloped Calyx. Calyx's eyes turned blood red, his expression twisted in pain and rage as he crouched down, holding his head and howling in agony. This attack, which even Liu found incomprehensible, stemmed from Dr. Willow's research. Liu named this red spectrum of light the evil thought wave, which seemed to disrupt the enemy's brain or soul, especially affecting those with malevolent thoughts. It was similar to the judgment of the Nimbus cloud. Anyone who self-denied could not control it. The heavier the evil thoughts, the stronger the interference from the red spectrum, causing greater pain to the victim. However, this attack seemed ineffective on Liu's brain, but the Saiyan cells within his body became enraged. Unlike the bruised light waves reflected by the moon, which would cause low-level Saiyans to completely lose their sanity. In this world there are hells and heavens, meaning everyone has a soul. Liu suspected he might not have one. He was not a reincarnated soul, but had crossed over with his body. It was hard to say whether he possessed a soul in this world. His insensitivity to the red light was the best proof, and it was likely the reason why the opponent's shrinking magic had failed. Calyx's demonic bloodline was indeed powerful. The chest wound inflicted by the heavenly arrow had surprisingly healed. A race with self-healing abilities is incredibly hard to kill with ordinary weapons unless one targets their vital points or completely depletes their vital energy, leaving them unable to use it for bodily repairs. Demonic soldiers had crowded to the base of the castle, and countless black dots appeared in the distant sky, unleashing deadly beams that madly harvested lives on the ground. Calyx was also writhing in pain on the ground as the shrunken Duan-D seized the opportunity to fly out from the shattered glass bottle, returning to normal. Calyx roared in anger, mortal, you have truly enraged me. With veins popping, Calyx's eyes turned blood red, and his whole body twitched, clearly enduring tremendous pain. Calyx spread his arms wide, causing the entire castle space to begin trembling. The sky seemed to tear apart, revealing a dark red fissure. Along this crack, the surroundings began to fracture, exposing a deep crimson space that widened further, with the deep red ground suspended in the air, its edges continually expanding. The tremors grew stronger, causing the entire castle to lose support and float. The magnetic field of the earth became chaotic, and countless fragments of rock floated upwards. Krillin lost his balance, nearly falling, while everyone else used their flight techniques to stabilize themselves, with Son Gohan held tightly in Krillin's embrace. The divine being exclaimed in astonishment, the demon star. Affected by the magnetic field of the demon star, Calyx's aura surged uncontrollably. The ever-expanding phantom of the demon star produced a powerful suction, turning the massive castle into countless fragments, which were then drawn towards the demon star by the spiraling pull. The ground also began to crack under the strain, breaking into chunks that floated upwards. The demonic soldiers let out desperate wails as they were sucked into the air, all being drawn into the demon star. Liu detected Calyx's energy. The battle power of 800 was influenced by the demon star in the fissure, and it surprisingly soared to 1,200. The human alliance in the sky was also caught in the chaotic currents, their formation disrupted. Some underpowered war chariots were even sucked into the vortex, plummeting towards the demon star. Liu could not allow the situation to escalate, and began to use his superpowers to stabilize the out-of-control war chariots, accelerating their escape. At the same time, he raised his aura to its peak, unleashing a pressure that sent all floating beings and objects hurtling away, causing the spatial fissure to become extremely unstable. Liu flew towards Calyx, who lowered his hands and gasped for breath. The fissure stopped expanding, but Calyx's power had increased significantly. Confidence returned to Calyx's face as he prepared to tear apart the human who dared to provoke him repeatedly with his newfound strength. However, the slap to the face came too quickly before his left cheek could fully recover. His right cheek was struck. Kalik had no time to ponder why it happened so fast, as the force filled with energy seeped into his skull, directly shaking Kalik's brain. Li Yes's fists did not relent, each punch delivering the force of 1,000 pounds, causing Kalik's insides to churn, leaving him dizzy and breathless as his energy violently rebelled within him. Kalik's massive frame had become a large punching bag. Unable to bear it any longer, Kalik endured Li Yes's relentless assaults, his eyes wide and blood spilling from his mouth. He wrapped his arms around Li Yu, but Li Yes's headbutt missed as Kalik suddenly shrank back to his original child's size. Both Li Yu and the AI had miscalculated, and Kalik bit down on Li Yes's neck. Li Yu seized Kalik's head and lifted him up, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the ruins hundreds of meters away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the others were completely unaware of what transpired. Kalik crawled out from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, infected by the bloodline of the Demon King, you will become my strongest demon general. Sure enough, Li Yu stood dumbfounded nearby. The rapid circulation of blood transmitted the toxins released by Kalik throughout every cell in an instant. Li Yes's eyes became somewhat dazed as the two types of Saiyan cells were quickly infected, undergoing unknown mutations, which also began to affect Li Yes's consciousness. Since simulating the modified Saiyan cells, this situation had rarely occurred. However, Li Yes's consciousness was once again disturbed, and he painfully held his head. Ha ha, rest assured you won't die. Become my demon general, and when I rule this world you will be one step below me, above all others. The celestial god was taken aback, roaring to stop him. Din knew he had to give it his all, channeling all his vital energy toward Karik. Though Karik had turned into a child, he was still empowered by the demon star, his strength far surpassing Dinda. With a single punch, he sent Din spitting blood, and with another kick, he forced Din down into the ground. Just when everyone was at a loss, Sun Wukong broke free from Krillin's grasp, his eyes blazing red as he leaped to the ground. Filled with rage, Sun Wukong's aura began to swell uncontrollably, astonishing everyone with this irregular surge of power. He murmured, "Din Uncle Li Yu Uncle." As his aura soared endlessly, Karik finally felt fear. He launched an energy blast at Sun Wukong, but it was too late. Sun Wukong shattered it with a single palm strike, leaping forward like a cannonball and crashing into Karik's chest. Karik let out a pained howl, his body bending backward as an unknown liquid spewed from his mouth, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. Seeing Sun Wukong charge at him again, Karik lost the courage to fight. He turned and flew into the air, but could not escape Sun Wukong's iron headbutt, which snapped his spine. Karik fell into the sky, twisting like a broken shrimp, vanishing into the diminishing rift. As the rift gradually closed, peace returned to the world, yet Li Yes's heart remained in turmoil. Sun Wukong, exhausted of power, fell unconscious. Krillin picked him up, and Lepin timidly approached Li Yu, asking, "Are you all right?" As Lepin reached out to help, he was met with Li Yes's fiery gaze, causing him to stumble back as if struck by a hammer, flying several meters before regaining his balance. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to be prepared, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Stung by this incident, Li Yu disregarded everything else and soared into the sky. The demon star and Karik had vanished, and Li Yes's expression softened. In his current state, no one could help him. He decided to return to the laboratory. Perhaps he could find a way to suppress his current condition. Bulma and Shishi learned about Gohan's abduction and hurriedly left West City, feeling somewhat displeased that Li Yu hadn't informed them of such a significant event. By the time they returned to the core city, it was already evening. Cody I, who had received the communication, had been waiting in the laboratory. Li Yu examined Karik's cells under a microscope. It appeared that the Saiyan cells mutated were beginning to develop consciousness and resist him. Li Yu decided to simulate the cells of the Demon King Karik to observe any changes. Without hesitation, he began. His powers had increased exponentially since then. The fusion was remarkably swift as Karik's cells forcibly merged with normal cells, finally producing the demon cells. Indeed, venomous snakes require snake blood for their antidote. The infected Berserk Saiyan cells were suppressed by the demon cells, calming down completely. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Yu noticed that the proportion of normal cells had shrunk again, and now there were demon cells present. The infected Saiyan cells lay dormant, and Li Yu felt a strange sensation. His body had experienced this mutation, and he seemed to have gained an empty soul that resonated with the universe. Inside was a void devoid of thought, yet three distinct intentions: the will to grow stronger, the brutality of slaughter, and the dominion of demonic nature. These intentions intermittently disrupted Li Yes's thoughts, while also influencing the three mutated cells within his body. Li Yu, exhausted from the turmoil, finally found a moment to rest. He turned over, feeling a soft body beside him. Bulma, you came, but didn't say a word. Li Yu, feeling somewhat off, noticed that her eyes had turned blood red. As clarity returned to his gaze, the woman whispered softly, Goku, don't leave us again. A tear fell onto Li Yu's chest. He felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place with fear of waking the dazed woman, his back drenched in cold sweat. His racing heart made it hard to breathe. This is bad. I've caused trouble. Although Li Yu lacked self-healing abilities, as long as his mind remained clear, he would never act in such a way. When one can no longer distinguish between dreams and reality, anything absurd could happen. Lying on the rooftop and gazing at the myriad stars, Li Yu covered his head, contemplating how to face the upcoming situation. If this had happened to someone else, like during his first time with Bulma, Li Yu would not have felt an ounce of guilt. However, Shishi was a traditional good woman, and he had always harbored a fondness for her, even a hint of reverence. He truly did not know how to face Shishi now. Shishi sat on the bed, staring blankly at the patterns on the wall. Her pupils were unfocused, and she worried that Gohan had not slept for several nights. She felt disoriented, having had a strange dream last night. But was it truly just a dream? Having already given birth, how could Shishi still be so naive? Tears slipped down her cheeks as she thought, why did he take advantage of the situation? Why did he carry Goku's aura? Why wasn't Goku here to protect us? You shameless scoundrel, I will kill you. Thinking of Gohan, Shishi finally burst into tears. She dressed and sat in her room all night, while Li Yu quietly kept watch on the rooftop. Li Yu, unable to find a clue after a night of restless thought, gazed in shock at the distance, muttering to himself in panic, what's happening? Bulma and Gohan. The plane quickly landed at the villa's helipad. It turned out that Bulma had received a call from Krillin on her way to the core city, clarifying the situation with her and asking Bulma to pick up Gohan. Before leaving, Krillin had specifically reminded Bulma to be cautious of Li Yu, but Bulma was even more concerned about Li Yu. Bulma brought Gohan to Li Yu's home. Li Yu felt overwhelmed and did not know what to do, so he decided to do nothing and leave it to fate. Upon seeing Gohan return safely, Shishi momentarily forgot all her worries, hugging Gohan tightly, fearing he would leave her again. Bulma recounted the events to Chi-Chi, complaining about how Li Yu had not answered his calls, which was truly worrisome. Shishi then learned that Li Yu had also been injured while saving Gohan, creating a conflict in her heart and leaving her perplexed about how he could still engage in such behavior after being hurt. At the same time, Shishi felt awkward around Bulma. Bulma called Li Yu again, and Li Yu steeled himself to face the three of them. However, Shishi said nothing to Li Yu and showed no sign of acknowledgement, which made Bulma somewhat dissatisfied. Her man had worked hard to save her son, but she didn't even say thank you. Meanwhile, Gohan looked worried and asked Li Yu if he was hurt. Taking advantage of Bulma temporarily leaving with Gohan, Li Yu said apologetically, after being injured yesterday, my mind was in chaos, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. I'm sorry, Shishi. Chi-Chi, also in a daze, spoke softly with reddened eyes. Just pretend this never happened. Don't bring it up again. I won't thank you for Gohan's sake either. Shishi closed her eyes, finally holding back her tears. Since this matter has been settled, the two no longer lingered on it. Chi-Chi and Gohan returned to West City, and Gohan was arranged to continue his studies as usual. Chi-Chi refused to stay at Li Yu's house, so Li Yu entrusted an agency to help them rent a new apartment. However, the keen Bulma seemed to sense something. Her words made Li Yu's heart race, and her attempts to conceal only confirmed Bulma's suspicions. Enraged, Bulma piloted her aircraft back to West City. Li Yu, feeling guilty, misunderstood Bulma's intentions. Bulma was thinking of Android 18, as Li Yu was collecting the Dragon Balls to help Android 18 remove the bomb implanted in her body. If it were just to rescue Android 18, that wouldn't be a problem, but Li Yu's deliberate concealment raised suspicions. Thinking of Android 18's youthful figure ignited a blaze of jealousy within Bulma. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls were not absorbed by the Demon Star and were retrieved by Shilu Ba, now sitting on Li Yu's desk. Looking at the 6 shimmering Dragon Balls plus the one in his pocket, Li Yu felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, strange thoughts emerged. These were the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes, a bug in this world. With them before him, Li Yu found it hard to contain his emotions. This might be his hope of returning to the original world. But was it really necessary to go back? Was this truly a real world? Li Yu sometimes wondered if he was like Dr. Willow, merely a brain in a jar, or perhaps the protagonist of some unscrupulous author's story. What would he have if he returned to the original world? What did it even matter? He already had his life, a career, and his beloved Bulma, and Android 18, his brothers Tianjin Han Dumplings, Android 17, friends the Briefs, Violet Dog King, the pleasant Laping, the Lion Cat Sage, the once mischievous but now well-behaved Huang Fa Lan Chi and the polite blue Fa Lan Chiu loyal subordinates like Shilu Ba the obedient Ai Kodai, the playful Nuwa the honest No. 10 O and the calm No. 11 students like Sun Gohan and the challenging Chi-Chi. Scenes flashed through Li Yes' mind. The bits and pieces of his time in this other world had gathered countless emotions, making it hard for him to let go. Liu shook his head. He decided to start. He suspected that this Shenlong might have a low IQ or was simply unprofessional, granting him a wish for a woman's underwear without question. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu took the 7 Dragon Balls to a desolate ice field. After various scans, he confirmed that there were no living beings around. Liu placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. Come forth, Shenlong. The Dragon Balls resonated with each other, and suddenly a radiant glow erupted. The eternally cloudless ice field was engulfed in dark clouds. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, and the dim atmosphere quickly turned into a pitch-black night. A Chinese-style dragon coiled upward, gradually materializing from an illusion into reality, its body measuring about 100 meters in diameter, winding into space, with its dragon, head lowered, horse-like, face, cow-like, nose, catfish whiskers, crocodile-like mouth, deer, antlers, eagle claws, and snake body, emerging in such a breathtakingly massive form. Rather than being created by the Namekians, Liu believed that the Namekians had crafted a device to summon the Shenlong that existed in some unknown dimension. With a head as large as a building hanging down, a deep and dignified roar echoed throughout the sky and earth. Its 2 enormous red eyes gazed at Liu, seemingly bearing infinite pressure. State your wish. The deep voice resonated, intermingled with infrasonic waves that filled the entire space. This wave, inaudible to ordinary people, yet uncomfortable to sense, made the Shenlong appear even more majestic and untouchable, which Liu, however, ignored. No matter what wish it is, I will help you realize it. The echo reverberated between the ice mountains, causing the ice to tremble and rumble as it collapsed. Liu stared at the Shenlong, waiting for the cacophony to cease. By the time the avalanche reached his feet, it had already lost its momentum. Hurry up and state your wish. The Shenlong appeared to be quite impatient. Shenlong, my wish is to eliminate the bombs implanted by Dr. Gero in Android 17 and 18. The Shenlong fell silent for a moment. There are no bombs. Hurry up and state your wish. Liu felt puzzled, unsure of what was happening with Android 17 and 18, but since there were none, that was certainly a good thing. Then bring Android 17 and 18 to me. This wish seemed a bit wasteful, but Liu felt it was worth it. He missed Android 18 too much. The Shenlong fell silent again. They are unwilling. Liu was truly taken aback this time. The Shenlong required the consent of the individuals for wish fulfillment. However, recalling the plot, it seemed that the Namekian Shenlong had this setting, while the Earth Shenlong had never exhibited such a situation, presumably similar to the Namekian Shenlong. Thus, wishes to kill someone or make someone disappear were mere wishful thinking. However, it was unclear for more advanced Shenlongs. Li's wish fell flat. Although he felt very frustrated since Android 18 had her own plans, he had no choice but to let it be for now. The Shenlong urged, hurry up and state your wish. Liu felt a void in his heart, but soon rallied. It would be fine to ask for something good. He said, give me the martial arts that allow an Arcosian to teleport through sensing energy. The Shenlong broke into a sweat. I am powerless to grant wishes that are too far beyond Earth. Li's expression turned somewhat disappointed again. Then surely granting me immortality is possible. The Shenlong regained its composure, preparing to utter a phrase that was easy to say, but suddenly appeared astonished, saying somewhat feebly, I am powerless. This time Liu was surprised and asked why. The Shenlong seemed somewhat gloomy, its voice no longer carrying the same deep tone as before. Your Buddhist dimensionality exceeds my understanding, my divine power cannot affect you. At this moment the Shenlong dared not press Liu further, fearing that he might present a wish that would challenge it. Liu was also quite troubled. Did he need to wish for 3 more wishes? Based on previous experiences, such a comical request would certainly be unattainable. Did he really need to ask for a young woman's underwear? The standoff continued between the two until Liu suddenly recalled the spaceship that Sun Wukong rode as an infant. Please teleport the spaceship that Kakarot used to get to Earth here. That must be doable. The Shenlong arrogantly replied, easily done. Liu finally let out a sigh of relief, and it seemed that the Shenlong also relaxed. A machine covered in green unknown plants appeared before Liu, accompanied by flashes of light. Looking at this spherical spaceship with a diameter of only 2 meters, Liu felt a sense of worry for those large Saiyans. Well then, goodbye. The Shenlong eagerly vanished, and the center of the sky transformed into a luminous sphere, shooting out 7 beams of light in random directions. Soon the sky returned to its original state. The alien spaceship was brought to the Research Institute in the core city by Liu. This black technology piqued Liu's curiosity, prompting him to initiate research immediately. After clearing away the entangled plants, the metallic structure of the spaceship showed no signs of rust from prolonged abandonment. After all, it was a manned spaceship capable of traversing galaxies. At this moment, besides Katai, there was also a well-behaved little girl around 10 years old with long silver hair cascading down to her waist. On her pure white smooth thighs were 2 rings of silver decorative hoops, and her delicate hands also wore 2 decorative rings etched with beautiful patterns appearing somewhat mysterious. The translucent short dress highlighted the girl's cuteness. Liu found it hard to understand why Nuwa chose this form as her external vessel. However, since Nuwa already possessed an independent personality, Liu did not wish to alter her design in this context. Nuwa switched to a sweet childlike voice. "Daddy, is this ball the alien spaceship?" Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Recently, Nuwa had been picking up all sorts of strange things. Sometimes she called him daddy, and other times master. Liu felt it was somewhat inappropriate and wanted to correct her, but being stared at by those innocent wide eyes left him helpless. Yes, Nuwa, this is the spaceship that son Wukong once traveled in. Although little Nuwa was asking questions, all the testing equipment and robots in the laboratory began to operate, and the global supercomputers were warming up. Kutai had no objections to Nuwa taking control of the laboratory. The models began to draw based on the detected data, calculating simulations of various possible materials, circuits, and mechanics within global computers. They gradually ruled out impossible structures, and through the results of these calculations, they performed reverse checks, progressively eliminating errors to arrive at the optimal solution. This complicated process was necessary to avoid damaging the spaceship, as there was only this one. Once disassembled, there was a concern about irreversible consequences. Thus, it was best to keep the spaceship intact until they had complete certainty. The structure of the spaceship had already formed in Liu's mind, yet many unknowns remained, such as the materials and the operating principles of some key devices. Additionally, the safety of the spaceship systems had to be evaluated, and once confirmed safe, it would be connected to Nuwa to utilize global resources for decryption. Liu patted little Nuwa's head. "Well done." Little Nuwa beamed with pride, resembling a child praised by a parent. Although all their communications could be transmitted through the backend, both enjoyed this ordinary way of interacting. Spatial metal is an extremely rare mineral on Earth, with its formation principles unknown. Once cooled and subjected to superconductive electricity, it exhibits anti-gravity properties commonly used to create propulsion engines for hovercars, and is also an essential material for the universal capsule. I never expected spatial gold could be used in this way. Indeed, I didn't expect that the engine made by aliens could directly use spatial gold as energy. Although the energy source is spatial gold, the spaceship has 2 propulsion systems. One is a conventional system that accelerates to sublight speed. Even without spatial gold, our Earth technology can achieve this, although it may take hundreds of times longer. The other system, though unknown, can be speculated to be related to spatial transfer. Achieving sublight speed is a prerequisite for its operation. Could it involve a special explosive method to enter superluminal speed? That is a possibility, for once surpassing the speed of light, one has already transcended our understanding. Perhaps for both the interior and exterior of the spaceship, time has already stopped. Once the spaceship loses a certain amount of energy and its speed reduces back to sublight, it would then return to the stillness of the cosmic space. At that time, the spaceship would have traversed vast distances in space. It might also be that immense energy applied to a sublight spaceship allows it to break through the limitations of 3-dimensional space, taking a shortcut from the 4th dimension of space. Nuwa was delighted to discuss these peculiar questions with Liu. Kutai couldn't help but interject, "So how do we create such an engine? After all, with just this one alien spaceship, it's impossible to use it for experimentation." Little Nuwa, with a human-like demeanor, remarked, "Daddy, it's already 2 a.m. If you don't take a break now, you'll be starting tomorrow's work right away. Just leave the research here to me." As she spoke, she gently pushed Liu away. Although Liu was physically strong, his energy was still limited. He had been too excited today and had completely forgotten to rest, which was a bad habit. Little Nuwa's reminder took Liu by surprise, but it also warmed his heart. Having such a considerate little companion was nice. However, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Nuwa, Kutai, why don't you all rest as well? There's no rush with this work." Kutai's mouth fell open wide. "Master, I don't need to rest." Nuwa mischievously added, "Daddy, you still need to prepare a room for me." Okay. This reminded Liu 10 and 11 Nuwa. Although they were artificial intelligence, they had self-awareness and reasoning, and in many ways they were no different from life. Moreover, they resembled him more as he had traversed into this body, and like them, while possessing self-awareness, he lacked a soul from this world. If he were to die, even the divine dragon might not be able to revive him. Given this, he decided to formulate relevant laws in the future, granting rights of citizenship in the core city to those robots or artificial intelligences that contributed to it. As for the troubles this might bring to Earth's future, Liu was unconcerned. It might even be a good thing, allowing robots and humans to coexist peacefully. The next day, Liu woke up puzzled, rolling over in bed, only to see little Nuwa with big eyes standing by the bed waiting. In his own home, Liu slept quite soundly. The security system in the house had naturally detected no threats, so he only realized that Nuwa had been standing there when he woke up. Liu asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Nuwa?" Nuwa shyly replied, "Daddy, I've remodeled your training room into my bedroom. Is that okay?" The room had excellent soundproofing. In just one night, the robots had managed to complete this major project. Liu rubbed his forehead, looking at the enormous training room. He had given up several guest rooms for which had now turned into a princess room. He felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. He had brought this upon himself. He never expected the settings he added would lead to Nuwa becoming like this. Well, since it was already done, he could accept reality. Fortunately, the research institute still had a large training area. "All right, Nuwa, since it's already been remodeled, you can stay here. But isn't this a bit too big? Oh, I still need to inform Bulma." Thinking about how Bulma would react upon seeing Nuwa like this, he couldn't help but wonder if she would get angry. "Daddy, this is the universal language of the cosmos. This is a star map of the galaxy, and here are the instructions for the space capsule's use." Li's chip began to automatically download the information. "It's a pity we don't have the combat power detector you mentioned, or else we might be able to reverse engineer their communications. Thank you for your hard work, Nuwa. The fact that we can grasp these things now is already incredibly fortunate for us." Nuwa happily blinked. "Daddy, are there many alien spaceships on Earth?" "There might be. After all, Earth is home to many extraterrestrial species." Liu noticed that Nuwa had more to say, so he asked curiously, "What is it?" This morning, a satellite captured an alien spaceship breaking through the atmosphere and flying into space. A blurry photo of the spaceship appeared in Li's mind. He felt like he had seen this spaceship somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't place it. He decided not to dwell on it after all it had left. "I will have the Universal Capsule Company launch more satellites specifically to monitor the situation of alien spaceships entering and exiting. If we detect another alien spaceship, notify me immediately." "Okay, Daddy." Bulma's call went unanswered, indicating that she was truly furious. Liu pondered how to appease her. In a primordial forest in the extreme north, a pterosaur was patrolling its territory when suddenly the ground trembled violently, causing countless birds to take flight. Deep underground, a massive base was situated, bustling with countless robots tirelessly excavating deeper and around them. Large machines swallowed rocks, recombining them into sturdy building materials while extracting various minerals. These materials were then transported by robots to satisfy the base's demands. Every day, the base produced more robots, with construction efficiency continuously improving. The logo of two large red RS was visible everywhere. As the base shook, Gero's brows furrowed and relaxed repeatedly until he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Enough. If you continue, you will destroy my base." Inside was a modified gravity training room with the core equipment dismantled from the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. After adding load, it reached 6 times normal gravity. Number 18 and number 17 were sparring inside, unable to stop once they began, and the intensity escalated, causing the entire base to shake. The loudspeaker transmitted Gero's voice at maximum volume. Number 18 stepped back and chuckled. "The old man is angry again." Number 17 gasped for air and said, "Number 18, your strength is already formidable. Even Sun Wukong might not be your match." Number 17, Sun Wukong will improve as well, but I will definitely defeat him next time we meet. The gravity training ground was shut down, and Gero walked in with a slight smile, saying, "Hee hee, you are indeed training geniuses with incredible potential. Coupled with my technological achievements, even Lu Wen and Sun Wukong will only face defeat." Number 17 replied, "He is now renamed Liu. No one outside knows him as Lu Wen anymore. All right, once I gather enough empty gold, my infinite energy furnace plan can commence. Once the experiment succeeds, even if Liu and Sun Wukong team up, they won't be able to defeat you." Number 17 and number 18's eyes lit up, but they still asked in confusion, "Why do you want to help us?" Gero's expression turned serious as he said, "When I was under Liu, he provided me with many insights. Narrow-minded individuals are not fit to be leaders, and I believe so as well. If I continue to control you, you will only think of ways to kill me, and I could very well meet the same fate as Ritter. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. They had planned to kill Dr. Gero when they returned, but unexpectedly, he had already anticipated it. Gero, with hands clasped behind his back, said, "Creating the strongest androids has always been my ideal. If you are unwilling to help me kill, so be it." Clearly, Dr. Gero had other plans. The two youths did not wish to inquire further. They were unaware of when it began, but they had an inner desire to become stronger. Over the past 2 years, they had trained in Dr. Gero's base, where abundant resources allowed them to make rapid progress. Each set their sights on defeating Sun Wukong and Liu. However, the two battles involving Liu were unforeseen, and Dr. Gero had not detected them. Yet they could sense the overwhelming aura that swept the globe. Such power could only belong to Sun Wukong or Liu. The two auras were incredibly similar, and with distance making it hard to discern, they could only catch up through relentless training. After Dr. Gero's failure, he underwent significant changes. After installing a second-generation chip, he became confident and composed, lifting the restrictions on numbers 17 and 18, even helping them train without ordering them to complete any tasks. At that moment, Dr. Gero stood at the base's lowest level, which was a forbidden area. No one but Dr. Gero was allowed to enter. Under the dim lights lay tens of thousands of glass containers, each holding a naked living person. The nutrient solution inside emitted a faint green glow, containing embryos, children, and even adults of both genders. Among them were Lu Wen number 18A and number 17, some even resembling their adult forms. On the LCD screen of an adult Lu Wen's cultivation container, numerous data points scrolled. Dr. Gero observed carefully, then shook his head and pressed a button with a red skull. The cultivation bodies of Lu Wen troubled Dr. Gero greatly. All their attributes were exceedingly low, even below those of ordinary humans in this world. Such failures were intolerable for Gero, and once confirmed, they would be destroyed. Additionally, Sun Wukong cells were not like those of humans, and this direct cloning method had completely failed. The embryos could not even form. These densely packed cultivation containers would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person. However, Dr. Gero looked on with exceptional excitement. He began to genuinely admire Li's android plan was far more ambitious than he had ever imagined. He had never considered creating an army of androids. Although resources were limited, as long as he continuously developed robots to gather resources, he could endlessly produce androids. At this rate, who could stop him from conquering the world? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Gero's mouth. The Pilaf trio cautiously examined the situation here. After being tricked by Demon King Piccolo, and then coerced by Lu Wen to reveal the technology of the Sky Fortress, Pilaf had no choice but to comply. However, Gero belonged to the android department, while the weapon department's personnel were taken away by Kesligen. Gero had to send someone to find Pilaf and ask him to help manufacture battleships and battle mechas, promising him 1/3 of the land once the world was conquered. The naive Pilaf believed Gero and eagerly threw himself into work. With a large Sky Fortress, the attack methods would be much more formidable, and transporting troops would be convenient. Coupled with Pilaf's mecha technology, Gero believed that the Red Ribbon Army under his rule would become even more powerful. Number 18 curiously asked, "A few days ago, a guy claiming to be Shenlong said he wanted to take me somewhere, but I refused." Number 17 wiped the dirt off his face with clean water, surprised as he said, "Yes." A strange voice echoed in my ear, saying he wanted to take me somewhere. I thought it was just tinnitus and ignored it. Could it be that Liu summoned Shenlong? After discovering there were no bombs in our bodies, he let Shenlong move us. What a waste of a wish. Sister, it seems Liu really cares for you, but I dislike that guy. Next time we meet, I will make him unlucky. If he isn't strong enough, I won't be his girlfriend. I say, sister, you've really changed a lot. You even died for him once. Because of that, I loathe him. Really? I can't remember. Thinking of the past gives me headaches. My only goal now is to defeat Sun Wukong. There are truly not many who can defeat Sun Wukong. Although he arrived on King Kai's planet to train early, he lost several opportunities for experience. As a Saiyan, he missed a few near-death experiences, resulting in significantly lower efficiency compared to those who arrived here to train years later. Almost a year was wasted in vain. Sun Wukong gradually adapted to the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, struggling through the training assigned by King Kai. After all, as a Saiyan, the more challenging the environment, the more it could stimulate the Bodhi's potential, leading to a rapid increase in strength. King Kai also taught Sun Wukong the King Kai Fist, which only someone with Sun Wukong's terrifying martial arts talent could learn so quickly. Although Sun Wukong's brother would not arrive for another year, the god sent word to King Kai about Gohan being captured twice. The first time King Kai was unaware until he learned that Gohan was safe. That was when Sun Wukong had just finished traversing Snake Way and stepped onto King Kai's planet, struggling to adapt to the planet's horrific gravity. Thus he could not return. The second message came about Gohan's predicament. King Kai, Popo, and Krillin had already gone to rescue Gohan. Though Sun Wukong was anxious, he couldn't return quickly. He had to bid farewell to King Kai. Even with Sun Wukong's strength at the time, it would take several months to return to Earth via Snake Way. However, soon King Kai sent word that Gohan's teacher Liu and others had defeated the demon King Carrick and rescued Gohan, which relieved Sun Wukong. King Kai became slightly interested in this Earthling named Liu after hearing him mentioned again by the Earth God. The gravity training room in the Research Institute was under the full load of 8 times the gravity. Liu's aura surged dramatically, causing the entire training ground to emit a screeching metallic sound under its impact. Fortunately, the training ground was constructed from extremely sturdy materials, otherwise such a violent force could have easily brought the entire structure crashing down. "Damn it, Jack!" Liu roared, throwing a punch that shattered a massive humanoid alloy target into pieces. That morning, Briff called to complain about Liu, asking if he had a quarrel with Bulma. Bulma, ignoring her work at the Capsule Corporation, had decided to go on a trip, and now the board was troubling Briff, which made him quite unhappy. Liu had secretly installed a tracking device in Bulma's spatial bracelet. She would surely take it with her when she left, but to his frustration, he discovered that he couldn't locate her at all. Liu asked Briff for details, and Briff mentioned that Bulma had mentioned Tice when she left. She might have gone to visit her sister. Although Tice had not returned to West City for a long time, she would occasionally call to report her safety. Briff was unaware that his eldest daughter had been abducted by aliens, but Liu knew. He recalled the alien spaceship that had left Earth belonging to that foolish alien Jack, who claimed to be an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. He had kidnapped Bulma's sister Tice, and now Bulma was also taken. How could Liu not be furious? That androgynous creature wanted to have both sisters. A small spaceship was decelerating, emitting strong vibrations from within. A dazzling armored goddess was stepping on a short alien who appeared to be wearing a leather-like skin, which was said to be their actual skin. Bulma had once curiously asked if aliens preferred to run around naked. At that moment, Jack was being kicked in the face by Bulma. Although his face was swollen, the defiant Jack insisted that the dignity of the Galactic Patrol could not be infringed upon and that he would not be subdued. "Bulma Forte Sake, I won't hold this against you this time," Jack said, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being beaten. "If all Earthlings were as vicious as you, I wouldn't care about you at all. You should know that the Galactic King has no sympathy for Earthlings with bad character. I have annihilation bombs aboard my spaceship, and the Galactic King has authorized me to destroy Earth if absolutely necessary. Ouch, you're still hitting me. Damn it, Jack. I finally managed to leave Earth, and you want to abandon me just like that. I've heard that Tice has been to many fun places. Listen, I'm not a taxi driver. I'm an elite member of the Galactic Patrol executing a perilous mission assigned by the Galactic King concerning the safety of the universe." As he spoke, he took out a small booklet from his chest and opened a page revealing a monstrous creature with green skin. Bulma curiously leaned over and asked, "What is this?" Jack said proudly, "This is the notorious intergalactic thief, the oil-fried monster, who has wreaked havoc across multiple star systems. My current mission is to capture him." Bulma flipped through the booklet and said, "They all look like weaklings. Fine, I'll help you catch them." Jack then got up, his skin covered in bruises, and said, "Don't cause me trouble, you weak Earthling." Bulma, seeing that he was unyielding, blinked her blue eyes and flirted. "Are you telling me that the elite of the Galactic Patrol can't protect this beautiful Earth woman?" "Of course that's not a problem, but is this beautiful woman a bit too?" Seeing Bulma about to explode, Jack swallowed the rest of his words. "Since you want to accompany me on this mission, I'll give you this equipment, and here are the rules of our Galactic Guardians." Bulma casually flipped through the rules and tossed them aside, then picked up some weapons to examine. Soon she pulled out tools and began to dismantle them. Jack was startled and hurried to stop her. This was on the spaceship, and if she caused an accident, it would be disastrous. After many years, Bulma embarked on her adventure once again, this time not confined to Earth, but exploring the vast universe. This also allowed her to forget her troubles. More thrilling than her adventures with Sun Wukong, this time Bulma could personally partake in battles instead of merely observing. Although her battle armor was crafted by Liu, Bulma possessed formidable technological prowess and continuously improved her armor, using Jack's resources rapidly, enhancing her combat strength. The instigator of Bulma's changes remained blissfully unaware. Li Yu in frustration was destroying those poor humanoid targets akin to a discarded woman smashing innocent vases. The more he did this, the harder it became for him to calm his emotions. He now just wanted to find someone to have a good fight with. Who else on this planet could engage him in a satisfying battle? Li Yu thought about causing a ruckus in the underworld and retrieving the souls of the soldiers who died in the Black Silk Army. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The strength of the King of Hell was unknown, and he was on their territory unsure of how many hidden cards they had. Besides, engaging in such improper activities might attract some great deity. Although he could still dominate on Earth for now, he was still a small fry compared to the powerful beings in the universe. He didn't even know how to pass the test against Vegeta. Thinking of this, Li Yu wondered if he had been too comfortable with Bulma. His sense of crisis was fading, and if this continued, he wouldn't even know how he would die in the future. He needed to tighten his efforts to increase his strength. The current conditions should suffice to create a training room with 10 times the gravity, but he would still need Brief's assistance. The 4 times gravity training room at home was likely no longer sufficient for Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Li Yu decided to bring these 2 senior brothers to the center of the Earth to start adapting to 8 times the gravity. Li Yu never intended to fight alone. He couldn't let everyone revolve around Son Wukong. He needed to build his own Dragon Ball team. Kodo was methodically conducting various experimental tasks, while Li Yu was using the laboratory equipment to check his body. In a non-urgent situation, Li Yu was very cautious about his body modifications, especially after seeing the fate of Dr. Willow. He certainly did not want to end up with only a brain. The human body is a whole. Easily replacing organs and tissues can lead to unpredictable consequences. For example, losing sexual organs might gradually make the brain lose interest in sex, resulting in the loss of some emotions, potentially leading to unforeseen outcomes. Similarly, losing any of the 5 senses can impact one's personality. The self generated in the mind relies on the information provided by the 5 senses for judgment. For instance, losing the sense of touch would make it difficult for a person to determine if a body part belongs to them. If a person sleeping has one hand pressed down for too long, causing it to become completely numb, when they wake up and feel uncomfortable, they will use the other hand to grab the numb hand. However, since that hand has almost lost its sense of touch, the brain may interpret it as belonging to another person. Conversely, if a person's vision is blocked and a fake hand is placed in front of them, while both the fake and real hands are touched simultaneously, the subject may believe the fake hand to be their own. If a knife descends to chop the fake hand, the subject may scream in fright, breaking into a cold sweat. Thus, it is not simply having a brain that grants one an independent personality. Of course, the people in this world are different from Li Yu. In this world, there is a heaven and hell, and every sentient being has its own soul. The relationship between the soul and the body is something that Li Yu's current abilities cannot study in depth. Li Yu had already discovered that as his strength grew, his body had reached a bottleneck. Although he had modified his body, he had always paid attention to retaining the functionality of its various organs and tissues. For instance, the sensation of hunger required substantial neural support, and even the secretion of many bacteria. Typically, Li Yu adjusted the geometric structure of his bodily tissues to enhance his physique or replaced molecules like bones, which did not affect bodily hormones, with high-intensity, resilient alternatives. The neural tissues, however, had never been replaced. Even if he severed his memories and became Li Yu, it would merely involve using hypnosis in addition to the personality he had before his corruption. Thus, Li Yu was very cautious regarding any neural modifications. However, at present, the response speed of his nerves was clearly lagging behind his actual strength. Even with the assistance of a chip, it could only calculate the lead time, essentially making predictions. For example, during a duel, even if one's speed was not fast, one could anticipate the opponent's moves and counter them preemptively. The most direct situation was that Li Yu could attack enemies at the speed of sound, yet he could not adapt to the spontaneous and random changes in his opponent's moves at such velocity. Although his physical strength, speed, and power could reach great heights, the speed of information transmission within his bodice nerves could not keep up. As for how to resolve this issue, Li Yu had numerous plans. Originally a top student at a medical school, after acquiring superpowers, he had studied almost all basic sciences from the original Earth. When all this knowledge accumulated to a certain degree and quantitative changes reached qualitative changes, this was also the reason why Li Yu could stand at the forefront of the scientific community alongside Bulma, Brief, and others after arriving in this world. Li Yu naturally did not wish to directly modify his nerves. He still wanted to live as an ordinary person. Therefore, he considered adding auxiliary systems. The principle behind triggering human muscle strength is quite simple. The brain or spinal cord directly stimulates muscle nerves with electrical signals, causing muscles to relax and tense without even needing decoding. In this world, this method would not be feasible after reaching a certain level of strength. The nerve transmission speed of 100 to 200 meters per second could not adapt to increasingly rapid battles. Moreover, the lack of encryption in these transmission signals raised concerns about whether they could be exploited by certain alien beings with special abilities and whether electrical signals might be interfered with. All these issues needed to be resolved. Liu decided that the optimal solution was to adopt a multifaceted approach, establishing multiple systems to control his muscle movements and allowing each terminal of his body to autonomously determine which commands to accept. Firstly, he planned to establish two networks within the original neural network, one for electrical signals and one for optical signals. The optical signals had a stronger ability to resist interference and would not be affected by speed. The electrical signals would serve as a supplement, and as long as he used room-temperature superconducting molecular wires, their speed could also reach that of light. Additionally, the third system would be a radio wave system, which also operated at the speed of light, albeit it was more prone to disturbance. These three methods would transmit commands from the brain to each muscle terminal in his body and then execute through decoding and self-checks. Not only muscles, but this could even replace the function of the brainstem, controlling the heartbeat and all other internal organs. Suddenly, Liu had an evil and bold idea, but then felt dejected. He didn't even know where Bulma was right now, so he quickly shook his head to dispel that thought. Liu's current superpower strength could lift objects weighing about 10 tons, and his coverage range even exceeded his normal field of vision. With the aid of second-generation chips, he could easily modify his own body. Although Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had lost the guidance of the gods and the opportunity to train in the heavenly realm with Liu as their backing, their strength progressed just as quickly as that of Lu Ping and Clan. Moreover, the training in sensing qi was a waste of time for the highly perceptive three-eyed clan. Since Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan were inseparable, there was no need for them to train separately. Upon learning that their junior had arranged a stronger gravity training room for them, Tianjin Fan was very excited. He felt he had already reached his limit, and without a more challenging environment, it would be difficult for him to progress further. However, seeing others improve, he knew he could not fall behind. Of course, since Tianjin Fan was living, eating, and training at Liu's place for free, he candidly expressed his hope that Liu could arrange suitable work for him in return for what Liu had done for them. Seizing the opportunity, Liu said, "If you can help, you must quickly enhance your strength. In the future, there may be unforeseen powerful enemies, and I hope senior brother will stand by my side then." Tianjin Fan's face flushed a bit. On one hand, he had indeed fallen to a secondary position in strength, still lagging behind Sun Wukong and Liu. On the other hand, he had once helped Sun Wukong nearly kill his junior, yet his junior still selflessly assisted him. Upon arriving at the heart of the Earth City, Tianjin Fan was completely immersed in intense training. The suddenly increased gravity did not crush him, instead it ignited his fighting spirit. Liu's place had direct combat power detection. Even Jiaozi, watching his combat power data increase daily, was greatly intrigued. Moreover, with the training program designed by Nuwa, which was far from the crude and boring task of having Sun Wukong swing a hammer at bees as requested by the Kai, it was simply the most enjoyable gaming experience for Jiaozi, who found great joy in it and would never slack off. Liu's body modification was a massive project. For now, he set aside other trivial matters and immersed himself in neural modifications. To prevent any accidents, Nuwa and Kote were always monitoring Liu's condition, ensuring everything was foolproof. As for the entanglement between Sun Wukong and Princess Snake, it is unnecessary to mention. Finally, returning to the Yama Hall after greeting the diligent Yama, he hurriedly left the Yellow Springs and headed to the Five Elements Mountain. The gods, along with others, were already waiting there to welcome them. Lu Ping was also piloting a flying vehicle to pick up Shishi and Gohan, accompanied by Lan Chi, Oolong Master Rashi Pure, and Klin. Since Bulma could not be contacted, she did not come, and Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had evidently been excluded from this circle. Seeing Sun Wukong's sunny appearance, everyone felt genuinely happy. Not only did Sun Wukong possess formidable strength, but he also had a pure heart, treating friends with sincere affection. If Liu were to evaluate Sun Wukong, he would say something about being selfless or upright, but that would be somewhat exaggerated. Observing Sun Wukong's past and future, it was clear that many times saving Earthlings involved either himself or friends and family being embroiled in the situation. At least before the birth of his son, he did not care much about people outside of his friends, which was evident during his match with Piccolo on Papaya Island. Even when Piccolo killed ordinary people on Papaya Island, Sun Wukong's sole focus was on winning the tournament. However, Sun Wukong never hesitated to act for his friends, Each time he fought it was for them, and each time he exploded in anger due to their casualties, he would defeat the formidable enemy. Shishi initially harbored deep resentment, but upon seeing Wukong's amicable face, all her dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly melted away, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Gohan, however, felt a bit timid. The legendary father did not seem as close as Piccolo. At least Piccolo had met Gohan multiple times later on, let alone his teacher Liu. Yet the bond of blood was also at work. Encouraged by Chi-Chi, Gohan began to accept this father he had not seen for several years. Just as he intended to take Shishi and Gohan on the flying Nimbus, an unexpected event occurred. Shishi fell unceremoniously, and since the Nimbus rejected her, she had to take a plane back with Lan Chi and the others. Gohan had already taken leave from his teacher, and after bidding farewell to everyone's son, Wukong returned to Spore Mountain, finally able to reunite with his family. The transformation has finally been completed. Although there were partial experiments conducted during the process, now that everything is finished, I can fully experience the changes in my body. Liu continuously wielded his fists and feet, truly experiencing the connection between thought and action. His speed reached its limit as he executed various high-difficulty maneuvers, engaging in unpredictable random actions and attacks that were impossible to anticipate. He felt that he had broken free from the constraints of earthly martial arts, with each muscle operating independently and every command transmitted instantaneously. While this might not mean much to an ordinary person, for a martial artist, it was the pinnacle of unity between thought and action. Moreover, the inhuman combat speed akin to that of Dragon Ball warriors means that one cannot possibly unleash their full potential with the reaction time of an ordinary person. Liu experimented with 3 modes continuously, all proving to be very stable and practical. Furthermore, by perfecting the collection of big data from the terminals, Liu could even allow his body to fight autonomously without needing to control it with his mind, thereby saving even the time for thought. Of course, this also requires comprehensive assessment and adjustment of one's senses, otherwise it could lead to confusion in the brain. Liu estimated that at least before becoming a Super Saiyan, the neural reaction speeds of characters like Son Wukong would be hard to improve. Once transformed into a Super Saiyan, if the body mutated and the neural pathways did not change, they would not keep pace with the body's speed. Thus, becoming a Super Saiyan is likely a critical point, not only enhancing the body's vitality, but also altering the structure of the nerves. Without samples, Liu could only speculate. Liu continually shattered the figures that appeared out of thin air. As the figures increased in speed and number, they finally covered his vision. Liu took off his helmet and smiled at the little girl who walked over. The little girl excitedly said, "Daddy, this time is amazing. The speed is close to 600 meters per second, and I can attack efficiently." Liu was also very pleased. This time, despite the increase in combat power being modest, he had achieved a qualitative leap in strength through technological capabilities. His confidence surged and his ambitious spirit ignited. "Nuwa Kotai, I truly owe you for your assistance. My strength has indeed improved a lot. I should be able to easily deal with Raditz now." "Master, it's what I should do," Kotai replied. Nuwa, indifferent to Raditz, said, "Daddy, will you take me shopping?" Liu stroked Nuwa's head of white straight hair, and Nuwa squinted her eyes like a contented cat, enjoying the affection from Liu. All right. Liu didn't mind. Although he was unsure why Nuwa had become like this, he found it irresistible due to her adorable appearance. He had already considered her an equal being and gradually treated her as his daughter. After all, Liu was the one who created her. Perhaps it was due to Nuwa's intelligence and the broad parameters of her design that her personality developed quite differently from other intelligences. Liu was very pleased with this outcome. "But before that, how is the progress of the task I assigned to you?" Nuwa pouted unhappily and then pointed at the large screen in the laboratory, smiling. "Look at this." On the screen appeared an illustration of an edible medicinal capsule, which then split open to reveal granules inside. The image zoomed in, showcasing numerous instructions. This capsule contains 100 nanomachines. They will travel through the human bloodstream, eventually reaching the brain, breaking through the blood-brain barrier to enter the cerebral cortex. Then they will divide into 4 groups, and through the magnetic field of external machines recombine into a densely structured carbon chip. The functionality of this chip is similar to that of the 2nd generation, but its performance and potential far surpass that of the 2nd generation. For instance, it can interface with the terminal that your father uses to modify nerves. The structural safety is also much stronger than that of the 2nd generation. Let's call it the 3rd generation chip. Okay, notify Zaluba and have him come see me. Nuwa once again contacted Zaluba, feeling a bit dejected. Since the last battle with the Demon Clan, Liu had been busy taking care of his own affairs, entrusting the Black Flag Army entirely to Zaluba who had been promoted to the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army. Thus, while Li Yu was away, Zaluba naturally became the highest commander. At this moment, Zaluba's troops had returned to the core city for garrison. Zaluba quickly arrived at Li Yu's office. Li Yu gestured for him not to be formal. "Commander," Zaluba reporting. "What orders do you have?" "Zaluba, I plan to select some young and promising soldiers from the Black Flag Army to serve as my personal guard. I may have to deal with very tricky enemies in the future, similar to the Demon King level threats we faced that day." Zaluba was momentarily at a loss, as even the most elite special forces would be no match for such enemies. It would be a mere death sentence. Li Yu, unfazed, continued, "Of course, it's not about sending them to their deaths. I will personally teach them martial arts and provide them with potential capsules. With proper training, achieving the strength of a Demon King in the future is not impossible." Zaluba's eyes immediately lit up. Potential capsules. Li Yu took out a capsule and handed it to Zaluba. Without a hint of suspicion, Zaluba swallowed it in one go. After all, he had undergone cellular enhancement before. Since Li Yu was giving him the capsule, he didn't bother questioning its safety. Having seen those terrifying strong beings, Zaluba was also eager to grow stronger. After swallowing the capsule, go to the laboratory to activate it after 1 day. You'll need some time to adapt. Nuwa will explain the specifics to you. "Yes, Commander. I will provide you with a list of elite soldiers as soon as possible." After Zaluba left, Li Yu opened a document bag containing a promotional poster for the world's top martial arts tournament and several printed documents. This was sent by Colonel Z's subordinates. Of course, she was no longer a colonel. Now she was the youngest and most beautiful council member in Shidu, and Li Yu looked over the content of the documents. Li Yu found it somewhat amusing that Colonel Z had betrayed Kaislian, but was still on guard, specifically monitoring the movements of the Dog King. Although not explicitly stated, Colonel Z's implication was clear. The Dog King had begun to strongly support the world's top martial arts tournament, hoping to recruit talents through the tournament to counter Li Yu. Li Yu didn't care. Rather than suppressing others, it was better to strengthen oneself. One's gaze should not be limited to the present. As Li Yu had once said, "My goal is the stars and the sea." Li Yu browsed through a list of martial artists heading to Papaya Island, finding some interest. In a playful mood, he said, "Nuwa, how about accompanying Daddy to the martial arts tournament?" Instantly, Nuwa's joyful heart transmitted through the network to Li Yu's mind. The triannual world's top martial arts tournament had been hesitant to proceed due to the devastation caused by the Short Flute massacre. However, soon Kaislian contacted the organizers, encouraging them to continue holding the tournament, while the Universal Capsule Company and other institutions provided sponsorship, boosting the organizers' confidence. Thus, the world's top martial arts tournament, delayed by a year, opened on the reconstructed Papaya Island. Numerous promotional agencies worked overtime, hoping to attract more and stronger martial artists from Earth to participate. This time, not only could they gain global fame, but the generous prize money was also hundreds of times more than before. Winning the championship would truly bring both fame and fortune. Simultaneously, countless television workstations gathered, even deploying several high-precision surveillance satellites to broadcast the arena in real time. The world's masters flocked like bees to a hive. Chi-Chi didn't care whether her uncle Leitais would come looking for trouble. Even with Li Yu's support while living in the West City, her living expenses were still burdensome. Now Chi-Chi was even less willing to accept Li Yu's help. Although the Bull Demon King appeared wealthy, it was merely a facade. Since the castle was destroyed, most of the treasures he had collected over the years were also lost, and rebuilding his home had drained the Bull Demon King's savings. Therefore, the financial support he received from Gohan's grandfather was also quite limited. Now that son Wukong had finally returned, Chi-Chi naturally wanted the head of the family, Wukong, to take charge. However, son Wukong could only do repetitive physical tasks, and with his impulsive nature, he would inadvertently cause trouble. Instead of helping Chi-Chi, he ended up adding to her burdens. Watching Wukong idly fidgeting at home, Chi-Chi sighed helplessly. Fortunately, Gohan was well-behaved, diligently completing his homework and helping his mother with chores, showing great consideration and maturity. Once son Wukong found himself with free time, his restless body felt like it would burst. At that moment, he finally received some good news. Kiki's old television was incessantly broadcasting advertisements for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong was filled with excitement and jumped up ready to rush to Papaya Island, but he was startled into a shiver by Kiki's fierce gaze. "Chi-Chi," son Wukong said with a pleading expression. At that moment, the television happened to show the generous prize money for the champions, which was 30 million Nisso for the first place and 10 million Nisso for the second. Kiki's eyes instantly lit up. "All right, I agree to let you participate in the competition, but if you don't win the championship or the runner-up, don't come back." Son Wukong immediately felt like a wild horse freed from its reins. Gohan was stunned to see his father suddenly leave. Chi-Chi patted Gohan's head and said, "Gohan, let's go cheer for Dad too." Gohan instantly jumped up with joy. When Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi heard that this pretty little girl called Liu Dad, both nearly lost their balance. Liu didn't bother to explain and introduced the girl as Nuwa, asking her to call the two masters. The four then set off for Papaya Island. Lu Ping and Clin were on Kame House preparing their luggage. Lu Ping tossed out a capsule, and with a bang a sleek brand new flying machine appeared before everyone. Clin's eyes sparkled in amazement. "It's so beautiful, Lu Ping. This must be expensive, right?" Lu Ping replied proudly, "This is the latest model paid in 10 installments. If we win the championship this time, the prize money will be enough to cover the costs." "What a dream you have. You think you can win the championship?" Said Kame Sunin. Lu Ping clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes with a smile, saying, "Are you going to compete with me for the championship, Kame Sunin?" Clin chuckled, "Don't get too cocky. I'm participating in this martial arts tournament too, and I won't go easy on you." Yulong touched the glossy surface of the plane and said enviously, "Lu Ping, are you relying on this to attract girls?" Lu Ping, caught off guard, felt a bit embarrassed while everyone burst into laughter. Din was still training alone in the wilderness, but his keen sense detected something unusual coming from the direction of Papaya Island. Although the Dragon Ball warriors usually concealed their energy, they didn't suppress it to the level of ordinary people. Many martial artists were gathering at Papaya Island, and Din smiled slightly, realizing that this martial arts tournament would be quite lively. Papaya Island was crowded with martial artists and tourists from all over the world, bringing great wealth to the island's native residents. The organizers set up 5 registration points, and each day there were long lines at every point. They also allowed contestants to register 3 days in advance, with thousands signing up daily, making the organizers' heads spin. Fortunately, they had various support from Consolidating and the Capsule Corporation. The planes kept landing at the large airport only to be stored in capsules by their pilots. As Liu and his companions stepped off the plane, they were warmly welcomed by the airport staff and taken to the lounge. Soon, dedicated personnel arrived to assist with food and accommodation arrangements, even taking care of their registration for the competition. It wasn't that Liu was being treated specially, but all renowned martial artists or excellent past contestants received appropriate arrangements from the organizers to avoid neglecting the truly powerful experts due to the overwhelming number of people. Liu activated his detector and found that the number of people with combat power above 50 had surprisingly exceeded 100. This was indeed unprecedented. Perhaps he had truly changed this era. Without his involvement in this world, the elite martial artists of previous years would have been slaughtered by Din's subordinates. Even if they were resurrected, they would likely be disheartened, and the martial arts tournament would have ceased to be held, only to resume after more than 10 or 20 years. By then, even the enthusiastic spectators of today would have likely withdrawn, leaving behind those who could hardly believe that a person could fly, and they would even dismiss it as sleight of hand. Even someone like Satan, who couldn't use ki, could reign supreme for many years, eventually doing things that brought shame to Earth's martial artists. President Dog looked at the thick list of participants with a headache. The number of contestants might exceed 10,000. His assistants were busy making various preparations, and the ever-sunglasses-wearing host wiped the sweat from his forehead. President, with so many people participating, what will happen with the preliminaries? Even the elimination rounds might extend to next year. Although President Dog's expression was serious, his words were quite relaxed. "Don't worry, we've made plans. The Capsule Corporation will soon deliver power testers to select the top 128 contestants for the preliminaries." The host then pulled out some more lists. "What about these individuals? Will they also participate in the power testing? Let them draw lots together with the contestants from the preliminaries for the final elimination rounds. It would be a shame if these contestants were eliminated in the preliminaries." That's right. The president is very considerate. If that's the case, this tournament will surely be spectacular. But what about safety? The last tournament didn't crown a champion due to data destruction. What if? President Dog was starting to sweat as well. Kaizelyajin will send a guard unit over. I don't think anyone will dare to cause trouble again. However, President Dog's words lacked conviction. He had no choice. The World Martial Arts Tournament had been held since his grandfather's time every 5 years and recently changed to every 3 years. He didn't want it to be interrupted during his generation. Now it was already the 24th edition, and with the strong support of Kaizelyajin and the Capsule Corporation, he was even less willing to give up. Kaizelyajin quickly contacted Liu, realizing he had no choice but to ask for Liu's help. Din had arrived and was currently facing off against Kaizelyajin's special forces. Both sides were in a stalemate. Din didn't take these soldiers seriously, but if he resorted to killing, he would become the target of everyone's wrath. This was no longer the invincible era of 10 years ago. Many could now match Din. He also dared not act recklessly, and Kai's Legion's special forces were in a predicament as well. Din was an old rival, but they could not even match one of his attacks. Liu, however, didn't care and directly instructed Kai's Legion to let them in. The fact that a confrontation had not yet occurred indicated that Din was beginning to hesitate, and Liu now had enough confidence to manage Din. The organizers quickly arranged a place for Duan Di to stay and registered under the name of Maginia, unaware of Duan Di's fearsome reputation. They innocently inquired about why Duan Di's expression seemed a bit grim and whether a doctor was needed, prompting Duan Di to angrily tell them to get lost. The registration was concluding, with all martial artists except those who missed the deadline having signed up. The tests began the next day, with loudspeakers announcing the testing procedures and reporting each contestant's results. Journalists from dozens of media outlets were frantically rushing around, caught off guard by the sudden popularity of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Major media companies like KBVZ-TV and AHO were scrambling, and underprepared reporters had to muster their courage and showcase their skills. AHO deployed several helicopters to survey the venue, while ZTV secured official rights to broadcast every match live. KBV leveraged connections to obtain a list of key contestants. The announcements continued to report the contestants' test scores. Yak 123, Honduras 131, Mani 110, Hode 91, Satan 155, Lan Fong 135. Junior brother, your daughter is really participating in the competition. Can she pass the test? Tianjin Fan was puzzled about the adorable 10-year-old girl wanting to compete. Liu chuckled, saying this time she's just here to have fun. Let her do as she wishes. It doesn't matter whether she passes or not. Is she really your daughter? Dumpling asked curiously. Well, sort of. Liu did not wish to elaborate further. The organizers have arranged for us to enter the elimination rounds directly. Is that acceptable? Tianjin Fan was eager to test his own strength. Suddenly, there was a gasp. Gabo, one contestant, unexpectedly scored 175. Liu looked at the long line of testing, still able to spot a few familiar contestants. Oh, another wave of excitement erupted. Lu Ping 791. Instantly booing erupted, and the tester muttered quietly, Is there something wrong with this machine? Luna, the beautiful reporter from AHO, held a list the top 4 contestants from the previous 3 tournaments. Sun Wukong, Clin Nemu, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling number 18, Liu, and Maginia. These individuals had all registered for this competition and would directly qualify for the elimination round from 16 to 8. The other 8 contestants would be selected from the 128 contestants in the preliminary round. Logi 129, On Yuan 999, this contestant, please wait. Another round of boos rang out. The organizers were a bit helpless, but repeated tests revealed no problems. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were both astonished, while Nuwa cheerfully walked out. Although Liu was curious about Nuwa's physical structure, he restrained himself from prying into a girl's body and maintained his composure, not breaking the taboo simply because Nuwa was a robot. With multiple testing machines running simultaneously for a whole day, Sun Wukong was indulging in a feast at the free cafeteria. His appetite left Clin in shock. Even pig food would surely bankrupt Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Gohan were on a passenger ship en route with a worried expression as Chi-Chi prayed that Wukong would win the competition. If he couldn't win a prize this time, she would truly go bankrupt, as Wukong's return had led to a financial drain and Gohan's appetite had also grown as large as Wukong's. Thankfully, Gohan was not allowed to practice martial arts, otherwise it would be unimaginable. After a satisfying meal, Sun Wukong patted his belly, and the waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally relieved, as he began clearing away dozens of empty bowls from the table. Clin, where's Lu Ping? I haven't seen him. Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Clin chuckled. Wukong, Lu Ping is still participating in the strength test. The preliminaries start tomorrow, and I heard that 8 of us can directly enter the elimination rounds from 16 to 8. Lu Ping had been unlucky in his previous 3 martial arts tournaments, first encountering Master Roshi, then Tianjin Fan, both times stopping in the top 8. The third time he faced a celestial being and failed to pass the preliminaries, so this time he had to compete in the preliminaries like everyone else. Oh, I also want to test my strength, but I'm hungry. They said I didn't need to test, and there's free food here, so I came over. I didn't expect to find you guys here. Namu also nodded at Sun Wukong, and Clin said you'd better not test. Overexerting yourself could break the machine. Wukong asked in confusion, that's true, but why are there only 3 of us? Where's everyone else? Clint became excited thinking that if the organizers were referring to the top 4 from the past 3 tournaments, it meant a total of 8 contestants. Master Rashi wouldn't participate, so number 18 must have come along with that annoying Liu. Clint had come here hoping to see number 18, but aside from Namu and Sun Wukong, the others were disinterested in the free food. Masked Superman 111, number 17, huh? As evening fell, testing continued, but an unexpected situation arose. The crowd gasped as the testing device was smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The waiter wiped sweat and recorded the score of 999, then arranged for everyone to queue at the remaining 2 testing devices, indicating that they would have to work overtime, much to the waiter's dismay. A girl's voice questioned, "I told you not to exert too much force. What happened with number 17? The boy complained, "If I control my strength. This machine is too flimsy, it broke with the slightest touch. Can't you be a bit more patient? How can you defeat a powerful opponent with such impatience?" Number 18, don't lecture me. You can defeat Sun Wukong first, then we can talk while I will defeat Liu. Number 17 clenched his teeth and balled his fists. You need to defeat the guy whose brain is as rusty as Gero. His body is probably already rusty. If you kissed him back then. Hee, I merely saw that big lady was unhappy, so I played a joke on them. Fickle woman. The 2 walked away with their hands in their pockets. In a luxurious restaurant, a cute little girl about 4 years old said in a tender voice, "Daddy, can you win the championship?" "Of course," the man replied confidently. "Biddle-eye Daddy is the strongest. You need to work hard and be as strong as Daddy in the future," a beautiful woman beside him said sweetly. The beautiful woman turned and smiled sweetly, continuing, "Mark, you must not push yourself too hard. Please don't get hurt." Feeling his wife's concern, Satan also felt some worry. Although he suspected that there might be some issues with the measuring instruments, he could indeed sense many strong contestants. Especially after being severely injured by a peculiar person in pink with braided hair, Satan learned the lesson that there are greater mountains and stronger individuals beyond his own. Liu and the others were dining in the restaurant, and Li's attention was quickly drawn to those 3 individuals. The man had a wild, explosive hairstyle, a sturdy physique, and a somewhat dark, elongated face. The woman had black hair, fair skin, and light blue eyes with delicate eyebrows. There was a sense of déjà vu until the woman called out her daughter's name, and Liu suddenly realized that this was not Satan and his daughter Biddy Li, but rather the family of Gohan's father-in-law. At this moment, Biddy Li's mother was still alive, and Satan was not as arrogant as he would later become. Liu sighed vividly, recalling the image of Biddy Li as righteous, kind, and beautiful. He felt that it was a perfect match for her and Gohan to end up together. Unfortunately, even Liu could not make Gohan go back to high school for the sake of this bride, as Gohan had already been studying high school courses since he was 4. Liu could find no fault in the hybrid Gohan's potential, and moreover, the changes would not only affect Gohan, but also Biddy Li, who would be influenced by her father Satan's circumstances, making it hard to predict the future. Of course, Liu also saw the potential of Earthlings through Biddy Li. In the world of Dragon Ball, every character had a bizarre background. It seemed that only Lepin was somewhat normal, while androids 17 and 18 were artificial humans. Tien was from the 3-eyed tribe Coyotes and never grew up. Krillin lacked a nose and breathed through his skin, and Piccolo was a Namekian. The rest were either Saiyans or hybrid Saiyans. The assistant of the cat, immortal Yachirobe, actually had considerable potential, able to match 15-year-old Son Goku, which made him a formidable pure Earthling who, unfortunately, his timid and lazy personality led him to merely run errands. Biddy Li, however, was a genuine Earthling. Later, she learned the technique of flight from Gohan, effortlessly externalizing her energy after just 1 meal, mastering floating on the first day and flying proficiently within a month, demonstrating that Earthlings could also become powerful if given the right resources. A man exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, you are the fighting champion, Mr. Satan." Satan smugly replied, "How, I didn't expect someone here to recognize me." Suddenly, everyone in the restaurant was drawn in. Those reporters who had struggled all day to find a topic became excited upon hearing fighting champion and rushed over. "Mr. Satan, have you entered the preliminaries? Mr. Satan, do you have confidence in reaching the finals? Mr. Satan, we would like to request an exclusive interview, may we?" Satan took off his outer garment, revealing a skin-tight tank top bulging with muscles, and posed in several exaggerated boxing stances, prompting the reporters to take numerous photos. Satan's wife and daughter also looked on with admiration. Since I'm participating in the martial arts tournament, I am definitely going to win the championship. But during the strength test today, there were many terrifyingly strong competitors. Those cheating guys shouldn't be taken too seriously. Nuwa, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly became furious, realizing they were talking about her. At that moment, a stunning blonde with big waves glanced at the photo in her hand, her eyes fixated on Li Yu, and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Yu, one of the top 4 from the last martial arts tournament?" Li Yu glanced at the press badge on this reporter's chest and replied, "Yes, Miss Luna, what would you like to ask?" He was not impatient. Upon realizing that she was from AHO Entertainment, the crowd was instantly attracted, making the still posing Satan feel awkward. Li Yu had an impression of AHO Entertainment. He occasionally watched it while resting with Bulma and didn't expect them to come for an interview. Though Luna was young, she was still quite professional. She immediately noticed that Li Yu was the focal point among the 4, while Kairatsu and Tien were also top 4 from the 22nd tournament, with Tien even having won the championship. However, in the last tournament, due to the interference of the demon, a disaster occurred, and ultimately the organizers canceled the 1st and 2nd places. Li Yu's son Goku, Majin Buu, the demon, and Tien were the top 4. Mr. Li Yu, the information states that you are a researcher at the Capsule Corporation. I'm very curious why you would participate in the martial arts tournament and be so impressive. I no longer hold a position at the Capsule Corporation. I joined the martial arts tournament to test my cultivation results. Oh, by the way, these two are Mr. Tien and Mr. Kairatsu, right? Mr. Tien is the champion of the 22nd martial arts tournament, and Mr. Kairatsu also performed excellently. I'm curious, are the 3 of you friends? Why are you together? Kairatsu proudly responded, "We 3 are fellow disciples of the Crane School." The others nodded. Luna became excited, feeling lucky. Oh, who is this little sister? At that moment, she noticed a sulky little girl. The little girl pointed at Li Yu and said, "Humph, I am the daughter of Governor Li Yu of the Earth Center City, Nuwa. I am also participating in the competition this time." Nuwa was displeased after being called a cheat and ignored, so she directly asserted her authority. Luna looked at the two and thought they didn't resemble father and daughter at all. At this moment, a male assistant quickly took out a notebook, sweating and reminding Luna this. Luna was astonished and exclaimed, "Nuwa, strength test 999. Are you really a contestant, Nuwa?" Nuwa looked proud. "Wait, you're talking about the governor of Earth Center City, Li Yu, the one who suddenly rose in a desert to become a super city, personally appointed by the king, rumored to be a mysterious young man." Seeing Li Yu's calm demeanor, Luna began to believe it as gasps filled the restaurant. Even Satan and his wife were astonished, unable to close their mouths. After recovering, Luna suddenly realized this was a rare opportunity. Quickly adjusting her mood, Luna said, "Mr. Li Yu, who do you think will be your opponent in this martial arts tournament?" Li Yu was taken aback, intending to be modest, but ultimately replied, "Honestly, Son Goku and Krillin." Instantly, the restaurant became noisy with all sorts of nonsensical questions being thrown out. Luna could no longer ask further, and trying to please handed over a business card. After Li Yu accepted it, he stood up and, having no more answers, walked towards Satan. Satan, unfazed, stood up, looking imposing at 188 meters tall, while Miguel pulled bitterly behind him. The 2 men stood facing each other, and Li Yu, with a relaxed expression, said, "Satan, stop playing those little tricks. I still respect your strength among Earthlings who do not know how to harness energy, but there are too many on Earth who can fight using energy." Li Yu pointed at Biddy Lee and said, "I have a student who is just like her, only 4 years old. If you do not want to hinder her future, you can find me after the competition." Satan looked disdainful, thinking his daughter needed someone else to teach her was ridiculous. However, given the disparity in their statuses, Satan did not retaliate, merely waiting to teach this naive kid a lesson during the match. Tien and Kairatsu were curious about why Li Yu attached so much importance to this ordinary man and his daughter. Li Yu murmured, "Consider it my compensation to them." The venue finally opened, allowing the audience to enter. The vast hall, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, left previous competitors and spectators in awe, while newcomers were equally astonished by the sheer scale of such a grand competition. The martial arts arena was a massive oval-shaped space at the center of the audience, built on a foundation of large solid stone slabs, with polished tiles of 1 square meter laid across it. The entire area, approximately 1,000 square meters, was divided into 8 independent fighting zones of 100 square meters each, with different colored materials used to demarcate them. Upon seeing this, many elders understood that the preliminary rounds would no longer be held backstage as before, but rather in plain view of the audience, with all 8 groups competing simultaneously. The audience from all over the world had filled the entire venue, and the cacophony of voices buzzed incessantly. Soon, numerous speakers throughout the hall erupted with exhilarating music, igniting the fervor of martial arts enthusiasts, while passionate shouts echoed like waves throughout the venue. Next, we will announce a few contestants who have entered the preliminaries but cannot be contacted. Please come to the reception desk. Although mobile phones are now ubiquitous, some martial artists still refuse to use them. Bang! The enormous bronze gong was struck by two burly men. The speakers across the venue simultaneously blared, "Oh, thank you all for traveling from afar to participate in the 24th World Martial Arts Conference. We appreciate your efforts." As you can see, the Martial Arts Conference held every 3 years almost faced cancellation due to unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, we received strong support from the King, and numerous organizations like Universal Capsule Company have provided tremendous assistance, allowing us to proceed just 1 year later. Everyone is eager to know who will wear the crown of the world's best this time. Of course, aside from the honor, the champion will also receive a generous prize of 30 million Sony, while the runner-up will earn 10 million Sony. Let us all await the results with anticipation. The host's passionate voice resonated through the venue's speakers, stirring the audience into a frenzy. Next, I will announce the competition rules and the upcoming events. Killing is prohibited during the competition, and no weapons are allowed. Those who violate these rules will be disqualified. Surrendering, falling down for 10 seconds, or being thrown out of the arena will be considered a loss. Due to the large number of contestants, we will use a power testing device to select 128 of the strongest participants for the preliminaries. Among them, 8 will advance to compete randomly against the top 8 contestants from our previous 3 events in the quarterfinals. The preliminaries will be limited to 10 minutes. If no winner is determined by the end of the time, our judges will make the final call on victory or defeat. Over 100 contestants were already warming up in the preliminary area, most of them brawny figures, while Nuwa and contestant 17 stood out, a quiet silver-haired little girl and a boy with a blank expression, arms crossed. Both ignored the fierce-looking individuals around them. Upon realizing that these two were also contestants, many hoped to face them, thinking it would be an easy victory. However, those truly skilled with keen perception felt a tinge of trepidation towards the two. The organizers had also manipulated the seeding, placing the top 8 as seed contestants in separate groups to prevent the strongest from facing each other too early and being eliminated. A servant rushed over to Liu and the others, saying, "Contestants, the knockout rounds will begin half an hour after the preliminaries end. Please prepare in the backstage lobby." Liu glanced at contestant 17 and Nuwa in the audience aisle and said, "Let's go. Aren't you going to watch Nuwa's match?" Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were both very curious about Nuwa. "No need, she will come over in a bit." Although Liu did not know how Nuwa's body was created, he believed in the resources and abilities she possessed. Seeing her control her strength precisely, he knew that the preliminaries would be no challenge for her. At this moment, Liu's heart was tumultuous. Having come here to escape, he was finally about to meet contestant 18. Liu understood the actions of contestant 18 when she left last time were more like a joke, as after regaining her freedom, she never sought him out. The wish from Shenlong was also rejected by her. After losing her memory, she was like himself when he lost his memory, with no recollection of each other. Liu collected his thoughts, exhaling deeply, casting aside his worries. As a transmigrator, why should he be so entangled? Break free from shackles and move forward boldly. However, upon entering the waiting area, contestant 18 was nowhere to be found, just 3 other individuals. Namwu sat cross-legged, his eyes brightening upon seeing Tianjin Fan. Naturally, he came to participate in this competition to redeem himself after suffering 2 consecutive defeats to Tianjin Fan. Although not completely humiliating, Tianjin Fan had once won the championship and was a strong contender, yet what he did not know was that the gap between him and Tianjin Fan would only grow wider. Kellen's anger flared upon seeing Liu, as Kellen had been killed by Liu before. Though revived by Shenlong, the grudge remained. Most infuriatingly, this guy had Bulma and was trying to take away his goddess, contestant 18. That was intolerable. Sun Wukong, however, wore a sunny expression. Seeing his old rival Liu, he bore no grudges and was the first to greet the 3. He exchanged pleasantries with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, thanking them for rescuing Gohan. Although Liu regarded Sun Wukong as a rival, seeing him smiling made Liu's heart feel uneasy. The preliminaries progressed quickly. Winning 4 matches in a row would allow a contestant to advance, but for most it was merely a dream. Those who thought encountering Nuwa and contestant 17 was a stroke of luck soon found themselves in dire straits. Nuwa, employing some unknown means, dispatched opponents before they could even approach her, sending them flying out of the arena or rendering them unconscious. Contestant 17, however, was all about raw power. After a previous competition where he felt he might die due to a despicable opponent, he was determined to unleash his frustrations this time. His opponents either surrendered in terror or fainted outright. Satan also struggled to defeat 4 opponents to advance alongside other contestants like Gappa Wang, Lepin, and Gret. In less than an hour, all 8 contestants had won 4 matches, concluding the preliminaries. Peng and contestant 18 entered the waiting area one after another, and everyone wore different expressions. It was once again Sun Wukong who broke the silence greeting the two. Upon seeing her again, Li Yes' heart raced, wanting to embrace contestant 18 protectively. It felt like first love. However, contestant 18 did not glance at Li Yu, but instead fixed her gaze on Sun Wukong, as defeating Sun Wukong had become her obsession. Li Yu smiled wryly, realizing the fickleness of fate. When you don't care, she's right beside you. When you do care, she's already far away. Li Yu and the others approached No. 18 inquiring about the situation of the two siblings, while Li Yu was at a loss for words, and No. 18 responded perfunctorily. No. 17 and Nuwa emerged from a group of burly men and approached Li Yu, both curiously sizing each other up. Dumpling said, "It's great that both of you can take the stage now." 17 and Nuwa. No. 17 looked at Nuwa with some confusion, saying, "Senior brother Dumpling, those guys are just ordinary people not worth worrying about." Then No. 17 finally gathered the courage to look at Li Yu, saying, "Humph, I came to this competition to defeat you." Saying this made No. 17 inexplicably nervous, clenching his teeth, sweat already forming on his back. Everyone except Nuwa knew that No. 17 and Li Yu were somewhat at odds, so they hesitated to persuade him. Li Yu felt he treated his brother-in-law well despite their previous fights. "All right, we'll meet in the arena, but you need to put in effort. If you lose early, there will be no chance left." No. 17's words seemed to ease the tension, and he did not argue, as the true strength would be revealed in the arena. No. 18 suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Li Yu, thank you." Li Yu was surprised and asked what. "Regarding the matter of the Divine Dragon, we have reached an agreement with Grol, so we do not need the Divine Dragon's assistance." Li Yu frowned. No. 18, what are your plans after the competition? "Once I defeat Sun Wukong, of course I will return." "Return to Grol?" "No way." Li Yu felt some anger. No. 18 laughed in anger. "My affairs are none of your business. I won't allow any other man to touch your body." Li Yu, in a fit of emotion, grabbed No. 18's arm. No. 18 was equally furious, a violent aura erupting, causing the furnishings in the room to fly and glass shattered. Clint, who was looking for an excuse to approach No. 18, was unexpectedly slammed against the wall. Sun Wukong hurried over as a peacemaker, saying, "Don't fight here, or you'll be disqualified from the competition." Sun Wukong was genuinely afraid of having no opponent. Satan got up from the floor, completely confused about the situation. Seeing No. 18 angry made Li Yu feel a bit alarmed, and he quickly released No. 18. Although No. 18 was actually around 20 years old, having died once and been frozen, and not knowing how Grol had modified her body remained the same. Li Yu estimated that No. 18's mental age was also in a rebellious stage. The more he pressured her, the more counterproductive it might become. At this moment, Nuwa, who had been overlooked, became furious. Not knowing the situation, she felt that these two clearly held hostility towards her father, and now they were even fighting. Nuwa extended her white palm and slapped towards No. 18. No. 18 was caught off guard and was slapped into the air, but managed to stabilize herself, realizing that her attacker was a little girl. Furious, No. 18 lunged forward, and the two small figures moved quickly, engaging in a flurry of blows where walls and floors bore the marks of fists and palms. The air was filled with shadows and the sounds of violent collisions. Satan, the werewolf Loki, and King Gappa all hid behind Greta, whose massive form had nowhere to escape and had to shrink his body as much as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, only Li Yu could stop them from further demolishing the house. Li Yu joined the fray, blocking one with one hand. No. 18 realized she was being countered with just one hand, flames of fury igniting from her heart. Ignoring everything else, she pushed her speed and strength to the maximum, determined to bring this arrogant man down. Nuwan knew that her father wouldn't harm her, so she didn't engage him directly, instead lunging at No. 18 to attack. However, Li Yes' changing moves were too swift, and Nuwa could never succeed. While the others had yet to notice, Sun Wukong had a serious expression. Only he saw the problem. Li Yes' changes were too rapid, not premonition, but an instant reaction. This had already contradicted Sun Wukong's understanding of martial arts. Clenching his fists, a fervent fighting spirit surged within him. Li Yu finally intervened, forcing the two back, and shouted for them to stop. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the host hurriedly ran over and advised, "The competition is about to start. The two contestants should settle it in the arena." No. 18 also regained her composure, shocked by Li Yes' strength. Although they couldn't fight freely here, it felt like Li Yes' speed was too fast, and she had no confidence in defeating him. She still underestimated the little girl. At this moment, Nuwa pointed at No. 18 with displeasure and questioned, Daddy, why are you still helping her? Except for Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, who were already aware the others were dumbfounded. No. 18's previously calm demeanor was about to explode again. Sun Wukong timely added fuel to the fire. She's your daughter with Bulma. Li Yu hurriedly said, how is that possible? I've only known Bulma for 5 or 6 years. You've misunderstood as she's my daughter Nuwa, but it's not what you think. Li Yu didn't want to explain that Nuwa was a robot. With this statement, everyone nodded, still unsure how to comprehend it. After all, Li Yu appeared to be only 18, and most thought she was a girl he adopted. Is the farce over? Let's start drawing lots, Dooley impatiently reminded the host. Yes, everyone please draw lots. The lot numbers will determine the order of appearance. The host began to call out names. Sun Wukong, Satan Lepin No, 18, and others drew numbers one after the other. To avoid interference, Li Yu decided to be in a different large group from Sun Wukong. Nuwa reached for a numbered ball, without looking directly, showing the number face up towards No, 18, filled with provocation. Soon the list was out. Sun Wukong against Tianjin Fan, Lepin against Greta, Satan against Lucky No, 18 against Nuwa No, 17 against Dumpling, King Gappa against Nameless Werewolf against Maginia, and Li Yu against Klen. The audience was already impatient, but fortunately there was a big screen playing some exciting footage from the preliminary rounds. The enthusiastic voice of the host resounded again. The thrilling competition is about to begin. We will use 4 competition venues running simultaneously, with each match extended to 20 minutes. In the first group, Sun Wukong will battle Tianjin Fan, Lepin will face Greta, Satan will fight Loki, and No, 18 will clash with Nuwa. After the first group concludes, we will proceed to the second group. Sun Wukong versus Tianjin Fan is truly a fateful battle. Other than the first match, where Tianjin Fan narrowly won, he quickly lost the second. This is the third match. Although Tianjin Fan used an 8 times gravity training field, King Kai's planet itself has 10 times gravity. Sun Wukong has been eating, sleeping, and living there, and with King Kai's guidance and the Saiyans' unique physiology, it is nearly impossible for Tianjin Fan to surpass Sun Wukong. Although Lepin has had bad luck every time and has not achieved good results, his fundamentals are still solid. He easily wins against Greta, who is just large in size, but lacks combat power. Loki is a black boxer, and making it through the preliminaries is a sign of both luck and skill. When he encounters the lucky Satan, the two can at least have an evenly matched bout, tussling for 20 minutes until Satan finally knocks Loki down. Although she looked down on Nuwa's strength, winning was not an easy feat. Time was tight, and as soon as she entered the arena, No, 18 furrowed her brows and adopted a serious stance. Nuwa, however, was unperturbed and continued to make faces at No, 18. As the sound of the gong signaled the start of the match, No, 18 leaped forward and collided with Nuwa. Nuwa's major tribute, which allowed her to attack from a distance, struggled against No, 18's close combat style. No, 18's speed increased, but once her attacks reached Nuwa's body, 9/10 of their power was dissipated by an invisible barrier. The remaining 1/10 could not inflict damage on Nuwa's solid form, yet the force still sent her flying, leaving her in a rather awkward position. Among the audience were many formidable martial artists from around the globe. They had not entered the competition, but were captivated by the battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, their strength deeply impressing the onlookers. At the same time, other spectators were drawn to the fight between the two little girls. To cater to their interest, the big screen was broadcasting their match live, and even the host was waving flags and cheering. Though Nuwa had not been injured, the fact that she was being hit passively was undeniable. If this continued, she would eventually be declared the loser. No, 18 charged again, and Nuwa extended her right palm towards her, emitting a wave of energy. No, 18 had experienced this force multiple times and knew she could easily break free with just a slight release of her chi. At this point, based on her experience, Nuwa should have prepared to defend against No, 18's close-range attacks. However, in an unexpected move, she mirrored her right hand's action with her left, but the metallic ring on her left arm turned a blazing white, indicating a tremendous energy conversion was occurring. No, 18 suddenly felt a sense of danger and crossed her arms to shield her head and chest. A chill rushed toward her, and in an instant, No, 18 leaped to the side. Looking at the frost forming on her arm, she clenched her fists, releasing her chi, which felt as if it were igniting. Yet the frost only melted slowly. Shaking her arm, the numbness lingered, and facing Nuwa's mysterious attack, No, 18 began to tread cautiously. However, the cold sensation was not confined to the small arena. The entire audience seemed to calm down suddenly, as if their hearts were frozen. Li Yu, worried about unforeseen events, had been closely watching the two fighters, and was equally puzzled by Nuwa's ultimate move. In the divine temple, Bobo, dressed in Indian attire, was observing the world below. Glancing back at the deity who was sitting motionless with an air of tranquility, Bobo suspected that the deity might have been asleep. Turning his attention back to the myriad happenings in the world below was his only source of entertainment in the divine temple. Just then the deity's head leaned in closer and Bobo exclaimed, "Deity, you aren't asleep." Bobo, I just had a strange feeling. In the arena, now you know my power, right? Little girl, you still have a long way to go. This time I will be serious. Don't cry if you lose." Facing the petite Nuwa, 18 could still play the big shot, sneering as she spoke. Nuwa also knew the time was running out. Although her opponent couldn't harm her, it was easy to push her out of the arena. Thus, Nuwa no longer held back her power, and the 4 rings on her hands and feet emitted a dazzling white light. This time, even though 18 dared not directly receive Nuwa's attack, and for a moment, she could not close the distance. No. 18 ran quickly, watching as time slipped away. Suddenly, she leaped to attack Nuwa. Nuwa extended her palm to intercept. Just as she was about to unleash a full combo on 18 Phantom technique, Nuwa's reaction speed was incredibly fast. Without thinking, she adjusted the direction of her attack behind her, only to be met by an energy blast. The blast wasn't powerful, but it still sent Nuwa flying. No. 18 couldn't afford to kill her for the sake of victory, so she seized the chance to chase after Nuwa, aiming to kick her away. However, an unexpected event occurred. 18 stared blankly at Nuwa, realizing that once a female warrior entered intense combat, her outfit could easily be damaged. Nuwa was overly confident, daring to step into the arena in ordinary clothing, and at this moment, she could only protect her chest with both hands. Coincidentally, the camera automatically zoomed in on Nuwa, causing the big screen to display close-up shots, igniting the audience's excitement. The crowd roared, especially the passionate male spectators who cheered wildly for Nuwa. Although she was a robotic child, exposing her body in front of so many people was unbearable for the now humane Nuwa, and the others hadn't yet grasped the situation. Nuwa's silver hair danced wildly, spreading out behind her like wings that reflected dazzling light, and her eyes transformed into silver orbs, 6 beams of light dazzling enough to blind ordinary people. In that moment, Nuwa became the center of the entire space, like an angel of light. By now, Sun Wukong and the others had finished their match, gazing at the little girl in the sky. Even Sun Wukong frowned as terrifying energy gathered in the sky. What was once a clear sunny morning was now shrouded in layers of dark clouds, with sunlight slowly fading away. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black, devoid of even a glimmer of starlight. The arena's automatic lighting seemed to awaken the audience, and some could no longer bear the sudden change, screaming. Countless lightning bolts suddenly surged through the clouds above, quickly gathering in an orderly fashion above the arena, resembling fish leaping out of the water, continuously merging into a mysterious circular current that grew thicker. At that moment, the core city was engulfed in darkness, and the central research facility trembled ominously. The energy reserves had dropped to 30%, and upon receiving a remote command from Liu, the energy supply ceased. Core City quickly restored its lights, leaving the citizens bewildered. Yet the terrifying energy above Nuwa hung like a sword over everyone's heads. Despite Liu's backstage command for Nuwa to halt her actions, she had self-shielded. At this moment, all of Nuwa's rage was directed at 18, who gazed back at Nuwa without a hint of fear, just like when she faced Sun Wukong back in the day, ready to fight to the last, even if it meant being shattered. Nuwa raised her right hand high, a thick strand of lightning being drawn to her pointed fingertip, seeming as if by merely extending her delicate hand the massive bolt would strike down. What a joke! Such energy could erase the entire Papaya Island from the face of the earth. The deity had descended before Sun Wukong, shouting, "This is madness. Wukong, stop her at once." Sun Wukong looked at Liu, who replied, "Do not interfere." The deity urged anxiously, "You do not understand. This will bring terrible disaster to the earth." Liu paid no mind, having already concentrated his spirit. Every blade of grass, every rock, and every insect on Papaya Island gradually transformed into images in his mind. An invisible presence began to spread, and Liu slowly floated before 18. No. 18 angrily said, "Get away. I don't need your help." Yet panic appeared in Nuwa's gaze. Liu understood that commanding Nuwa to retract her attack was unrealistic. A slight misstep could result in Nuwa's body being completely disintegrated into atoms. It was also impractical to have 18 leave. Given her temperament, she would not want to make futile efforts. Liu encouraged Nuwa, "Give me the lightning. I can neutralize it." Nuwa was on the verge of tears, but she couldn't be distracted. Since she had received Li Ye's command, it remained her top priority. Like a heavenly thunder tribulation, the lightning descended. Such lightning far exceeded Li Yu's understanding of electrical phenomena and physics, yet its very existence rendered it plausible. 100-meter-thick bolt descended from the heavens. Li Yu spread his palms wide to meet it heat in while Android 18 unleashed her full aura. Sun Wukong shielded the Earth's guardian deity. Taiyan's Henfin, Jiaozi Leping, and Krillin likewise gathered their chi to confront the cataclysm. It erupted like a miniature sun blazing across the sky. Chi-Chi shielded Gohan and cried out for Sun Wukong. Her voice swallowed whole by the deafening chaos of the arena and the overwhelming presence of countless cultivators utterly unnoticed. Torrents of raw current danced through the air, piercing straight into the soul. In an instant, crowds collapsed unconscious, flying insects dropped lifeless to the ground, convulsing earthworms writhed violently on the surface, tender grass withered to brittle yellow, or stones exhaled wisps of azure smoke. Fish and shrimp drifted motionless, stunned atop the water's surface. Android 18 lay cradled in Li Yu's arms, her armor shattered, her body charred, black blood streaming ceaselessly. Even the peripheral energy radiating from the epicenter had gravely wounded her. As she gazed up at the man before her, his features slowly merged with those of a long-buried memory. She sighed softly and slipped into peaceful slumber. Nuwa had already lapsed into unconsciousness, lying similarly unconscious upon another's chest. Chi-Chi glanced wildly around and recoiled in shock. Tens of thousands sprawled senseless across the grounds. She snatched Gohan into her arms. Gohan, are you all right? Li Yu sensei. Gohan pointed skyward. Though distant, he clearly saw Li Yu nod toward them. Chi-Chi whispered softly, Li Yu. At that moment, Sun Wukong spotted Chi-Chi and Gohan and shot forward in a blur. Chi-Chi, Gohan, are you unharmed? Dad. Gohan leapt joyfully into Sun Wukong's embrace, while Sun Wukong drew Chi-Chi close to his chest. You're both here. I was terrified. Thank the heavens you're safe. Chi-Chi remained dazed, her body slack against Sun Wukong's chest. Yet that silhouette imprinted itself deep within her heart. In that quiet instant, she realized this was true happiness. Without bidding farewell, Li Yu departed immediately, carrying the two women back to the Geocentric City Research Institute. Android 17, stunned by the earlier spectacle, stood frozen, then seeing her sister carried away, silently followed in pursuit. Taiyan's Henfin and Jiaozi prepared to leave as well. When Li Yu's voice resonated directly in their minds, Android 18 and Nuwa are unharmed. I'll take them back for treatment. Senior brothers may return after the tournament concludes. They exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement. Though Android 18's injuries were severe, they posed no immediate threat to her life. So Li Yu withheld the sacred being. He harbored private reservations. What if restored instantly? She simply turned and walked away. Li Yu's superhuman abilities were steadily recovering. He resolved to use them to repair Android 18's body, taking advantage of her current state of utter physiological stillness, when his power could permeate her form most deeply and completely. As for Nuwa, Li Yu found her internal physiology utterly inscrutable. He would have to await her awakening and ask her himself. Back home, he dressed her carefully, entrusted her care to the automated attendants, then carried Android 18 into the research facility. Android 17 trailed Li Yu silently, too timid to speak. Li Yu issued no invitation, only instructed her to stand guard outside the door. She obeyed without hesitation. The scene echoed hauntingly. Li Yu shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. This time, Android 18's condition was infinitely worse than before. Last time, Sun Wukong's blows had merely fractured several bones, knocked out her teeth, swollen her face, and inflicted serious internal trauma. Yet a single sacred being had healed her entirely. Now over half her body bore third-degree burns, internal organs protruded through ruptured flesh, many already necrotic. One arm had been reduced to ash, half her face was blackened and blistered beyond recognition. Beauty was gone, only horror remained. Had Li Yu not concentrated his energy solely to shield her brain, she would have perished outright. As Li Yu wielded his abilities to mend her frame, he probed deeper, identifying latent vulnerabilities. If you seek strength, he murmured inwardly, then I shall replace your neural architecture, install third-generation chips, forge synaptic terminals, and reconstruct 3 primary neural networks. Alas, the energy limitation remained unsolved. Li Yu knew even Sun Wukong's Saiyan cells could not guarantee a Super Saiyan transformation, let alone in a female body. To never duel Sun Wukong is regrettable, but today's gains are substantial indeed. A faint knowing smile curved Li Yu's lips. His confrontation with the lightning had revealed a profound truth, the essence of true power. Concentrated into a single point, lightning's energy could shatter an island into dust, yet evenly dispersed it left the land untouched. It was like pricking a balloon with a needle. The balloon bursts. But distribute that same needle's force uniformly across the balloon's surface, or even throughout its interior, and not only does the balloon remain intact, it may well pierce the hand holding the needle. The same principle applied to planets. Though Liyu's own powers could not yet envelop an entire world, perception itself posed a fundamental limit. His abilities possessed a finite range beyond which awareness dissolved. To this day, he could not precisely gauge their extent, yet this event confirmed his reach now surpassed even Papaya Island. Gradually, spectators stirred awake. The injured received aid, the timid withdrew, abandoning the tournament altogether. The bold remained, awaiting the organizers' next move, forcing the hosts to announce with palpable reluctance that the competition would continue. Chi-Chi finally exhaled in relief. If the tournament ended, so too would the prize money. She urged Sun Wukong fiercely when the championship. Contestants soon returned to the ring. Yet Liu, Android 17, Android 18, and Yua were all absent. The organizers declared them forfeit. Their opponents advanced automatically. Leping fell to Sun Wukong. Mr. Satan, by sheer fortune, advanced to the semifinals. Sun Wukong admired him deeply. A mortal who still dared fight, yet delivered a single gentle palm strike, and Mr. Satan collapsed unconscious. Against Magina, Krillin lacked even the courage to engage, shortly flung from the ring by Piccolo with effortless ease. Piccolo stood no chance against Sun Wukong. His combat power, speed, and physical might were all vastly inferior. No matter how fiercely he fought, defeat was inevitable. Defeated, Piccolo scorned second-place prize money, departing in silence. Sun Wukong's triumph nearly sent Chi-Chi into rapturous faint, her financial burdens lifted instantly by the massive reward. Sun Wukong and his companions were formally invited by Master Kaiserlukin to join his prestigious martial academy as senior professors, with generous remuneration. The offer thrilled everyone, except Sun Wukong, who declined without hesitation and departed. Leping, meanwhile, breathed easy. Though he'd missed the championship, he'd at least secured runner-up, enough he hoped to cover his monthly aircraft loan payments. Guardian deity, what's wrong? Everyone's safe, aren't they? Sun Wukong asked. The guardian deity, still drenched in cold sweat, stared upward. They are dragging Earth into the abyss. What have they done? Sun Wukong followed his gaze skyward, curious. 50 years ago, a mad scientist threatened the world with forbidden technology. I sealed him in divine ice. That's them, the ones who kidnapped Gohan. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth. Indeed. Fortunately, Liu defeated Dr. Willow, but Willow's base now belongs to Liu. That girl is not human. I suspect she was created by Liu using Willow's malevolent science. Guardian deity, perhaps you worry too much. Nothing truly catastrophic occurred today. I trust Liu can handle it himself. You misunderstand. They are far more dangerous than Willow. That girl commands divine power itself. She has already seized control of most of Earth's spiritual energy. I can barely draw upon it anymore. Didn't you long ago wish to relinquish your role as Earth's guardian deity? Then let her have it. Number 18, somewhat puzzled, got out of bed, but as soon as she stood up, she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Liu rushed over to help her up, and her wound opened, blood slowly seeping out. Number 18 looked at the metallic wall, reflecting her visage, tracing her finger over the charred skin on her face, and then touching her bald head. She smiled at her reflection, but it appeared somewhat grotesque and terrifying. I haven't had the chance to fix your face and some external injuries yet. Aren't men the most concerned about a woman's face? What nonsense. No matter how you change, I will always love you. In that case, there's no need to waste time fixing the face. Liu wanted to slap himself, and seeing the pained expression on his face, number 18 chuckled and said, "What have you done to my brain? I can't control my own body." Despite saying that, number 18 showed no signs of worry. Don't you want to become stronger? I've upgraded the second-generation chip in your brain, and I've replaced the muscle nerve terminals. Now, in addition to your original neural network, you have 3 additional neural networks. The usage methods are in the third-generation chip, and you must learn to use them. To ensure safety and reliability, you must master all 3 neural networks. Number 18's eyes brightened. Your brain is as effective as Gelos. Can you create an unlimited energy furnace? Liu immediately became angry, pressing down on number 18's shoulders and leaning close to look into her eyes. I've already told you Gelo must not touch you again. Tell me the location of Gelos' base, and I'll capture him. Number 18 recalled carefully, then shook her head, unable to remember. Liu had previously inquired about number 17, and he had a general understanding of what the two siblings had experienced over the years. The cunning Gero certainly wouldn't give her an easy chance to be captured, and Liu also felt that Gero had been quite good to him, having helped a lot. Maybe there would be more surprises in the future, so he felt a bit guilty about capturing him now. Number 18 asked in confusion, "What is this?" After several days, Liu had completed the neural modification for number 18. Since she had already awakened, Liu directly took out a celestial bean and handed it to her. "You'll know once you eat it." Number 18, trusting him, chewed and swallowed it without hesitation. Soon a warm current flowed through her body, and her weak body was suddenly filled with vitality. The aching internal organs returned to normal, the scabs on her skin fell off, revealing smooth skin underneath, and the bleeding wounds had healed. Feeling the changes in her body, number 18 was astonished, her mouth agape. "My body has recovered. You were seriously injured during the martial arts tournament last time. After eating this type of celestial bean, you might have forgotten about it." Number 18 pushed Liu away, but as soon as she moved, she fell again. Liu helped her up and said, "You've just started using the 3rd generation chip. Many functions will take time to adapt. Plus, the nerve terminals will require continual practice to master." Number 18 nodded and said, "Then I need you to help me with something." "What?" "I have a strong blood smell. Please help me clean up and find me some clothes." Although Liu was internally eager, he felt a bit intimidated by number 18's petite body. Noticing Liu's hesitation, number 18 said, "If you don't want to, then let number 17 help me." Liu was instantly dumbfounded. What does this mean? He decided to rigorously interrogate number 17 after this, who had no idea he was being set up by his sister. At this moment, there were no spare clothes for number 18. Through the back end, Liu ordered a robot to tailor some. Without a second word, he picked up number 18 and rushed to the bathroom, still pondering that number 18 was 4 years younger than Bulma, who just turned 24. Number 18 should also be 20. Of course, the Research Institute also had a lounge. Number 18 put on Liu's pajamas and fell asleep peacefully. Liu gently stroked her bald head, while number 18 murmured, "Master," not knowing if she remembered her past. Although Nuwa didn't like number 18, she knew she had caused trouble and didn't dare to show off, obediently facing the wall at home. However, even though Nuwa didn't go out, she was aware of everything in the Research Institute, including her father's arrangement of a new stepmother for her. She felt frustrated but had no way to oppose it. By chance, Satan entered the top 4. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Dumpling looked down on Kai's recruitment, but Satan was different. The king's invitation stirred his heart, yet the image of Nuwa resembling a demon god was deeply imprinted in Satan's mind. That Liu could dissolve terrifying techniques into nothingness. If Satan still thought that was a magic trick, Sun Wukong's gentle strike completely shattered that notion. The finals between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu also deeply shocked Satan. Facing the king's invitation, Satan felt somewhat unconfident, knowing very well how he achieved his results. Remembering Liu's words, Satan finally understood what an opportunity it was. Number 18's body was strong, her muscles tight and elastic, even her strength and stamina were comparable to Liu. When they trained together, once they entered a state of forgetting themselves, the vital energy surged, and they truly fought with all their might. A moment's carelessness could lead to serious injuries. Of course, in battle, Liu didn't need to hold back, as number 18's defense was astonishing. Naturally, they both entered a combat state with all their strength, and the consumption of stamina and energy was terrifying. Both possessed Saiyan cells and refused to back down, so Liu had no choice but to give her celestial beans. This left Liu with dark circles under his eyes and feeling lightheaded. "Do we have guests?" Liu sighed in relief, letting number 18 train on her own. Upon returning home, the deity and Sun Wukong had already been invited into the guest room. Liu widened his eyes in shock and said, "Are you kidding? Impossible. Who would want to be your deity?" Sun Wukong advised, "What's wrong with being a deity?" Liu retorted, "Then you be a deity. Didn't the old man like you?" The deity was taken aback, surprised that Liu could see through his thoughts. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "I would go crazy if I had to stay in the heavenly god palace and watch the lower realms every day." The deity said seriously, "Liu, you don't understand. Nuwa can already control most of the divine power of the earth. If she doesn't become the deity of earth, it could very well be dragged into the abyss." Liu dismissed it with disdain. "What you mean is that Nuwa can use divine power, so she must enter your system, or else she will be destroyed or suppressed, just like Dr. Willow." Liu became impatient. "To be honest with you, Nuwa is an artificial intelligence if she has no soul. Asking her to be a deity is simply unrealistic." Both Sun Wukong and the deity were shocked. The deity sensed that Li Yu wasn't lying, but confidently said, although Nuwa isn't human, she does have a soul. Now Li Yu was surprised. He believed the deity wouldn't lie to him. As the god of earth, having the ability to sense souls wasn't strange. Li Yu, curious, asked, what about me? Do I have a soul? Sun Wukong and the deity exchanged glances. The deity stared at Li Yu for a moment and said helplessly, every human should have a soul. Your soul is quite weak. Young man, you need to live with some moderation. Li Yu ignored the deity's last statement, murmuring, I have a soul now. Regardless of whether it is oneself becoming an immortal or allowing Nuwa to become one, Li Yu would never agree. With power comes responsibility, and with strength comes restraint. Not to mention the hierarchical suppression within the system. Even the devil's special magic sealing wave, specifically targeting gods, poses a significant threat. Li Yu would not allow himself and Nuwa to take such risks, directly refusing the celestial god, while also informing them that in the future someone named Danny would become a good immortal for Earth. However, Li Yu was uncertain about the future. Saying so was merely a way to placate the two, preventing trouble for himself and Nuwa. Satan's family was already waiting in the living room outside, and upon seeing Sun Wukong, Satan was momentarily taken aback. Hi Satan, you're here to see Li Yu too. Sun Wukong initiated the greeting. Satan chuckled awkwardly in response, and Sun Wukong didn't mind as he flew directly up to the sky with the celestial god from the balcony. After seeing off the two, Li Yu turned to look at Satan's family, who had already stood up to pay their respects. Although there were still dark circles under his eyes, he quickly adjusted his expression, exuding confidence and composure with an extraordinary demeanor. Mr. Satan, Miss Miguel, and Miss Biddleye, please take a seat. Greetings, Governor. Miguel's voice was sweet. Your Excellency Li Yu, I am here to apologize for what happened that day. Oh, I misunderstood your goodwill, Satan said, also steeling himself. At this moment, Biddleye was not shy, either, standing beside her mother with wide eyes looking towards Li Yu. Biddleye has a high talent in martial arts. If she can enter the practice early, she may achieve unimaginable feats in the future. If you don't mind, I would like to take her as my student. Satan hesitated a bit, and Miguel was even more reluctant. Oh, by the way, Son Gohan is the child of that man from earlier, and also my student. Son Gohan and Biddleye are of the same age, and I believe they will become very good classmates. Additionally, my teaching is not that of a nanny. Her daily life needs to be taken care of by you, as I only impart knowledge. Therefore, you will need someone to look after her in the underground city. Satan and Miguel were overjoyed and expressed their willingness. Satan, your potential is also quite good. If you want to break through your current strength, I can introduce you to my two senior brothers who can teach you techniques for using and cultivating chi. Of course, how far you can go depends on yourself. Satan's eyes sparkled, bowing deeply in heartfelt gratitude. Li Yu glanced at Miguel and couldn't help but remind her, Miguel, if you continue to neglect your health for work, in less than 10 years your body will be worn out, and you will regret it too late. Miguel was taken aback, having felt fatigued during this time, and upon hearing Li Yu's words, both became tense. After Miguel's death, Satan took advantage of the name of the greatest in the world to act recklessly, and Biddleye was furious. However, it seems that Satan and his wife were still very affectionate. Adjust your lifestyle. Even though you don't practice martial arts, you can still cultivate chi, which will make your body healthier. The two thanked Li Yu once again, and he sent them off, asking them to find a good place to live. When Son Gohan arrives at the underground city, he would let Biddleye come here to study. As for Chi not allowing Gohan to learn martial arts, Li Yu naturally ignored it. Similarly, Biddleye also needed to study science. Although she was far behind Gohan in basics, with some means she could catch up. Seeing her sister in good health, number 17 began training with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Number 17 initially thought that apart from Sun Wukong and Li Yu, no one else could be her opponent, but the reality hit her hard. Master Tianjin Fan made her deeply realize her ignorance. While number 17 believed she was improving quickly, others had already left her far behind. Li Yu guided number 18 in adapting to the changes in her body. Number 18 lost her balance and fell from the air once again. Li Yu hurriedly caught her and popped the Senzu bean, immediately feeling invigorated. Chi, who received the reward, treated Sun Wukong and Gohan to a meal, only to regret it later, as that meal cost half a year's living expenses. As the great contributor, Chi gave Sun Wukong an extended holiday. Naturally, Sun Wukong enjoyed himself to the fullest. If it weren't for knowing that his brother was about to arrive on Earth, he would have immediately flown back to King Kai's planet to complete all of his training. The nickname Light Angel Thunder Goddess for Nuwa spread throughout the world of young boys and girls, and close-up shots became their treasures. Li Yu had no choice but to use both soft and hard measures to eliminate these images, but he was powerless against those that had been downloaded by individuals. The greatest impact of the martial arts tournament was that the public began to embrace martial arts fervently, with even the higher-ups of various factions realizing the power of personal combat. However, Consolidation had already taken the lead. Satan, Lepin, Klin, Greta, and others were all recruited as martial arts professors at high salaries, teaching Consolidating soldiers and students. Other factions followed suit, establishing martial arts academies and hiring renowned martial artists as teachers. Martial arts studios and dojos in the community flourished, making martial arts popular among all, a result that both the king and Liu welcomed. Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Hermit, also received multiple invitations, but declined them all. The Turtle Hermit had grown accustomed to a leisurely life and did not wish to expend effort on other matters, although he supported the choices of his disciples. Liu flipped through the roster and paused on a name lost in thought. His expression remained unchanged as he eventually shook his head. Amana, I originally hoped you could live a carefree life, but unexpectedly you were still caught up in this chaotic world. A lady officer with black hair tied in a ponytail, looking no older than 20, stood upright. Her finely textured yellow skin appeared smooth and tight, and her large sapphire blue eyes nervously gazed at Liu, who was also observing her. Liu spoke gently, Amana. A strong and clear response came, Yes, Commander. Amana. Yes. The commander's tone was off, and Imana finally reacted, but became even more anxious. Looking at the tall, poised female warrior, Liu sighed. Imana, you have grown up. Imana asked in confusion, Commander. Imana, you are the first person I met when I came to this world, and for the past 10 years you always called me Brother Lu One. Imana's eyes widened. How could this be? Suddenly summoned by this mysterious commander, Imana was very nervous, unsure if it was good or bad news. It had long been rumored that the commander was a youthful and handsome young man, and Imana finally believed it. But why did this seemingly under 20 commander suddenly say he was her brother Lu Wen? Imana did not know how to respond. Thinking of brother Lu Wen always gave her the courage to survive. After growing up, Imana once sought brother Lu Wen's whereabouts, but after Lu Wen resigned from his job in city, she lost the last clue to him. The village was attacked by enemies, men died in battle, and women were reduced to playthings. Imana managed to escape, saved by the Black Silk Army of Zaruba. Mia, who was about the same age as Imana, quickly became a friend. Imana, eager for revenge, joined the Black Silk Army, training and fighting alongside Mia. Brother Lu won. Imana's tears flowed like a fountain, and she lost her balance. Liu hurriedly supported her, and Imana fell into Liu's arms, crying bitterly. She only wanted to vent all her pain and grievances from these years in the embrace of her only family in this world. Liu gently stroked Imana's delicate shoulders, listening to her pain of losing her loved ones and the joy of avenging her great enmity. Liu also felt guilty. If it had not been for his preoccupation back, then the Black Silk Army would not have been attacked by the coalition forces. Among those foreign coalition soldiers, some were unscrupulous and would invade local villages, while the innocent Bershan tribe suffered. Fortunately, Imana was found by the Black Silk Army. If not for Zaruba, including Imana on the roster as a member of the personal guard, he would still be unaware of everything that had happened. The warmth in his embrace filled Liu's heart, and he couldn't help but recall the scene from their first meeting, cradling her back with one hand and holding her knee with the other, carrying the sleeping Imana to the temporary bed in the office, taking off her outer clothing and shoes, covering her with a blanket. In the past, Imana was like a younger sister to him, but upon their reunion, she had already become a charming lady officer. The celestial deity gazed down at the changes in the realm below, while Bobo looked on with curiosity. Sun Wukong performed push-ups, rapidly counting 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000, before leaping lightly to his feet. Heavenly deity, please increase the weight of my weighted clothing by another 1,000 kilograms, Sun Wukong requested. Unable to leave Earth, he could only think to seek assistance from the celestial deity in the divine hall. Noticing the serious expression on the celestial deity's face, Sun Wukong curiously asked, Heavenly deity, what is the matter? The celestial deity shook his head. The overall spiritual energy of Earth is rising too quickly, and more mortals have begun to cultivate and utilize Qi. I fear that once these mortals gain powerful abilities, they may act recklessly, leading to irreversible consequences. Sun Wukong, however, dismissed the concern, saying, We are constantly training ourselves. Isn't the emergence of more warriors on Earth a good way to protect it better? Wukong, I am just feeling a bit uneasy, the celestial deity said, channeling divine power. Wukong, are you ready? Sun Wukong steadied his stance, clenched his fists, and nodded. Yes, bring it on. The celestial deity pointed a finger at son Wukong, and suddenly his body felt heavy, causing him to plunge toward the ground. Up. With a roar, he released a burst of energy, stabilizing his body with some difficulty as he began to move forward. The most promising 10 young men and women were selected from the Black Flag Army, each radiating great confidence. Liu had already taught them the methods of cultivating chi from the Crane Immortal School. As for how to utilize chi, that would be addressed later once they achieved certain milestones. To give number 18 some work, after consulting with her, Liu handed these selected guards over for her training. Of course, there would be some initial setbacks. The temporarily appointed Captain Mia was quite dissatisfied, and Amana clearly had a problem with this younger sister-in-law. Number 18 would not show mercy while there was still a breath left in them. Liu nervously fed them miraculous fairy beans. Witnessing number 18's methods, the others dared not speak out, and the two young girls did not dare to act out again. Liu suddenly wondered if he should bring in number 17, but he had heard that she was quite happy training with Tianjin Fan. Potential capsules allowed these warriors to forego cultural studies. The smart chip had been equipped with a powerful computing system. They only needed to connect it to their thoughts to accurately use various advanced weapons. Having already grown accustomed to the discomfort brought by the potential capsules, Sun Wufan and Biddy Li also began to cultivate qi. Sun Wufan's body had already accumulated a strong amount of spiritual energy, making his cultivation of qi a natural process. In contrast, Biddy Li made little progress and still had to attend supplementary classes. Despite having the assistance of third-generation chips, Li's expectations for them were different. He required them not to rely on the chips, as those belonged to external items. If one could only utilize them, but not fully control them, it would mean relinquishing control of their own bodies to others. Since Liu had taken them as students, he hoped they could truly stand on their own. A Saiyan spaceship began to slow down. Raditz, with long hair reaching his waist, opened his eyes, feeling cramped in the narrow spaceship, where he could barely stretch his arms. He hoped Kakarot's spaceship was still intact. If it was unusable, he would have to kill him. Raditz absolutely did not want to squeeze into a spaceship with others. Raditz had finally persuaded Prince Vegeta to come alone in search of his brother Kakarot. He thought that he could finally command others, making this unpleasant journey more bearable, and felt a bit happier inside. Raditz closed his eyes and initiated his sleep mode. A baboon chased a slightly smaller grasshopper on this tiny planet, quickly running around it. A bizarre figure with blue skin wearing a hard, broad-shouldered coat was hunched down, counting the small grasses on the ground. With pointed ears and long antennae on his head, his round face resembled that of a shad fish with two short whiskers beside his mouth. His facial features, however, were human-like, complete with a round hat and a pair of lens glasses, and his eyebrows arched into two semicircles, giving him an endearingly foolish appearance. Suddenly lifting his head, this action made the two animals stop playing and stare blankly at him. The grasshopper said, "Lord King, what is the matter?" The baboon also scratched its ear. The Lord King's mouth opened slightly, the quilt flew away. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the grasshopper's face. "Ha ha." The Lord King continued, "Go to the restroom." He laughed heartily, clutching his belly, unable to contain himself as he rolled on the ground in laughter. Finally, catching his breath, the Lord King looked at the emotionless Girigiri and the adorably dazed Baburus, shaking his head in disappointment. "Oh, it's a pity that Sun Wukong like you all lacks a sense of humor. I fear my skills will be lost to posterity." He waved his antennae, pointing in one direction. "Oh, the Saiyan spaceship, has it arrived on Earth so quickly? Is there only one?" The panicked Lord King moved his antennae slowly, trembling slightly. Luckily, Vegeta did not go to Earth. Gently patting his chest, the Lord King sighed in relief. It seemed that the unreliable Lord King still cared about Sun Wukong, thought Girigiri. On a farm on Earth, under a clear sky, birds were soaring and turkeys roamed the ground as an old farmer wiped his sweat, finishing packing the last pile of weeds into his pickup truck. "Wayo, wayo, wayo, just a little more to go." At that moment, a roaring sound came from the sky. The old farmer looked up and saw a red dot streaking across the sky, flooding the heavens with a fiery glow. As the red dot crashed to the ground in the distance, a violent explosion and a towering firestorm erupted. The turkeys, startled, ran around in a panic, and the old farmer gaped, dropping his cigarette on the ground. "What is that thing? Is it a meteor or a UFO?" The old farmer was uncertain about the flying object. "It's right ahead. Oh, let's go take a look." The old farmer slammed the brakes, stopping his car at the edge of a cliff. Looking out, he saw a circular pit with a diameter and depth of about 100 meters, still shrouded in thick smoke from the recent explosion, with a metallic sphere faintly visible at the bottom. "It doesn't look like a meteor. What could it possibly be?" The old farmer, holding his hunting rifle for protection, was about to move closer for a better look when the sphere suddenly split open and a strong figure emerged from within. The figure floated gently down to the ground clad in battle armor, standing at 1.9 meters tall with long hair flowing down to his waist and a sharp, handsome face hinting at a bit of ferocity. It was Raditz, the Saiyan brother of Sun Wukong. Facing the old farmer, Raditz muttered to himself, "It seems the inhabitants of this planet are still alive. That fool Kakarot." The old farmer, having never seen such a being, was now terrified, his hands trembling as he gripped the hunting rifle. "What are you?" The old farmer tightened his grip on the rifle, disengaging the safety and aiming it at the strange being. Raditz lightly tapped the portable detector on his left eye, which beeped in response. A battle power of only 5. "This is utter trash," he muttered to himself as he stepped forward, causing the old farmer to snap under the pressure and fire a bullet from his rifle. "I don't come near, I will kill you all." Raditz grinned wickedly, step by step approaching, his bizarre attire and muscular physique casting immense psychological pressure on the old farmer. Bang! The old farmer could no longer bear it and fired the bullet from his hunting rifle. Raditz raised his hand to his chest, pinching the golden bullet between his 2 fingers. With a cold smirk, he flicked his finger, sending the bullet back, striking the terrified old farmer. The tremendous force sent the farmer's body flying, and the bullet also deflected a nearby car. Looking at the motionless earthling, Raditz disdainfully remarked, "There are actually such weak people." The detector emitted a series of beeping alarms. "This is distance 4,300. Is it Kakarot?" Raditz felt a bit excited. "Distance 4285, Ha-5 energy sources." Raditz looked quizzically in that direction, and soon the beeping sound continued. "Humph, the natives of this planet do have some powerful individuals. Since you are here to seek death, I will wait for you here." Liu had received warnings about Raditz's arrival early on, and many had corroborated this with the fortune teller, but no one knew the exact time. Even Liu did not know when Raditz would descend upon Earth, so it was unrealistic for global surveillance satellites to monitor such a small spaceship. It wasn't until Raditz's ship landed on Earth and caused a violent explosion that it was discovered. However, Liu's response was extremely quick. The elite guards who were training had already arrived at the scene, forming a defensive formation as they descended, 5 members clad in black battle armor. Raditz frowned slightly because aside from these 5 Earthlings with combat power around 100, there were several energy sources approaching as well. Of course, even the technology of aliens is not omniscient. The detector could only sense the vital energy within Earthlings, while it simply returned a question mark for the armor they were wearing. More and more individuals flew in from the sky. Number 18, Liu and the remaining 5 team members all landed and gathered together. Raditz frowned, then smirked, and asked, "A combat power of up to 300, quite impressive. Did you kill Kakarot?" Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's detector sounded again, and he adjusted the range to maximum mode, shocked to find that there were more than one with combat power exceeding 500, and they were continuously approaching. Raditz suddenly felt uneasy. What on earth had happened? Was the information wrong? This was clearly not a low-level planet. Tianjin Fan Dumpling and number 17 had already joined Liu's team. Piccolo's aura was not concealed, landing separately with a combat power close to 800. It seemed Piccolo was also training hard. Tianjin's Sun Wukong, Liu Ping, Krillin, and Master Roshi also arrived one after another and stood together. Their regular combat powers ranged from 200 to around 800. Everyone's faces grew serious, and Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise, "Such a powerful aura." However, Raditz was not feeling well either, sensing that things were getting serious. He nervously asked, "I'm here on Earth looking for my brother. You don't intend to attack me together, do you?" If these Earthlings attacked together, Raditz wouldn't even care about his spaceship and would plan to flee immediately. At this moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward and stood in front of Raditz, looking at the corpse of the old farmer. Sun Wukong angrily declared, "You are indeed an evil alien. I alone can take you down." Raditz, somewhat surprised, said, "Kakarot, we've finally met. Although you've grown up now, I can recognize you at a glance, because you look just like our father. I didn't expect you to still be alive, yet you would say such words, which disappoints me greatly. I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. No matter who you are, I will not stand by if you intend to invade Earth." "Kakarot!" Raditz angrily shouted, "What is going on with this planet? What game are you playing? Have you forgotten that your mission is to exterminate the intelligent life on this planet?" At this moment, Krillin jumped out and said with a grin, "You must be brothers, can't you talk things over?" Raditz glanced at Krillin disdainfully and said, "A native with only 250 combat power. He'll send you on your way soon." Krillin was infuriated by the disdain, saying, "What are you drunk on? Krillin, you're no match for him. Let me handle this." Sun Wukong blocked Krillin and stepped forward. "Wait a minute, how forgetful are you? Did you hit your head as a child? I asked you, didn't you?" This was the second person to say that Sun Wukong had hit his head. Thinking this way, everyone began to believe it somewhat. Sun Wukong nodded. I indeed hit my head when I was young. This scar is still here. Saying this, he touched his head, but that doesn't mean anything. I am Sun Wukong now. Looking at the detector indicating 800 combat power, Raditz, somewhat surprised, said, all right, let me help you remember. After all, I will need your power in the future. Let me tell you, you are not from this planet. You were born on a planet called Vegeta, known as the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. The strongest in the universe warrior race, Saiyans. At this moment, the other onlookers gasped, their expressions one of unfamiliarity. And I am your brother Raditz. It seems you all know now. Raditz only then realized the situation. With his hands in his pockets, number 18 couldn't help but interject, didn't that bald guy already say this earlier? Krillin, upon hearing number 18 mention him, felt deflated after being called bald. Liu crossed his arms and shot a threatening scoff at Krillin. Although Krillin had heard about Wukong's alien brother coming to Earth, he still didn't understand the specific reasons and curiously asked, then why are you and Wukong here on Earth? Raditz mockingly laughed, ha ha ha. The answer is simple. Kakarot was sent here to wipe out all of you Earthlings. Sun Wukong was extremely furious. What did you say? We Saiyans are a proud warrior race searching for suitable planets throughout the universe. After exterminating all intelligent races on them, we sell them at high prices to aliens looking for new homes. This is our job. High combat power planets are directly invaded by adult warriors, while low-level planets like Earth have children sent there just like you were once. Krillin said, if what you say is true, then you are truly too cruel. This is simply chaos. Compared to you, even the Demon King Piccolo seems much more lovable. Piccolo, hovering alone nearby, looked very gloomy. Kakarot, with just you alone, after a few years you could wipe out the troublesome people, but unfortunately you seem to have forgotten your orders. Raditz looked up at the sky as if seeing something through the clouds. Luckily this planet still has a moon. Sun Wukong suddenly diverted, curiously asked, what do you mean by saying luckily this planet still has a moon? Watching the leader achieve success, the crowd was ecstatic. Mia took the lead to charge at Lu Ping, who and his companions had already prepared for her attack. MIA's assault was powerful. Although her training in the Crane Immortal style was short, her armor featured an independent propulsion system. While MIA's martial skills were average, her lethal combat techniques combined with the strength of her armor allowed her to match Lu Ping, whose spiritual energy far exceeded her own in a fierce struggle. Mia had a superb physique, and her armor was crafted by an intelligent system to showcase both fierce power and stunning beauty. Even covered by the helmet, it made Master Roshi salivate, and even Klin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Ping, however, was well aware of the difficulties. This woman's attack speed was alarmingly fast, and her strength was terrifying. Every clash forced Lu Ping to rely solely on his martial arts skills to dissipate the force, resulting in him being frequently knocked back. He sensed that her aura was significantly weaker than his, yet he couldn't help but admire her striking black armor amidst their intense battle. Klin wanted to help, but was skillfully blocked by other teammates. Soon Master Roshi, Klin, and the god were also surrounded, forcing them to fight individually. Although number 18 only taught them the Crane Immortal styles, chi training, control, and martial arts techniques, these team members were elite soldiers of the Black Flag Army. Naturally, they employed military tactics in battle. Had they been equipped with weapons, they would have already unleashed a barrage of artillery. Of course, understanding number 18's personality, these team members knew that this combative leader didn't want them to kill their opponents, but rather to hone their martial arts skills, while the ultimate goal was, of course, to defeat the adversaries. It would have been fine if Master Roshi had fought with all his might, but this old fellow had long since lost his fighting spirit and was more interested in the beauties around him. At that moment, he surrendered outright and was knocked to the ground by several team members working together. The pressure on Klin and the god increased. God, these bastards' iron shells are too hard, and my attacks are being neutralized, unable to injure the people inside. Klin, feeling helpless, hoped the god could find a way out. The god had no solutions either. It was difficult for him to hold on. Relatively speaking, the god was in worse shape than Klin, as his strength had already been surpassed by Klin and Lu Ping, yet they still habitually regarded the god as their mental support. Klin unleashed his solar fist, but to no avail. He instantly bore two black eyes. The god struggled to muster sufficient divine power amidst such intense fighting, lacking the extraordinary control and vast reserves like Nuwa. Thus, he could only rely on his chi to fight, but his combat ability had nearly bottomed out. The god shot out several energy blasts, prompting the guards to evade. Klin seized the opportunity to leap behind the god, turtle Kamehameha. The well-supplied guards rushed forward, and a violent explosion erupted, casting alternating red and white flashes as Clint gasped for breath. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn. Even Raditz, who was currently beating up Din, widened his eyes in surprise as the alarm signaled that the little bald man's combat power had surpassed 1,000. This was Raditz's first encounter with a human whose combat power exceeded 1,000. They can actually boost their combat power temporarily. In reality, Clint's combat power had risen to 700 since he began fighting, but at this moment it had already dropped below 500. Raditz looked again at the fierce battle between Son Goku and the girl, astonished. What? All over 1,000 combat power. You Earthlings can actually increase your combat power in battle. Haha, what a naive alien. Din wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, regaining his confident and calm demeanor. He removed his headgear and kept tossing them to the ground, creating 2 black holes in the earth. At this moment, Din displayed his solid green muscles, grounding himself, clenching his fists, and gathering all his chi. His furious roar was accompanied by a surge of chi, even his muscles swelling to an exaggerated degree. Raditz, dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Impossible, how could this happen?" Din's aura had exceeded 1,000 and was still rapidly rising, finally settling at 1135. His overwhelming momentum swept across the battlefield, dispersing the smoke created by Clint's Kamehameha. In the center stood several shadows, their bodies surrounded by a layer of red energy shields that intertwined, barely visible. Even Din, who had just unleashed his full power, was taken aback of these guys. Having seen Li Yi's black armor, he knew their combat power was significantly superior to these standard armors, thus, he was not surprised. Under the successive onslaughts from Son Goku and Liu, Din was determined to improve himself and diligently practiced his ambitions of dominating the world, fading significantly. Unexpectedly, he became the first target of this newly emerged powerhouse, but Din felt no fear. Battling stronger opponents thrilled him. What? These people can withstand attacks with over 1,000 combat power, using merely over 100. Unbelievable. The continuous surprises kept Raditz's nerves on edge. Although Clint's Kamehameha was blocked by the energy shields, the others were left dizzy from the shockwaves. Their armor's energy was nearly depleted, losing its combat effectiveness. As the Captain Mia was engaged in combat with Lu Ping while also monitoring the situation. Seeing this, she immediately communicated for other team members to protect the incapacitated ones, abandoning the attack on Clint and the others, while also preventing them from aiding Lu Ping and Son Goku. In reality, Mia was overthinking. They were martial artists, not soldiers, and in a fair duel, as long as no one was killed or the power disparity wasn't too great, they generally wouldn't team up. However, with Lu Ping's keen perception of chi, he noticed the opponent's distraction. With a mental shock, he quickly launched a counterattack, causing Mia to suffer a series of heavy blows. The intense shocks were almost unbearable even for Mia inside her armor. Lu Ping's consecutive Wolfang fist attacks had become capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Mia was sent flying, and the prepared chi blast shot out from the ground, striking Mia midair. The explosion unleashed a wave of fire that swept across the sky. Although Lu Ping had actively reduced the chi output of the blast, he still worried about seriously injuring her, as she was a woman. Had he not deemed her attack too fierce, he wouldn't have retaliated so heavily. Before the smoke could clear, a figure lunged out, delivering a powerful kick. Lu Ping blocked with both hands, but was still sent flying. At that moment, she was no longer the black-armored woman, but was clad in brand new red armor. The transparent helmet clearly displayed Mia's exquisite face and fiery short hair, her pink lips stained with a hint of blood. In a moment of crisis, Mia's War God armor activated automatically, unlike any standard armor. Its defensive power, offensive capability, and energy standards were top-notch. Liu had crafted a total of 3 sets, one each for Bulma and Liu, while this remaining set was a production model given to Mia as a reward in their battle against the demon race. Seeing Mia's appearance, both Clint and Lu Ping widened their eyes in astonishment. As they watched their leader achieve success, the crowd erupted with excitement. Mia was the first to charge at Lu Ping, who was already prepared with a defensive stance. Although Mia had only recently begun cultivating the Crane Immortal Flow's energy techniques, her armor boasted an independent power system. Despite her mediocre martial skills, her lethal combat techniques combined with the armor's power output enabled her to hold her own against Lu Ping, whose energy was far superior. Mia's physique was exceptional, and the armor was crafted by an intelligent system to showcase both her formidable strength and exquisite beauty. Even though it covered her face, the turtle immortal couldn't help but drool, while even Clint's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Ping, however, was all too aware of his predicament. This woman's attack speed was terrifying, and her immense strength left him relying solely on his martial skills to deflect her blows. Even though he could sense that her energy was weaker than his, he couldn't ignore the intensity of their clashes. Glancing at her stunning black armor, he felt a twinge of envy. Clin wanted to help, but was skillfully blocked by other team members. Soon the turtle immortal Clin and the Celestial were surrounded, forcing them to fight alone. Although number 18 only taught them the crane immortal flow's breathing techniques, energy manipulation, and martial skills, these team members were elites of the Black Flag Army. Naturally, they fought using military tactics. Had they been equipped with weapons, they would have unleashed cannon fire upon the battlefield. Understanding number 18's character, the team knew that their combative leader didn't want them to kill their opponents, but rather to hone their martial skills, with the objective being to defeat the adversary. If the turtle immortal were to fight with all his might, it would be one thing. However, this old fellow had lost his fighting spirit long ago and spent his days scheming after the beautiful women around him. At this moment, he simply gave in and was knocked down by several team members. Clin felt an increasing pressure. Celestial, these bastards' iron shells are too tough. My attacks are being neutralized and can't harm the people inside. Clin was at his wits' end, hoping the Celestial could come up with a solution. The Celestial had no solutions either. He struggled to defend himself, and comparatively his situation was worse than Clin's, as his strength had already been surpassed by both Clin and Lu Ping. Yet they still habitually relied on him as their spiritual pillar. Clin unleashed his solar fist, but it was futile, and he ended up sporting two panda eyes. The Celestial found it difficult to use his long-held divine energy in such an intense battle. Unlike Nuwa, who possessed extraordinary control and vast reserves of energy, the Celestial could only fight with spiritual energy, but his combat effectiveness was nearly depleted. The Celestial launched several energy orbs, causing the guards to scatter. Taking advantage of the moment, Clin jumped behind the Celestial and shouted Turtle Wave Chi technique. The well-energized guards surged forward, and a violent explosion illuminated the battlefield with alternating flashes of red and white as Clin gasped for breath. Instantly, all attention was drawn to the scene. Even Raditz, who was busy beating up Din, widened his eyes as the alarm signaled that the little bald man's battle power had surpassed 1,000. This was the first time Raditz had witnessed a human with a battle power over 1,000. They can actually temporarily boost their battle power. In truth, Clin's battle power had risen to 700 at the start of the fight, but it had now dropped below 500. Raditz glanced again at the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and the girl, astonished as he exclaimed, "What? All of you have battle powers above 1,000. You Earthlings can actually enhance your battle power in the heat of battle." He chuckled. What a narrow-minded alien. Dend wiped the blood from his lips, regaining his confidence and composure. He removed his headgear and cloak, tossing them aside, leaving two black holes in the ground. At this moment, Dend revealed his robust green muscles, steadying himself as he clenched his fists, gathering all his energy. Ah! His roar was accompanied by a surge of energy that caused his muscles to swell to an exaggerated degree. Raditz, with his mouth agape in disbelief, remarked, "Impossible, how can this be?" Denda energy had exceeded 1,000 and was rapidly climbing, ultimately stabilizing at 1135. The violent aura swept across the battlefield, dispersing the smoke created by Clin's turtle wave technique, revealing several dark figures at the center surrounded by overlapping red energy shields that flickered in and out of visibility. Even Dend, who had just unleashed his power, was taken aback. These guys. He had witnessed Li Yes' black battle armor and knew that its battle power far exceeded that of these standard armors, so he was not surprised. Under the repeated assaults from Sun Wukong and Liu, Dend was motivated to train hard. His ambition to dominate the world had diminished significantly, yet he did not expect to be the first to be targeted by this new powerful foe. Unfazed, Dend was exhilarated at the prospect of battling someone stronger. What? These people are resisting attacks exceeding 1,000 battle power with only over 100 battle power. Unbelievable. The unexpected occurrences kept Raditz's nerves on edge. Although Clin's energy wave was blocked by the energy shields, the team was still left dazed from the shockwaves, and their armor's energy was nearly depleted, losing their combat effectiveness. As the Captain Mia was engaged in combat with Lu Ping while keeping an eye on the overall situation. Seeing this, she quickly transmitted a message for other team members to protect those who had lost their fighting ability, instructing them to abandon their attack on Clin and the others, but also to prevent them from supporting Lu Ping and Sun Wukong. In truth, Mia was overthinking it. They were martial artists, not soldiers, and under fair duels, as long as no one died or the power disparity wasn't too great, they generally wouldn't team up. However, with Lu Ping's keen perception of energy, he noticed his opponent's distraction. With a mental jolt, he quickly counterattacked, and Mia found herself taking heavy hits. The fierce shocks were unbearable even within her armor. Lu Ping unleashed a series of punishing strikes from his Wolf Fang fist, sending Mia flying. The prepared energy ball burst forth from the ground, striking Mia midair and creating an explosive firestorm in the sky. Although he had deliberately reduced the energy output of the energy ball, Lu Ping still worried he might inadvertently kill her considering she was a woman. If not for the fact that he felt her attacks were truly ruthless, he wouldn't have retaliated so heavily. Before the smoke could clear, a figure lunged forward with a powerful kick. Lu Ping raised his hands to block, but was still sent flying. This was no longer the black-armored woman he had seen. Now she donned a brand new red armor, and a transparent helmet clearly revealed Mia's delicate features and fiery red short hair, with her pink lips stained with blood. It turned out that in a moment of crisis, Mia's War God armor had activated automatically. This armor was incomparable to standard issue. Its defensive, offensive, and energy parameters were all of the highest standards. Liu had only made 3 sets, one for Bulma, one for himself, and this one was a prototype that was gifted to Mia as a reward for battling the demon race. Seeing Mia's stunning visage, both Klin and Lu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon seeing Mia's appearance, Klin and Lepin widened their eyes, both deeply impressed by the red-haired female soldier. Lepin, who was initially thinking of flirting with the beauty, ended up forgetting her phone number and gave up. "Mia, long time no see," Lepin said with a somewhat awkward smile. With her identity exposed, Mia ceased her attack. In truth, there was no deep-seated hatred. She had even been saved by them before. However, the self-confident Mia could not stand being ignored. "So you remember me. Listen carefully. If you dare to interfere, we will also take action." Mia pointed towards number 18's direction, who had ordered them to act independently. Naturally, Mia could decide whether to fight or not, and she certainly would not allow them to assist Sun Wukong against number 18. The enmity of women can be so inexplicable. Lepin felt helpless. He had offended this beauty quite severely. However, after learning from Bulma's lesson, Lepin had grown a thicker skin and began to flatter the beauty beside him. Liu, seeing these antics, couldn't be bothered. As long as no one died, and with the sins of beans in hand, even if they were injured they could recover. Though Liu was envious of number 18's obsession with Sun Wukong, he understood it. The Saiyan cells are quite peculiar, continuously influencing their host's soul. Both he and number 17 had modified cells of Sun Wukong within their bodies. Given the current situation, at least they could suppress their emotions. When Liu first saw Sun Wukong in Kaiser's domain, all he felt was a bloodthirsty hatred for him. Liu watched Raditz and Piccolo, as well as the battle between number 18 and Sun Wukong, his blood boiling with excitement. His intense pursuit of martial arts was imprinted in every Saiyan cell within him. Sun Wukong twisted his waist and soared into the sky from the rubble, stretching his neck. His eyes narrowed. "Ah, finally my body feels relaxed." "Be careful, number 18. Number 18 snorted disdainfully. Her battle power was still slightly lower than Sun Wukong's. During their clash, Sun Wukong took the hits, but didn't mind, instead treating it as a massage. This attitude infuriated number 18, yet she found herself helpless. She couldn't understand why, despite her rigorous training and physical enhancements, she still couldn't overpower Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong lunged, throwing a punch at number 18's chest. She slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding it, and delivered a flying kick to Sun Wukong's waist. Sun Wukong transformed his punch into a palm to block, but number 18 had already changed her tactic, launching a series of small punches that struck his chest. Sun Wukong was forced to retreat repeatedly, while number 18 ignored his counterattacks, always hitting his weak spots with greater speed. However, Sun Wukong's solid muscles and immense vitality created a powerful rebound force, obstructing number 18's continuous assault. Sun Wukong was secretly alarmed. He had noticed Li Yes' reaction speed during the martial arts tournament. He never expected number 18 to learn such techniques in just a few months. As a martial arts enthusiast, defeating number 18 had become secondary. He was more eager to learn such techniques. While exchanging blows with number 18, he carefully studied her movements and sensed her chi fluctuations. However, as time passed, he remained perplexed. Despite being the chosen one and a martial arts genius, Sun Wukong's current body couldn't possibly achieve such techniques, and in the end, he could only shake his head and give up. Number 18 appeared to have the upper hand, but found herself unable to do anything against the iron-like Sun Wukong. If they continued to drag things out, the battle would last 3 days and nights, and she would still lose. Sun Wukong's energy was endless. Although she could control her chi precisely and her consumption was far less than his, her recovery speed was equally inferior. No longer hesitating, number 18 fired a ki blast directly at Sun Wukong's eyes. This technique, which could not increase its power with the amount of chi consumed, had already lost much of its practicality. Sun Wukong tilted his head to dodge the first shot, but the second and third came too quickly. He raised his hands to protect his head. Number 18's golden hair danced in the air as she let out a furious roar. Massive energy gathered between her hands, shaking the space around her. The ki cannon filled with terrifying pressure slanted toward the ground, casting a blinding energy beam that made number 18 appear like a radiant mage. Raditz's battle power far exceeded Piccolo's, but without the combat experience of Earth's top martial artists, he felt powerless against such a mere green earthling. There was also Kakarot, and the girl he was fighting, not to mention the three-eyed man watching from the sidelines, which made him feel greatly apprehensive. At that moment, Piccolo and Raditz simultaneously sidestepped, cursing, "Damn it, bastard." Caught off guard, they were hit by the ki cannon. Under the white light dome, three figures were sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive black hole hundreds of square meters in size in front of number 18. She was already too exhausted to check the outcome, cold sweat pouring down from her face and neck drop by drop as the immense power of the ki cannon took its toll on her body. Number 18 slowly descended, kneeling on the ground. Liu walked over, handed her a senzu bean, and softly asked, "Are you okay, number 18? The ki cannon inflicts significant damage on oneself, so it's best to use it sparingly in the future." Number 18 replied, "Is Sun Wukong really that strong?" Holding the senzu bean, number 18 did not rush to swallow it. Instead, she gazed at the black hole they had just created, sensing Sun Wukong's energy within it. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Under such a powerful attack, Sun Wukong not only remained unscathed, but even increased his energy intensity. He was truly formidable. Liu murmured, "No wonder he is the chosen one. If we were to fight Sun Wukong now, we might all end up dying at his hands." Having recovered to peak condition, number 18 looked up at Liu with disbelief after hearing this. Number 18, do not underestimate Sun Wukong," Tianjin Fan said as Chaozi and number 17 joined Li's side. The five stared intently at the deep black hole. A red aura blazed around Sun Wukong's body as the ki cannon's power struck him almost entirely. He slowly emerged from the black hole, his martial arts uniform somewhat tattered, but his body unscathed. Instead, his intense energy radiated outward, creating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Piccolo let out a furious roar and smashed through the rock layers, soaring into the sky. Feeling Sun Wukong's energy, he was drenched in cold sweat. Raditz followed Piccolo out, his body in tatters and his scouter destroyed. At the last moment, he clearly saw the girl's battle power surge past 1500, while Sun Wukong's soared to 3000. How could this be? The lower-class warrior Kakarot's battle power has far surpassed mine. Raditz was filled with despair. Raditz was a Saiyan, but not as arrogant and proud as Vegeta. Born into a lower-class warrior family, he was identified as a genius in childhood and was arranged to follow Prince Vegeta. However, Vegeta was the true genius among the Saiyans. In every battle to conquer planets, whenever encountering a strong enemy, Vegeta would personally take action. Raditz enjoyed a leisurely life, and once the real battles were over, he would begin the work of cleaning up the trash. Thus, Raditz developed a character that flattered those above him, while bullying those below, gradually falling behind Vegeta in strength, earning disdain among his peers. Such a Raditz not only neglected to train himself, but also sought to pull his younger brother into his team, seemingly thinking that this way he wouldn't finish last, and could even command others. Unfortunately, Raditz's brother Kakarot's strength had long surpassed his own, leaving Raditz standing on the ground, doubting whether he was dreaming. "Daddy." Seeing the child flying from afar, Sun Wukong's tense expression softened. "Dad." Looking at the young child flying from afar, Sun Wukong's tense expression softened. "Gohan, what brings you here?" Even though Gohan was still a child, he wouldn't rush into Sun Wukong's arms to act cute on such a battlefield. Uncle Liu, teacher, Dad, Nuwa indeed wanted to rush into Li's embrace, but that annoying girl was right beside Dad. Liu waved his hand and said, "Nuwa, Gohan, by Li, come down." Nuwa and Gohan were indifferent, but Liu was worried about by Li's safety. What would he say to the Satan couple if something happened? However, since she was already here, Liu didn't want to lay blame. Liu trained tirelessly with No. 18, leaving no time to teach his disciples. Thus he entrusted Gohan and by Li to Nuwa for training, who was undoubtedly more capable than Liu. This humane task made Nuwa very happy. The arrival of Raditz couldn't escape Nuwa's notice, so she brought her 2 little disciples out to have a look. However, by Li was too slow, which is why they arrived late. Sun Wukong curiously observed No. 18. At this moment No. 18 was brimming with energy. Her battle injuries healed likely due to eating a senza bean. However, No. 18 no longer had her previous aggressive attitude, instead standing behind Liu like a maid, giving off a feeling of being dependent. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked in confusion, No. 18, aren't you going to fight? Evidently Sun Wukong had just entered a state of readiness, and all his strength felt trapped within him. Watching the red aura surging around Sun Wukong, No. 18 said, Idiot, who would want to fight you when you're like this? It seems that after becoming a woman, No. 18 regained her rationality. Sun Wukong hesitantly said, Only can you tell me that technique of yours that enhances reaction speed? Liu was slightly taken aback. This was rather straightforward, wasn't it? Was this really the same Sun Wukong? However, recalling the experiences Sun Wukong had gone through, he indeed learned many skills, most of which were taught by others, and some he explored himself. The rest were indeed requests he made for others to teach him. Liu didn't hesitate and said, Sure, but you want me to train for it. You have to come to my laboratory and I'll install a chip for you. With your abilities, you should be able to do it in a few days. No. 18 snorted in dissatisfaction, clearly finding this explanation unfriendly. At this moment, No. 17 and Tianjin Fan also wore eager expressions. No way. However, an incompatible voice sounded. At this point, the god of heaven and Krillin also arrived. Sun Wukong's powerful aura gave them a boost of confidence. The god of heaven said, No way, Wukong, they want to turn you into a synthetic human. Wukong expressed some confusion, saying, They all seem normal. They don't look like synthetic humans. I can feel the energy within them. Wukong, in short, it's a no. The god of heaven did not hide his wariness towards Liu. Sun Wukong still respected the god of heaven, nodding to show he understood. Liu did not feel disappointed. When it came to the path of protagonist Sun Wukong, it was best not to interfere. The ignored Piccolo and Raditz obviously couldn't continue fighting. Their duel had lost its meaning. Piccolo had originally come to watch the excitement, but unexpectedly became the main character. Frustrated, Piccolo had thought to make a stunning impression, but before he could unleash his new magical attack, he was overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's absolute power, causing him to crumble inside. Piccolo didn't care about the aftermath, and simply flew away, though he and Gohan exchanged nods. Seeing the crowd converge, Raditz, who had come to his senses, widened his eyes and laughed madly. Do you think you've won? Haha, Kakarot, you're quite something. Truly a proud member of our Saiyan race, my dear brother. But what you don't know is that after I sensed someone's combat power exceeded 1,000, I sent a distress signal and relayed real-time information to Lord Vegeta, who is a light year away. In just 1 year they will descend on Earth, and at that time you will all die. Raditz, even if they come, I will defeat them. Sun Wukong said resolutely. Raditz roared in fury. Kakarot, do you still not understand? Your current strength is over 3,000, indeed higher than mine, but you don't comprehend the terror of Lord Vegeta. His combat power has already surpassed 15000. None of you combined can defeat him, and with Nappa's 6,000 combat power, everyone on Earth will be slaughtered. Sun Wukong stepped forward, staring directly at Raditz. Get off Earth, you are not welcome here. The god of heaven added. Raditz, tell Vegeta that attacking Earth will only bring losses. Seeing that Kakarot was about to let him go, Raditz sighed, truly a brother. He was considering whether to say something harsh. Mia stepped forward and said forcefully, Alien Raditz has violated Earth's laws and must face legal consequences. We, representing the Galactic Army and Earth's Defense Force, are arresting you. If you resist, we have the right to eliminate you. Mia, clad in shiny new red battle armor, stood at 1.8 meters tall with boots and a helmet, looking even taller than the tattered Raditz, exuding a formidable presence. Lu Ping watched in awe. The god of heaven and Sun Wukong felt a bit awkward. Sun Wukong thought Liu was easy to talk to and was about to speak, but Liu spoke first. Raditz just arrived on Earth and committed murder. As an Earthling, such evil deeds cannot be tolerated. However, if he can reform and contribute to Earth, there might still be a way to atone for his sins. Sun Wukong naturally didn't want his elder brother, who had traveled so far to see him, to be killed like this. Yet the issue of stance prevented him from stepping forward. Hearing Li's later words, Sun Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps Sun Wukong himself wouldn't believe that without the butterfly effect caused by Liu, he would have faced a tragic end alongside his own brother. Of course, as someone acquainted with the king of the other world, simply having a halo over his head would allow him to bounce back. Son Wukong patted Gohan's head, and Gohan affectionately leaned against his father. Gohan, your progress is remarkable. Follow your teacher closely and learn well. Dad will be gone for a while. Dad. Gohan obediently nodded. Son Wukong's attitude towards Li Yu had unknowingly changed significantly. Although he had experienced several battles, the situation was now different. Su Nua, who had been killed by Li Yu, had been resurrected, and his son had also been taken on as a student by Li Yu. More importantly, Li Yu had rescued Gohan twice. Son Wukong said casually, "Gotta leave this to Li Yu to handle. I want to return to the king of the other world to complete my training. He'll be back in a year, and I hope Vegeta arrives on Earth on time." Krillin and Lu Ping hurriedly said, "Wukong, are you leaving already? Time is tight. Please help me tell Chi-Chi God." After saying that, he flew off into the distance. Wukong. The God of Heaven's call went unheard by Son Wukong, who seemed to ignore it. Seeing Wukong fly away, the God of Heaven looked towards Lu Ping and Krillin, only to find the two of them retreating far away. The thought of having to bear Chi-Chi's anger alone made the God of Heaven's face turn pale. Seeing Son Wukong fly away, Raditz suddenly gained a bit of confidence. Women boasting is not a good habit. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Young lady, boasting is hardly a virtue. Step aside if you wish to live. Mia scanned Raditz's combat power, which had dropped to 1100. Meanwhile, the war god AI tagged him with a pale red indicator. Red denoting hostility, its shade reflecting relative strength disparity. Pale red implied he could be defeated, though not without considerable effort. The Black Flag Army's combat power detection system was based on energy sensing, a standard Li Yu had adapted from his memories of extraterrestrial technology, making it nearly comparable to alien scanners. Confident in this assessment, Mia remained calm, but Lu Ping grew frantic. "This woman's lost her mind," he cried urgently. "Li Yu, we must attack together and subdue him." So saying, he moved instantly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mia, both bracing themselves against Raditz. Raditz's body, battered by fierce combat and struck squarely by Android 18's key cannon, had suffered severe depletion, not only physically but mentally. His spirit was broken. Now hearing their intent to join forces, dread coiled coldly in his chest. Though Raditz had never heard the Earth proverb, "Capture the bandit chief first," he grasped its essence clearly. The young man before them held the highest authority. Once his target was fixed, he hesitated no longer. In a blur of wind-like speed, Raditz lunged at Li Yu, so swift that none else reacted. Li Yu's heart surged with exhilaration. Excellent. He's come. Having long restrained himself out of principle, Li Yu had been itching for this moment. Raditz exploited his speed to vanish behind Li Yu, intending to seize the young leader from behind, only for Li Yu to pivot and strike with a thunderous fist. Raditz twisted sideways to evade, stunned by his opponent's reflexes. Before he could even formulate a new plan, Li Yu's assault descended like a hurricane, relentless, overwhelming. Raditz's body instinctively parried blow after blow, yet each impact drove him higher into the sky under the sheer force of Li Yu's punches. Li Yu's primordial chi surged forth unceasingly, his power ceiling soaring wildly, as he harmonized and condensed that energy throughout his entire being. Shun, Krillin, Lu Ping, Tian, Shinhan, and Kairatsu gaped in disbelief at the terrifying, ever-rising aura. 800. 1800. 300. Mia and her elite guard stared at their scanners, where combat power leapt in gear-like increments, each jump deepening their awe at such monstrous energy. Raditz flung off balance into the heavens, found Li Yu already above him. In an instant, black armor enveloped Li Yu's form, blinding white light erupted from his alloy gauntlets. The temperature across 10 miles plummeted sharply. Then, channeling every ounce of his might, Li Yu delivered a single cataclysmic punch, driving Raditz's momentum-deprived body deep into the earth at speeds invisible to the naked eye. All that remained on the surface was a bottomless humanoid void. That single strike fused three distinct sources of primordial chi: Carrick Demon Cell energy, mutated Saiyan Cell energy, and refined Saiyan Cell energy, amplified further by superhuman ability and the Black War God armor. Its destructive yield exceeded 6000 combat power. Every soul present stood frozen in awe, except of course the three children who naturally regarded Li Yu as invincible. Mia and her honor guard, humbled by their failure, threw themselves into frantic excavation. Already burrowing 100 meters beneath the surface, Mia felt a profound, almost sorrowful empathy for the alien buried below. Seeing Raditz twisted grotesquely, breathing out more than in, Li Yu realized with quiet remorse that he'd momentarily lost control of his own strength. "Stabilize him. Keep him alive," Li Yu commanded. Android 18, curious, asked, "Who's stronger, You or Son Goku? Goku has mastered martial arts that multiply his primordial chi. His earlier display was merely his first tier. If he unleashes his full potential, I cannot guarantee victory. Liu knew well that Goku was already employing the Kaioken, and whether he had mastered the ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb, remained unknown. Even Liu dared not face that blast Hedon, and Vegeta would inevitably arrive on Earth. Without Goku's aid, and with only 1 year to prepare, Liu doubted he could withstand Vegeta alone. Liu turned to the group. Raditz spoke true. Vegeta and Nappa possess combat power far surpassing his own. We may have only 1 year to prepare. Should we fail to defeat Vegeta, humanity itself may vanish from this universe. Shun Shun's expression darkened gravely. Though often at odds with Liu on other matters, they shared unwavering trust and resolve when it came to defending Earth from the Saiyans. Lu Ping, reluctant to part, boldly asked Mia for her contact number once more. Moved by his courage and stepping forward, she wrote it on his forearm. This unnamed planet teemed with life, though only among non-sentient creatures. Its cities and kingdoms lay in ruins, consumed by infernal fire. A towering bald warrior standing 2.4 meters tall stood beside a compact, resolute youth just 1.65 meters tall, both clad in Saiyan battle armor. They were none other than Prince Vegeta and Nappa, the very Saiyans Raditz had mentioned. What a tedious chore, cleaning up this trash. So even that weakling had some use after all. Shall we go rescue Raditz? And bring Kakarot along while we're at it. Kakarot. Just a low-class warrior. Indeed. The dossier explicitly labels him as such. Unbelievable. On such a remote planet, there are so many with formidable power. That world must hold something extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Kakarot possibly attain such strength? As his elder brother, raised since childhood as a prodigy, I am nothing but a disgrace to the Saiyan name. Nappa grinned savagely. Then let Earthlings witness true Saiyan power. Ha ha ha. But this planet lies too close to Earth for spatial displacement. We'll need a full year aboard the ship. How utterly tedious. Vegeta glanced at the colossal figure of Nappa, and inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. By Earth law, Raditz deserved execution. Yet Liu had declared that redemption was possible, if Raditz contributed meaningfully to Earth. Liu's definition of contribution was precisely this. Raditz, now a pure-blood Saiyan test subject, lay motionless upon the laboratory table. Dr. Kortai, clad in a white lab coat, stood beside Liu, extracting tissue samples from Raditz's body and conducting systematic experiments. Liu's greatest hope was uncovering the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, a legendary state said to amplify base combat power 50-fold. Yet Super Saiyans existed only in myth, rumored to appear but once every 1,000 years. Dr. Kortai reported, Master, the experimental subject Raditz generates significantly stronger primordial chi than Son Goku's cellular profile. The term Son Goku cells was already outdated. Obtaining viable samples from Goku's current power level had become virtually impossible. Master, the experimental subject Raditz generates a greater energy intensity compared to Son Wukong's cells. After reaching near death, the energy limit of the newly mutated cells will increase by an average of 1%. If this state persists for a long time, the increase will further amplify. However, Saiyans have excellent recovery abilities, so as long as they are not dead, their cells will quickly return to normal. Cody I said methodically, Raditz's injuries have basically healed on their own. Should we proceed with the destructive experiment? The unfortunate Raditz had regained consciousness, but lay on the experimental table like a vegetable. This is because Raditz's central nervous system had been severed, replaced by a reconstructed neural network. Now Liu had become adept at such modifications. Of course, Raditz's formidable Saiyan physique was also resisting trying to repair the damage caused by this external force. Meanwhile, the smart chip was also causing destruction. If Raditz understood his physiological structure and could skillfully sense and utilize his chi, he could completely eliminate foreign substances in his body and restore it given enough time. Unfortunately, like other Saiyans, Raditz only knew how to fight with brute strength. If the Saiyans' unique trait could stabilize, experiencing near-death once a day would double their strength in just 70 days. Even though Liu had anticipated this, he was still shocked, especially when he thought of the progress he and No. 18 had made over the past few months. Every time the two trained together, it was a life-and-death struggle, exhausting to the point of near collapse, only to be forced by No. 18 to consume the senzu beans together. To match No. 18's strength, Liu used the energy of his modified Saiyan cells in battle, making both their auras equal, resulting in a thrilling fight. Liu simply enjoyed the euphoric sensations from the chemical reactions in his blood, while No. 18 was already aware of her strength's improvement. In less than 100 days, their energies had doubled. Although the growth wasn't exponential, such enjoyable training was indeed rare. This was also the reason why 18 could force Sun Wukong to use the physically taxing Kaioken during their battle. No wonder his modified Saiyan cells surpassed the energy intensity of the Saiyan mutated cells, reaching 1200. The training under pressure for Saiyans should yield similar effects, though not as efficient as direct near-death experiences. Cody, I conduct appropriate destructive experiments, but be careful not to harm his life. Yes, master. Biddy Lee, how is your progress in learning? Biddy Lee blushed and said, Teacher, I have been trying very hard, but I still can't remember that knowledge. That's okay, Biddy Lee. You don't need to be discouraged. You are just an ordinary person, while Gohan is a hybrid, and his potential is indeed remarkable. His intellect far exceeds that of his parents. Biddy Lee curiously glanced at Son Gohan and his adorable tail. She wanted to grab it and play with it, but Son Gohan disliked it, as it would leave him feeling weak all over. Although both children were around 4 or 5 years old, Biddy Lee was a head taller than Son Gohan. Saiyans grow directly into adulthood, but during childhood they maintain a prolonged juvenile stage. Son Gohan's physique clearly showed that Saiyan genes dominated. No. 17 and no. 18 also sat alongside Biddy Lee and Son Gohan. Liu decided they should also undergo knowledge training and planned to give lessons to all four. Of course, no. 18 had been deceived. Liu simply told no. 18, a knowledge changes fate. To surpass Sun Wukong, you must learn. No. 18 believed it and came. No. 17, who had just undergone neural reconstruction, couldn't move and was directly brought over by Jiaozi. Upon seeing this scene, a curious Jiaozi quickly ran away. No. 18 also sensed the deception and was angry that she had to attend class with the two little kids. She turned to leave while no. 17 helplessly stayed behind. Biddy Lee curiously asked, Teacher, why can't we directly access knowledge from the chip? Why must we memorize it in our brains? We can also have the chip do the calculations for us. Why do we have to calculate ourselves, especially since it's so difficult? Biddy Lee, this is very simple. Son Gohan was actually born earlier than Biddy Lee, but he appeared younger. Biddy Lee was somewhat annoyed at this retort and shot a fierce glare at Son Gohan. Son Gohan immediately shrank back. Liu patted Biddy Lee's head and said soothingly, the chip is not omnipotent. Sometimes it can bring us adverse results. Apart from using the chip to download external information, I have basically given up on using it. No. 17 looked somewhat incredulous. She had always used the chip to assist in battle, and it worked very well. Seeing the expressions of the three, Liu said, If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it for you. Pointing at no. 17, he said, Get up. No. 17 suddenly stood up, looking bewildered. Liu then commanded no. 17 to dance, sing, and walk on her hands. No. 17, how does it feel to be controlled? You can see that if we rely on the chip, once exploited by enemies, life and death can be manipulated, and one can even be made to obey. The two children were astonished while no. 17 dared not voice her anger. The chip is merely a tool. We must analyze it from its fundamentals and apply it from the ground up to ensure its safety. We can also develop unique functions that belong solely to us. Wait a moment, Liu continued. Biddy Lee, do not underestimate your brain. Our brains are the strongest intelligent systems in this world. The reason you think you can't compare to computers is that you have not yet learned how to train your brain. Look at this thick book of formulas and theorems. Biddy Lee, as long as you master the right methods, even an ordinary person can memorize this in 2 days and never forget it. Really? The three were somewhat skeptical. Even though Son Gohan had an astonishing memory, he definitely couldn't achieve that. Everyone's brain is divided into 2 parts. The left brain tends to favor numbers, language, and logical thinking, while the right brain is inclined towards images, spatial awareness, and creative thinking. The capacity of our brains far exceeds our imagination. Memory consists of 3 processes: encoding, storage, and retrieval. Memory is like a net composed of sounds, scents, tastes, touch, and visuals. You must think that human memory is inferior to the chip's storage. In fact, this idea is erroneous. On the surface, it may seem that human memory is negligible, but upon deeper analysis, human memory is superior. It can store a vast amount of high-quality, diverse information. Every impression, every experience, everything we think of and feel. The reason it is overlooked is that these are too ordinary for people. Even no. 17 was captivated by such peculiar statements. Biddy Lee, no. 17, Gohan, I will teach you techniques to train your brains, enabling them to function at full capacity. If you learn and become accustomed to these techniques, even ordinary people can achieve extraordinary memory retention and speed reading capabilities. The exhausted Sun Wukong lay motionless on the King Kai's planet. The King Kai and two animals stared wide-eyed at Wukong, who was frantically devouring the dishes. Wukong, slow down your eating. King Kai, the serpent princess, used to be willing to entertain me, but this time she wanted to eat me after passing through the Serpent Way. Along the way, I could only munch on the yellow clouds of the Serpent Way, which were truly horrible. Ugh. As Sun Wukong stuffed his cheeks with food, he spoke. This time Sun Wukong came to the Yellow Springs by himself and of course did not prepare any food. The serpent princess was also displeased with this glutton who ate for free and chased him all the way to the end of the Serpent Way. Ugh, I'm finally full. Rubbing his round belly and finishing the last bowl of soup, Sun Wukong said contentedly, King Kai, your cooking is just too delicious. Looking at the mountain of dishes, the King Kai felt a pang in his heart as the remaining food was sparse. He said with his hands behind his back, Wukong, how's the task I assigned you? Raditz was too weak. I just wanted to come here to train quickly, so I didn't pay attention to him. The King Kai shook his head, but remained silent. Oh, I've already learned the King Kai fist. As Sun Wukong spoke, he unleashed a red aura, activating the twofold King Kai fist. Soon the aura surged again, activating the threefold King Kai fist. Sun Wukong's expression became somewhat contorted and pained. Just as he attempted the fourfold King Kai fist, he was signaled by the King Kai to stop. At this time, Sun Wukong's normal combat power was only 1,500 points, which was relatively low compared to the 8,000 points he had when fighting Vegeta. Therefore, activating the King Kai fist buff was quite easy. Perhaps this is why Sun Wukong rarely uses the King Kai fist after transforming into a Super Saiyan. While the King Kai fist exponentially increases energy intensity, it does not strengthen the body, instead placing a tremendous burden on it. Moreover, as strength increases, the absolute value that the King Kai fist enhances becomes greater, making it increasingly difficult for the body to bear. The King Kai seemed uninterested in Sun Wukong's strength and said, Wukong, why don't you just tell me a joke directly? The two animals had grown accustomed to this by now and quietly sat beside the King Kai waiting for Sun Wukong's joke. At this moment, Sun Wukong remembered that the King Kai indeed mentioned he wanted a joke next time, but he had completely forgotten. Now where could he find a joke? Sun Wukong's neck had turned red from thinking hard, but he was at a loss. Sun Wukong had to start recalling recent events, the Serpent Princess and I. The King Kai's expression turned serious, his two semicircular eyebrows converging and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Ugh, a serpent god and a strong man. The King Kai bent over laughing heartily, unable to help but pound the ground. I can't take it anymore, Wukong, this joke is enough to keep me laughing for a day. Sun Wukong and the two animals, not knowing where the punchline was, looked bewildered as they played games catching baboons and hitting bees. At this time on the Serpent Way, a graceful palace stood with more than a dozen beautiful women standing on either side. The green-scaled chi-pao highlighted each woman's perfect figure with their smooth light green skin, slim waists, blood-red pupils, and pointed ears accentuating their exotic and enchanting charm. Seated at the main seat was a beautiful woman with orange wavy hair, clad in a purple chi-pao white gloves and a snow-white fur collar. Two massive pearl drop earrings showcased her noble, elegant, luxurious, and mysterious aura, and with every gesture she embodied her personal charm to the fullest. However, beneath this exterior lay a wild and volatile heart. Her pupils, usually constricted to a point, had now dilated to fill her entire eyes, emitting a blood-red glow that appeared eerie and fierce. The Serpent Princess, acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the Yellow Springs, was furious, gritting her teeth as she said, Sun Wukong, how dare you ignore my charm? Recalling the 500 years of solitude and the two men she had feelings for looking down on her, the Serpent Princess angrily contemplated eating them. As for events further back, the Serpent Princess could no longer remember. She had plundered the primordial divine power of the Serpent Way, but was also constrained. She could never leave the Serpent Way. Although the palace was vast and existed in another space, it was filled with lifelessness. Apart from the female servants born from divine and demonic powers, there was no sign of vitality. The Serpent Luo said, Princess, since that man has gone to the King Kai, he will likely return. Why don't we design a more powerful trap to catch him? When the time comes, the princess can have him as she pleases. As she spoke, the Serpent Luo licked her crimson tongue, her red pupils darting mischievously. Sun Wukong, learning martial arts from the King Kai will only make him stronger. I'm no longer his opponent. I should have forcefully kept him the first time. Oh, what a pity. The maidservants were also dejected. No one had passed through here for hundreds of years. After a man finally arrived, they were unable to keep him, and who knew the loneliness of the Serpent Princess? A massive rocket was transporting a large amount of resources to the moon, where countless robots were constructing various huge projects. To prevent the Saiyans from utilizing this last remaining moon, Liu decided to transform it. Of course, the moon's fate, having escaped from Piccolo's clutches, also changed. Nuwa devoted all her efforts to developing the lunar base. Although this moon was quite small, Nuwa decided to build a grand palace for herself, while also fulfilling the task assigned by her father to establish the lunar base and control the intensity of the bruised light wave generated by the reflection of sunlight during the full moon. Nuwa pressed her hands against the moon's surface, and a massive black hole appeared beneath the ground. It turned out that Nuwa had used divine power to directly move the underground rock layers to the surface. Nuwa had mastered many applications of divine power from the technical materials and machinery left by Dr. Willow, and she was further uncovering the secrets within. Divine power was like a well-constructed system, with those holding divine positions able to call upon resources in a limited manner. Different levels of positions had different permissions. Dr. Willow mastered directly using energy to activate the divine power network at the application level. Nuwa further advanced by continuously forging identities to forcibly enter the system and intercept resources, allowing her to achieve greater effects with less energy consumption. Nuwa discovered that the energy nodes of the divine power network were the very souls of all intelligent beings. The order under the entire universe's deities was fundamentally based on the souls of intelligent life as the foundation, forming a hierarchical structure from top to bottom. Of course, for the Earth, which is somewhat isolated, the upper echelon of the deities hardly showed any concern. Even if there was a passage to the Yellow Springs on Earth, it was unknown how such an opportunity arose or what efforts the ancient deities of Earth exerted to obtain it. In a sparring match with Android 18, Liu felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Flipping and colliding in midair, Liu constantly devised new techniques, while Android 18 remained like a blank canvas for him to illustrate upon. The Senzu beans supported his immense combat power, and while his upper limit of strength was steadily rising, Liu could not help but bellow with bravado, "Who else is there?" The warmth of blood has faded and distractions have been banished. Golden hair is strewn across the chest, with the steady rhythm of breathing filling the ears, warm breaths caressing the skin of the neck. Liu unconsciously plays with 5 toes as smooth as jade. Thoughts drift away, pondering how Vegeta will cope a year later. Perhaps he should first eliminate Grol's secret base. This ticking time bomb constantly threatens Liu. Grol's character has changed, and even Liu cannot predict what variables Grol might introduce. If Grol's influence is not eradicated, Liu can never find peace. The Earth is vast, and while Grol can hide if he wishes, Liu has no means to find him. However, Grol's ambition is too great. He frantically develops his base. Even underground, the extraction of resources and continuous expansion of the base are altering the local environment, including the ecology and climate. Global reconnaissance satellites relay information, and through Nuwa's big data analysis, suspicious locations are quickly identified. Perhaps Dr. Grol himself is oblivious, but Liu still needs to conduct thorough reconnaissance and planning to eliminate Grol's power. With his wrists supporting the warm neck, fingers caressing the smooth shoulders, Liu unconsciously thinks of Bulma. Where is Bulma now? Is she lying in the arms of another man? A strong sense of possessiveness unexpectedly wells up in Liu, even causing his eyes to redden. This simply cannot be. Regardless of who it is, Liu feels he must take action. Even if it is somewhat risky, he must give it a try. Daddy Boo-hoo, did Goku not want me again? The Bull Demon King embraces the sorrowful Chi-Chi, feeling helpless. Initially seeing how powerful son Wukong was being a disciple of Master Wutian, he was in fact his own junior. Chi-Chi and Wukong together seemed a perfect match, and he felt reassured. But who knew Wukong was solely focused on pursuing the limits of martial arts? Now he is following Lord Kai to learn. It truly is enviable, yet seeing his daughter suffer so much, the Bull Demon King cannot help but feel distressed. How could this be? Wukong is pursuing martial advancement. The stronger Wukong becomes, the better he can protect you both. When Wukong returns, I will advise him to spend more time with you. No, I must go find Wukong. What nonsense are you talking? Wukong is going to train with Lord Kai. He said you must go through the Yellow Springs to reach there. How could you go to the Yellow Springs? Why not? If Wukong can go, why can't I? Looking at his stubborn daughter, the Bull Demon King feels an immense headache. If you go find Wukong, who will take care of Gohan? Isn't Gohan pitiful too? Chi-Chi is instantly caught at her soft spot. For Gohan, she is willing to endure any hardship, no matter how much she suffers. It was said that Liu has taken in a 4 or 5-year-old girl as a student. Initially, Chi-Chi was somewhat worried, but after inquiring about Gohan, she learned that Liu treats all students equally, which eased her mind a bit. However, hearing Gohan say that the teacher wants them to practice martial arts and become well-rounded, although the words sound good, she fears Gohan might turn into a martial arts fanatic like his father, suffering alongside his future wife. But at this point, Chi-Chi has no reason to oppose. She can only shake her head and sigh. Liu had learned the four-body fist from Tianjin Fan long ago, but had never succeeded. The four-body fist invented by Tianjin Fan allows one to recreate three bodies using chi, each identical to the original, but with a power level of only a quarter of the original. Most importantly, each body has independent consciousness, yet remains unified. Of course, such an impressive skill cannot be without limitations. If the technique succeeds, any severe damage would cause the separated bodies to disappear, with the chi returning to the original body, and the duration can only last for a few hours. No one is a fool. If it could be used without restrictions, who would refrain from using it? In the original plot, Piccolo often separated into 2 or 3 bodies to practice alone, and even Krillin figured out how to use it once, creating a clone to fight alongside him. This indicates Krillin's extraordinary talent. He learned the Turtle School's techniques independently, and besides the four-body fist, he also secretly learned the solar flare and the flight technique, inventing the spirit slash. Having been unable to cultivate the four-body fist, Liu also searched for the reason. The technique taught by Tianjin Fan mentions soul and unity. This martial art should relate to the soul, but without the soul of this world, he cannot cultivate it. However, after the battle with the Demon King, Kalik, Liu felt somewhat different. Later it was confirmed by the celestial being that he indeed has a soul, so Liu wanted to try again if he could cultivate the four-body fist. Liu is also aware of the risks involved. What if he splits into 4 different personalities? Or what if he cannot return to his original body? There are many unpredictable risks. After all, Liu is different from the people of this world, and given his currently chaotic chi, it is foreseeable that changes will definitely occur. Yet the potential benefits compel Liu to willingly take some risks. Liu prepares himself, and with a furious roar, his body suddenly splits into 2. For a moment, he feels dizzy. One bare body stands aside as they both examine each other and check their own bodies. The visual information is quite chaotic, yet Liu breathes a sigh of relief. He has finally succeeded without any extra personalities appearing. Although the sensations are temporarily disordered, with enough time to adapt and the techniques taught by Tianjin Fan, Liu believes he will soon master the simultaneous control of 2 bodies. Continuously attempting, he creates 2 more bodies using chi, and everything returns to normal. Of course, there are still differences. The 3 clones Liu created correspond exactly to 3 types of chi. The first one is generated from mutated cells with a robust physique, bulging muscles, and eyes filled with violent bloodlust. Its black hair is slightly shorter than Raditz's, cascading down to the back. The second one is generated from improved cells with a strong build and well-proportioned muscles. Its gaze is resolute. Not only does it resemble Sun Wukong's hairstyle, but the aura it emits is also hard to distinguish from Sun Wukong. The third one is generated from demon cells, slightly shorter than the others, making it the slimmest of the 4. It has blue skin, pointed ears, a bald head, and a haunting red glow in its eyes. Liu checks its body. Fortunately, the demon race has genders unlike Piccolo. These 3 clones share Liu's facial features. Liu continuously adapts to the different sensations brought by the 4 bodies, while also testing how the 4 bodies coordinate, transmit information, and unify consciousness through the soul. After separation, the chi corresponding to Liu's main body disappears, but begins to recover slowly, while the chi strengths of the 3 clones are 1025, 1315, and 833 respectively. Now that the bodies have been created, Liu begins to analyze the structure of each body. Once the analysis is complete, Liu believes he can lift the restrictions. At that point, wouldn't he become like Laozi, who embodies the 3 purities?